December 1667. December 1st, Lord's Day. Up, and after entering my journal for 2 or 3 days, I to church, where Mr. Mills, a dull sermon, and in our pew there sat a great lady, which I afterwards understood to be my Lady Carlisle, that made her husband a cuckold in Scotland, a very fine woman indeed in person. After sermon home, where W. Hewer dined with us, and after dinner he and I all the afternoon to read over our office letters to see what matters can be got for our advantage or disadvantage therein. In the evening comes Mr. Pelling and the 2 men that were with him formerly, the little man that sings so good a bass, Wallington, and another that understands well, one Piggott, and Betty Turner come and sat and supped with us. And we spent the evening mighty well in good music, to my great content to see myself in condition to have these and entertain them for my own pleasure only. So they gone, we to bed. Second, up, and then abroad to Alderman Backwell's, who was sick of a cold in bed, and then to the excise office, where I find Mr. Ball out of humour in expectation of being put out of his office by the change of the farm of the excise. There comes Sir H. Cholmley, and he and I to Westminster, and there walked up and down till noon, where all the business is that the Lord's answer is come down to the Commons, that they are not satisfied in the Commons' reasons, and so the Commons are hot. And like to sit all day upon the business what to do herein, most thinking that they will remonstrate against the Lords. Thence to Lord Crew's, and there dined with him, where, after dinner, he took me aside, and bewailed the condition of the nation, how the King and his brother are at a distance about this business of the Chancellor, and the 2 houses differing. And he do believe that there are so many about the King like to be concerned and troubled by the Parliament, that they will get him to dissolve or prorogue the Parliament. And the rather, for that the King is likely, by this good husbandry of the Treasury, to get out of debt, and the Parliament is likely to give no money. Among other things, my Lord Crewe did tell me, with grief, that he hears that the King of late hath not dined nor supped with the Queen, as he used of late to do. After a little discourse, Mr. Caesar, he dining there, did give us some music on his lute, Mr. John Crewe being there, to my great content, and then away I, and Mr. Caesar followed me and told me that my boy Tom hath this day declared to him that he cared not for the French lute and would learn no more, which Caesar out of faithfulness tells me that I might not spend any more money on him in vain. I shall take the boy to task about it, though I am contented to save my money if the boy knows not what is good for himself. So thanked him, and indeed he is a very honest man I believe, and away home, there to get something ready for the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, and so took my wife and girl and set them at unthanks, and I to Whitehall. And there with the Commissioners of the Treasury, who I find in mighty good condition to go on in payment of the seamen off, and thence I to Westminster Hall, where I met with my cousin Roger and walked a good while with him. He tells me of the high vote of the Commons this afternoon, which I also heard at Whitehall, that the proceedings of the Lords in the case of my Lord Clarendon are an obstruction to justice, and of ill precedent to future times. This makes every body wonder what will be the effect of it, most thinking that the King will try him by his own commission. It seems they were mighty high to have remonstrated, but some said that was too great an appeal to the people. Roger is mighty full of fears of the consequence of it, and wishes the King would dissolve them. So we parted, and I bought some Scotch cakes at Wilkinson's in King Street, and called my wife, and home, and there to supper, talk, and to bed. Supped upon these cakes, of which I have eat none since we lived at Westminster. This night our poor little dog Fancy was in a strange fit, through age, of which she has had 5 or 6. Third. Up, by candlelight, the only time I think I have done so this winter, and a coach being got overnight, I to Sir W. Coventry's, the first time I have seen him at his new house since he come to lodge there. He tells me of the vote for none of the House to be of the Commission for the Bill of Accounts, which he thinks is so great a disappointment to Birch and others that expected to be of it, that he thinks, could it have been, foreseen, there would not have been any bill at all. We hope it will be the better for all that are to account. It being likely that the men, being few, and not of the House, will hear reason. The main business I went about was about Gilstrop, Sir W. Batten's clerk. Who, being upon his deathbed, and now dead, hath offered to make discoveries of the disorders of the navy and of L65,000 damage to the king, which made mighty noise in the Commons House, and members appointed to go to him, which they did. But nothing to the purpose got from him, but complaints of false musters, and ships being refitted with victuals and stores at Plymouth, after they come fitted from other ports, but all this to no purpose, nor more than we know, and will own. But the best is, that this loggerhead should say this, that understands nothing of the navy, nor ever would, and hath particularly blemished his master by name among us. I told Sir W. Coventry of my letter to Sir R. Brooks, and his answer to me. He advises me, in what I write to him, to be as short as I can, and obscure, saving in things fully plain, for all that he do is to make mischief. And that the greatest wisdom in dealing with the Parliament in the world is to say little, and let them get out what they can by force, which I shall observe. He declared to me much of his mind to be ruled by his own measures, and not to go so far as many would have him to the ruin of my Lord Chancellor, and for which they do endeavour to do what they can against Sir W. Coventry. But, says he, I have done my due in helping to get him out of the administration of things, for which he is not fit. But for his life or estate I will have nothing to say to it, besides that, my duty to my master the Duke of York is such, that I will perish before I will do anything to displease or disoblige him. Where the very necessity of the kingdom do not in my judgment call me. Thence I home and to the office, where my Lord Anglesey, and all the discourse was yesterday's vote in the Commons, wherein he told us that, should the Lords yield to what the Commons would have in this matter, it were to make them worse than any justice of peace, whereas they are the highest court in the kingdom, that they cannot be judges whether an offender be to be committed or bailed, which every justice of peace do. And then he showed me precedents plain in their defence. At noon home to dinner, and busy all the afternoon, and at night home, and there met W. Batelier, who tells me the first great news that my Lord Chancellor is fled this day. By and by to Sir W. Penn's, where Sir R. Ford and he and I met, with Mr. Young and Lewis, about our accounts with my Lady Batten, which prove troublesome, and I doubt will prove to our loss. But here I hear the whole that my Lord Chancellor is gone, and left a paper behind him for the House of Lords, telling them the reason of him retiring, complaining of a design for his ruin. But the paper I must get, only the thing at present is great, and will put the King and Commons to some new councils certainly. So home to supper and to bed. Sir W. Penn I find in much trouble this evening, having been called to the committee this afternoon, about the business of prizes. Sir Richard Ford told us this evening an odd story of the baseness of the late Lord Mayor, Sir W. Bolton, in cheating the poor of the city, out of the collections made for the people that were burned, of L 1800. Of which he can give no account, and in which he hath forsworn himself plainly, so as the Court of Aldermen have sequestered him from their court till he do bring in an account. Which is the greatest piece of roguery that they say was ever found in a Lord Mayor. He says also that this day hath been made appear to them that the keeper of Newgate, at this day, hath made his house the only nursery of rogues, and whores, and pickpockets, and thieves in the world. Where they were bred and entertained, and the whole society met, and that, for the sake of the sheriffs, they durst not this day commit him, for fear of making him let out the prisoners, but are fain to go by artifice to deal with him. He tells me, also, speaking of the new street that is to be made from Guildhall down to Cheapside, that the ground is already, most of it, bought. And tells me of one particular, of a man that hath a piece of ground lying in the very middle of the street that must be, which, when the street is cut out of it, there will remain ground enough, of each side, to build a house to front the street. He demanded L 700 for the ground, and to be excused paying anything for the melioration of the rest of his ground that he was to keep. The court consented to give him L 700, only not to abate him the consideration, which the man denied. But told them, and so they agreed, that he would excuse the city the L 700, that he might have the benefit of the melioration without paying anything for it. So much some will get by having the city burned. But he told me that in other cases ground, by this means, that was not 4d. A foot before, will now, when houses are built, be worth 15s. A foot. But he tells me that the common standard now reckoned on between man and man, in places where there is no alteration of circumstances, but only the houses burnt, there the ground, which, with a house on it, did yield L 100 a year, is now reputed worth L 33 a success. 8d, and that this is the common market price between one man and another, made upon a good and moderate medium. 4th. At the office all the morning. At noon to dinner, and presently with my wife abroad, whom and her girl I leave at unthanks, and so to Whitehall in expectation of waiting on the Duke of York today, but was prevented therein, only at Mr. Wren's chamber. There I hear that the House of Lords did send down the paper which my Lord Chancellor left behind him, directed to the Lords, to be seditious and scandalous. And the Commons have voted that it be burned by the hands of the hangman, and that the King be desired to agree to it. I do hear, also, that they have desired the King to use means to stop his escape out of the nation. Here I also heard Mr. German, who was there in the chamber upon occasion of Sir Thomas Harvey's telling him of his brother's having a child, and thereby taking away his hopes, that is, Mr. German's, of L 2000 a year. He swore, God damn him, he did not desire to have any more wealth than he had in the world, which indeed is a great estate, having all his uncles, my Lord St. Albans, and my Lord hath all the Queen Mothers. But when Sir Thos. Harvey told him that, hereafter you will wish it more, by God, answers he, I won't promise what I shall do hereafter. Thence into the house, and there spied a pretty woman with spots on her face, well clad, who was inquiring for the guard chamber. I followed her, and there she went up, and turned into the turning towards the chapel, and I after her, and upon the stairs there met her coming up again, and there kissed her twice, and her business was to inquire for Sir Edward Bishop, one of the sergeants at arms. I believe she was a woman of pleasure, but was shy enough to me, and so I saw her go out afterwards, and I took a hackney coach, and away. I to Westminster Hall, and there walked, and thence towards Whitehall by coach, and spying Mrs. Burrows in a shop did stop and light and speak to her. And so to Whitehall, where I light and went and met her coming towards Whitehall, but was upon business, and I could not get her to go any whither and so parted, and I home with my wife and girl, my wife not being very well. Of a great looseness day and night for these 2 days. So home, my wife to read to me in Sir R. Cotton's Book of War, which is excellent reading, and particularly I was mightily pleased this night in what we read about the little profit or honor this kingdom ever gained by the greatest of its conquests abroad in France. This evening come Mr. Mills and sat with us a while, who is mighty kind and good company, and so, he gone, I to supper and to bed. My wife an unquiet night. This day Gilstrop is buried, who hath made all the late discourse of the great discovery of L 65,000, of which the king bath been wronged. 5th. At the office all the morning, do hear that Will Penn, Sir W. Penn's son, is come from Ireland, but I have not seen him yet. At noon to the Change, where did little, but so home again and to dinner with my clerks with me, and very good discourse and company they give me, and so to the office all the afternoon till late, and so home to supper and to bed. This day, not for want, but for good husbandry, I sent my father, by his desire, 6 pair of my old shoes, which fit him, and are good, yet, methought, it was a thing against my mind to have him wear my old things. 6th, up, and with Sir J. Minns to the Duke of York, the first time that I have seen him, or we waited on him, since his sickness, and, blessed be God, he is not at all the worse for the smallpox, but is only a little weak yet. We did much business with him, and so parted. My Lord Anglesey told me how my Lord Northampton brought in a bill into the House of Lords yesterday, under the name of a bill for the honour and privilege of the House, and mercy to my Lord Clarendon, which, he told me, he opposed, saying that he was a man accused of treason by the House of Commons. And mercy was not proper for him, having not been tried yet, and so no mercy needful for him. However, the Duke of Buckingham and others did desire that the bill might be read. And it was for banishing my Lord Clarendon from all his Majesty's dominions, and that it should be treason to have him found in any of them. The thing is only a thing of vanity, and to insult over him, which is mighty poor I think. And so do everybody else, and ended in nothing, I think. By and by home with Sir J. Minns, who tells me that my Lord Clarendon did go away in a custom-house boat, and is now at Calais, and, I confess, nothing seems to hang more heavy than his leaving of this unfortunate paper behind him, that hath angered both houses. And hath, I think, reconciled them in that which otherwise would have broke them in pieces. So that I do hence, and from Sir W. Coventry's late example and doctrine to me, learn that on these sorts of occasions there is nothing like silence, it being seldom any wrong to a man to say nothing, but, for the most part, it is to say anything. This day, in coming home, Sir J. Minns told me a pretty story of Sir Lewis Dives, whom I saw this morning speaking with him, that having escaped once out of prison through a house of office, and another time in woman's apparel, and leaping over a broad canal, a soldier swore. Says he, this is a strange jade. He told me also a story of my Lord Coddington, who, wanting a son, intended to make his nephew his heir, a country boy. But did alter his mind upon the boy's being persuaded by another young heir, in roguery, to crow like a cock at my lord's table, much company being there, and the boy having a great trick at doing that perfectly. My lord bade them take away that fool from the table, and so gave over the thoughts of making him his heir, from this piece of folly. So home, and there to dinner, and after dinner abroad with my wife and girl, set them down at unthanks, and I to Whitehall to the council chamber, where I was summoned about the business of paying of the seamen. Where I heard my Lord Anglesey put to it by Sir W. Coventry before the king for altering the course set by the council. Which he like a wise man did answer in few words, that he had already sent to alter it according to the council's method, and so stopped it, whereas many words would have set the commissioners of the treasury on fire, who, I perceive, were prepared for it. Here I heard Mr. Gauden speak to the king in council upon some business of his before them, but did it so well, in so good words and to the purpose, that I could never have expected from a man of no greater learning. So went away, and in the lobby met Mr. Sawyer, my old chamber fellow, and stayed and had an hour's discourse of old things with him, and I perceive he do very well in the world, and is married he tells me and hath a child. Then home and to the office, where Captain Cocke come to me, and, among other discourse, tells me that he is told that an impeachment against Sir W. Coventry will be brought in very soon. He tells me, that even those that are against my Lord Chancellor and the court, in the House, do not trust nor agree one with another. He tells me that my Lord Chancellor went away about 10 at night, on Saturday last, and took boat at Westminster, and thence by a vessel to Calais, where he believes he now is, and that the Duke of York and Mr. Wren knew of it, and that himself did know of it on Sunday morning, that on Sunday his coach, and people about it, went to Twickenham. And the world thought that he had been there, that nothing but this unhappy paper hath undone him, and that he doubts that this paper hath lost him everywhere, that his withdrawing do reconcile things so far as he thinks the heat of their fury will be over, and that all will be made well between the two royal brothers, that Holland do endeavour to persuade the King of France to break peace with us, that the Dutch will, without doubt, have 60 sail of ships out the next year. So knows not what will become of us, but hopes the Parliament will find money for us to have a fleet. He gone, I home, and there my wife made an end to me of Sir K. Cotton's Discourse of War, which is indeed a very fine book. So to supper and to bed. Captain Cocke did this night tell me also, among other discourses, that he did believe that there are jealousies in some of the House at this day against the commissioners of the Treasury. That by their good husbandry they will bring the king to be out of debt and to save money, and so will not be in need of the Parliament, and then do what he please, which is a very good piece of news that there is such a thing to be hoped. Which they would be afeard of. 7th. All the morning at the office, and at noon home to dinner with my clerks, and while we were at dinner comes Willet's aunt to see her and my wife. She is a very fine widow and pretty handsome, but extraordinary well carriaged and speaks very handsomely and with extraordinary understanding, so as I spent the whole afternoon in her company with my wife. She understanding all the things of note touching plays and fashions and court and everything, and speaks rarely, which pleases me mightily, and seems to love her niece very well. And was so glad, which was pretty oddie, that since she came hither her breasts begin to swell, she being afeard before that she would have none, which was a pretty kind of content she gave herself. She tells us that Caitlin is likely to be soon acted, which I am glad to hear, but it is at the king's house. But the king's house is at present and hath for some days been silenced upon some difference, between, Heart and Moon. She being gone I to the office, and they're late doing business, and so home to supper and to bed. Only this evening I must remember that my Lady Batten sent for me, and it was to speak to me before her overseers about my bargain with Sir W. Batten about the prize, to which I would give no present answer, but am well enough contented that they begin the discourse of it, and so away to the office again, and then home to supper and to bed. Somebody told me this, that they hear that Thomson, with the wooden leg, and Wildman, the fifth monarchy man, a great creature of the Duke of Buckingham's, are in nomination to be commissioners, among others, upon the bill of accounts. 8th, Lord's Day. All the morning at my chamber doing something towards the settling of my papers and accounts, which have been out of order a great while. At noon to dinner, where W. How with us, and after dinner, he being gone, I to my chamber again till almost night, and then took boat, the tide serving, and so to Whitehall, where I saw the Duchess of York, in a fine dress of second mourning for her mother, being black edged with ermine, go to make her first visit to the Queen since the Duke of York was sick. And by, she being returned, the Queen come and visited her. But it was pretty to observe that Sir W. Coventry and I, walking an hour and more together in the matted gallery, he observed, and so did I, how the Duchess, as soon as she spied him, turned her head a one side. Here he and I walked thus long, which we have not done a great while before. Our discourse was upon everything, the unhappiness of having our matters examined by people that understand them not, that it was better for us in the navy to have men that do understand the whole, and that are not passionate. That we that have taken the most pains are called upon to answer for all crimes, while those that, like Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, did sit and do nothing, do lie still without any trouble. That, if it were to serve the king and kingdom again in a war, neither of us could do more, though upon this experience we might do better than we did. That the commanders, the gentlemen that could never be brought to order, but undid all, are now the men that find fault and abuse others, that it had been much better for the king to have given Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten 1,000 a year to have sat still, than to have had them in his business this war, that the serving a prince that minds not his business is most unhappy for them that serve him well. And an unhappiness so great that he declares he will never have more to do with a war, under him. That he hath papers which do flatly contradict the Duke of Albemarle's narrative. And that he hath been with the Duke of Albemarle and shewed him them, to prevent his falling into another like fault, that the Duke of Albemarle seems to be able to answer them. But he thinks that the Duke of Albemarle and the Prince are contented to let their narratives sleep. They being not only contradictory in some things, as he observed about the business of the Duke of Albemarle's being to follow the Prince upon dividing the fleet, in case the enemy come out, but neither of them to be maintained in others. That the business the other night of my Lord Anglesey at the council was happily got over for my lord, by his dexterous silencing it, and the rest, not urging it further. Forasmuch as, had the Duke of Buckingham come in time enough, and had got it by the end, he would have toused him in it, Sir W. Coventry telling me that my Lord Anglesey did, with such impudence, maintain the quarrel against the Commons and some of the Lords, in the business of my Lord Clarendon. That he believes there are enough would be glad but of this occasion to be revenged of him. He tells me that he hears some of the Thompsons are like to be of the commission for the accounts, and Wildman, which he much wonders at, as having been a false fellow to every body, and in prison most of the time since the king's coming in. But he do tell me that the house is in such a condition that nobody can tell what to make of them, and, he thinks, they were never in before, that every body leads, and nobody follows. And that he do now think that, since a great many are defeated in their expectation of being of the commission, now they would put it into such hands as it shall get no credit from, for, if they do look to the bottom and see the king's case, they think they are then bound to give the king money. Whereas, they would be excused from that, and therefore endeavor to make this business of the accounts to signify little. I spoke with him about my Lord Sandwich's business, in which he is very friendly, and do say that the unhappy business of the prizes is it that hath brought all this trouble upon him, and the only thing that made anything else mentioned. And it is true. So having discoursed with him, I spent some time with Sir Stephen Fox about the business of our adjusting the new method of the excise between the guard's household and Tangier. The Lords Commissioners of the Treasury being now resolved to bring all their management into a course of payment by orders, and not by tallies, and I am glad of it, and so by water home late, and very dark. And when come home there I got my wife to read, and then come Captain Cock to me. And there he tells me, to my great satisfaction, that Sir Robert Brooks did dine with him today, and that he told him, speaking of me, that he would make me the darling of the House of Commons, so much he is satisfied concerning me. And this Cock did tell me that I might give him thanks for it, and I do think it may do me good, for he do happen to be held a considerable person, of a young man, both for sobriety and ability. Then to discourse of business of his own about some hemp of his that is come home to receive it into the king's stores, and then parted, and by my wife and I to supper, she not being well, her flux being great upon her, and so to bed. 9th. All the morning busy at the office, doing very considerable business, and thither comes Sir G. Carteret to talk with me, who seems to think himself safe as to his particular, but do doubt what will become of the whole kingdom, things being so broke in pieces. He tells me that the king himself did the other day very particularly tell the whole story of my Lord Sandwich's not following the Dutch ships, with which he is charged, and shews the reasons of it to be the only good course he could have taken, and do discourse it very knowingly. This I am glad of, though, as the king is now, his favour, for aught I see, serves very little instead at this day, but rather is an argument against a man. And the king do not concern himself to relieve or justify any body, but is wholly negligent of everybody's concernment. This morning I was troubled with my Lord Hinchingbroke sending to borrow L200 of me. But I did answer that I had none, nor could borrow any. For I am resolved I will not be undone for any body, though I would do much for my Lord Sandwich, for it is to answer a bill of exchange of his, and I perceive he hath made use of all other means in the world to do it, but I am resolved to serve him. But not ruin myself, as it may be to part with so much of the little I have by me to keep if I should by any turn of times lose the rest. At noon I to the Change, and there did a little business, and among other things called at Cade's, the stationer, where he tells me how my Lord Gerard is troubled for several things in the House of Commons, and in one wherein himself is concerned. And, it seems, this lord is a very proud and wicked man, and the Parliament is likely to order him. Then home to dinner, and then a little abroad, thinking to have gone to the other end of the town, but it being almost night I would not, but home again, and there to my chamber, and all alone did there draw up my answer to Sir Rob Brooks's letter, and when I had done it went down to my clerks at the office for their opinion, which at this time serves me to very good purpose, they having many things in their heads which I had not in the businesses of the office now in dispute. Having done with this, then I home and to supper very late, and to bed. My wife, being yet very ill of her looseness, by which she is forced to lie for me tonight in the girl's chamber. 10th. Up, and all the morning at the office, and then home with my people to dinner, and very merry, and then to my office again, where did much business till night, that my eyes begun to be sore, and then forced to leave off. And by coach set my wife at her tailor's in Willett, and I to Westminster Hall, and there walked a good while till 8 at night. And there here to my great content that the king did send a message to the House today that he would adjourn them on the 17th instant to February. By which time, at least, I shall have more respite to prepare things on my own behalf, and the office, against their return. Here met Mr. Hinkston, the organist, walking, and I walked with him. And, asking him many questions, I do find that he can no more give an intelligible answer to a man that is not a great master in his art, than another man. And this confirms me that it is only want of an ingenious man that is master in musique, to bring musique to a certainty, and ease in composition. Having done this, I home, taking up my wife and girl, and there to supper and to bed, having finished my letters, among which one to Commissioner Middleton, who is now coming up to town from Portsmouth, to enter upon his surveyorship. 11th. By coach to Whitehall, and there attended the Duke of York, as we are wont, who is now grown pretty well, and goes up and down Whitehall, and this night will be at the council, which I am glad of. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked most of the morning, and among others did there meet my cousin Roger Pepys, who intends to go to Impington on this day se'nnight, the Parliament break up the night before. Here I met Ralt and Sir John Chichley, and Harris, the player, and there we talked of many things, and particularly of Catiline, which is to be suddenly acted at the King's house. And there all agree that it cannot be well done at that house, there not being good actors enow, and Bert acts Cicero, which they all conclude he will not be able to do well. The King gives them L500 for robes, there being, as they say, to be 16 scarlet robes. Thence home to dinner, and would have had Harris home with me, but it was too late for him to get to the playhouse after it, and so home to dinner, and spent the afternoon talking with my wife and people at home till the evening. And then comes Sir W. Warren to talk about some business of his and mine, and he, I find, would have me not to think that the Parliament, in the mind they are in, and having so many good offices in their view to dispose of, will leave any of the King's officers in. But will rout all, though I am likely to escape as well as any, if any can escape. And I think he is in the right, and I do look for it accordingly. Then we fell to discourse of my little vessel, the Maybolt, and he thinks that it will be best for me to employ her for a voyage to Newcastle for coals, they being now dear, and the voyage not long, nor dangerous yet. And I think I shall go near to do so. Then, talking of his business, I away to the office, where very busy, and thither comes Sir W. Penn, and he and I walked together in the garden, and there told me what passed today with him in the committee, by my Lord Sandwich's breaking bulk of the prizes. And he do seem to me that he hath left it pretty well understood by them, he saying that what my Lord did was done at the desire, and with the advice, of the chief officers of the fleet. And that it was no more than admirals heretofore have done in like cases, which, if it be true that he said it, is very well, and did please me well. He being gone, I to my office again and there late, and so weary home. 12th, rose before day, and took coach, by daylight, and to Westminster to Sir G. Downing's, and there met Sir Stephen Fox, and thence he and I to Sir Robert Long's to discourse the business of our orders for money, he for the guards, and I for tannier, and were a little angry in our concerns, one against the other. But yet parted good friends, and I think I got ground by it. Then straight to the office, and there sat all the morning, and then home to dinner, and after dinner I all alone to the Duke of York's house, and saw The Tempest, which, as often as I have seen it, I do like very well, and the house very full. But I could take little pleasure more than the play, for not being able to look about, for fear of being seen. Here only I saw a French lady in the pit, with a tunique, just like one of ours, only a handkerchief about her neck. But this fashion for a woman did not look decent. Thence walked to my bookseller's, and there he did give me a list of the 20 who were nominated for the commission in Parliament for the accounts, and it is strange that of the 20 the Parliament could not think fit to choose their 9. But were fain to add 3 that were not in the list of the 20, they being many of them factious people and ringleaders in the late troubles. So that Sir John Talbot did fly out and was very hot in the business of Wildman's being named, and took notice how he was entertained in the bosom of the Duke of Buckingham, a privy councillor. And that it was fit to be observed by the House, and punished. The men that I know of the 9 I like very well, that is, Mr. Pierpont, Lord Brereton, and Sir William Turner, and I do think the rest are so, too. But such as will not be able to do this business as it ought to be, to do any good with. Here I did also see their votes against my Lord Chief Justice Keeling, that his proceedings were illegal, and that he was a contemner of Magna Carta, the great preserver of our lives, freedoms, and properties, and an introduction to arbitrary government. Which is very high language, and of the same sound with that in the year 1640. I home, and there wrote my letters, and so to supper and to bed. This day my Lord Chancellor's letter was burned at the Change. 13th. Up, lying long all alone, my wife lying for these 2 or 3 days of sickness alone, thinking of my several businesses in hand, and then rose and to the office, being in some doubt of having my cousin Roger and Lord Hinchinbroke and Sir Thos. Crew by my cousin's invitation at dinner today, and we wholly unprovided. So I away to Westminster, to the Parliament door, to speak with Roger, and here I saw my Lord Keeling go into the house to the bar, to have his business heard by the whole house today, and a great crowd of people to stare upon him. Here I hear that the Lord's bill for banishing and disabling my Lord Clarendon from bearing any office, or being in the King's dominions, and its being made felony for any to correspond with him but his own children, is brought to the Commons, but they will not agree to it, being not satisfied with that as sufficient, but will have a bill of attainder brought in against him, but they make use of this against the Lords, that they that would not think there was cause enough to commit him without hearing, will have him banished without hearing. By and by comes out my cousin Roger to me, he being not willing to be in the house at the business of my Lord Keeling, lest he should be called upon to complain against him for his abusing him at Cambridge, very wrongfully and shamefully. But not to his reproach, but to the Chief Justice's in the end, when all the world cried shame upon him for it. So he with me home, and Creed, whom I took up by the way, going thither, and they to dine with me, and pretty merry, and among other pieces of news, it is now fresh that the King of Portugal is deposed, and his brother made king. And that my Lord Sandwich is gone from Madrid with great honour to Lisbon, to make up, at this juncture, a peace to the advantage, as the Spaniard would have it, of Spain. I wish it may be for my Lord's honour, if it be so. But it seems my Lord is in mighty estimation in Spain. After dinner comes Mr. Moore, and he and I alone a while, he telling me my Lord Sandwich's credit is like to be undone, if the bill of L200 my Lord Hinchinbroke wrote to me about be not paid tomorrow, and that, if I do not help him about it, they have no way but to let it be protested. So, finding that Creed hath supplied them with L150 in their straits, and that this is no bigger sum, I am very willing to serve my Lord, though not in this kind. But yet I will endeavour to get this done for them, and the rather because of some plate that was lodged the other day with me, by my lady's order, which may be in part of security for my money, as I may order it, for aught I see, there is no other to be hoped for. This do trouble me, but yet it is good luck that the sum is no bigger. He gone, I with my cousin Roger to Westminster Hall, and there we met the House rising, and they have voted my Lord Chief Justice Keeling's proceedings illegal. But that, out of particular respect to him, and the mediation of a great many, they have resolved to proceed no further against him. After a turn or two with my cousin, I away with Sir W. Warren, who met me here by my desire, and to Exeter House, and there to counsel, to Sir William Turner, about the business of my bargain with my Lady Batten. And he do give me good advice, and that I am safe, but that there is a great many pretty considerations in it that makes it necessary for me to be silent yet for a while till we see whether the ship be safe or no. For she is drove to the coast of Holland, where she now is in the Texel, so that it is not prudence for me yet to resolve whether I will stand by the bargain or no, and so home, and Sir W. Warren and I walked upon Tower Hill by moonlight a great while, consulting business of the office and our present condition, which is but bad, it being most likely that the Parliament will change all hands, and so let them. So I may keep but what I have. Thence home, and there spent the evening at home with my wife and entering my journal, and so to supper and to bed, troubled with my parting with the L200, which I must lend my Lord Sandwich to answer his bill of exchange. 14th. Up and to the office, where busy, and after dinner also to the office again till night, when Mr. Moore come to me to discourse about the L200 I must supply my Lord Hinchinbroke, and I promised him to do it, though much against my will. So home, to supper and to bed. 15th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, where I heard a German preach, in a tone hard to be understood, but yet an extraordinary good sermon, and holy to my great content. So home, and there all alone with wife and girl to dinner, and then I busy at my chamber all the afternoon, and looking over my plate, which indeed is a very fine quantity, God knows, more than ever I expected to see of my own. And more than is fit for a man of no better quality than I am. In the evening comes Mrs. Turner to visit us, who hath been long sick, and she sat and supped with us, and after supper, her son Frank being there, now upon the point of his going to the East Indies, I did give him Lex Mercatoria, and my wife my old pair of tweezers, which are pretty, and my book an excellent one for him. Most of our talk was of the great discourse the world hath against my Lady Batten, for getting her husband to give her all, and disinherit his eldest son. Though the truth is, the son, as they say, did play the knave with his father when time was, and the father no great matter better with him, nor with other people also. So she gone, we to bed. 16th, up, and to several places, to pay what I owed. Among others, to my mercer, to pay for my fine camlot cloak, which costs me, the very stuff, almost L6, and also a velvet coat the outside cost me above L8. And so to Westminster, where I find the House mighty busy upon a petition against my Lord Gerard, which lays heavy things to his charge, of his abusing the King and his guards, and very hot the House is upon it. I away home to dinner alone with wife and girl, and so to the office, where mighty busy to my great content late, and then home to supper, talk with my wife, and to bed. It was doubtful today whether the House should be adjourned tomorrow or no. 17th, up, and to the office, where very busy all the morning, and then in the afternoon I with Sir W. Penn and Sir T. Harvey to Whitehall to attend the Duke of York, who is now as well as ever, and there we did our usual business with him, and so away home with Sir W. Penn, and there to the office, where pretty late doing business, my wife having been abroad all day with Mrs. Turner buying of one thing or other. This day I do hear at Whitehall that the Duke of Monmouth is sick, and in danger of the smallpox. So home to supper and to bed. 18th, up, and to my goldsmith's in the morning, to look after the providing of L60 for Mr. Moore, towards the answering of my Lord Sandwich's bill of exchange, he being come to be contented with my lending him L60 in part of it, which pleases me, I expecting to have been forced to answer the whole bill. And this, which I do, I hope to secure out of the plate, which was delivered into my custody of my Lord's the other day by Mr. Cook, and which I did get Mr. Stokes, the goldsmith, last night to weigh at my house, and there is enough to secure L100. Thence home to the office, and there all the morning by particular appointment with Sir W. Penn, Sir R. Ford, and those that are concerned for my Lady Batten, Mr. Wood, Young, and Lewis, to even the accounts of our prize business, and at noon broke up, and to dinner, every man to his own home, and to it till late at night again, and we did come to some end. And I am mightily put to it how to order the business of my bargain, but my industry is to keep it off from discourse till the ship be brought home safe, and this I did do, and so we broke up, she appearing in our debts about L1500. And so we parted, and I to my business, and home to my wife, who is troubled with the toothache, and there however I got her to read to me the history of Algiers, which I find a very pretty book, and so to supper with much pleasure talking. And to bed. The Parliament not adjourned yet. 19th, up, and to the office, where Commissioner Middleton first took place at the board as Surveyor of the Navy, and indeed I think will be an excellent officer, I am sure much beyond what his predecessor was. At noon, to avoid being forced to invite him to dinner, it being his first day, and nobody inviting him, I did go to the Change with Sir W. Penn in his coach, who first went to Guildhall, whither I went with him, he to speak with Sheriff Gauden, I only for company, and did here look up and down this place, where I have not been before since the fire. And I see that the city are got a pace on in the rebuilding of Guildhall. Thence to the Change, where I stayed very little, and so home to dinner, and there find my wife mightily out of order with her teeth. At the office all the afternoon, and at night by coach to Westminster, to the Hall, where I met nobody, and do find that this evening the king by message, which he never did before, hath passed several bills, among others that for the accounts, and for banishing my Lord Chancellor, and hath adjourned the House to February. At which I am glad, hoping in this time to get leisure to state my tenure accounts, and to prepare better for the Parliament's inquiries. Here I hear how the House of Lords, with great severity, if not tyranny, have ordered poor Carr, who only erred in the manner of the presenting his petition against my Lord Gerard, it being first printed before it was presented. Which was, it seems, by Colonel Sandys's going into the country, into whose hands he had put it. The poor man is ordered to stand in the pillory 2 or 3 times, and his ears cut, and be imprisoned I know not how long. But it is believed that the Commons, when they meet, will not be well pleased with it, and they have no reason, I think. Having only heard this from Mrs. Michelle, I away again home, and there to supper and to bed, my wife exceeding ill in her face with the toothache, and now her face has become mightily swelled that I am mightily troubled for it. 20th. Up, and all the morning at the office with Sir R. Ford and the same company as on Wednesday about my Lady Batten's accounts. At noon home to dinner, where my poor wife in bed in mighty pain, her left cheek so swelled as that we feared it would break, and so were fain to send for Mr. Hollier, who come, and seems doubtful of the defluxions of humours that may spoil her face, if not timely cured. He laid a poultice to it and other directions, and so away, and I to the office, where on the same accounts very late, and did come pretty near a settlement. So at night to Sir W. Penn's with Sir R. Ford, and there was Sir D. Gauden, and there we only talked of sundry things. And I have found of late, by discourse, that the present sort of government is looked upon as a sort of government that we never had yet, that is to say, a king and House of Commons against the House of Lords. For so indeed it is, though neither of the two first care a fig for one another, nor the third for them both, only the bishops are afeard of losing ground, as I believe they will. So home to my poor wife, who is in mighty pain, and her face miserably swelled, so as I was fright to see it, and I was forced to lie below in the great chamber, where I have not lain many a day, and having sat up with her, talking and reading and pitying her, I to bed. 21st. At the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner with my clerks and Creed, who among other things all alone, after dinner, talking of the times, he tells me that the nonconformists are mighty high, and their meetings frequented and connived at. And they do expect to have their day now soon. For my Lord of Buckingham is a declared friend to them, and even to the Quakers, who had very good words the other day from the King himself, and, what is more, the Archbishop of Canterbury is called no more to the cabal, nor, by the way, Sir W. Coventry, which I am sorry for, the cabal at present being, as he says, the King, and Duke of Buckingham, and Lord Keeper, the Duke of Albemarle, and Privy Seal. The bishops, differing from the king in the late business in the House of Lords, having caused this and what is like to follow, for every body is encouraged nowadays to speak, and even to preach, as I have heard one of them, as bad things against them as ever in the year 1640. Which is a strange change. He gone, I to the office, where busy till late at night, and then home to sit with my wife, who is a little better, and her cheek assuaged. I read to her out of The History of Algiers, which is mighty pretty reading, and did discourse alone about my sister Paul's match, which is now on foot with one Jackson, another nephew of Mr. Phillips's, to whom he hath left his estate. 22nd, Lord's Day. Up, and my wife, poor wretch, still in pain, and then to dress myself and down to my chamber to settle some papers, and thither come to me Willett with an errand from her mistress, and this time I first did give her a little kiss. She being a very pretty humoured girl, and so one that I do love mightily. Thence to my office, and there did a little business, and so to church, where a dull sermon, and then home, and cousin Kate Joyce come and dined with me and Mr. Holliard. But by chance I offering occasion to him to discourse of the Church of Rome, Lord, how he run on to discourse with the greatest vehemence and importunity in the world, as the only thing in the world that he is full of, and it was good sport to me to see him so earnest on so little occasion. She come to see us and to tell me that her husband is going to build his house again, and would borrow of me L300, which I shall upon good security be willing to do, and so told her. Being willing to have some money out of my hands upon good security. After dinner up to my wife again, who is in great pain still with her tooth, and there, they gone, I spent the most of the afternoon and night reading and talking to bear her company, and so to supper and to bed. 23rd. Up before day, and by coach to Sir W. Coventry's, and with him to Whitehall, and there walked a great while with him in the garden till the commissioners of the Treasury met, and there talked over many businesses. And particularly he tells me that by my desire he hath moved the Duke of York that Sir J. Minns might be removed from the Navy, at least the Controller's place, and his business put on my Lord Brouncker and Sir W. Penn, that the Committee for Accounts are good sober men, and such as he thinks we shall have fair play from. That he hopes that the kingdom will escape ruin in general, notwithstanding all our fears, and yet I find he do seem not very confident in it. So to the Commissioners of the Treasury, and there I had a dispute before them with Sir Stephen Fox about our orders for money, who is very angry, but I value it not. But, Lord! To see with what folly my Lord Albemarle do speak in this business would make a man wonder at the good fortune of such a fool. Thence meeting there with Creed, he and I to the Exchange, and there I saw Carr stand in the pillory for the business of my Lord Gerard, which is supposed will make a hot business in the House of Commons, when they shall come to sit again. The Lords having ordered this with great injustice, as all people think, his only fault being the printing his petition before, by accident, his petition be read in the House. Here walked up and down the Exchange with Creed, and then home to dinner, and there hear by Creed that the Bishops of Winchester and of Rochester, and the Dean of the Chapel, and some other great prelates, are suspended, and a cloud upon the Archbishop ever since the late business in the House of Lords. And I believe it will be a heavy blow to the clergy. This noon I bought a sermon of Dr. Floyd's, which Creed read a great part of to me and Mr. Hollier, who dined with me, but as well writ and as good, against the Church of Rome, as ever I read. But, Lord! How Hollier, poor man, was taken with it. They gone I to the office, and they're very late with Mr. Wilson and my people about the making of a new contract for the victualler, which do and will require a great deal of pains of me, and so to supper and to bed. My wife being pretty well all this day by reason of her imposthume being broke in her cheek into her mouth. This day, at the Change, Creed shewed me Mr. Coleman, of whom my wife hath so good an opinion, and says that he is as very a rogue for women as any in the world, which did disquiet me, like a fool, and run in my mind a great while. 24th. Up, and all the morning at the office, and at noon with my clerks to dinner, and then to the office again, busy at the office till 6 at night, and then by coach to St. James's, it being about 6 at night. My design being to see the ceremonies, this night being the eve of Christmas, at the Queen's Chapel. But it being not begun I to Westminster Hall, and there stayed and walked, and then to the Swan, and there drank and talked, and did banter a little frank, and so to Whitehall, and sent my coach round, I through the park to chapel, where I got in up almost to the rail, and with a great deal of patience stayed from 9 at night to 2 in the morning, in a very great crowd. And there expected, but found nothing extraordinary, there being nothing but a high mass. The Queen was there, and some ladies. But, Lord! What an oddie thing it was for me to be in a crowd of people, here a footman, there a beggar, here a fine lady, there a zealous poor papist, and here a Protestant, 2 or 3 together, come to see the shoe. I was afeard of my pocket being picked very much. Their musique very good indeed, but their service I confess too frivolous, that there can be no zeal go along with it, and I do find by them themselves that they do run over their beads with one hand, and point and play and talk and make signs with the other in the midst of their mass. But all things very rich and beautiful, and I see the papists have the wit, most of them, to bring cushions to kneel on, which I wanted, and was mightily troubled to kneel. All being done, and I sorry for my coming, missing of what I expected. Which was, to have had a child born and dressed there, and a great deal of do, but we broke up, and nothing like it done, and there I left people receiving the sacrament, and the queen gone, and ladies. Only my Lady Castlemaine, who looked prettily in her night-clothes, and so took my coach, which waited, and away through Covent Garden, to set down 2 gentlemen and a lady, who come thither to see also. And did make mighty mirth in their talk of the folly of this religion. And so I stopped, having set them down, and drank some burnt wine at the Rose Tavern door, while the constables come, and 2 or 3 bellmen went by. 25th. It being a fine, light, moonshine morning, and so home round the city, and stopped and dropped money at 5 or 6 places, which I was the willinger to do, it being Christmas Day, and so home, and there find my wife in bed. And Jane and the maids making pies, and so I to bed, and slept well, and rose about 9, and to church, and there heard a dull sermon of Mr. Mills, but a great many fine people at church, and so home. Wife and girl and I alone at dinner, a good Christmas dinner, and all the afternoon at home, my wife reading to me the history of the drummer of Mr. Mompesson, which is a strange story of spies, and worth reading indeed. In the evening comes Mr. Pelling, and he sat and supped with us, and very good company, he reciting to us many copies of good verses of Dr. Wilde, who writ Iter Boreal, and so to bed, my boy being gone with W. Hewer and Mr. Hayter to Mr. Gibson's in the country to dinner and lie there all night. 26th, up and to Westminster, and there to the Swan, and by chance met Mr. Spicer and another Chequer clerk, and there made them drink, and there talked of the credit that Chequer is now come to and will in a little time, and so away homeward, and called at my bookseller's, and there bought Mr. Harrington's works, Oceana, and 2 other books, which cost me L4, and so home, and there eat a bit, and then with my wife to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the Surprisal, which did not please me today, the actors not pleasing me. And especially Nell's acting of a serious part, which she spoils. Here met with Sir W. Penn, and sat by him, and home by coach with him, and there to my office a while, and then home to supper and to bed. I hear this day that Mrs. Stuart do at this day keep a great court at Somerset House, with her husband the Duke of Richmond, she being visited for her beauty's sake by people, as the Queen is, at nights. And they say also that she is likely to go to court again, and there put my Lady Castlemaine's nose out of joint. God knows that would make a great turn. This day I was invited to have gone to my cousin Mary Pepys' burial, my uncle Thomas's daughter, but could not. 27th. Up, and by water to Whitehall, and there walked with Creed in the matted gallery till by and by a committee for Tangier met, the Duke of York there. And there I did discourse over to them their condition as to money, which they were all mightily, as I could desire, satisfied with, but the Duke of Albemarle, who takes the part of the guards against us in our supplies of money. Which is an odd consideration for a dull, heavy blockhead as he is, understanding no more of either than a goose, but the ability and integrity of Sir W. Coventry, in all the King's concernments, I do and must admire. After the committee up, I and Sir W. Coventry walked an hour in the gallery, talking over many businesses, and he tells me that there are so many things concur to make him and his fellow commissioners unable to go through the King's work that he do despair of it. Everybody becoming an enemy to them in their retrenchments, and the King unstable, the debts great and the King's present occasions for money great and many and pressing, the bankers broke and everybody keeping in their money. While the times are doubtful what will stand. But he says had they come in 2 years ago they doubt not to have done what the King would by this time, or were the King in the condition as heretofore, when the Chancellor was great. To be able to have what sums of money they pleased of the Parliament, and then the ill administration was such that instead of making good use of this power and money he suffered all to go to ruin. But one such sum now would put all upon their legs, and now the King would have the Parliament give him money when they are in an ill humour and will not be willing to give any, nor are very able. And besides everybody distrusts what they give the King will be lost. Whereas 6 months hence, when they see that the King can live without them, and is become steady, and to manage what he has well, he doubts not but their doubts would be removed, and would be much more free as well as more able to give him money. He told me how some of his enemies at the Duke of York's had got the Duke of York's commission for the commissioners of his estate changed, and he and Brouncker and Povey left out, that this they did do to disgrace and impose upon him at this time. But that he, though he values not the thing, did go and tell the Duke of York what he heard, and that he did not think that he had given him any reason to do this. Out of his belief that he would not be as faithful and serviceable to him as the best of those that have got him put out. Whereupon the Duke of York did say that it arose only from his not knowing whether now he would have time to regard his affairs, and that, if he should, he would put him into the commission with his own hand, though the commission be passed. He answered that he had been faithful to him, and done him good service therein, so long as he could attend it. And if he had been able to have attended it more, he would not have enriched himself with such and such estates as my Lord Chancellor hath got, that did properly belong to his Royal Highness, as being forfeited to the King. And so by the King's gift given to the Duke of York. Hereupon the Duke of York did call for the commission, and hath since put him in. This he tells me he did only to show his enemies that he is not so low as to be trod on by them, or the Duke hath any so bad opinion of him as they would think. Here we parted, and I with Sir H. Cholmondeley went and took a turn into the park, and there talked of several things, and about Tangier particularly, and of his management of his business. And among other discourse about the method he will leave his accounts in if he should suddenly die, he says there is nothing but what is easily understood, but only a sum of L500 which he has entered given to E.S. which in great confidence he do discover to me to be my Lord Sandwich, at the beginning of their contract for the Mole, and I suppose the rest did the like, which was L1500. Which would appear a very odd thing for my lord to be a profiter by the getting of the contract made for them. But here it puts me into thoughts how I shall owe my receiving of L200 a year from him, but it is his gift, I never asked of him, and which he did to Mr. Povey, and so there is no great matter in it. Thence to other talk. He tells me that the business of getting the Duchess of Richmond to court is broke off, the Duke not suffering it, and thereby great trouble is brought among the people that endeavoured it, and thought they had compassed it. And, Lord! To think that at this time the King should mind no other cares but these. He tells me that my Lord of Canterbury is a mighty stout man, and a man of a brave, high spirit, and cares not for this disfavour that he is under at court, knowing that the King cannot take away his profits during his life. And therefore do not value it. 894. Thence I home, and there to my office and wrote a letter to the Duke of York from myself about my clerks extraordinary, which I have employed this war. To prevent my being obliged to answer for what others do without any reason demand allowance for, and so by this means I will be accountable for none but my own, and they shall not have them but upon the same terms that I have. Which is a profession that with these helps they will answer to their having performed their duties of their places. So to dinner, and then away by coach to the Temple, and then for speed by water thence to Whitehall, and there to our usual attending the Duke of York, and did attend him, where among other things I did present and lodge my letter. And did speed in it as I could wish. Thence home with Sir W. Penn and Com Middleton by coach, and their home and to cards with my wife, W. Hewer, Mercer, and the girl, and mighty pleasant all the evening, and so to bed with my wife, which I have not done since her being ill for 3 weeks or thereabouts. 28th. Up, and to the office, where busy all the morning, at noon home, and there to dinner with my clerks and Mr. Pelting, and had a very good dinner, among others a haunch of venison boiled, and merry we were, and I rose soon from dinner, and with my wife and girl to the King's house, and there saw, the Mad Couple, which is but an ordinary play. But only Nell's and Hart's mad parts are most excellently done, but especially hers, which makes it a miracle to me to think how ill she do any serious part, as, the other day, just like a fool or changeling. And, in a mad part, do beyond all imitation almost. It pleased us mightily to see the natural affection of a poor woman, the mother of one of the children brought on the stage, the child crying, she by force got upon the stage, and took up her child and carried it away off of the stage from Hart. Many fine faces here today. Thence home, and there to the office late, and then home to supper and to bed. I am told today, which troubles me, that great complaint is made upon the change, among our merchants, that the very Ostend little picaroon men of war do offer violence to our merchant men, and search them, beat our masters, and plunder them, upon pretence of carrying Frenchmen's goods. Lord! What a condition are we come to, and that so soon after a war. 29th, Lord's Day. Up, and at my chamber all the day, both morning and afternoon, only a little at dinner with my wife alone, upon the settling of my 10-year accounts towards the evening of all reckonings now against the new year. And here I do see the great folly of letting things go long unevened, it being very hard for me and dangerous to state after things are gone out of memory. And much more would be so should I have died in this time and my accounts come to other hands, to understand which would never be. At night comes Mrs. Turner to see us, and there, among other talk, she tells me that Mr. William Penn, who is lately come over from Ireland, is a Quaker again, or some very melancholy thing. That he cares for no company, nor comes into any, which is a pleasant thing, after his being abroad so long, and his father such a hypocritical rogue, and at this time an atheist. She gone, I to my very great content do find my accounts to come very even and naturally, and so to supper and to bed. 30th, up before day, and by coach to Westminster, and there first to Sir H. Cholmondeley, and there I did to my great content deliver him up his little several papers for sums of money paid him, and took his regular receipts upon his orders, wherein I am safe. Thence to Whitehall, and there to visit Sir G. Carteret, and there was with him a great while, and my lady, and they seem in very good humour, but by and by Sir G. Carteret and I alone, and there we did talk of the ruinous condition we are in, the king being going to put out of the council so many able men, such as my Lord Anglesey, Ashley, Pepys, Secretary Morris, to bring in Mr. Trevor, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, and my Lord Bridgewater. He tells me that this is true, only the Duke of York do endeavour to hinder it, and the Duke of York himself did tell him so, that the King and the Duke of York do not in company disagree, but are friendly. But that there is a core in their hearts, he doubts, which is not to be easily removed. For these men do suffer only for their constancy to the Chancellor, or at least from the King's ill will against him, that they do now all they can to vilify the clergy, and do accuse Rochester, Dolben. And so do raise scandals, all that is possible, against other of the bishops. He do suggest that something is intended for the Duke of Monmouth, and it may be, against the Queen also, that we are in no manner sure against an invasion the next year, that the Duke of Buckingham do rule all now. And the Duke of York comes indeed to the cabal, but signifies little there. That this new faction do not endure, nor the King, Sir W. Coventry, but yet that he is so useful that they cannot be without him, but that he is not now called to the cabal. That my Lord of Buckingham, Bristol, and Arlington, do seem to agree in these things, but that they do not in their hearts trust one another, but do drive several ways, all of them. In short, he do bless himself that he is no more concerned in matters now, and the hopes he hath of being at liberty, when his accounts are over, to retire into the country. That he do give over the kingdom for wholly lost. So after some other little discourse, I away, meeting with Mr. Cooling. I with him by coach to the wardrobe, where I never was since the fire in Hatton Garden, but did not light, and he tells me he fears that my Lord Sandwich will suffer much by Mr. Townsend's being untrue to him, he being now unable to give the Commissioners of the Treasury an account of his money received by many thousands of pounds, which I am troubled for. Thence to the Old Exchange together, he telling me that he believes there will be no such turning out of great men as is talked of, but that it is only to fright people, but I do fear there may be such a thing doing. He do mightily inveigh against the folly of the King to bring his matters to rack thus, and that we must all be undone without help. I met with Cooling at the Temple Gate, after I had been at both my booksellers and there laid out several pounds in books now against the new year. From the Change, where I met with Captain Cock, who would have borrowed money of me, but I had the grace to deny him, he would have had 3 or L400, I with Cock and Mr. Temple, whose wife was just now brought to bed of a boy, but he seems not to be at all taken with it, which is a strange consideration how others do rejoice to have a child born, to Sir G. Carteret, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there did dine together, there being there, among other company, Mr. Attorney Montague, and his fine lady, a fine woman. After dinner, I did understand from my Lady Jemima that her brother Hinchingbroke's business was to be ended this day, as she thinks, towards his match, and they do talk here of their intent to buy themselves some new clothes against the wedding. Which I am very glad of. After dinner I did even with Sir G. Carteret the accounts of the interest of the money which I did so long put out for him in Sir R. Viner's hands, and by it I think I shall be a gainer about L28, which is a very good reward for the little trouble I have had in it. Thence with Sir Philip Carteret to the King's Playhouse, there to see Love's Cruelty, an old play, but which I have not seen before, and in the first act Orange Mall come to me, with one of our porters by my house, to tell me that Mrs. Pierce and Nep did dine at my house today, and that I was desired to come home. So I went out presently, and by coach home, and they were just gone away so, after a very little stay with my wife, I took coach again, and to the King's Playhouse again, and come in the fourth act. And it proves to me a very silly play, and to everybody else, as far as I could judge. But the jest is, that here telling Moll how I had lost my journey, she told me that Mrs. Nep was in the house, and so shews me to her, and I went to her, and sat out the play, and then with her to Mrs. Manuel's, where Mrs. Pierce was, and her boy and girl, and here I did hear Mrs. Manuel and one of the Italians, her gallant, sing well. But yet I confess I am not delighted so much with it, as to admire it, for, not understanding the words, I lose the benefit of the vocalities of the music, and it proves only instrumental. And therefore was more pleased to hear Nep sing 2 or 3 little English things that I understood, though the composition of the other, and performance, was very fine. Thence, after sitting and talking a pretty while, I took leave and left them there, and so to my bookseller's, and paid for the books I had bought, and away home, where I told my wife where I had been. But she was as mad as a devil, and nothing but ill words between us all the evening while we sat at cards. W. Hewer and the girl by, even to gross ill words, which I was troubled for, but do see that I must use policy to keep her spirit down, and to give her no offence by my being with Nep and Pierce, of which, though she will not own it, yet she is heartily jealous. At last it ended in few words and my silence, which for fear of growing higher between us I did forbear, and so to supper and to bed without one word one to another. This day I did carry money out, and paid several debts. Among others, my tailor, and shoemaker, and draper, Sir W. Turner, who begun to talk of the commission of accounts, wherein he is one. But though they are the greatest people that ever were in the nation as to power, and like to be our judges, yet I did never speak one word to him of desiring favor, or bidding him joy in it, but did answer him to what he said. And do resolve to stand or fall by my silent preparing to answer whatever can be laid to me, and that will be my best proceeding, I think. This day I got a little rent in my new fine camlet cloak with the latch of Sir G. Carteret door, but it is darned up at my tailor's, that it will be no great blemish to it, but it troubled me. I could not but observe that Sir Philip Carteret would fain have given me my going into a play, but yet, when he come to the door, he had no money to pay for himself, I having refused to accept of it for myself, but was fain. And I perceive he is known there, and do run upon the score for plays, which is a shame, but I perceive always he is in want of money. 895. In the pit I met with Sir C.H. North, formerly Mr. North, who was with my lord at sea. And he, of his own accord, was so silly as to tell me he is married, and for her quality, being a lord's daughter, my Lord Grey, and person, and beauty, and years, and estate, and disposition, he is the happiest man in the world. I am sure he is an ugly fellow, but a good scholar and sober gentleman, an heir to his father, now Lord North, the old lord being dead. 31st. Up, without words to my wife, or few, and those not angry, and so to Whitehall, and there waited a long time, while the Duke of York was with the King in the cabal, and there I and Creed stayed talking without, in the vain room. And I perceive all people's expectation is, what will be the issue of this great business of putting these great lords out of the council and power, the quarrel, I perceive, being only there standing against the will of the king in the business of the chancellor. Anon the Duke of York comes out, and then to a committee of Tangier, where my Lord Middleton did come today, and seems to me but a dull, heavy man. But he is a great soldier, and stout, and a needy lord, which will still keep that poor garrison from ever coming to be worth anything to the king. Here, after a short meeting, we broke up, and I home to the office, where they are sitting, and so I to them, and having done our business rose, and I home to dinner with my people, and there dined with me my uncle Thomas. With a mourning hat band on, for his daughter Mary, and here I and my people did discourse of the Act for the accounts 896 which do give the greatest power to these people, as they report that have read it, I having not yet read it. And indeed its nature is such as I have no mind to go about to read it, for fear of meeting matter in it to trouble me, that ever was given to any subjects, and too much also. After dinner with my wife and girl to unthanks, and there left her, and I to Westminster, and there to Mrs. Martin's, and did Hazer con L what I desired, and there did drink with her, and find fault with her husband's wearing of too fine clothes, by which I perceive he will be a beggar, and so after a little talking I away and took up my wife again. And so home and to the office, where Captain Perryman did give me an account, walking in the garden, how the seamen of England are discouraged by want of money, or otherwise by being, as he says, but I think without cause, by their being underrated, so far as that he thinks the greatest part are gone abroad or going, and says that it is known that there are Irish in the town, up and down, that do labor to entice the seamen out of the nation by giving them L3 in hand, and promise of 40s per month, to go into the King of France's service, which is a mighty shame, but yet I believe is true. I did advise with him about my little vessel, the Maybolt, which he says will be best for me to sell, though my employing her to Newcastle this winter, and the next spring, for coals, will be a gainful trade, but yet make me great trouble. But I will think of it, and so to my office, ended my letters, and so home to supper and to bed, good friends with my wife. Thus ends the year, with great happiness to myself and family as to health and good condition in the world, blessed be God for it. Only with great trouble to my mind in reference to the public, there being little hopes left but that the whole nation must in a very little time be lost, either by troubles at home, the Parliament being dissatisfied, and the king led into unsettled councils by some about him, himself considering little, and divisions growing between the king and Duke of York. Or else by foreign invasion, to which we must submit if any, at this bad point of time, should come upon us, which the King of France is well able to do. These thoughts, and some cares upon me, concerning my standing in this office when the Committee of Parliament shall come to examine our navy matters, which they will now shortly do. I pray God they may do the kingdom service therein, as they will have sufficient opportunity of doing it. January 1668. January 1st, up, and all the morning in my chamber making up some accounts against this beginning of the new year, and so about noon abroad with my wife, who was to dine with W. Hewer and Willett at Mrs. Pierce's, but I had no mind to be with them, for I do clearly find that my wife is troubled at my friendship with her and Nep, and so dined with my Lord Crewe, with whom was Mr. Brown, Clerk of the House of Lords, and Mr. John Crewe. Here was mighty good discourse, as there is always, and among other things my Lord Crewe did turn to a place in the life of Sir Philip Sidney, wrote by Sir Fulk Greville, which do foretell the present condition of this nation, in relation to the Dutch, to the very degree of a prophecy, and is so remarkable that I am resolved to buy one of them, it being, quite throughout, a good discourse. Here they did talk much of the present cheapness of corn, even to a miracle, so as their farmers can pay no rent, but do fling up their lands, and would pay in corn, but, which I did observe to my lord, and he liked well of it, our gentry are grown so ignorant in every thing of good husbandry, that they know not how to bestow this corn, which, did they understand but a little trade, they would be able to join together, and know what markets there are abroad, and send it thither, and thereby ease their tenants and be able to pay themselves. They did talk much of the disgrace the Archbishop is fallen under with the king, and the rest of the bishops also. Thence I after dinner to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw Sir Martin Marle, which I have seen so often, and yet am mightily pleased with it, and think it mighty witty, and the fullest of proper matter for mirth that ever was writ, and I do clearly see that they do improve in their acting of it. Here a mighty company of citizens, prentices, and others. And it makes me observe, that when I begun first to be able to bestow a play on myself, I do not remember that I saw so many by half of the ordinary prentices and mean people in the pit at 2s. 6d a piece as now. I going for several years no higher than the 12d. And then the 18d. Places, though, I strained hard to go in then when I did, so much the vanity and prodigality of the age is to be observed in this particular. Thence I to Whitehall, and there walked up and down the house a while, and do hear nothing of anything done further in this business of the change of privy councillors, only I hear that Sir G. Savile, one of the Parliament Committee of 9, for examining the accounts, is by the King made a Lord, the Lord Halifax, which, I believe, will displease the Parliament. By and by I met with Mr. Brisbane. And having it in my mind this Christmas to do what I never can remember that I did, go to see the manner of the gaming at the Groom Porter's, I having in my coming from the playhouse stepped into the 2 Temple halls. And there saw the dirty prentices and idle people playing. Wherein I was mistaken, in thinking to have seen gentlemen of quality playing there, as I think it was when I was a little child, that one of my father's servants, John Bossum, I think, carried me in his arms thither. I did tell Brisbane of it, and he did lead me thither, where, after staying an hour, they begun to play at about 8 at night, where to see how differently one man took his losing from another, one cursing and swearing, and another only muttering and grumbling to himself, a third without any apparent discontent at all, to see how the dice will run good luck in one hand, for half an hour together, and another have no good luck at all, to see how easily here, where they play nothing but guineas, al 100 is won or lost, to see 2 or 3 gentlemen come in there drunk, and putting their stock of gold together, one 22 pieces, the second 4, and the third 5 pieces. And these to play one with another, and forget how much each of them brought, but he that brought the 22 thinks that he brought no more than the rest, to see the different humours of gamesters to change their luck, when it is bad. How ceremonious they are as to call for new dice, to shift their places, to alter their manner of throwing, and that with great industry, as if there was anything in it, to see how some old gamesters, that have no money now to spend as formerly, do come and sit and look on, as among others, Sir Louis Dives, who was here, and hath been a great gamester in his time, to hear their cursing and damning to no purpose, as one man being to throw a 7 if he could, and failing to do it after a great many throws, cried he would be damned if ever he flung 7 more while he lived, his despair of throwing it being so great. While others did it as their luck served almost every throw, to see how persons of the best quality do here sit down, and play with people of any, though meaner. And to see how people in ordinary clothes shall come hither, and play away 100, or 2 or 300 guineas, without any kind of difficulty, and lastly, to see the formality of the Groom Porter, who is their judge of all disputes in play and all quarrels that may arise therein, and how his under-officers are there to observe true play at each table, and to give new dice, is a consideration I never could have thought had been in the world, had I not now seen it. And mighty glad I am that I did see it, and it may be will find another evening, before Christmas be over, to see it again, when I may stay later, for their heat of play begins not till about 11 or 12 o'clock. Which did give me another pretty observation of a man, that did win mighty fast when I was there. I think he won L100 at single pieces in a little time. While all the rest envied him his good fortune, he cursed it, saying, a pox on it, that it should come so early upon me, for this fortune 2 hours hence would be worth something to me, but then, God damn me, I shall have no such luck. This kind of profane, mad entertainment they give themselves. And so I, having enough for once, refusing to venture, though Brisbane pressed me hard, and tempted me with saying that no man was ever known to lose the first time, the devil being too cunning to discourage a gamester. And he offered me also to lend me 10 pieces to venture. But I did refuse, and so went away, and took coach and home about 9 or 2 at night, where not finding my wife come home, I took the same coach again, and leaving my watch behind me for fear of robbing, I did go back into Mrs. Pierce's, thinking they might not have broken up yet, but there I find my wife newly gone, and not going out of my coach spoke only to Mr. Pierce in his nightgown in the street, and so away back again home, and there to supper with my wife and to talk about their dancing and doings at Mrs. Pierce's today, and so to bed. Second, up, and with Sir J. Minns by coach to Whitehall, and there attended the King and the Duke of York in the Duke of York's lodgings, with the rest of the officers and many of the commanders of the fleet, and some of our master shipwrights. To discourse the business of having the topmasts of ships made to lower abaft of the mainmast. A business I understand not, and so can give no good account, but I do see that by how much greater the council, and the number of counsellors is, the more confused the issue is of their counsels. So that little was said to the purpose regularly, and but little use was made of it, they coming to a very broken conclusion upon it, to make trial in a ship or two. From this they fell to other talk about the fleets fighting this late war, and how the king's ships have been shattered. Though the king said that the world would not have it that about 10 or 20 ships in any fight did do any service, and that this hath been told so to him himself, by ignorant people. The prince, who was there, was mightily surprised at it, and seemed troubled, but the king told him that it was only discourse of the world. But Mr. Wren whispered me in the ear, and said that the Duke of Albemarle had put it into his narrative for the House, that not above 25 ships fought in the engagement wherein he was, but that he was advised to leave it out. But this he did write from sea, I am sure, or words to that effect, and did displease many commanders, among others, Captain Batts, who the Duke of York said was a very stout man, all the world knew. And that another was brought into his ship that had been turned out of his place when he was a boatswain, not long before, for being a drunkard. This the prince took notice of, and would have been angry, I think, but they let their discourse fall, but the Duke of York was earnest in it. And the prince said to me, standing by me, God damn me, if they will turn out every man that will be drunk, they must turn out all the commanders in the fleet. What is the matter if he be drunk, so when he comes to fight he do his work? At least, let him be punished for his drunkenness, and not put out of his command presently. This he spoke, very much concerned for this idle fellow, one Green. After this the king began to tell stories of the cowardice of the Spaniards in Flanders, when he was there, at the siege of Mardyke and Dunkirk, which was very pretty, though he tells them but meanly. This being done I to Westminster Hall, and there stayed a little, and then home, and by the way did find with difficulty the life of Sir Philip Sidney, the book I mentioned yesterday. And the bookseller told me that he had sold 4, within this week or 2, which is more than ever he sold in all his life of them. And he could not imagine what should be the reason of it, but I suppose it is from the same reason of people's observing of this part therein, touching his prophesying our present condition here in England in relation to the Dutch. Which is very remarkable. So home to dinner, where Balty's wife is come to town, she come last night and lay at my house, but being weary was gone to bed before I come home, and so I saw her not before. After dinner I took my wife and her girl out to the New Exchange, and there my wife bought herself a lace for a handkercher, which I do give her, of about L3, for a New Year's gift, and I did buy also a lace for a band for myself, and so home. And there to the office busy late, and so home to my chamber, where busy on some accounts, and then to supper and to bed. This day my wife shows me a locket of diamonds worth about L40, which W. Hewer do press her to accept, and hath done for a good while, out of his gratitude for my kindness and hers to him. But I do not like that she should receive it, it not being honorable for me to do it, and so do desire her to force him to take it back again, he leaving it against her will yesterday with her. And she did this evening force him to take it back, at which she says he is troubled, but, however, it becomes me more to refuse it, than to let her accept of it. And so I am well pleased with her returning it him. It is generally believed that France is endeavoring a firmer league with us than the former, in order to his going on with his business against Spain the next year. Which I am, and so everybody else is, I think, very glad of, for all our fear is, of his invading us. This day, at Whitehall, I overheard Sir W. Coventry propose to the king his ordering of some particular thing in the wardrobe, which was of no great value, but yet, as much as it was of profit to the king and saving to his purse. The king answered to it with great indifferency, as a thing that it was no great matter whether it was done or no. Sir W. Coventry answered, I see your majesty do not remember the old English proverb, he that will not stoop for a pin, will never be worth a pound. And so they parted, the king bidding him do as he would. Which, methought, was an answer not like a king that did intend ever to do well. 3rd. At the office all the morning with Mr. Wilson and my clerks, consulting again about a new contract with the victualler of the navy, and at noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, where busy all the afternoon preparing something for the council about tenure this evening. So about 5 o'clock away with it to the council, and there do find that the council hath altered its times of sitting to the mornings, and so I lost my labour, and back again by coach presently round by the city wall, it being dark, and so home. And there to the office, where till midnight with Mr. Wilson and my people to go through with the victualler's contract and the considerations about the new one, and so home to supper and to bed, thinking my time very well spent. 4th, up, and there to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where my clerks and Mr. Clerk the solicitor with me, and dinner being done I to the office again, where all the afternoon till late busy, and then home with my mind pleased at the pleasure of dispatching my business, and so to supper and to bed, my thoughts full. How to order our design of having some dancing at our house on Monday next, being 12th day. It seems worth remembering that this day I did hear my Lord Anglesey at the table, speaking touching this new act for accounts, say that the House of Lords did pass it because it was a senseless, impracticable, ineffectual, and foolish act. And that my Lord Ashley having shown this that it was so to the House of Lords, the Duke of Buckingham did stand up and told the Lords that they were beholden to my Lord Ashley. That having first commended them for a most grave and honourable assembly, he thought it fit for the House to pass this act for accounts because it was a foolish and simple act, and it seems it was passed with but a few in the House, when it was intended to have met in a grand committee upon it. And it seems that in itself it is not to be practised till after this session of Parliament, by the very words of the Act, which nobody regarded, and therefore cannot come in force yet. Unless the next meeting they do make a new Act for the bringing it into force sooner. Which is a strange omission. But I perceive my Lord Anglesey do make a mere laughing stock of this Act, as a thing that can do nothing considerable, for all its great noise. 5th, Lord's Day. Up, and being ready, and disappointed of a coach, it breaking a wheel just as it was coming for me, I walked as far as the Temple, it being dirty, and as I went out of my doors my cousin Anthony Joyce met me, and so walked part of the way with me. And it was to see what I would do upon what his wife a little while since did desire, which was to supply him L350 to enable him to go to build his house again. I, who in my nature am mighty unready to answer no to anything, and thereby wonder that I have suffered no more in my life by my easiness in that kind than I have, answered him that I would do it, and so I will, he offering me good security. And so it being left for me to consider the manner of doing it we parted. Taking coach as I said before at the Temple, I to Charing Cross, and there went into unthanks to have my shoes wiped, dirty with walking, and so to Whitehall, where I visited the Vice-Chamberlain, who tells me, and so I find by others, that the business of putting out of some of the Privy Council is over, the King being at last advised to forbear it. For whereas he did design it to make room for some of the House of Commons that are against him, thereby to gratify them, it is believed that it will but so much the more fret the rest that are not provided for, and raise a new stock of enemies by them that are displeased, and so all they think is over, and it goes for a pretty saying of my Lord Anglesey's up and down the court, that he should lately say to one of them that are the great promoters of this putting him and others out of the council, well, says he, and what are we to look for when we are outed? Will all things be set right in the nation? The other said that he did believe that many things would be mended, but, says my lord, will you and the rest of you be contented to be hanged, if you do not redeem all our misfortunes and set all right, if the power be put into your hands? The other answered, no, I would not undertake that. Why, then, says my lord, I and the rest of us that you are laboring to put out, will be contented to be hanged, if we do not recover all that is past. If the king will put the power into our hands, and adhere wholly to our advice. Which saying as it was severe, so generally people have so little opinion of those that are likely to be uppermost that they do mightily commend my Lord Anglesey for this saying. From the vice-chamberlain up and down the house till chapel done, and then did speak with several that I had a mind to, and so intending to go home, my Lady Carteret saw and called me out of her window. And so would have me home with her to Lincoln's Inn Fields to dinner, and there we met with my Lord Brereton, and several other strangers, to dine there. And I find him a very sober and serious, able man, and was in discourse too hard for the Bishop of Chester, who dined there. And who, above all books lately wrote, commending the matter and style of a late book, called The Causes of the Decay of Piety, I do resolve at his great commendation to buy it. Here dined also Sir Philip Howard, a Berkshire Howard, whom I did once hear swear publicly and loud in the matted gallery that he had not been at a wench in so long a time. He did take occasion to tell me at the table that I have got great ground in the Parliament, by my ready answers to all that was asked me there about the business of Chatham, and they would never let me be out of employment, of which I made little. But was glad to hear him, as well as others, say it. And he did say also, relating to Commissioner Pett, that he did not think that he was guilty of anything like a fault, that he was either able or concerned to amend, but only the not carrying up of the ship's hire, he meant. But he said, 3 or 4 miles lower down, to Rochester Bridge, which is a strange piece of ignorance in a member of Parliament at such a time as this, and after so many examinations in the House of this business. And did boldly declare that he did think the fault to lie in my Lord Middleton, who had the power of the place, to secure the boats that were made ready by Pett, and to do anything that he thought fit, and was much, though not altogether in the right, for Spragg, that commanded the river, ought rather to be charged with the want of the boats and the placing of them. After dinner, my Lord Brereton very gentilely went to the organ, and played a verse very handsomely. Thence after dinner away with Sir G. Carteret to Whitehall, setting down my Lord Brereton at my Lord Brounker's, and there up and down the house, and on the Queen's side, to see the ladies, and there saw the Duchess of York, whom few pay the respect they used, I think, to her. But she bears all out, with a very great deal of greatness, that is the truth of it. And so, it growing night, I away home by coach, and there set my wife to read, and then comes Pelling, and he and I to sing a little, and then sup and so to bed. 6th, up, leaving my wife to get her ready, and the maids to get a supper ready against night for our company, and I by coach to Whitehall, and there up and down the house, and among others met with Mr. Pierce, by whom I find, as I was afeard from the folly of my wife, that he understood that he and his wife was to dine at my house today, whereas it was to sup. And therefore I, having done my business at court, did go home to dinner, and there find Mr. Harris, by the like mistake, come to dine with me. However, we did get a pretty dinner ready for him. And there he and I to discourse of many things, and I do find him a very excellent person, such as in my whole acquaintances, I do not know another better qualified for converse, whether in things of his own trade, or of other kinds. A man of great understanding and observation, and very agreeable in the manner of his discourse, and civil as far as is possible. I was mightily pleased with his company, and after dinner did take coach with him, and my wife and girl, to go to a play, and to carry him thither to his own house. But I light by the way to return home, thinking to have spoke with Mrs. Bagwell, who I did see today in our entry, come from Harwich, whom I have not seen these 12 months, I think, and more, and voudrais avoir Hazer Alkin with her, said she was gone. And so I took coach and away to my wife at the Duke of York's house, in the pit, and so left her. And to Mrs. Pierce, and took her and her cousin Corbett, Nep and little James, and brought them to the Duke's house, and, the house being full, was forced to carry them to a box, which did cost me 20s. Besides oranges, which troubled me, though their company did please me. Thence, after the play, stayed till Harris was undressed, there being acted, The Tempest, and so he withal, all by coach, home, where we find my house with good fires and candles ready, and our office the like, and the 2 mercers. And Betty Turner, Pendleton, N.W. Batelier. And so with much pleasure we into the house, and there fell to dancing, having extraordinary music, 2 violins, and a bass violin, and theorbo, for hands, the Duke of Buckingham's musique, the best in town, sent me by greeting. And there we set in to dancing. By and by to my house, to a very good supper, and mighty merry, and good music playing, and after supper to dancing and singing till about 12 at night, and then we had a good sack posset for them, and an excellent cake, cost me near 20s. Of our Jane's making, which was cut into 20 pieces, there being by this time so many of our company, by the coming in of young Goodyear and some others of our neighbors, young men that could dance, hearing of our dancing, and anon comes in Mrs. Turner, the mother, and brings with her Mrs. Holworthy, which pleased me mightily. And so to dancing again, and singing, with extraordinary great pleasure, till about 2 in the morning, and then broke up, and Mrs. Pierce and her family, and Harris and Knepp by coach home, as late as it was. And they gone, I took Mrs. Turner and Holworthy home to my house, and there gave wine and sweetmeats, but I find Mrs. Holworthy but a mean woman, I think, for understanding, only a little conceited, and proud, and talking, but nothing extraordinary in person, or discourse, or understanding. However, I was mightily pleased with her being there, I having long longed for to know her, and they being gone, I paid the fiddlers L3 among the 4, and so away to bed, weary and mightily pleased. And have the happiness to reflect upon it as I do sometimes on other things, as going to a play or the like, to be the greatest real comfort that I am to expect in the world, and that it is that we do really labor in the hopes of. And so I do really enjoy myself, and understand that if I do not do it now I shall not hereafter, it may be able to pay for it, or have health to take pleasure in it, and so fill myself with vain expectation of pleasure and go without it. 7th. Up, weary, about 9 o'clock, and then out by coach to Whitehall to attend the Lords of the Treasury about Tangier with Sir Stephen Fox, and having done with them I away back again home by coach time enough to dispatch some business. And after dinner with Sir W. Penn's coach, he being gone before with Sir D. Gauden, to Whitehall to wait on the Duke of York, but I finding him not there, nor the Duke of York within, I away by coach to the nursery, where I never was yet, and there to meet my wife and Mercer and Willett as they promised. But the house did not act today. And so I was at a loss for them, and therefore to the other 2 playhouses into the pit, to gaze up and down, to look for them, and there did by this means, for nothing, see an act in the School of Compliments at the Duke of York's house, and Henry IV at the King's house. But, not finding them, nor liking either of the plays, I took my coach again, and home, and there to my office to do business, and by they come home, and had been at the King's house, and saw me, but I could not see them. And there I walked with them in the garden a while, and to sing with Mercer there a little, and so home with her, and taught her a little of my, It is Decreed, which I have a mind to have her learn to sing, and she will do it well. And so after supper she went away, and we to bed, and there made amends by sleep for what I wanted last night. 8th, up, and it being dirty, I by coach, which I was forced to go to the charge for, to Whitehall, and there did deliver the Duke of York a memorial for the council about the case of Tangier's want of money. And I was called in there and my paper was read. I did not think fit to say much, but left them to make what use they pleased of my paper. And so went out and waited without all the morning, and at noon hear that there is something ordered towards our help, and so I away by coach home, taking up Mr. Prynne at the court gate, it raining, and setting him down at the Temple, and by the way did ask him about the manner of holding of parliaments, and whether the number of knights and burgesses were always the same. And he says that the latter were not. But that, for aught he can find, they were sent up at the discretion, at first, of the sheriffs, to whom the writs are sent. To send up generally the burgesses and citizens of their county, and he do find that heretofore the parliament men being paid by the country, several boroughs have complained of the sheriffs putting them to the charge of sending up burgesses. Which is a very extraordinary thing to me, that knew not this, but thought that the number had been known, and always the same. Thence home to the office, and so with my Lord Brouncker and his mistress, Williams, to Captain Cox to dinner, where was Temple and Mr. Porter, and a very good dinner, and merry. Thence with Lord Brouncker to Whitehall to the Commissioners of the Treasury at their sending for us to discourse about the paying of tickets, and so away, and I by coach to the Change. And there took up my wife and Mercer and the girl by agreement, and so home, and there with Mercer to teach her more of, it is decreed, and to sing other songs and talk all the evening, and so after supper I to even my journal since Saturday last. And so to bed. Yesterday Mr. Gibson, upon his discovering by my discourse to him that I had a willingness, or rather desire, to have him stay with me, then go, as he designed, on Sir W. Warren's account, to sea, he resolved to let go the design and wait his fortune with me, though I laboured hard to make him understand the uncertainty of my condition or service, but however he will hazard it, which I take mighty kindly of him. Though troubled lest he may come to be a loser by it, but it will not be for want of my telling him what he was to think on and expect. However, I am well pleased with it, with regard to myself, who find him mighty understanding and acquainted with all things in the Navy, that I should, if I continue in the Navy, make great use of him. 9th. Up, and to the office, having first been visited by my cousin Anthony Joyce about the L350 which he desires me to lend him, and which I have a mind enough to do, but would have it in my power to call it out again in a little time. And so do take a little further time to consider it. So to the office, where all the morning busy, and so home at noon to dinner with my people, where Mr. Hollier come and dined with me, and it is still mighty pleasant to hear him talk of Rome and the Pope, with what hearty zeal and hatred he talks against him. After dinner to the office again, where busy till night, very busy, and among other things wrote to my father about lending Anthony Joyce the money he desires. And I declare that I would do it as part of Paul's portion, and that Paul should have the use of the money till she be married, but I do propose to him to think of Mr. Cumberland rather than this Jackson that he is upon. And I confess I have a mighty mind to have a relation so able a man, and honest, and so old an acquaintance as Mr. Cumberland. I shall hear his answer by the next post. At night home and to cards with my wife and girl, and to supper late, and so to bed. 10th. Up, and with Sir Dennis Gauden, who called me, to Whitehall, and there to wait on the Duke of York with the rest of my brethren, which we did a little in the King's green room. While the King was in council, and in this room we found my Lord Bristol walking alone. Which, wondering at, while the council was sitting, I was answered that, as being a Catholic, he could not be of the council, which I did not consider before. After broke up and walked a turn or two with Lord Brouncker talking about the times, and he tells me that he thinks, and so do everybody else, that the great business of putting out some of the council to make room for some of the Parliament men to gratify and wheedle them is over, thinking that it might do more hurt than good, and not obtain much upon the Parliament either. This morning there was a Persian in that country dress, with a turban, waiting to kiss the King's hand in the Vane room, against he come out. It was a comely man as to features, and his dress, methinks, very comely. Thence in Sir W. Penn's coach alone, he going with Sir D. Gauden, to my new bookseller's, Martin's. And there did meet with Fournier 897 the Frenchman, that hath wrote of the sea and navigation, and I could not but buy him, and also bespoke an excellent book, which I met with there, of China. The truth is, I have bought a great many books lately to a great value. But I think to buy no more till Christmas next, and those that I have will so fill my two presses that I must be forced to give away some to make room for them, it being my design to have no more at any time for my proper library than to fill them. Thence home and to the Exchange, there to do a little business, where I find everybody concerned whether we shall have out a fleet this next year or no, they talking of a peace concluded between France and Spain. So that the King of France will have nothing to do with his army unless he comes to us. But I do not see in the world how we shall be able to set out a fleet for want of money to buy stores and pay men, for neither of which we shall be any more trusted. So home to dinner, and then with my wife and Deb. To the King's house, to see Aglora, which hath been always mightily cried up, and so I went with mighty expectation, but do find nothing extraordinary in it at all, and but hardly good in any degree. So home, and thither comes to us W. Batley sat with us all the evening, and to cards and supper, passing the evening pretty pleasantly, and so late at night parted, and so to bed. I find him mightily troubled at the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury opposing him in the business he hath a patent for about the business of impost on wine, but I do see that the Lords have reason for it. It being a matter wherein money might be saved to his Majesty, and I am satisfied that they do let nothing pass that may save money, and so God bless them. So he being gone we to bed. This day I received a letter from my father, and another from my cousin Roger Pepys, who have had a view of Jackson's evidences of his estate, and do mightily like of the man, and his condition and estate. And do advise me to accept of the match for my sister, and to finish it as soon as I can. And he do it so as, I confess, I am contented to have it done, and so give her her portion. And so I shall be eased of one care how to provide for her, and do in many respects think that it may be a match proper enough to have her married there. And to one that may look after my concernments if my father should die and I continue where I am, and there, for, I am well pleased with it, and so to bed. 11th, lay some time, talking with my wife in bed about Paul's business, and she do conclude to have her married here, and to be merry at it, and to have Hewer, and Baitlier, and Mercer, and Willett bridemen and bridemaids, and to be very merry. And so I am glad of it, and do resolve to let it be done as soon as I can. So up, and to the office, where all the morning busy, and thence home to dinner, and from dinner with Mercer, who dined with us, and wife and Deb. To the King's house, there to see the Wild Goose Chase, which I never saw, but have longed to see it, being a famous play, but as it was yesterday I do find that where I expect most I find least satisfaction. For in this play I met with nothing extraordinary at all, but very dull inventions and designs. Nep come and sat by us, and her talk pleased me a little, she telling me how Miss Davis is for certain going away from the Duke's house, the King being in love with her, and a house is taken for her, and furnishing. And she hath a ring given her already worth L600, that the King did send several times for Nelly, and she was with him, but what he did she knows not, this was a good while ago, and she says that the King first spoiled Mrs. Weaver, which is very mean, methinks, in a prince, and I am sorry for it, and can hope for no good to the state from having a prince so devoted to his pleasure. She told me also of a play shortly coming upon the stage, of Sir Charles Sidley's, which, she thinks, will be called The Wandering Lattice, a comedy that, she thinks, will be most pleasant, and also another play, called The Duke of Lerma. Besides, Kate Lynn, which she thinks, for want of the clothes which the King promised them, will not be acted for a good while. Thence home, and there to the office and did some business, and so with my wife for half an hour walking in the moonlight, and it being cold, frosty weather, walking in the garden, and then home to supper. And so by the fireside to have my head combed, as I do now often do, by Deb, whom I love should be fiddling about me, and so to bed. 12th, Lord's Day. Up, and to dress myself, and then called into my wife's chamber, and there she without any occasion fell to discourse of my father's coming to live with us when my sister marries. This, she being afeard of declaring an absolute hatred to him since his falling out with her about Coleman's being with her, she declares against his coming hither, which I not presently agreeing to, she declared, if he come, she would not live with me, but would shame me all over the city and court, which I made slight of, and so we fell very foul. And I do find she do keep very bad remembrances of my former unkindness to her, and do mightily complain of her want of money and liberty, which I will rather hear and bear the complaint of than grant the contrary. And so we had very hot work a great while, but at last I did declare as I intend, that my father shall not come, and that he do not desire and intend it. And so we parted with pretty good quiet, and so away, and being ready went to church, where first I saw Alderman Bacule and his lady come to our church, they living in Mark Lane. And I could find in my heart to invite her to sit with us, she being a fine lady. I come in while they were singing the 19th Psalm, while the sexton was gathering to his box, to which I did give fives, and so after sermon home, my wife, Deb, and I all alone and very kind, full of good discourses, and after dinner I to my chamber, ordering my Tangier accounts to give to the auditor in a day or two, which should have been long ago with him. At them to my great content all the afternoon till supper, and after supper with my wife, W., Hewer and Deb. Pretty merry till 12 at night, and then to bed. 13th, up, and Mr. Gibbs comes to me, and I give him instructions about the writing fair my 10-year accounts against tomorrow. So I abroad with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, and there did with the rest attend the Duke of York, where nothing extraordinary. Only I perceive there is nothing yet declared for the next year, what fleet shall be abroad. Thence homeward by coach and stopped at Martin's, my bookseller, where I saw the French book which I did think to have had for my wife to translate, called L'Escale de Filles, 898, but when I come to look in it, it is the most bawdy lewd book that ever I saw, rather worse than Put Anna Errante, so that I was ashamed of reading in it, and so away home, and there to the Change to discourse with Sir H. Cholmondeley, and so home to dinner, and in the evening, having done some business, I with my wife and girl out, and left them at unthanks, while I to Whitehall to the Treasury Chamber for an order for Tangier, and so back, took up my wife, and home. And they're busy about my Tangier accounts against tomorrow, which I do get ready in good condition, and so with great content to bed. 14th. At the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and after dinner with Mr. Clerk and Gibson to the Temple, my wife and girl going further by coach, and there at the auditors did begin the examining my Tangier accounts, and did make a great entry into it and with great satisfaction, and I am glad I am so far eased. So appointing another day for further part of my accounts, I with Gibson to my bookseller, Martin, and there did receive my book I expected of China, a most excellent book with rare cuts. And there fell into discourse with him about the burning of Paul's when the city was burned, his house being in the churchyard. And he tells me that it took fire first upon the end of a board that, among others, was laid upon the roof instead of lead, the lead being broke off, and thence down lower and lower, but that the burning of the goods under St. Fates arose from the goods taking fire in the churchyard, and so got into St. Fate's church, and that they first took fire from the draper's side, by some timber of the houses that were burned falling into the church. He says that one warehouse of books was saved under Paul's. And he says that there were several dogs found burned among the goods in the churchyard, and but one man, which was an old man, that said he would go and save a blanket which he had in the church, and, being a weak old man, the fire overcome him, and was burned. He says that most of the booksellers do design to fall a building again the next year. But he says that the Bishop of London do use them most basely, worse than any other landlords, and says he will be paid to this day the rent, or else he will not come to treat with them for the time to come. And will not, on that condition either, promise them anything how he will use them, and, the Parliament sitting, he claims his privilege, and will not be cited before the Lord Chief Justice, as others are there, to be forced to a fair dealing. Thence by coach to Mrs. Pierce's, where my wife and Deb is, and there they fell to discourse of the last night's work at court, where the ladies and Duke of Monmouth and others acted the Indian Emperor. Wherein they told me these things most remarkable, that not any woman but the Duchess of Monmouth and Mrs. Cornwallis did any thing but like fools and stocks, but that these two did do most extraordinary well, that not any man did any thing well but Captain O'Brien, who spoke and did well, but, above all things, did dance most incomparably. That she did sit near the players of the Duke's house, among the rest, Miss Davis, who is the most impertinent slut, she says, in the world, and the more, now the king do show her countenance. And is reckoned his mistress, even to the scorn of the whole world, the king gazing on her, and my Lady Castlemaine being melancholy and out of humour, all the play, not smiling once. The king, it seems, hath given her a ring of L700, which she shews to every body, and owns that the king did give it her, and he hath furnished a house for her in Suffolk Street most richly, which is a most infinite shame. It seems she is a bastard of Colonel Howard, my Lord Berkshire, and that he do pimp to her for the king, and hath got her for him, but Pierce says that she is a most homely jade as ever she saw, though she dances beyond anything in the world. She tells me that the Duchess of Richmond do not yet come to the court, nor hath seen the king, nor will not, nor do he own his desire of seeing her, but hath used means to get her to court, but they do not take. Thence home, and there I to my chamber, having a great many books brought me home from my bookbinders, and so I to the new setting of my books against the next year, which costs me more trouble than I expected. And at it till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then to bed, the business not being yet done to my mind. This evening come Mr. Mills and his wife to see and sit and talk with us, which they did till 9 o'clock at night, and then parted, and I to my books. 15th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, where we met about some business of D. Gauden's till candlelight. And then, as late as it was, I down to Redriff, and so walked by moonlight to Deptford, where I have not been a great while, and my business I did there was only to walk up and down above La Casa of Bagwell, but could not see her. It being my intent to have spent a little time con her, she being newly come from her husband. But I did lose my labour, and so walked back again, but with pleasure by the walk, and I had the sport to see 2 boys swear, and stamp, and fret, for not being able to get their horse over a stile and ditch. One of them swearing and cursing most bitterly. And I would fain, in revenge, have persuaded him to have drove his horse through the ditch, by which I believe he would have stuck there. But the horse would not be drove, and so they were forced to go back again, and so I walked away homeward, and there reading all the evening, and so to bed. This afternoon my Lord Anglesey tells us that it is voted in council to have a fleet of 50 ships out, but it is only a disguise for the Parliament to get some money by. But it will not take, I believe, and if it did, I do not think it will be such as he will get any of, nor such as will enable us to set out such a fleet. 16th. Up, after talking with my wife with pleasure, about her learning on the flageolet a month or 2 again this winter, and all the rest of the year her painting, which I do love, and so to the office, where sat all the morning. And here Lord Anglesey tells us again that a fleet is to be set out. And that it is generally, he hears, said, that it is but a Spanish rhodomontado. And that he saying so just now to the Duke of Albemarle, who come to town last night, after the thing was ordered, he told him a story of 2 seamen, one wished all the guns of the ship were his, and that they were silver. And says the other, you are a fool, for, if you can have it for wishing, why do you not wish them gold? So, says he, if a rhodomontado will do any good, why do you not say 100 ships? And it is true. For the Dutch and French are said to make such preparations as 50 sail will do no good. At noon home to dinner with my gang of clerks, in whose society I am mightily pleased, and mightily with Mr. Gibson's talking. 899 he telling me so many good stories relating to the war and practices of commanders, which I will find a time to recollect, and he will be an admirable help to my writing a history of the Navy, if ever I do. So to the office, where busy all the afternoon and evening, and then home. My work this night with my clerks till midnight at the office was to examine my list of ships I am making for myself and their dimensions, and to see how it agrees or differs from other lists. And I do find so great a difference between them all that I am at a loss which to take, and therefore think mine to be as much dependent upon as any I can make out of them all. So little care there has been to this day to know or keep any history of the Navy. 17th, up, and by coach to Whitehall to attend the council there, and here I met first by Mr. Castle the shipwright, whom I met there, and then from the whole house the discourse of the duel yesterday between the Duke of Buckingham, Holmes, and one Jenkins, on one side, and my Lord of Shrewsbury, Sir John Talbot, and one Bernard Howard. On the other side, and all about my Lady Shrewsbury 900 who is a whore, and is at this time, and hath for a great while been, a whore to the Duke of Buckingham. And so her husband challenged him, and they met yesterday in a close near Barn Elms, and there fought, and my Lord Shrewsbury is run through the body, from the right breast through the shoulder, and Sir John Talbot all along up one of his arms. And Jenkins killed upon the place, and the rest all, in a little measure, wounded. This will make the world think that the king hath good counsellors about him, when the Duke of Buckingham, the greatest man about him, is a fellow of no more sobriety than to fight about a whore. And this may prove a very bad accident to the Duke of Buckingham, but that my Lady Castlemaine do rule all at this time as much as ever she did, and she will, it is believed, Keep all matters well with the Duke of Buckingham, though this is a time that the king will be very backward, I suppose, to appear in such a business. And it is pretty to hear how the king had some notice of this challenge a week or two ago, and did give it to my Lord General to confine the Duke. Or take security that he should not do any such thing as fight, and the General trusted to the king that he, sending for him, would do it, and the king trusted to the General. And so, between both, as everything else of the greatest moment do fall between two stools. The whole house full of nothing but the talk of this business, and it is said that my Lord Shrewsbury's case is to be feared, that he may die too. And that may make it much the worse for the Duke of Buckingham, and I shall not be much sorry for it, that we may have some sober man come in his room to assist in the government. Here I waited till the council rose, and talked the while, with Creed, who tells me of Mr. Harry Howard's giving the Royal Society a piece of ground next to his house, to build a college on, which is a most generous act. And he tells me he is a very fine person, and understands and speaks well, and no rigid papist neither, but one that would not have a Protestant servant leave his religion, which he was going to do, thinking to recommend himself to his master by it. Saying that he had rather have an honest Protestant than a knavish Catholic. I was not called into the council, and, therefore, home, first informing myself that my Lord Hinchingbroke hath been married this week to my Lord Burlington's daughter. So that great business is over, and I'm mighty glad of it, though I am not satisfied that I have not a favour sent me, as I see Attorney Montague and the Vice-Chamberlain have. But I am mighty glad that the thing is done. So home, and there alone with my wife and Deb. To dinner, and after dinner comes Betty Turner, and I carried them to the New Exchange, and thence I to Whitehall and did a little business at the Treasury, and so called them there, and so home and to cards and supper. And her mother come and sat at cards with us till past 12 at night, and then broke up and to bed, after entering my journal, which made it 1 before I went to bed. 18th. At the office all the morning busy sitting. At noon home to dinner, where Betty Turner dined with us, and after dinner carried my wife, her and Deb. To the Change, where they bought some things, while I bought, The Maiden Queen, a play newly printed, which I like at the King's House so well, of Mr. Dryden's, which he himself, in his preface, seems to brag of, and indeed is a good play. So home again, and I laid at the office and did much business, and then home to supper and to bed. 19th, Lord's Day. My wife the last night very ill of those, and wake me early, and hereupon I up and to church, where a dull sermon by our lecturer, and so home to dinner in my wife's chamber, which she is a little better. Then after dinner with Captain Perryman down to Redriff, and so walked to Deptford, where I sent for Mr. Shish out of the church to advise about my vessel, the Maybolt, and I do resolve to sell, presently, for any thing rather than keep her longer, having already lost L100 in her value, which I was once offered and refused. And the ship left without any body to look to her, which vexes me. Thence Perryman and I back again, talking of the great miscarriages in the navy, and among the principal that of having gentlemen commanders. I shall hereafter make use of his and others' help to reckon up and put down in writing what is fit to be mended in the navy after all our sad experience therein. So home, and there sat with my wife all the evening, and Mr. Pelting a while talking with us, who tells me that my Lord Shrewsbury is likely to do well, after his great wound in the late dwell. He gone, comes W. Hewer and supped with me, and so to talk of things, and he tells me that Mr. Jessup is made secretary to the Commissions of Parliament for accounts, and I am glad, and it is pretty to see that all the Cavalier party were not able to find the Parliament 9 commissioners, or 1 secretary, fit for the business. So he gone, I to read a little in my chamber, and so to bed. 20th, up, and all the morning at the office very busy, and at noon by coach to Westminster, to the Exchequer, about a warrant for 10-year money. In my way both coming and going I did stop at Drumbleby's, the pipe maker, there to advise about the making of a flageolet to go low and soft. And he do shew me a way which do, and also a fashion of having 2 pipes of the same note fastened together, so as I can play on one, and then echo it upon the other, which is mighty pretty. So to my Lord Crew's to dinner, where we hear all the good news of our making a league now with Holland against the French power coming over them, or us, which is the first good act that hath been done a great while, and done secretly, and with great seeming wisdom. And is certainly good for us at this time, while we are in no condition to resist the French, if they should come over hither. And then a little time of peace will give us time to lay up something, which these commissioners of the Treasury are doing, and the world do begin to see that they will do the king's work for him, if he will let them. Here dined Mr. Case, the minister, who, Lord, do talk just as I remember he used to preach, and did tell a pretty story of a religious lady, Queen of Navarre, 901, and my lord also told a good story of Mr. Newman, the minister in New England, who wrote the Concordance, of his foretelling his death and preaching a funeral sermon, and did at last bid the angels do their office, and died. It seems there is great presumption that there will be a toleration granted, so that the Presbyterians do hold up their heads. But they will hardly trust the king or the Parliament what to yield them, though most of the sober party be for some kind of allowance to be given them. Thence and home, and then to the Change in the evening, and there Mr. Cade told me how my Lord Gerard is likely to meet with trouble, the next sitting of Parliament, about Carr being set in the pillory, and I am glad of it. And it is mighty acceptable to the world to hear, that, among other reductions, the king do reduce his guards, which do please mightily. So to my bookbinders with my boy, and there did stay late to see 2 or 3 things done that I had a mind to see done, and among others my Tangier papers of accounts, and so home to supper and to bed. 21st. Up, and while at the office comes news from Kate Joyce that if I would see her husband alive, I must come presently. So, after the office was up, I to him, and W. Hewer with me, and find him in his sick bed. I never was at their house, this inn, before, very sensible in discourse and thankful for my kindness to him, and his breath rattled in his throat. And they did lay pigeons to his feet while I was in the house, and all despair of him, and with good reason. But the story is that it seems on Thursday last he went sober and quiet out of doors in the morning to Islington, and behind one of the inns, the White Lion, did fling himself into a pond. Was spied by a poor woman and got out by some people binding up hay in a barn there, and set on his head and got to life, and known by a woman coming that way. And so his wife and friends sent for. He confessed his doing the thing, being led by the devil. And do declare his reason to be, his trouble that he found in having forgot to serve God as he ought, since he come to this new employment, and I believe that, and the sense of his great loss by the fire, did bring him to it. And so everybody concludes. He stayed there all that night, and come home by coach next morning, and there grew sick, and worse to this day. I stayed a while among the friends that were there, and they being now in fear that the goods and estate would be seized on, though he lived all this while, because of his endeavoring to drown himself. My cousin did endeavor to remove what she could of plate out of the house, and desired me to take my flagons. Which I was glad of, and did take them away with me in great fear all the way of being seized, though there was no reason for it, he not being dead, but yet so fearful I was. So home, and there eat my dinner, and busy all the afternoon, and troubled at this business. In the evening with Sir D. Gauden, to Guildhall, to advise with the town clerk about the practice of the city and nation in this case, and he thinks that it cannot be found self-murder, but if it be, it will fall, all the estate, to the king. So we parted, and I to my cousin's again, where I no sooner come but news was brought down from his chamber that he was departed. So, at their entreaty, I presently took coach to Whitehall, and there find Sir W. Coventry. And he carried me to the king, the Duke of York being with him, and there told my story which I had told him, 902, and the king, without more ado, granted that, if it was found, the estate should be to the widow and children. I presently to each secretary's office, and there left caveats, and so away back again to my cousin's, leaving a chimney on fire at Whitehall, in the king's closet, but no danger. And so, when I come thither, I find her all in sorrow, but she and the rest mightily pleased with my doing this for them. And, indeed, it was a very great courtesy, for people are looking out for the estate, and the coroner will be sent to, and a jury called to examine his death. This being well done to my and their great joy, I home, and there to my office, and so to supper and to bed. 22nd, up, mightily busy all the morning at the office. At noon with Lord Brouncker to Sir D. Gaudens, at the victualling office, to dinner, where I have not dined since he was sheriff. He expected us, and a good dinner, and much good company, and a fine house, and especially 2 rooms, very fine, he hath built there. His lady a good lady. But my lord led himself and me to a great absurdity in kissing all the ladies, but the finest of all the company, leaving her out, I know not how, and I was loath to do it, since he omitted it. Here little Chaplain dined, who is like to be sheriff the next year, and a pretty humoured little man he is. I met here with Mr. Talents, the younger, of Magdalene College, chaplain here to the sheriff. Which I was glad to see, though not much acquainted with him. This day come the first demand from the Commissioners of Accounts to us, and it contains more than we shall ever be able to answer while we live, and I do foresee we shall be put to much trouble and some shame, at least some of us. Then stole away after dinner to my cousin Kate's, and there find the Crowner's jury sitting, but they could not end it, but put off the business to Shrove Tuesday next, and so do give way to the burying of him, and that is all. But they all incline to find it a natural death, though there are mighty busy people to have it go otherwise, thinking to get his estate, but are mistaken. Thence, after sitting with her in company a while, comforting her, though I can find she can, as all other women, cry, and yet talk of other things all in a breath. So home, and there 2 cards with my wife, Deb. And Betty Turner, and Baitlier, and after supper late to sing. But, Lord! How did I please myself to make Betty Turner sing, to see what a beast she is as to singing, not knowing how to sing one note in tune. But, only for the experiment, I would not for 40s. Hear her sing a tune, worse than my wife 1,000 times, so that it do a little reconcile me to her. So late to bed. 23rd. At the office all the morning. And at noon find the Bishop of Lincoln come to dine with us, and after him comes Mr. Brisbane, and their mighty good company. But the bishop a very extraordinary good-natured man, and one that is mightily pleased, as well as I am, that I live so near Bugden, the seat of his bishopric, where he is like to reside, and, indeed, I am glad of it. In discourse, we think ourselves safe for this year, by this league with Holland, which pleases every body, and, they say, vexes France, insomuch that distrades. The French ambassador in Holland, when he heard it, told the States that he would have them not forget that his master is at the head of 100,000 men, and is but 28 years old, which was a great speech. The bishop tells me he thinks that the great business of toleration will not, notwithstanding this talk, be carried this Parliament. Nor for the king's taking away the deans and chapters' lands to supply his wants, they signifying little to him, if he had them, for his present service. He gone, I mightily pleased with his kindness, I to the office, where busy till night, and then to Mrs. Turner's, where my wife, and Deb, and I, and Baitlier spent the night, and supped, and played at cards, and very merry, and so I home to bed. She is either a very prodigal woman, or richer than she would be thought, by her buying of the best things, and laying out much money in new-fashioned pewter. And, among other things, a new-fashioned case for a pair of snuffers, which is very pretty, but I could never have guessed what it was for, had I not seen the snuffers in it. 24th. Up before day to my Tangier accounts, and then out and to a committee of Tangier, where little done but discourse about reduction of the charge of the garrison, and thence to Westminster about orders at the Exchequer, and at the Swan I drank. And there met with a pretty ingenious young doctor of physic, by chance, and talked with him, and so home to dinner, and after dinner carried my wife to the Temple, and thence she to a play, and I to St. Andrew's Church, in Holborn, at the Bequest House, where the company meets to the burial of my cousin Joyce. And here I stayed with a very great rabble of 400 or 500 people of mean condition, and I stayed in the room with the kindred till ready to go to church, where there is to be a sermon of Dr. Stillingfleet, and thence they carried him to St. Sepulchre's. But it being late, and, indeed, not having a black cloak to lead her, Kate Joyce, with, or follow the corps, I away, and saw, indeed, a very great press of people follow the corps. I to the King's Playhouse, to fetch my wife, and there saw the best part of, The Maiden Queen, which, the more I see, the more I love, and think one of the best plays I ever saw, and is certainly the best acted of anything ever the house did. And particularly Beck Marshall, to admiration. Found my wife and Deb, and saw many fine ladies, and sat by Colonel Reams, who understands and loves a play as well as I, and I love him for it. And so thence home. And, after being at the office, I home to supper, and to bed, my eyes being very bad again with overworking with them. 25th, up, and to the office, where busy all the morning, and then at noon to the Change with Mr. Hayter, and there he and I to a tavern to meet Captain Miners, which we did, and dined, and there happened to be Mr. Pritchard, a rope-maker of his acquaintance, and whom I know also, and did once mistake for a fiddler, which sung well, and I asked him for such a song that I had heard him sing. And after dinner did fall to discourse about the business of the old contract between the King and the East India Company for the ships of the King that went thither, and about this did beat my brains all the afternoon. And then home and made an end of the accounts to my great content, and so late home tired and my eyes sore, to supper and to bed. 26th, Lord's Day. Up, and with my wife to church, and at noon home to dinner. No strangers there, and all the afternoon and evening very late doing serious business of my tenure accounts, and examining my East India accounts, with Mr. Pointer, whom I employed all this day, to transcribe it fair, and so to supper, W. Hewer with us, and so the girl to comb my head till I slept, and then to bed. 27th. It being weather like the beginning of a frost and the ground dry, I walked as far as the Temple, and there took coach and to Whitehall, but the committee not being met I to Westminster. And there I do hear of the letter that is in the pamphlet this day of the King of France, declaring his design to go on against Flanders, and the grounds of it, which do set us mightily at rest. So to Whitehall, and there a committee of tenure, but little done there, only I did get 2 or 3 little jobs done to the perfecting 2 or 3 papers about my tenure accounts. Here Mr. Povey do tell me how he is like to lose his L400 a year pension of the Duke of York, which he took in consideration of his place which was taken from him. He tells me the Duchess is a devil against him, and do now come like Queen Elizabeth, and sits with the Duke of York's council, and sees what they do, and she crosses out this man's wages and prices, as she sees fit, for saving money. But yet, he tells me, she reserves L5,000 a year for her own spending, and my Lady Peterborough, by and by, tells me that the Duchess do lay up, mightily, jewels. Thence to my Lady Peterborough's, she desiring to speak with me. She loves to be taken dressing herself, as I always find her. And there, after a little talk, to please her, about her husband's pension, which I do not think he will ever get again, I away thence home, and all the afternoon mighty busy at the office, and late. Preparing a letter to the Commissioners of Accounts, our first letter to them, and so home to supper, where Betty Turner was, whose brother Frank did set out toward the East Indies this day, his father and mother gone down with him to Gravesend. And there was her little brother Moses, whom I examined, and he is a pretty good scholar for a child, and so after supper to talk and laugh, and to bed. 28th, up, and to the office, and there with W. Griffin talking about getting the place to build a coach house, or to hire one, which I now do resolve to have, and do now declare it, for it is plainly for my benefit for saving money. By and by the office sat, and there we concluded on our letter to the Commissioners of Accounts and to the several officers of ours about the work they are to do to answer their late great demands. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner set my wife and girl down at the Exchange, and I to Whitehall, and, by, the Duke of York comes, and we had a little meeting, Anglesey, W. Penn, and I there, and none else, and, among other things, did discourse of the want of discipline in the fleet, which the Duke of York confessed, and yet said that he, while he was there, did keep it in a good measure. But that it was now lost when he was absent. But he will endeavour to have it again. That he did tell the Prince and Duke of Albemarle they would lose all order by making such and such men commanders, which they would, because they were stout men, he told them that it was a reproach to the nation. As if there were no sober men among us, that were stout, to be had. That they did put out some men for cowards that the Duke of York had put in, but little before, for stout men. And would now, were he to go to sea again, entertain them in his own division, to choose, and did put in an idle fellow, Green, who was hardly thought fit for a boatswain by him. They did put him from being a lieutenant to a captain's place of a second-rate ship. As idle a drunken fellow, he said, as any was in the fleet. That he will now desire the king to let him be what he is, that is, admiral, and he will put in none but those that he hath great reason to think well of, and particularly says, that though he likes Colonel Legge well, yet his son that was, he knows not how, made a captain after he had been but one voyage at sea, he should go to see another apprenticeship, before ever he gives him a command. We did tell him of the many defects and disorders among the captains, and I prayed we might do it in writing to him, which he liked, and I am glad of an opportunity of doing it. Thence away, and took up wife and girl, and home, and to the office, busy late, and so to supper and to bed. My wife this day hears from her father and mother, they are in France, at Paris, he, poor good man. I think he is, gives her good counsel still, which I always observed of him, and thankful for my small charities to him. I could be willing to do something for them, were I sure not to bring them over again hither. Coming home, my wife and I went and saw Kate Joyce, who is still in mighty sorrow, and the more from something that Dr. Stillingfleet should simply say in his sermon, of her husband's manner of dying, as killing himself. 29th. Up betimes, and by coach to Sir W. Coventry, whom I found in his chamber, and there stayed an hour and talked with him about several things of the navy, and our want of money, which they indeed do supply us with a little, but in no degree likely to enable us to go on with the king's service. He is at a stand where to have more, and is in mighty pain for it, declaring that he believes there never was a kingdom so governed as this was in the time of the late Chancellor and the Treasurer. Nobody minding or understanding anything how things went or what the king had in his treasury, or was to have, nothing in the world of it minded. He tells me that there are still people desirous to overthrow him. He resolving to stick at nothing nor no person that stands in his way against bringing the king out of debt, be it to retrench any man's place or profit, and that he cares not, for rather than be employed under the king, and have the king continue in this condition of indigence, he desires to be put out from among them, thinking it no honor to be a minister in such a government. He tells me he hath no friends in the whole court but my Lord Keeper and Sir John Duncombe. He tells me they have reduced the charges of Ireland above L70,000 a year, and thereby cut off good profits from my Lord Lieutenant. Which will make a new enemy, but he cares not. He tells me that Townsend, of the wardrobe, is the eeriest knave and bufflehead that ever he saw in his life, and wonders how my Lord Sandwich come to trust such a fellow, and that now Reams and are put in to be overseers there, and do great things, and have already saved a great deal of money in the king's liveries, and by linen so cheap, that he will have them by the next cloth he hath, for shirts. But then this is with ready money, which answers all. He do not approve of my letter I drew and the office signed yesterday to the Commissioners of Accounts, saying that it is a little too submissive, and grants a little too much and too soon our bad managements, though we lay on want of money. Yet that it will be time enough to plead it when they object it. Which was the opinion of my Lord Anglesey also. So I was ready to alter it, and did so presently, going from him home, and there transcribed it fresh as he would have it, and got it signed, and to Whitehall presently and shoot at him, and so home, and there to dinner. And after dinner all the afternoon until 12 o'clock at night with Mr. Gibson at home upon my tenure accounts, and did end them fit to be given the last of them to the auditor tomorrow, to my great content. This evening come Betty Turner and the two Mercers, and W. Batelier, and they had fiddlers, and danced, and kept a quarter 9:03 which pleased me, though it disturbed me, but I could not be with them at all. Mr. Gibson lay at my house all night, it was so late. 30th. Up, it being fast day for the king's death, and so I and Mr. Gibson by water to the Temple, and there all the morning with Auditor Wood, and I did deliver in the whole of my accounts and run them over in 3 hours with full satisfaction, and so with great content thence, he and I, and our clerks, and Mr. Clerk, the solicitor, to a little ordinary in Hercules Pillar's ally, the Crown, a poor, sorry place, where a fellow, in 12 years, hath gained an estate of, as he says, else 600 a year, which is very strange, and there dined, and had a good dinner. And very good discourse between them, old men belonging to the law, and here I first heard that my cousin Pepys, of Salisbury Court, was marshal to my Lord Coke when he was Lord Chief Justice. Which beginning of his I did not know to be so low, but so it was, it seems. After dinner I home, calling at my bookbinder's, but he not within. When come home, I find Kate Joyce hath been there, with sad news that her house stands not in the King's Liberty, but the Dean of Paul's, and so, if her estate be forfeited, it will not be in the King's power to do her any good. So I took coach and to her, and there found her in trouble, as I cannot blame her. But I do believe this arises from somebody that hath a mind to fright her into a composition for her estate, which I advise her against. And, indeed, I do desire heartily to be able to do her service, she being, methinks, a piece of care I ought to take upon me, for our fathers and friends' sake, she being left alone, and no friend so near as me, or so able to help her. After having given her my advice, I home, and there to my office and did business, and hear how the Committee for Accounts are mighty active and likely to examine everything. But let them do their worst, I am to be before them with our contract books tomorrow. So home from the office, to supper, and to bed. 31st, up, and by coach, with W. Griffin with me, and our contract books, to Durham Yard, to the Commissioners for Accounts, the first time I ever was there. And stayed a while before I was admitted to them. I did observe a great many people attending about complaints of seamen concerning tickets, and, among others, Mr. Carcass, and Mr. Martin, my purser. And I observe a fellow, one Collins, is there, who is employed by these commissioners particularly to hold an office in Bishopsgate Street or somewhere thereabouts. To receive complaints of all people about tickets, and I believe he will have work enough. Presently I was called in, where I found the whole number of commissioners, and was there received with great respect and kindness. And did give them great satisfaction, making it my endeavor to inform them what it was they were to expect from me, and what was the duty of other people, this being my only way to preserve myself, after all my pains and trouble. They did ask many questions, and demanded other books of me, which I did give them very ready and acceptable answers to. And, upon the whole, I observe they do go about their business like men resolved to go through with it, and in a very good method, like men of understanding. They have Mr. Jessup, their secretary, and it is pretty to see that they are fain to find out an old-fashioned man of Cromwell's to do their business for them, as well as the Parliament to pitch upon such, for the most part. In the list of people that were brought into the House, for commissioners, I went away, with giving and receiving great satisfaction, and so away to Whitehall to the Commissioners of the Treasury, where, waiting some time, I there met with Colonel Birch, and he and I fell into discourse. And I did give him thanks for his kindness to me in the Parliament House, both before my face and behind my back. He told me that he knew me to be a man of the old way for taking pains, and did always endeavor to do me right, and prevent any thing that was moved that might tend to my injury, which I was obliged to him for, and thanked him. Thence to talk of other things, and the want of money, and he told me of the general want of money in the country. That land sold for nothing, and the many pennyworths he knows of lands and houses upon them, with good titles in his country, at 16 years' purchase, and, says he, though I am in debt, yet I have a mind to one thing, and that is a bishop's lease. But said, I will yet choose such a lease before any other, yes, says he, plainly, because I know they cannot stand, and then it will fall into the king's hands, and I in possession shall have an advantage by it. And, says he, I know they must fall, and they are now near it, taking all the ways they can to undo themselves, and showing us the way, and thereupon told the story of the present quarrel between the Bishop and Dean of Coventry and Lichfield. The former of which did excommunicate the latter, and caused his excommunication to be read in the church while he was there. And, after it was read, the dean made the service be gone through with, though himself, an excommunicate, was present, which is contrary to the canon, and said he would justify the choir therein against the bishop. And so they are at law in the arches about it, which is a very pretty story. He tells me that the king is for toleration, though the bishops be against it, and that he do not doubt but it will be carried in Parliament. But that he fears some will stand for the tolerating of papists with the rest, and that he knows not what to say, but rather thinks that the sober party will be without it, rather than have it upon those terms, and I do believe so. Here we broke off, and I home to dinner, and after dinner set down my wife and Deb at the Change, and I to make a visit to Mr. Godolphin 904 at his lodgings, who is lately come from Spain from my Lord Sandwich, and did, the other day, meeting me in Whitehall, compliment me mightily, and so I did offer him this visit, but missed him. And so back and took up my wife and set her at Mrs. Turner's, and I to my bookbinder's, and there, till late at night, binding up my second part of my Tangier accounts, and I all the while observing his working, and his manner of gilding of books with great pleasure, and so home, and there busy late. And then to bed. This day Griffin did, in discourse in the coach, put me in the head of the little house by our garden, where old Goodman Taylor puts his brooms and dirt, to make me a stable of, which I shall improve, so as, I think, to be able to get me a stable without much charge, which do please me mightily. He did also in discourse tell me that it is observed, and is true, in the late fire of London, that the fire burned just as many parish churches as there were hours from the beginning to the end of the fire. And, next, that there were just as many churches left standing as there were taverns left standing in the rest of the city that was not burned, being, I think he told me, 13 in all of each, which is pretty to observe. February 1668. February 1st. Up, and to the office pretty betimes, and the board not meeting as soon as I wished, I was forced to go to Whitehall in expectation of a committee for Tangier, but when I come it was put off, and so home again to the office. And sat till past 2 o'clock. Where at the board some high words passed between Sir W. Penn and I, begun by me, and yielded to by him, I being in the right in finding fault with him for his neglect of duty. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner out with my wife, thinking to have gone to the Duke of York's playhouse, but was, to my great content in the saving my vow, hindered by coming a little too late. And so, it being a fine day, we out to Islington, and there to the old house and eat cheesecakes and drank and talked, and so home in the evening, the ways being mighty bad, so as we had no pleasure in being abroad at all almost. But only the variety of it, and so to the office, where busy late, and then home to supper and to bed, my head mighty full of business now on my hands, viz. Of finishing my Tangier accounts, of auditing my last year's accounts, of preparing answers to the Commissioners of Accounts, of drawing up several important letters to the Duke of York and the Commissioners of the Treasury. The marrying of my sister, the building of a coach and stables against summer, and the setting many things in the office right. And the drawing up a new form of contract with the Victualler of the Navy, and several other things, which pains, however, will go through with, among others the taking care of Kate Joyce in that now she is in at present for saving her estate. 2nd, Lord's Day. Wife took physic this day, I all day at home, and all the morning setting my books in order in my presses, for the following year, their number being much increased since the last, so as I am fain to lay by several books to make room for better. Being resolved to keep no more than just my presses will contain. At noon to dinner, my wife coming down to me, and a very good dinner we had, of a powdered leg of pork and a loin of lamb roasted, and with much content she and I and Deb. After dinner, my head combed an hour, and then to work again, and at it, doing many things towards the setting my accounts and papers in order, and so in the evening Mr. Pelling supping with us, and to supper, and so to bed. 3rd. Up, and to the office, where with my clerks all the morning very busy about several things there wherein I was behindhand. At noon home to dinner, and thence after dinner to the Duke of York's house, to the play, The Tempest, which we have often seen, but yet I was pleased again, and shall be again to see it, it is so full of variety, And particularly this day I took pleasure to learn the tune of the seaman's dance, which I have much desired to be perfect in, and have made myself so. So home with my wife and Deb, and there at the office met to my trouble with a warrant from the Commissioners of Accounts for my attending them and Cock 2 days hence, which I apprehend by Captain Cock's being to go also, to be about the prizes. But, however, there is nothing of crime can be laid to my charge, and the worst that can be is to refund my L500 profit, and who can help it? So I resolve not to be troubled at it, though I fear I cannot bear it so, my spirit being very poor and mean as to the bearing with trouble that I do find of myself. So home, and there to my chamber and did some business, and thence to supper and to bed. 4th. Up, and to the office, where a full board sat all the morning, busy among other things concerning a solemn letter we intend to write to the Duke of York about the state of the things of the Navy, for want of money. Though I doubt it will be to little purpose. After dinner I abroad by coach to Kate Joyce's, where the jury did sit where they did before, about her husband's death, and their verdict put off for 14 days longer, at the suit of somebody, under pretence of the king. But it is only to get money out of her to compound the matter. But the truth is, something they will make out of Stillingfleet's sermon, which may trouble us, he declaring, like a fool, in his pulpit, that he did confess that his losses in the world did make him do what he did. This do vex me to see how foolish our Protestant divines are, while the Papists do make it the duty of confessor to be secret, or else nobody would confess their sins to them. All being put off for today, I took my leave of Kate, who is mightily troubled at it for her estate's sake, not for her husband, for her sorrow for that, I perceive, is all over. I home, and, there to my office busy till the evening, and then home, and there my wife and Deb. And I and Betty Turner, I employed in the putting new titles to my books, which we proceeded on till midnight, and then being weary and late to bed. 5th. Up, and I to Captain Cock's, where he and I did discourse of our business that we are to go about to the Commissioners of Accounts about our prizes, and having resolved to conceal nothing but to confess the truth. The truth being likely to do us most good, we parted, and I to Whitehall, where missing of the Commissioners of the Treasury, I to the Commissioners of Accounts, where I was forced to stay 2 hours before I was called in. And when come in did take an oath to declare the truth to what they should ask me, which is a great power. I doubt more than the act do, or as some say can, give them, to force a man to swear against himself. And so they fell to inquire about the business of prize goods, wherein I did answer them as well as I could, answer them in everything the just truth, keeping myself to that. I do perceive at last, that they did lay most like a fault to me was, that I did buy goods upon my Lord Sandwich's declaring that it was with the king's allowance, and my believing it, without seeing the king's allowance. Which is a thing I will own, and doubt not to justify myself in. That vexed me most was, their having some watermen by, to witness my saying that they were rogues that they had betrayed my goods, which was upon some discontent with one of the watermen that I employed at Greenwich. Who I did think did discover the goods sent from Rochester to the custom-house officer. But this can do me no great harm. They were inquisitive into the minutest particulars, and the evening great information. But I think that they can do me no hurt, at the worst, more than to make me refund, if it must be known, what profit I did make of my agreement with Captain Cock. And yet, though this be all, I do find so poor a spirit within me, that it makes me almost out of my wits, and puts me to so much pain, that I cannot think of anything, nor do anything but vex and fret, and imagine myself undone. So that I am ashamed of myself to myself, and do fear what would become of me if any real affliction should come upon me. After they had done with me, they called in Captain Cock, with whom they were shorter, and I do fear he may answer foolishly, for he did speak to me foolishly before he went in. But I hope to preserve myself, and let him shift for himself as well as he can. So I away, walked to my flageolet maker in the Strand, and there stayed for Captain Cock, who took me up and carried me home, and there coming home and finding dinner done, and Mr. Cook, who come for my Lady Sandwich's plate, which I must part with, and so endanger the losing of my money, which I lent upon my thoughts of securing myself by that plate. But it is no great sum, but L60, and if it must be lost, better that, then a greater sum. I away back again, to find a dinner anywhere else, and so I, first, to the Ship Tavern, thereby to get a sight of the pretty mistress of the house, with whom I am not yet acquainted at all, and I do always find her scolding. And do believe she is an ill-natured devil, that I have no great desire to speak to her. Here I drank, and away by coach to the Strand, there to find out Mr. Moore, and did find him at the Bell Inn, and there acquainted him with what passed between me and the commissioners today about the prize goods, in order to the considering what to do about my Lord Sandwich. And did conclude to own the thing to them as done by the King's allowance, and since confirmed. Thence to other discourse, among others, he mightily commends my Lord Hinchingbroke's match and lady, though he buys her L10,000 dear, by the jointure and settlement his father makes her. And says that the Duke of York and Duchess of York did come to see them in bed together, on their wedding night, and how my lord had 50 pieces of gold taken out of his pocket that night, after he was in bed. He tells me that an act of comprehension is likely to pass this Parliament, for admitting of all persuasions in religion to the public observation of their particular worship, but in certain places. And the persons therein concerned to be listed of this, or that church. Which, it is thought, will do them more hurt than good, and make them not own their persuasion. He tells me that there is a pardon passed to the Duke of Buckingham, my Lord of Shrewsbury, and the rest, for the late duel and murder. 905 which he thinks a worse fault than any ill use my late Lord Chancellor ever put the Great Seal to, and will be so thought by the Parliament. For them to be pardoned without bringing them to any trial, and that my Lord Privy Seal therefore would not have it pass his hand, but made it go by immediate warrant. Or at least they knew that he would not pass it, and so did direct it to go by immediate warrant, that it might not come to him. He tells me what a character my Lord Sandwich hath sent over of Mr. Godolphin, as the worthiest man, and such a friend to him as he may be trusted in anything relating to him in the world. As one whom, he says, he hath infallible assurances that he will remain his friend, which is very high, but indeed they say the gentleman is a fine man. Thence, after eating a lobster for my dinner, having eat nothing today, we broke up, here coming to us Mr. Townsend of the Wardrobe, who complains of the Commissioners of the Treasury as very severe against my Lord Sandwich, but not so much as they complain of him for a fool and a knave, and so I let him alone, and home, carrying Mr. Moore as far as Fenchurch Street, and I home, and there being vexed in my mind about my prize businesses I to my chamber, where my wife and I had much talk of W. Hewer, she telling me that he is mightily concerned for my not being pleased with him, and is herself mightily concerned, but I have much reason to blame him for his little assistance he gives me in my business. Not being able to copy out a letter with sense or true spelling that makes me mad, and indeed he is in that regard of as little use to me as the boy, which troubles me, and I would have him know it, and she will let him know it. By and by to supper, and so to bed, and slept but ill all night, my mind running like a fool on my prize business, which according to my reason ought not to trouble me at all. 6th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning, and among other things Sir H. Cholmondeley comes to me about a little business, and there tells me how the Parliament, which is to meet again today, are likely to fall heavy on the business of the Duke of Buckingham's pardon. And I shall be glad of it, and that the King hath put out of the court the 2 Hydes, my Lord Chancellor's 2 sons, and also the Bishops of Rochester and Winchester, the latter of whom should have preached before him yesterday, being Ash Wednesday. And had his sermon ready, but was put by. Which is great news. He gone, we sat at the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and my wife being gone before, I to the Duke of York's playhouse, where a new play of Etheridge's, called She Would If She Could. And though I was there by 2 o'clock, there was 1,000 people put back that could not have room in the pit, and I at last, because my wife was there, made shift to get into the 18d box, and there saw, but, Lord! How full was the house, and how silly the play, there being nothing in the world good in it, and few people pleased in it. The King was there, but I sat mightily behind, and could see but little, and hear not all. The play being done, I into the pit to look, for, my wife, and it being dark and raining, I to look my wife out, but could not find her, and so stayed going between the two doors and through the pit an hour and a half, I think, after the play was done. The people staying there till the rain was over, and to talk with one another. And, among the rest, here was the Duke of Buckingham today openly sat in the pit, and there I found him with my Lord Buckhurst, and Sidley, and Etheridge, the poet. The last of whom I did hear mightily find fault with the actors, that they were out of humour, and had not their parts perfect, and that Harris did do nothing, nor could so much as sing a catch in it. And so was mightily concerned while all the rest did, through the whole pit, blame the play as a silly, dull thing, though there was something very roguish and witty, but the design of the play, and end, mighty insipid. At last I did find my wife staying for me in the entry, and with her was Betty Turner, Mercer, and Deb. So I got a coach, and a humour took us, and I carried them to Hercules Pillars, and there did give them a kind of a supper of about sevens. And very merry, and home round the town, not through the ruines, and it was pretty how the coachman by mistake drives us into the ruines from London Wall into Coleman Street, and would persuade me that I lived there. And the truth is, I did think that he and the linkman had contrived some roguery, but it proved only a mistake of the coachman. But it was a cunning place to have done us a mischief in, as any I know, to drive us out of the road into the ruines, and there stop, while nobody could be called to help us. But we come safe home, and there, the girls being gone home, I to the office, where a while busy, my head not being wholly free of my trouble about my prize business, I home to bed. This evening coming home I did put my hand under the coats of Mercer and did touch her thigh, but then she did put by my hand and no hurt done, but talked and sang and was merry. 7th. Up, and to the office, to the getting of my books in order, to carry to the Commissioners of Accounts this morning. This being done, I away first to Westminster Hall, and there met my cousin, Roger Pepys, by his desire, the first time I have seen him since his coming to town, the Parliament meeting yesterday and adjourned to Monday next. And here he tells me that Mr. Jackson, my sister's servant, is come to town, and hath this day suffered a recovery on his estate, in order to the making her a settlement. The young man is gone out of the hall, so I could not now see him, but here I walked a good while with my cousin, and among other things do hear that there is a great trial between my Lord Gerard and Carr today, who is indicted for his life at the King's Bench, for running from his colours. But all do say that my Lord Gerard, though he designs the ruining of this man, will not get anything by it. Thence to the Commissioners of Accounts, and there presented my books, and was made to sit down, and used with much respect, otherwise than the other day, when I come to them as a criminal about the business of the prizes. I sat here with them a great while my books were inventoried. And here do hear from them by discourse that they are like to undo the Treasurer's instruments of the Navy by making it a rule that they shall repay all money paid to wrong parties. Which is a thing not to be supported by these poor creatures the Treasurer's instruments, as it is also hard for seamen to be ruined by their paying money to whom they please. I know not what will be the issue of it. I find these gentlemen to sit all day, and only eat a bit of bread at noon, and a glass of wine, and are resolved to go through their business with great severity and method. Thence I, about 2 o'clock, to Westminster Hall, by appointment, and there met my cousin Roger again, and Mr. Jackson, who is a plain young man, handsome enough for Paul, one of no education nor discourse, but of few words, and one altogether that, I think, will please me well enough. My cousin had got me to give the odd 6th L 100 presently, which I intended to keep to the birth of the first child, and let it go, I shall be eased of the care, and so, after little talk, we parted, resolving to dine together at my house tomorrow. So there parted, my mind pretty well satisfied with this plain fellow for my sister, though I shall, I see, have no pleasure nor content in him, as if he had been a man of reading and parts, like Cumberland, and to the Swan. And there sent for a bit of meat and eat and drank, and so to Whitehall to the Duke of York's chamber, where I find him and my fellows at their usual meeting, discoursing about securing the Medway this year, which is to shut the door after the horse is stole. However, it is good. Having done here, my Lord Brouncker, and W. Penn, and I, and with us Sir Arnold Breams, to the King's Playhouse, and there saw a piece of Love in a Maze, a dull, silly play, I think, and after the play, home with W. Penn and his son Lowther, whom we met there, and then home and sat most of the evening with my wife and Mr. Pelting, talking, my head being full of business of one kind or other, and most such as do not please me, and so to supper and to bed. 8th. Up, and to the office, where sat all day, and at noon home, and there find cousin Roger and Jackson by appointment come to dine with me, and Creed, and very merry, only Jackson hath few words, and I like him never the worse for it. The great talk is of Carr's coming off in all his trials, to the disgrace of my Lord Gerard, to that degree, and the ripping up of so many notorious rogueries and cheats of my Lord's, that my Lord, it is thought, will be ruined. And, above all things, do skew the madness of the House of Commons, who rejected the petition of this poor man by a combination of a few in the House. And, much more, the base proceedings, just the epitome of all our public managements in this age, of the House of Lords, that ordered him to stand in the pillory for those very things, without hearing and examining what he hath now, by the seeking of my Lord Gerard himself, cleared himself of, in open court, to the gaining himself the pity of all the world, and shame for ever to my Lord Gerard. We had a great deal of good discourse at table, and after dinner we 4 men took coach, and they set me down at the Old Exchange, and they home, having discoursed nothing today with cousin or Jackson about our business. I to Captain Cox, and there discoursed over our business of prizes, and I think I shall go near to state the matter so as to secure myself without wrong to him, doing nor saying anything but the very truth. Thence away to the Strand, to my bookseller's, and there stayed an hour, and bought the idle, roguish book, Lescall de Filles, which I have bought in plain binding, avoiding the buying of it better bound, because I resolve, as soon as I have read it, to burn it, that it may not stand in the list of books, nor among them, to disgrace them if it should be found. Thence home, and busy late at the office, and then home to supper and to bed. My wife well pleased with my sister's match, and designing how to be merry at their marriage. And I am well at ease in my mind to think that that care will be over. This night calling at the Temple, at the auditor's, his man told me that he heard that my account must be brought to the view of the commissioners of Tangier before it can be passed, which though I know no hurt in it, yet it troubled me lest there should be any design by them who put this into the head of the auditor, I suppose Auditor Beale, or Creed, because they saw me carrying my account another way than by them. 9th, Lord's Day. Up, and at my chamber all the morning and the office doing business, and also reading a little of Lescall de Filles, which is a mighty lewd book. But yet not amiss for a sober man once to read over to inform himself in the villainy of the world. At noon home to dinner, where by appointment Mr. Pelting come and with him 3 friends, Wallington, that sings the good bass, and one Rogers, and a gentleman, a young man, his name Tempest, who sings very well indeed, and understands anything in the world at first sight. After dinner we into our dining room, and there to singing all the afternoon. By the way, I must remember that Peg Pen was brought to bed yesterday of a girl. And, among other things, if I have not already set it down, that hardly ever was remembered such a season for the smallpox as these last 2 months have been, people being seen all up and down the streets, newly come out after the smallpox. But though they sang fine things, yet I must confess that I did take no pleasure in it, or very little, because I understood not the words, and with the rests that the words are set. There is no sense nor understanding in them though they be English, which makes me weary of singing in that manner, it being but a worse sort of instrumental music. We sang until almost night, and drank mighty good store of wine, and then they parted, and I to my chamber, where I did read through Lescall de Filles, a lewd book, but what do no wrong once to read for information's sake. And after I had done it I burned it, that it might not be among my books to my shame, and so at night to supper and to bed. 10th, up, and by coach to Westminster, and there made a visit to Mr. Godolphin, at his chamber. And I do find him a very pretty and able person, a man of very fine parts, and of infinite zeal to my Lord Sandwich, and one that says he is, he believes, as wise and able a person as any prince in the world hath. He tells me that he meets with unmannerly usage by Sir Robert Southwell, in Portugal, who would sign with him in his negotiations there, being a forward young man, but that my lord mastered him in that point, it being ruled for my lord here. At a hearing of a committee of the council. He says that if my lord can compass a peace between Spain and Portugal, and hath the doing of it and the honour himself, it will be a thing of more honour than ever any man had, and of as much advantage. Thence to Westminster Hall, where the hall mighty full, and, among other things, the House begins to sit today, and the King come. But, before the King's coming, the House of Commons met. And upon information given them of a bill intended to be brought in, as common report said, for comprehension, they did mightily and generally inveigh against it. And did vote that the King should be desired by the House, and the message delivered by the privy councillors of the House, that the laws against breakers of the Act of Uniformity should be put in execution, and it was moved in the House that if any people had a mind to bring any new laws into the House, about religion, they might come, as a proposer of new laws did in Athens, with ropes about their necks. By and by the King comes to the Lord's house, and there tells them of his league with Holland, and the necessity of a fleet, and his debts, and, therefore, want of money. And his desire that they would think of some way to bring in all his Protestant subjects to a right understanding and peace one with another, meaning the Bill of Comprehension. The Commons coming to their house, it was moved that the vote passed this morning might be suspended, because of the King's speech, till the House was full and called over, 2 days hence, but it was denied. So furious they are against this bill, and thereby a great blow either given to the King or presbyters, or, which is the rather of the two, to the House itself, by denying a thing desired by the King. And so much desired by much the greater part of the nation. Whatever the consequence be, if the King be a man of any stomach and heat, all do believe that he will resent this vote. Thence with Creed home to my house to dinner, where I met with Mr. Jackson, and find my wife angry with Deb, which vexes me. After dinner by coach away to Westminster, taking up a friend of Mr. Jackson's, a young lawyer, and parting with Creed at Whitehall. They and I to Westminster Hall, and there met Roger Pepys, and with him to his chamber, and there read over and agreed upon the deed of settlement to our minds, my sister to have L600 presently, and she to be jointured in L60 per annum. Wherein I am very well satisfied. Thence I to the Temple to Charles Porter's lodgings, where Captain Cock met me, and after long waiting, on Pemberton 906 an able lawyer, about the business of our prizes, and left the matter with him to think of against tomorrow. This being a matter that do much trouble my mind, though there be no fault in it that I need fear the owning that I know of. Thence with Cock home to his house and there left him, and I home, and there got my wife to read a book I bought today, and come out today licensed by Joseph Williamson for Lord Arlington. Shewing the state of England's affairs relating to France at this time, and the whole body of the book very good and solid, after a very foolish introduction as ever I read. And do give a very good account of the advantage of our league with Holland at this time. So, vexed in my mind with the variety of cares I have upon me, and so to bed. 11th. At the office all the morning, where comes a damned summons to attend the committee of miscarriages today, which makes me mad, that I should by my place become the hackney of this office, in perpetual trouble and vexation, that need at least. At noon home to dinner, where little pleasure, my head being split almost with the variety of troubles upon me at this time, and cares, and after dinner by coach to Westminster Hall, and sent my wife and Deb to see Mustapha acted. Here I brought a book to the committee, and do find them. And particularly Sir Thomas Clarges, mighty hot in the business of tickets, which makes me mad to see them bite at the stone, and not at the hand that flings it. And here my Lord Brouncker unnecessarily orders it that he is called in to give opportunity to present his report of the state of the business of paying by ticket, which I do not think will do him any right. Though he was made believe that it did operate mightily, and that Sir Fresh Hollis did make a mighty harangue into much purpose in his defence, but I believe no such effects of it, for going in afterward I did hear them speak with prejudice of it. And that his pleading of the Admiral's warrant for it now was only an evasion, if not an aspersion upon the Admiral, and therefore they would not admit of this his report, but go on with their report as they had resolved before. The orders they sent for this day was the first order that I have yet met with about this business, and was of my own single hand warranting, but I do think it will do me no harm, and therefore do not much trouble myself with it. More than to see how much trouble I am brought to who have best deported myself in all the king's business. Thence with Lord Brouncker, and set him down at Bow Street, and so to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw the last act for nothing, where I never saw such good acting of any creature as Smith's part of Zanger. And I do also, though it was excellently acted by, do yet want Betterton mightily. Thence to the Temple, to Porter's chamber, where Cock met me, and after a stay there some time, they two and I to Pemberton's chamber, and there did read over the act of calling people to account, and did discourse all our business of the prizes. And, upon the whole, he do make it plainly appear, that there is no avoiding to give these commissioners satisfaction in everything they will ask. And that there is fear lest they may find reason to make us refund for all the extraordinary profit made by those bargains. And do make me resolve rather to declare plainly, and, once for all, the truth of the whole, and what my profit hath been, than be forced at last to do it, and in the meantime live in gain. As I must always do, and with this resolution on my part one departed, with some more satisfaction of mind, though with less hopes of profit than I expected. It was pretty here to see the heaps of money upon this lawyer's table, and more to see how he had not since last night spent any time upon our business, but begun with telling us that we were not at all concerned in that act. Which was a total mistake, by his not having read over the act at all. Thence to Porter's chamber, where Captain Cock had fetched my wife out of the coach, and there we stayed and talked and drank, he being a very generous, good-humoured man, and so away by coach, setting Cock at his house, and we with his coach home. And there I to the office, and there till past 1 in the morning, and so home to supper and to bed, my mind at pretty good ease, though full of care and fear of loss. This morning my wife in bed told me the story of our Tom and Jane, how the rogue did first demand her consent to love and marry him, and then, with pretence of displeasing me, did slight her. But both he and she have confessed the matter to her, and she hath charged him to go on with his love to her, and be true to her, and so I think the business will go on, which, for my love to her, because she is in love with him, I am pleased with. But otherwise I think she will have no good bargain of it, at least if I should not do well in my place. But if I do stand, I do intend to give her L50 in money, and do them all the good I can in my way. 12th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning drawing up my narrative of my proceedings and concernments in the buying of prize goods, which I am to present to the committee for accounts. And being come to a resolution to conceal nothing from them, I was at great ease how to draw it up without any inventions or practice to put me to future pain or thoughts how to carry on, and now I only discover what my profit was. And at worst I suppose I can be made but to refund my profit and so let it go. At noon home to dinner, where Mr. Jackson dined with me, and after dinner I, calling at the excise office, and setting my wife and Deb at her tailor's, did with Mr. Jackson go to find my cousin Roger Pepys, which I did in the Parliament House, where I met him and Sir Thomas Crew and Mr. George Montague, who are mighty busy how to save my lord's name from being in the report for anything which the committee is commanded to report to the House of the miscarriages of the late war. I find they drive furiously still in the business of tickets, which is nonsense in itself and cannot come to anything. Thence with cousin Roger to his lodgings, and there sealed the writings with Jackson, about my sister's marriage, and here my cousin Roger told me the pleasant passage of a fellow's bringing a bag of letters today, into the lobby of the house. And left them, and withdrew himself without observation. The bag being opened, the letters were found all of one size, and directed with one hand, a letter to most of the members of the House. The House was acquainted with it, and voted they should be brought in, and one opened by the Speaker. Wherein if he found anything unfit to communicate, to propose a committee to be chosen for it. The Speaker opening one, found it only a case with a libel in it, printed, a satire most sober and bitter as ever I read, and every letter was the same. So the House fell a-scrambling for them like boys, and my cousin Roger had one directed to him, which he lent me to read. So away, and took up my wife, and setting Jackson down at Fetter Lane End, I to the Old Exchange to look Mr. Hublin, but, not finding him, did go home, and there late writing a letter to my Lord Sandwich, and to give passage to a letter of great moment from Mr. Godolphin to him, which I did get speedy passage for by the help of Mr. Hublin, who come late to me, and there directed the letter to Lisbon under cover of his, and here we talked of the times, which look very sad and distracted, and made good mirth at this day's passage in the house, and so parted. And going to the gate with him, I found his lady and another fine lady sitting an hour together, late at night, in their coach, while he was with me, which is so like my wife, that I was mighty taken with it, though troubled for it. So home to supper and to bed. This day Captain Cock was with the Commissioners of Accounts to ask more time for his bringing in his answer about the prize goods, and they would not give him 14 days as he asks, but would give only 2 days, which was very hard, I think. And did trouble me for fear of their severity, though I have prepared my matter so as to defy it. 13th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence with my wife and Deb. To Whitehall, setting, them at her tailor's, and I to the Commissioners of the Treasury, where myself alone did argue the business of the East India Company against their whole company on behalf of the King before the Lords Commissioners. And to very good effect, I think, and with reputation. That business being over, the Lords and I had other things to talk about, and among the rest, about our making more assignments on the Exchequer since they bid us hold, whereat they were extraordinary angry with us, which troubled me a little. Though I am not concerned in it at all. Waiting here some time without, I did meet with several people, among others Mr. Brisbane, who tells me in discourse that Tom Killigrew hath a fee out of the wardrobe for cap and bells 907 under the title of the King's Fool or Jester. And may with privilege revile or jeer any body, the greatest person, without offence, by the privilege of his place. Thence took up my wife, and home, and they're busy late at the office writing letters, and so home to supper and to bed. The house was called over today. This morning Sir G. Carteret come to the office to see and talk with me, and he assures me that to this day the King is the most kind man to my Lord Sandwich in the whole world. That he himself do not now mind any public business, but suffers things to go on at court as they will. He seeing all likely to come to ruin, that this morning the Duke of York sent to him to come to make up one of a committee of the Council for Navy Affairs. Where, when he come, he told the Duke of York that he was none of them, which shews how things are nowadays ordered, that there should be a committee for the Navy, and the Lord Admiral not know the persons of it. And that Sir G. Carteret and my Lord Anglesey should be left out of it, and men wholly improper put into it. I do hear of all hands that there is a great difference at this day between my Lord Arlington and Sir W. Coventry, which I am sorry for. 14th, Valentine's Day. Up, being called up by Mercer, who come to be my Valentine, and so I rose and my wife, and were merry a little, I staying to talk, and did give her a guinea in gold for her Valentine's gift. There comes also my cousin Roger Pepys betimes, and comes to my wife, for her to be his Valentine, whose Valentine I was also, by agreement to be so to her every year. And this year I find it is likely to cost L4 or L5 in a ring for her, which she desires. Cousin Roger did come also to speak with Sir W. Penn, who was quoted, it seems, yesterday by Sir Far. Hollis to have said that if my Lord Sandwich had done so and so, we might have taken all the Dutch prizes at the time when he stayed and let them go. But Sir W. Penn did tell us he should say nothing in it but what would do my lord honor, and he is a knave I am able to prove if he do otherwise. He gone, I to my office, to perfect my narrative about prize goods. And did carry it to the Commissioners of Accounts, who did receive it with great kindness, and express great value of, and respect to me, and my heart is at rest that it is lodged there, in so full truth and plainness. Though it may hereafter prove some loss to me. But here I do see they are entered into many inquiries about prizes, by the great attendance of commanders and others before them, which is a work I am not sorry for. Thence I away, with my head busy, but my heart at pretty good ease, to the Old Exchange, and there met Mr. Hublin. I prayed him to discourse with some of the merchants that are of the Committee for Accounts, to see how they do resent my paper, and in general my particular in the relation to the business of the Navy. which he hath promised to do carefully for me and tell me. Here it was a mighty pretty sight to see old Mr. Hublin, whom I never saw before, and all his sons about him, all good merchants. Thence home to dinner, and had much discourse with W. Hewer about my going to visit Colonel Thompson, one of the Committee of Accounts, who, among the rest, is mighty kind to me, and is likely to mind our business more than any, and I would be glad to have a good understanding with him. Thence after dinner to Whitehall, to attend the Duke of York, where I did let him know, too, the troublesome life we lead, and particularly myself, by being obliged to such attendances every day as I am, on one committee or another. And I do find the Duke of York himself troubled, and willing not to be troubled with occasions of having his name used among the Parliament. Though he himself do declare that he did give directions to Lord Brouncker to discharge the men at Chatham by ticket, and will own it, if the House call for it, but not else. Thence I attended the King in council, and some of the rest of us, in a business to be heard about the value of a ship of 1 Dorrington's, and it was pretty to observe how Sir W. Penn making use of this argument against the validity of an oath, against the King, being made by the master's mate of the ship, who was but a fellow of about 23 years of age, the master of the ship, against whom we pleaded, did say that he did think himself at that age capable of being master's mate of any ship. And do know that he, himself, Sir W. Penn, was so himself, and in no better degree at that age himself, which word did strike Sir W. Penn dumb, and made him open his mouth no more, and I saw the King and Duke of York wink at one another at it. This done, we into the gallery, and there I walked with several people, and among others my Lord Brouncker, who I do find under much trouble still about the business of the tickets, his very case being brought in, as is said, this day in the report of the miscarriages. And he seems to lay much of it on me, which I did clear and satisfy him in. And would be glad with all my heart to serve him in, and have done it more than he hath done for himself, he not deserving the least blame, but commendations, for this. I met with my cousin Roger Pepys and Creed, and from them understand that the report was read today of the miscarriages, wherein my Lord Sandwich is named, about the business I mentioned this morning, but I will be at rest, for it can do him no hurt. Our business of tickets is soundly up, and many others, so they went over them again, and spent all the morning on the first, which is the dividing of the fleet. Wherein hot work was, and that among great men, privy councillors, and, they say, Sir W. Coventry. But I do not much fear it, but do hope that it will shew a little, of the Duke of Albemarle and the Prince to have been advisers in it, but whereas they ordered that the King's speech should be considered today, they took no notice of it at all, but are really come to despise the King in all possible ways of chewing it. And it was the other day a strange saying, as I am told by my cousin Roger Pepys, in the House, when it was moved that the King's speech should be considered, that though the first part of the speech, meaning the league that is there talked of, be the only good public thing that hath been done since the King come into England, yet it might bear with being put off to consider, till Friday next, which was this day. Secretary Morris did this day in the House, when they talked of intelligence, say that he was allowed but L70 a year for intelligence 908, whereas, in Cromwell's time, Cromwell did allow L70,000 a year for it, and was confirmed therein by Colonel Birch, who said that thereby Cromwell carried the secrets of all the princes of Europe at his girdle. The House is in a most broken condition. Nobody adhering to anything, but reviling and finding fault, and now quite mad at the undertakers, as they are commonly called, Littleton, Lord Vaughan, Sir R. Howard, and others that are brought over to the court, and did undertake to get the King money, but they despise, and would not hear them in the House, and the court do as much, seeing that they cannot be useful to them, as was expected. In short, it is plain that the King will never be able to do anything with this Parliament, and that the only likely way to do better, for it cannot do worse, is to break this and call another Parliament, and some do think that it is intended. I was told tonight that my Lady Castlemaine is so great a gamester as to have won L5000 in one night, and lost L25,000 in another night, at play, and hath played L1000 and L1500 at a cast. Thence to the Temple, where at Porter's chamber I met Captain Cock, but lost our labour, our counsellor not being within, Pemberton, and therefore home and late at my office, and so home to supper and to bed. 15th. Up betimes, and with Captain Cock my coach to the Temple to his counsel again about the prize goods in order to the drawing up of his answer to them, where little done but a confirmation that our best interest is for him to tell the whole truth. And so parted, and I home to the office, where all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and after dinner all the afternoon and evening till midnight almost, until I had tired my own back, and my wife's, and Deb's, in titling of my books for the present year, and in setting them in order, which is now done to my very good satisfaction, though not altogether so completely as I think they were the last year, when my mind was more at leisure to mind it. So about midnight to bed, where my wife taking some physic overnight it wrought with her, and those coming upon her with great gripes, she was in mighty pain all night long, yet, God forgive me, I did find that I was most desirous to take my rest than to ease her, but there was nothing I could do her any good with. 16th, Lord's Day. Up, and to my chamber, where all the morning making a catalogue of my books, which did find me work, but with great pleasure, my chamber and books being now set in very good order, and my chamber washed and cleaned, which it had not been in some months before, my business and trouble having been so much. At noon Mr. Holliard put in, and dined with my wife and me, who was a little better today. His company very good. His story of his love and fortune, which hath been very good and very bad in the world, well worth hearing. Much discourse also about the bad state of the church, and how the clergy are come to be men of no worth in the world, and, as the world do now generally discourse, they must be reformed. And I believe the hierarchy will in a little time be shaken, whether they will or no, the king being offended with them, and set upon it, as I hear. He gone, after dinner to have my head combed, and then to my chamber and read most of the evening till pretty late, when, my wife not being well, I did lie below stairs in our great chamber, where I slept well. 17th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning till noon getting some things more ready against the afternoon for the Committee of Accounts, which did give me great trouble, to see how I am forced to dance after them in one place, and to answer committees of Parliament in another. At noon thence toward the committee, but meeting with Sir W. Warren in Fleet Street he and I to the ordinary by Temple Bar and there dined together, and to talk, where he do seem to be very high now in defiance of the board. Now he says that the worst is come upon him to have his accounts brought to the Committee of Accounts, and he do reflect upon my late coldness to him, but upon the whole I do find that he is still a cunning fellow, and will find it necessary to be fair to me, and what hath passed between us of coldness to hold his tongue, which do please me very well. Thence to the committee, where I did deliver the several things they expected from me, with great respect and show of satisfaction, and my mind thereby eased of some care. But thence I to Westminster Hall, and there spent till late at night walking to and again with many people, and there in general I hear of the great high words that were in the House on Saturday last, upon the first part of the committee's report about the dividing of the fleet, wherein some would have the counsels of the king to be declared, and the reasons of them, and who did give them, where Sir W. Coventry laid open to them the consequences of doing that the king would never have any honest and wise men ever to be of his counsel. They did hear in the House talk boldly of the king's bad counsellors, and how they must be all turned out, and many of them, and better brought in, and the proceedings of the Long Parliament in the beginning of the war were called to memory, and the king's bad intelligence was mentioned, wherein they were bitter against my Lord Arlington, saying, among other things, that whatever Morris's was, who declared he had but L750 a year allowed him for intelligence, the king paid too dear for my Lord Arlington's, in giving him L10000 and a barony for it. Sir W. Coventry did here come to his defence, in the business of the letter that was sent to call back Prince Rupert, after he was divided from the fleet, wherein great delay was objected. But he did show that he sent it at 1 in the morning, when the Duke of York did give him the instructions after supper that night, and did clear himself well of it, only it was laid as a fault, which I know not how he removes, of not sending it by an express, but by the ordinary post. But I think I have heard he did send it to my Lord Arlington's, and that there it lay for some hours, it coming not to Sir Philip Honeywood's hand at Portsmouth till 4 in the afternoon that day, being about 15 or 16 hours in going. And about this, I think, I have heard of a falling out between my Lord Arlington, heretofore, and W. Coventry. Some mutterings I did hear of a design of dissolving the Parliament. But I think there is no ground for it yet, though Oliver would have dissolved them for half the trouble and contempt these have put upon the king and his councils. The dividing of the fleet, however, is, I hear, voted a miscarriage, and the not building a fortification at Sheerness, and I have reason every hour to expect that they will vote the like of our paying men off by ticket. And what the consequence of that will be I know not, but I am put thereby into great trouble of mind. I did spend a little time at the Swan, and there did kiss the maid, Sarah. At noon home, and there up to my wife, who is still ill, and supped with her, my mind being mighty full of trouble for the office and my concernments therein, and so to supper and talking with W. Hewer in her chamber about business of the office, wherein he do well understand himself and our case, and it do me advantage to talk with him and the rest of my people. I to bed below as I did last night. 18th. Up by break of day, and walked down to the old Swan, where I find little Michel building, his booth being taken down, and a foundation laid for a new house, so that that street is like to be a very fine place. I drank, but did not see Betty, and so to Charing Cross stairs, and thence walked to Sir W. Coventry's 909 and talked with him, who tells me how he hath been persecuted, and how he is yet well come off in the business of the dividing of the fleet, and the sending of the letter. He expects next to be troubled about the business of bad officers in the fleet, wherein he will bid them name whom they call bad, and he will justify himself, having never disposed of any but by the Admiral's liking. And he is able to give an account of all them, how they come recommended, and more will be found to have been placed by the Prince and Duke of Albemarle than by the Duke of York during the war. And as no bad instance of the badness of officers he and I did look over the list of commanders, and found that we could presently recollect 37 commanders that have been killed in actual service this war. He tells me that Sir Far. Hollis is the main man that hath persecuted him hitherto, in the business of dividing the fleet, saying vainly that the one of that letter to the prince hath given him that he shall remember it by to his grave, meaning the loss of his arm. When, God knows, he is as idle and insignificant a fellow as ever come into the fleet. He tells me that in discourse on Saturday he did repeat Sir Rob Howard's words about rolling out of councillors, that for his part he neither cared who they rolled in, nor who they rolled out, by which the word is become a word of use in the House, the rolling out of officers. I will remember what, in mirth, he said to me this morning, when upon this discourse he said, if ever there was another Dutch war, they should not find a secretary, nor, said I, a clerk of the acts, for I see the reward of it, and, thanked God, I have enough of my own to buy me a good book and a good fiddle, and I have a good wife. Why, says he, I have enough to buy me a good book, and shall not need a fiddle, because I have never a one of your good wives. I understand by him that we are likely to have our business of tickets voted a miscarriage, but, he cannot tell me what that will signify more than that he thinks they will report them to the king and there leave them. But I doubt they will do more. Thence walked over St. James's Park to Whitehall, and thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked all the morning, and did speak with several Parliament men among others, Birch, who is very kind to me, and calls me, with great respect and kindness, a man of business. And he thinks honest, and so long will stand by me, and every such man, to the death. My business was to instruct them to keep the House from falling into any mistaken vote about the business of tickets, before they were better informed. I walked in the hall all the morning with my Lord Brouncker, who was in great pain there, and, the truth is, his business is, without reason, so ill resented by the generality of the House, that I was almost troubled to be seen to walk with him. And yet am able to justify him in all, that he is under so much scandal for. Here I did get a copy of the report itself, about our paying off men by tickets. And am mightily glad to see it, now knowing the state of our case, and what we have to answer to, and the more for that the House is like to be kept by other business today and tomorrow, so that, against Thursday, I shall be able to draw up some defense to put into some members' hands, to inform them, and I think we may make a very good one, and therefore my mind is mightily at ease about it. This morning they are upon a bill, brought in today by Sir Richard Temple, for obliging the King to call parliaments every 3 years. Or, if he fail, for others to be obliged to do it, and to keep him from a power of dissolving any parliament in less than 40 days after their first day of sitting, which is such a bill as do speak very high proceedings. To the lessening of the King. And this they will carry, and whatever else they desire, before they will give any money, and the King must have money, whatever it cost him. I stepped to the Dog Tavern, and thither come to me Doll Lane, and there we did drink together, and she tells me she is my Valentine. Thence, she being gone, and having spoke with Mr. Spicer here, whom I sent for hither to discourse about the security of the late act of 11 months' tax on which I have secured part of my money lent to Tangier. I to the hall, and there met Sir W. Penn, and he and I to the beer, in Drury Lane, an excellent ordinary, after the French manner, but of Englishmen, and there had a good fricassee, our dinner coming to 8s, which was mighty pretty, to my great content. And thence, he and I to the King's house, and there, in one of the upper boxes, saw Flora's Vagaries, which is a very silly play. And the more, I being out of humour, being at a play without my wife, and she ill at home, and having no desire also to be seen, and, therefore, could not look about me. Thence to the Temple, and there we parted, and I to see Kate Joyce, where I find her and her friends in great ease of mind, the jury having this day given in their verdict that her husband died of a fever. Some opposition there was, the foreman pressing them to declare the cause of the fever, thinking thereby to obstruct it, but they did adhere to their verdict, and would give no reason. So all trouble is now over, and she safe in her estate, which I am mighty glad of, and so took leave, and home, and up to my wife, not owning my being at a play, and there she shews me her ring of a ticky stone set with little sparks of diamonds. 910 which I am to give her, as my Valentine, and I am not much troubled at it. It will cost me near L5, she costing me but little compared with other wives, and I have not many occasions to spend on her. So to my office, where late, and to think upon my observations tomorrow, upon the report of the committee to the Parliament about the business of tickets, whereof my head is full, and so home to supper and to bed. 19th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning drawing up an answer to the report of the committee for miscarriages to the Parliament touching our paying men by tickets, which I did do in a very good manner I think. Dined with my clerks at home, where much good discourse of our business of the Navy, and the trouble now upon us, more than we expected. After dinner my wife out with Deb. To buy some things against my sister's wedding, and I to the office to write fair my business I did in the morning, and in the evening to Whitehall, where I find Sir W. Coventry all alone, a great while with the Duke of York, in the King's drawing-room, they two talking together all alone, which did mightily please me. Then I did get Sir W. Coventry, the Duke of York being gone, aside, and there read over my paper, which he liked and corrected, and tells me it will be hard to escape, though the thing be never so fair, to have it voted a miscarriage. But did advise me and my Lord Brouncker, who coming by did join with us, to prepare some members in it, which we shall do. Here I do hear how La Roche, a French captain, who was once prisoner here, being with his ship at Plymouth, hath played some freaks there, for which his men being beat out of the town, he hath put up his flag of defiance, and also, somewhere thereabout, did land with his men, and go a mile into the country, and did some pranks, which sounds pretty odd, to our disgrace, but we are in condition now to bear anything. But, blessed be God! All the court is full of the good news of my Lord Sandwich's having made a peace between Spain and Portugal, which is mighty great news, and, above all, to my Lord's honour, more than anything he ever did. And yet I do fear it will not prevail to secure him in Parliament against incivilities there. Thence, took up my wife at unthanks, and so home, and there my mind being full of preparing my paper against tomorrow for the House, with an address from the office to the House, I to the office, very late, and then home to supper and to bed. 20th, up, and to the office a while, and thence to Whitehall by coach with Mr. Batelier with me, whom I took up in the street. I thence by water to Westminster Hall, and there with Lord Brouncker, Sir T. Harvey, Sir J. Minns, did wait all the morning to speak to members about our business, thinking our business of tickets would come before the House today, but we did alter our minds about the petition to the House, sending in the paper to them. But the truth is we were in a great hurry, but it fell out that they were most of the morning upon the business of not prosecuting the first victory, which they have voted one of the greatest miscarriages of the whole war, though they cannot lay the fault anywhere yet, because Harman is not come home. This kept them all the morning, which I was glad of. So down to the hall, where my wife by agreement stayed for me at Mrs. Michel's, and there was Mercer and the girl, and I took them to Wilkinson's the cook's in King Street, where I find the master of the house hath been dead for some time, and there dined, and thence by 1 o'clock to the King's House, a new play, The Duke of Lerma, of Sir Robert Howard's, where the King in court was. And Nep and Nell spoke the prologue most excellently, especially Nep, who spoke beyond any creature I ever heard. The play designed to reproach our king with his mistresses, that I was troubled for it, and expected it should be interrupted. But it ended all well, which salved all. The play a well-writ and good play, only its design I did not like of reproaching the king, but altogether a very good and most serious play. Thence home, and there a little to the office, and so home to supper, where Mercer with us, and sang, and then to bed. 21st. At the office all the morning to get a little business done, I having, and so the whole office, been put out of doing any business there for this week by our trouble in attending the Parliament. Hither comes to me young Captain Beckford, the slop seller, and there presents me a little purse with gold in it, it being, as he told me, for his present to me, at the end of the last year. I told him I had not done him any service I knew of. He persisted, and I refused, but did at several denials. And telling him that it was not an age to take presents in, he told me he had reason to present me with something, and desired me to accept of it, which, at his so urging me, I did, and so fell to talk of his business, and so parted. I do not know of any manner of kindness I have done him this last year, nor did expect anything. It was therefore very welcome to me, but yet I was not fully satisfied in my taking it, because of my submitting myself to the having it objected against me hereafter. And the rather because this morning Jack Finn come and shewed me an order from the Commissioners of Accounts, wherein they demand of him an account upon oath of all the sums of money that have been by him defalked or taken from any man since their time of inquiry upon any payments, and if this should, as it is to be feared, come to be done to us. I know not what I shall then do, but I shall take counsel upon it. At noon by coach towards Westminster, and met my Lord Brouncker, and W. Penn, and Sir T. Harvey, in King Street, coming away from the Parliament House. And so I to them, and to the French Ordinary, at the Blue Bells, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there dined and talked. And, among other things, they tell me how the House this day is still as backward for giving any money as ever, and do declare they will first have an account of the disposals of the last poll bill. An 11 months' tax, and it is pretty oddy that the very first sum mentioned in the account brought in by Sir Robert Long, of the disposal of the poll bill money, is L5,000 to my Lord Arlington for intelligence. Which was mighty unseasonable, so soon after they had so much cried out against his want of intelligence. The king do also own but L250,000, or thereabouts, yet paid on the poll bill, and that he hath charged L350,000 upon it. This makes them mad. For that the former poll bill, that was so much less in its extent than the last, which took in all sexes and qualities, did come to L350,000. Upon the whole, I perceive they are like to do nothing in this matter to please the king, or relieve the state, be the case never so pressing. And, therefore, it is thought by a great many that the king cannot be worse if he should dissolve them, but there is nobody dares advise it, nor do he consider anything himself. Thence, having dined for 20s, we to the Duke of York at Whitehall, and there had our usual audience, and did little but talk of the proceedings of the Parliament, wherein he is as much troubled as we, for he is not without fears that they do aim at doing him hurt. But yet he declares that he will never deny to own what orders he hath given to any man to justify him, notwithstanding their having sent to him to desire his being tender to take upon him the doing any thing of that kind. Thence with Brouncker and T. Harvey to Westminster Hall, and there met with Colonel Birch and Sir John Lowther, and did there in the lobby read over what I have drawn up for our defence, wherein they own themselves mightily satisfied. And Birch, like a particular friend, do take it upon him to defend us, and do mightily do me right in all his discourse. Here walked in the hall with him a great while, and discoursed with several members, to prepare them in our business against tomorrow, and meeting my cousin Roger Pepys, he showed me Granger's written confession. 911 of his being forced by imprisonment, and by my Lord Gerard, most barbarously to confess his forging of a deed in behalf of Fitton, in the great case between him, Fitton, and my Lord Gerard. Which business is under examination, and is the foulest against my Lord Gerard that ever any thing in the world was, and will, all do believe, ruin him, and I shall be glad of it. Thence with Lord Brouncker and T. Harvey as far as the New Exchange, and there at a draper's shop drawing up a short note of what they are to desire of the House for our having a hearing before they determine any thing against us. Which paper is for them to show to what friends they meet against tomorrow. I away home to the office, and they're busy pretty late, and here comes my wife to me, who hath been at Pegpen's christening, which, she says, hath made a flutter and noise, but was as mean as could be, and but little company, just like all the rest that family do. So home to supper and to bed, with my head full of a defence before the Parliament tomorrow, and therein content myself very well, and with what I have done in preparing some of the members thereof in order thereto. 22nd. Up, and by coach through Duck Lane, and there did by Kircher's Muserja, cost me 35s, a book I am mighty glad of, expecting to find great satisfaction in it. Thence to Westminster Hall and the lobby, and up and down there all the morning, and to the Lord's house, and heard the Solicitor General plead very finely, as he always do. And this was in defence of the East India Company against a man that complains of wrong from them, and thus up and down till noon in expectation of our business coming on in the House of Commons about tickets. But they being busy about my Lord Gerard's business, I did give over the thoughts of ours coming on, and so with my wife, and Mercer, and Deb, who come to the hall to me, I away to the beer, in Drury Lane, and there bespoke a dish of meat, and, in the meantime, sat and sung with Mercer. And, by, dined with mighty pleasure, and excellent meat, one little dish enough for us all, and good wine, and all for 8s, and thence to the Duke's Playhouse, and there saw Albumazer, an old play, this the second time of acting. It is said to have been the ground of B. Johnson's Alchemist, but, saving the ridiculousness of Angle's part, which is called Trinculo, I do not see anything extraordinary in it, but was indeed weary of it before it was done. The King here, and, indeed, all of us, pretty merry at the mimique tricks of Trinculo. So home, calling in Duck Lane for the book I bought this morning, and so home, and wrote my letters at the office, and then home to supper and to bed. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up, and, being desired by a messenger from Sir G. Carteret, I by water over to Southwark, and so walked to the Falcon, on the bank side, and there got another boat, and so to Westminster, where I would have gone into the Swan. But the door was locked, and the girl could not let me in, and so to Wilkinson's in King Street, and there wiped my shoes, and so to court, where sermon not yet done I met with Brisbane. And he tells me, first, that our business of tickets did come to debate yesterday, it seems, after I was gone away, and was voted a miscarriage in general. He tells me in general that there is great looking after places, upon a presumption of a great many vacancies. And he did shew me a fellow at court, a brother of my Lord Fanshaw's, a witty but rascally fellow, without a penny in his purse, that was asking him what places there were in the navy fit for him, and Brisbane tells me, in mirth. He told him the clerk of the acts, and I wish he had it, so I were well and quietly rid of it. For I am weary of this kind of trouble, having, I think, enough whereon to support myself. By and by, chapel done, I met with Sir W. Coventry, and he and I walked a while together in the matted gallery. And there he told me all the proceedings yesterday, that the matter is found, in general, a miscarriage, but no persons named, and so there is no great matter to our prejudice yet, till, if ever, they come to particular persons. He told me Birch was very industrious to do what he could, and did, like a friend, but they were resolved to find the thing, in general, a miscarriage. And says, that when we shall think fit to desire its being heard, as to our own defence, it will be granted. He tells me how he hath, with advantage, cleared himself in what concerns himself therein, by his servant Robson, which I am glad of. He tells me that there is a letter sent by conspiracy to some of the house, which he hath seen, about the matter of selling of places. Which he do believe he shall be called upon tomorrow for, and thinks himself well prepared to defend himself in it. And then neither he, nor his friends for him, are afeard of anything to his prejudice. Thence by coach, with Brisbane, to Sir G. Carteret, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there dined, a good dinner and good company. And after dinner he and I alone, discoursing of my Lord Sandwich's matters, who hath, in the first business before the House, been very kindly used beyond expectation, the matter being laid by, till his coming home, and old Mr. Vaughan did speak for my Lord, which I am mighty glad of. The business of the prizes is the worst that can be said, and therein I do fear something may lie hard upon him, but, against this, we must prepare the best we can for his defence. Thence with G. Carteret to Whitehall, where I, finding a meeting of the Committee of the Council for the Navy, His Royal Highness there, and Sir W. Penn, and some of the brethren of the Trinity House to attend, I did go in with them. And it was to be informed of the practice heretofore, for all foreign nations, at enmity one with another, to forbear any acts of hostility to one another, in the presence of any of the King of England's ships. Of which several instances were given, and it is referred to their further inquiry, in order to the giving instructions accordingly to our ships now, during the war between Spain and France. Would to God we were in the same condition as heretofore, to challenge and maintain this our dominion. Thence with W. Penn homeward, and quite through to Mile End, for a little air. The days being now pretty long, but the ways mighty dirty, and here we drank at the Rose, the old house, and so back again, talking of the Parliament and our trouble with them and what passed yesterday. Going back again, Sir R. Brooks overtook us coming to town, who hath played the jack with us all, and is a fellow that I must trust no more, he quoting me for all he hath said in this business of tickets. Though I have told him nothing that either is not true, or I have feared to own. But here talking, he did discourse in this style, we, all along, will not give any money, be the pretence never so great, nay, though the enemy was in the river of Thames again, till we know what is become of the last money given. And I do believe he do speak the mind of his fellows, and so let them, if the king will suffer it. He gone, we home, and there I to read, and my belly being full of my dinner today, I anon to bed, and there, as I have for many days, slept not an hour quietly. But full of dreams of our defence to the Parliament and giving an account of our doings. This evening, my wife did with great pleasure shew me her stock of jewels, increased by the ring she hath made lately as my Valentine's gift this year, a ticky stone, set with diamonds, and, with this and what she had. She reckons that she hath above L150 worth of jewels, of one kind or other. And I am glad of it, for it is fit the wretch should have something to content herself with. 24th, up, and to my office, where most of the morning, entering my journal for the 3 days past. Thence about noon with my wife to the New Exchange, by the way stopping at my bookseller's, and there leaving my Kircher's Muserja to be bound, and did buy Lillister Bassa, in 4 volumes, for my wife. Thence to the Exchange and left her. While meeting Dr. Gibbons there, he and I to see an organ at the Dean of Westminster's lodgings at the Abbey, the Bishop of Rochester's, where he lives like a great prelate, his lodgings being very good. Though at present under great disgrace at court, being put by his clerk of the closet's place. I saw his lady, of whom the Terrae Filius of Oxford was once so merry. 912 and 2 children, whereof one a very pretty little boy, like him, so fat and black. Here I saw the organ, but it is too big for my house, and the fashion do not please me enough, and therefore will not have it. Thence to the change back again, leaving him, and took my wife and Deb home, and there to dinner alone, and after dinner I took them to the nursery 9:13 where none of us ever were before. Where the house is better and the music better than we looked for, and the acting not much worse, because I expected as bad as could be, and I was not much mistaken, for it was so. However, I was pleased well to see at once, it being worth a man seeing to discover the different ability and understanding of people, and the different growth of people's abilities by practice. Their play was a bad one, called Geronimo is Mad Again, a tragedy. Here was some good company by us, who did make mighty sport at the folly of their acting, which I could not neither refrain from sometimes, though I was sorry for it. So away hence home, where to the office to do business a while, and then home to supper and to read, and then to bed. I was prettily served this day at the playhouse door, where, giving 6 shillings into the fellow's hand for us 3, the fellow by legerdemain did convey 1 away, and with so much grace faced me down that I did give him but 5, that, though I knew the contrary, yet I was overpowered by his so grave and serious demanding the other shilling, that I could not deny him, but was forced by myself to give it him. After I come home this evening comes a letter to me from Captain Allen, formerly clerk of the ropeyard at Chatham, and whom I was kind to in those days, who in recompense of my favour to him then do give me notice that he hears of an accusation likely to be exhibited against me of my receiving L50 of Mason, the timber merchant, and that his wife hath spoke it. I am mightily beholden to Captain Allen for this, though the thing is to the best of my memory utterly false, and I do believe it to be wholly so, but yet it troubles me to have my name mentioned in this business. And more to consider how I may be liable to be accused where I have indeed taken presence, and therefore puts me on an inquiry, into my actings in this kind and prepare against a day of accusation. 25th, up, having lain the last night the first night that I have lain with my wife since she was last ill, which is about 8 days. To the office, where busy all the morning. At noon comes W. How to me, to advise what answer to give to the business of the prizes, wherein I did give him the best advice I could, but am sorry to see so many things, wherein I doubt it will not be prevented but Sir Roger Cuttance and Mr. Pierce will be found very much concerned in goods beyond the distribution, and I doubt my Lord Sandwich too, which troubles me mightily. He gone I to dinner, and then set my wife at the New Exchange, and I to Mr. Clerk, my solicitor, to the Treasury Chamber, but the Lords did not sit, so I by water with him to the New Exchange, and there we parted, and I took my wife and Deb up, and to the nursery, where I was yesterday, and there saw them act a comedy, a pastoral, the Faithful Shepherd, having the curiosity to see whether they did a comedy better than a tragedy. But they do it both alike, in the meanest manner, that I was sick of it, but only for to satisfy myself once in seeing the manner of it, but I shall see them no more, I believe. Thence to the New Exchange, to take some things home that my wife hath bought, a dressing-box, and other things for her chamber and table, that cost me above L4, and so home, and there to the office, and tell W. Hewer of the letter from Captain Allen last night, to give him caution if any thing should be discovered of his dealings with anybody, which I should for his sake as well, or more than for my own, be sorry for. And with great joy I do find, looking over my memorandum books, which are now of great use to me, and do fully reward me for all my care in keeping them, that I am not likely to be troubled for anything of the kind but what I shall either be able beforehand to prevent, or if discovered, be able to justify myself in, and I do perceive, by Sir W. Warren's discourse, that they, the House, do all they can possibly to get out of him and others, what presents they have made to the officers of the Navy. But he tells me that he hath denied all, though he knows that he is forsworn as to what relates to me. So home to supper and to bed. 26th, up, and by water to Charing Cross Stairs, and thence to W. Coventry to discourse concerning the state of matters in the Navy, where he particularly acquainted me with the trouble he is like to meet with about the selling of places, all carried on by Sir Far. Hollis, but he seems not to value it, being able to justify it to be lawful and constant practice, and never by him used in the least degree since he upon his own motion did obtain a salary of L500 in lieu thereof. Thence to the Treasury Chamber about a little business, and so home by coach, and in my way did meet W. How going to the Commissioners of Accounts. I stopped and spoke to him, and he seems well resolved what to answer them, but he will find them very strict, and not easily put off, so home and there to dinner, and after dinner comes W. How to tell me how he sped, who says he was used civilly, and not so many questions asked as he expected. But yet I do perceive enough to shew that they do intend to know the bottom of things, and where to lay the great weight of the disposal of these East India goods, and that they intend plainly to do upon my Lord Sandwich. Thence with him by coach and set him down at the Temple, and I to Westminster Hall, where, it being now about 6 o'clock, I find the House just risen, and met with Sir W. Coventry and the Lieutenant of the Tower, they having sat all day. And with great difficulty have got a vote for giving the King L 300,000, not to be raised by any land tax. The sum is much smaller than I expected, and than the King needs, but is grounded upon Mr. Wren's reading our estimates the other day of L 270,000, to keep the fleet abroad, wherein we demanded nothing for setting and fitting of them out, which will cost almost L 200,000. I do verily believe, and do believe that the King hath no cause to thank Wren for this motion. I home to Sir W. Coventry's lodgings, with him and the Lieutenant of the Tower, where also was Sir John Coventry, and Sir John Duncombe, and Sir Job Charlton. And hear a great deal of good discourse, and they seem mighty glad to have this vote pass, which I did wonder at, to see them so well satisfied with so small a sum, Sir John Duncombe swearing, as I perceive he will freely do, that it was as much as the nation could bear. Among other merry discourse about spending of money, and how much more chargeable a man's living is now more than it was heretofore, Duncombe did swear that in France he did live of L 100 a year with more plenty, and wine and wenches, than he believes can be done now for L 200, which was pretty odd for him, being a committeeman's son, to say. Having done here, and supped, where I eat very little, we home in Sir John Robinson's coach, and there to bed. 27th. All the morning at the office, and at noon home to dinner, and thence with my wife and Deb. To the King's house, to see the Virgin Martyr, the first time it hath been acted a great while, and it is mighty pleasant, not that the play is worth much, but it is finely acted by Beck Marshall. But that which did please me beyond anything in the whole world was the wind music when the angel comes down, which is so sweet that it ravished me, and indeed, in a word, did wrap up my soul so that it made me really sick. Just as I have formerly been when in love with my wife. That neither then, nor all the evening going home, and at home, I was able to think of anything, but remained all night transported. So as I could not believe that ever any music hath that real command over the soul of a man as this did upon me, and makes me resolve to practice wind music, and to make my wife do the like. 28th, up, and to the office, where all the morning doing business, and after dinner with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, where we and the rest of us presented a great letter of the state of our want of money to His Royal Highness. I did also present a demand of mine for consideration for my travelling charges of coach and boat hire during the war, which, though His Royal Highness and the company did all like of, yet, contrary to my expectation. I find him so jealous now of doing anything extraordinary, that he desired the gentlemen that they would consider it, and report their minds in it to him. This did unsettle my mind a great while, not expecting this stop, but, however, I shall do as well, I know, though it causes me a little stop. But that troubles me most is, that while we were thus together with the Duke of York, comes in Mr. Wren from the house, where, he tells us, another storm hath been all this day almost against the officers of the navy upon this complaint, that though they have made good rules for payment of tickets, yet that they have not observed them themselves. Which was driven so high as to have it urged that we should presently be put out of our places, and so they have at last ordered that we shall be heard at the bar of the house upon this business on Thursday next. This did mightily trouble me and us all, but me particularly, who am least able to bear these troubles, though I have the least cause to be concerned in it. Thence, therefore, to visit Sir H. Cholmondeley, who hath for some time been ill of a cold. And thence walked towards Westminster, and met Colonel Birch, who took me back to walk with him, and did give me an account of this day's heat against the navy officers, and an account of his speech on our behalf, which was very good. And indeed we are much beholden to him, as I, after I parted with him, did find by my cousin Roger, whom I went to, and he and I to his lodgings. And there he did tell me the same over again, and how much Birch did stand up in our defence. And that he do see that there are many desirous to have us out of the office, and the House is so furious and passionate, that he thinks nobody can be secure, let him deserve never so well. But now, he tells me, we shall have a fair hearing of the House, and he hopes justice of them, but, upon the whole, he do agree with me that I should hold my hand as to making any purchase of land, which I had formerly discoursed with him about. Till we see a little further how matters go. He tells me that made them so mad today first was, several letters in the House about the fanatics, in several places, coming in great bodies, and turning people out of the churches, and their preaching themselves. And pulling the surplice over the parsons' heads, this was confirmed from several places. Which makes them stark mad, especially the hectors and bravadoes of the House, who shew all the zeal on this occasion. Having done with him, I home vexed in my mind, and so fit for no business, but sat talking with my wife and supped with her. And Nan Mercer come and sat all the evening with us, and much pretty discourse, which did a little ease me, and so to bed. 29th, up, and walked to Captain Cox, where Sir G. Carteret promised to meet me and did come to discourse about the prize business of my Lord's sandwiches, which I perceive is likely to be of great ill consequence to my Lord, the House being mighty vehement in it. We could say little but advise that his friends should labour to get it put off, till he comes. We did here talk many things over, in lamentation of the present posture of affairs, and the ill condition of all people that have had anything to do under the king. Wishing ourselves a great way off, here they tell me how Sir Thomas Allen hath taken the Englishman out of La Roche, and taken from him an Ostend prize which La Roche had fetched out of our harbours. And at this day La Roche keeps upon our coasts, and had the boldness to land some men and go a mile up into the country, and there took some goods belonging to this prize out of a house there. Which our king resents, and, they say, hath wrote to the king of France about, and everybody do think a war will follow, and then in what a case we shall be for want of money, nobody knows. Thence to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and to the office again in the afternoon, where we met to consider of an answer to the Parliament about the not paying of tickets according to our own orders. To which I hope we shall be able to give a satisfactory answer, but that the design of the House being apparently to remove us, I do question whether the best answer will prevail with them. This done I by coach with my wife to Martin, my bookseller's, expecting to have had my Kircher's Muserja, but to my trouble and loss of trouble it was not done. So home again, my head full of thoughts about our troubles in the office, and so to the office. Wrote to my father this post, and sent him now Colville S 914 note for L 600 for my sister's portion, being glad that I shall, I hope, have that business over before I am out of place, and I trust one shall be able to save a little of what I have got. And so shall not be troubled to be at ease. For I am weary of this life. So ends this month, with a great deal of care and trouble in my head about the answerings of the Parliament, and particularly in our payment of seamen by tickets. March 1668. March 1st, Lord's Day. Up very betimes, and by coach to Sir W. Coventry's. And there, largely carrying with me all my notes and papers, did run over our whole defence in the business of tickets, in order to the answering the House on Thursday next. And I do think, unless they be set without reason to ruin us, we shall make a good defence. I find him in great anxiety, though he will not discover it, in the business of the proceedings of Parliament. And would as little as is possible have his name mentioned in our discourse to them, and particularly the business of selling places is now upon his hand to defend himself in. Wherein I did help him in his defence about the flagmaker's place, which is named in the House. We did here do the like about the complaint of want of victuals in the fleet in the year 1666, which will lie upon me to defend also. So that my head is full of care and weariness in my employment. Thence home, and there my mind being a little lightened by my morning's work in the arguments I have now laid together in better method for our defence to the Parliament, I to talk with my wife. And in lieu of a coach this year, I have got my wife to be contented with her closet being made up this summer, and going into the country this summer for a month or two, to my father's, and their Mercer and Deb. And Jane shall go with her, which I the rather do for the entertaining my wife, and preventing of fallings out between her and my father or Deb, which uses to be the fate of her going into the country. After dinner by coach to Westminster, and there to St. Margaret's Church, thinking to have seen Betty Michel, but she was not there, but met her father and mother and with them to her father's house, where I never was before, but was mighty much made of, with some good strong waters, which they have from their son Michel, and mighty good people they are. Thence to Mrs. Martin's, where I have not been also a good while, and with great difficulty, company being there, did get an opportunity to hazer what I would con her, and here I was mightily taken with a starling which she hath, that was the king's, which he kept in his bedchamber, and do whistle and talk the most and best that ever I heard anything in my life. Thence to visit Sir H. Cholmondeley, who continues still sick of his cold, and thence calling, but in vain, to speak with Sir G. Carteret at his house in Lincoln's Inn Fields, where I spoke with nobody, but home, where spent the evening talking with W. Hewer about business of the house, and declaring my expectation of all our being turned out. Hither comes Carcass to me about business, and there did confess to me of his own accord his having heretofore discovered as a complaint against Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn and me that we did prefer the paying of some men to man, the flying greyhound, to others, by order under our hands. The thing upon recollection I believe is true, and do hope no great matter can be made of it, but yet I would be glad to have my name out of it, which I shall labour to do. In the meantime it weighs as a new trouble on my mind, and did trouble me all night. So without supper to bed, my eyes being also a little overwrought of late that I could not stay up to read. 2nd. Up and betimes to the office, where I did much business, and several come to me, and among others I did prepare Mr. Warren, and by Sir D. Gauden, about what presents I have had from them, that they may not publish them, or if they do, that in truth I received none on the account of the navy but Tangier, and this is true to the former, and in both that I never asked anything of them. I must do the like with the rest. Mr. Moore was with me, and he do tell me, and so W. Hewer tells me, he hears this morning that all the town is full of the discourse that the officers of the navy shall be all turned out, but honest Sir John Minns, who, God knows, is fitter to have been turned out himself than any of us, doing the king more hurt by his dotage and folly than all the rest can do by their knavery, if they had a mind to it. At noon home to dinner, where was Mercer, and very merry as I could be with my mind so full of business, and so with my wife, her and the girl, to the king's house to see the Virgin Martyr again, which do mightily please me. But above all the musique at the coming down of the angel, which at this hearing the second time, do still commend me as nothing ever did, and the other musique is nothing to it. Thence with my wife to the Change, and so, calling at the Cock Ale House, we home, and there I settled to business, and with my people preparing my great answer to the Parliament for the office about tickets till past 1 o'clock at night. And then home to supper and to bed, keeping Mr. Gibson all night with me. This day I have the news that my sister was married on Thursday last to Mr. Jackson, so that work is, I hope, well over. 3rd. Up betimes to work again, and then met at the office, where to our great business of this answer to the Parliament. Where to my great vexation I find my Lord Brouncker prepared only to excuse himself, while I, that have least reason to trouble myself, am preparing with great pains to defend them all, and more, I perceive. He would lodge the beginning of discharging ships by ticket upon me. But I care not, for I believe I shall get more honour by it when the Parliament, against my will, shall see how the whole business of the office was done by me. At noon rose and to dinner. My wife abroad with Mercer and Deb, buying of things, but I with my clerks home to dinner, and thence presently down with Lord Brouncker, W. Penn, T. Harvey, T. Middleton, and Mr. Tippets, who first took his place this day at the table, as a commissioner, in the room of Commissioner Pett. Down by water to Deptford, where the King, Queen, and Court are to see launched the new ship built by Mr. Shish, called the Charles. To God send her better luck than the former. Here some of our brethren, who went in a boat a little before my boat, did by appointment take opportunity of asking the King's leave that we might make full use of the want of money, in our excuse to the Parliament for the business of tickets. And other things they will lay to our charge, all which arose from nothing else, and this the King did readily agree to, and did give us leave to make our full use of it. The ship being well launched, I back again by boat, setting, Sir T. Middleton and Mr. Tippets on shore at Ratcliffe, I home and there to my chamber with Mr. Gibson, and laid up till midnight preparing more things against our defence on Thursday next to my content, though vexed that all this trouble should be on me. So to supper and to bed. Forth, up betimes and with Sir W. Penn in his coach to Whitehall, there to wait upon the Duke of York and the Commissioners of the Treasury, Sir W. Coventry and Sir John Duncombe, who do declare that they cannot find the money we demand, and we that less than what we demand will not set out the fleet intended, and so broke up. With no other conclusion than that they would let us have what they could get and we would improve that as well as we could. So God bless us, and prepare us against the consequences of these matters. Thence, it being a cold wet day, I home with Sir J. Minns in his coach, and called by the way at my bookseller's and took home with me Kircher's Muserja, very well bound, but I had no comfort to look upon them, but as soon as I come home fell to my work at the office, shutting the doors, that I and my clerks, might not be interrupted, and so, only with room for a little dinner, we very busy all the day till night that the officers met for me to give them the heads of what I intended to say. Which I did with great discontent to see them all rely on me that have no reason at all to trouble myself about it, nor have any thanks from them for my labor, but contrarily Brouncker looked mighty dogged, as thinking that I did not intend to do it so as to save him. This troubled me so much as, together with the shortness of the time and muchness of the business, did let me be at it till but about 10 at night, and then quite weary, and dull, and vexed, I could go no further. But resolved to leave the rest to tomorrow morning, and so in full discontent and weariness did give over and went home, without supper vexed and sickish to bed, and there slept about 3 hours, but then waked. And never in so much trouble in all my life of mind, thinking of the task I have upon me, and upon what dissatisfactory grounds, and what the issue of it may be to me. 5th. With these thoughts I lay troubling myself till 6 o'clock, restless, and at last getting my wife to talk to me to comfort me, which she at last did, and made me resolve to quit my hands of this office, and endure the trouble of it no longer than till I can clear myself of it. So with great trouble, but yet with some ease, from this discourse with my wife, I up, and to my office, whither come my clerks, and so I did huddle the best I could some more notes for my discourse today, and by 9 o'clock was ready. And did go down to the Old Swan, and there by boat, with T. H. Atair, and W. H. Ewer, with me, to Westminster, where I found myself come time enough, and my brethren all ready. But I full of thoughts and trouble touching the issue of this day. And, to comfort myself, did go to the Dog and drink half a pint of mulled sack, and in the hall, Westminster, did drink a dram of brandy at Mrs. Hewlett's, and with the warmth of this did find myself in better order as to courage, truly. So we all up to the lobby, and between 11 and 12 o'clock, were called in, with the mace before us, into the house, where a mighty full house, and we stood at the bar, namely, Brouncker, Sir J. Minns, Sir T. Harvey, and myself, W. Penn being in the house, as a member. I perceived the whole house was full, and full of expectation of our defence what it would be, and with great prejudice. After the Speaker had told us the dissatisfaction of the House, and read the report of the committee, I began our defence most acceptably and smoothly, and continued at it without any hesitation or loss, but with full scope. And all my reason free about me, as if it had been at my own table, from that time till past 3 in the afternoon. And so ended, without any interruption from the Speaker, but we withdrew. And there all my fellow officers, and all the world that was within hearing, did congratulate me, and cry up my speech as the best thing they ever heard. And my fellow officers overjoyed in it, we were called in again by and by to answer only one question, touching our paying tickets to ticket-mongers, and so out. And we were in hopes to have had a vote this day in our favour, and so the generality of the House was, but my speech, being so long, many had gone out to dinner and come in again half drunk. And then there are 2 or 3 that are professed enemies to us and everybody else, among others, Sir T. Littleton, Sir Thomas Lee, Mr. Wiles, the coxcomb whom I saw heretofore at the cockfighting, and a few others. I say, these did rise up and speak against the coming to a vote now, the House not being full, by reason of several being at dinner, but most because that the House was to attend the King this afternoon, about the business of religion. Wherein they pray him to put in force all the laws against nonconformists and papists. And this prevented it, so that they put it off to tomorrow come night. However, it is plain we have got great ground, and everybody says I have got the most honour that any could have had opportunity of getting. And so with our hearts mightily overjoyed at this success, we all to dinner to Lord Brounker's, that is to say, myself, T. Harvey, and W. Penn, and there dined. And thence with Sir Anthony Morgan, who is an acquaintance of Brounker's, a very wise man, we after dinner to the King's house, and there saw part of the discontented Colonel, but could take no great pleasure in it, because of our coming in the middle of it. After the play, home with W. Penn, and there to my wife, whom W. Hewer had told of my success, and she overjoyed, and I also as to my particular, and, after talking a while, I betimes to bed, having had no quiet rest a good while. 6th. Up betimes, and with Sir D. Gauden to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, where the first word he said to me was, Good morrow, Mr. Pepys, that must be Speaker of the Parliament House, and did protest I had got honour for ever in Parliament. He said that his brother, that sat by him, admires me, and another gentleman said that I could not get less than L1000 a year if I would put on a gown and plead at the Chancery Bar. But, what pleases me most, he tells me that the Solicitor General did protest that he thought I spoke the best of any man in England. After several talks with him alone, touching his own businesses, he carried me to Whitehall, and there parted. And I to the Duke of York's lodgings, and find him going to the park, it being a very fine morning, and I after him. And, as soon as he saw me, he told me, with great satisfaction, that I had converted a great many yesterday, and did, with great praise of me, go on with the discourse with me. And, by and by, overtaking the King and Duke of York come to me both, and he 9:15 said, Mr. Pepys, I am very glad of your success yesterday, and fell to talk of my well speaking, and many of the lords there. My Lord Berkeley did cry thee up for what they had heard of it, and others, Parliament men there, about the King, did say that they never heard such a speech in their lives delivered in that manner. Progers, of the bedchamber, swore to me afterwards before Brounker, in the afternoon, that he did tell the King that he thought I might teach the Solicitor General. Everybody that saw me almost come to me, as Joseph Williamson and others, with such eulogies as cannot be expressed. From thence I went to Westminster Hall, where I met Mr. G. Montague, who come to me and kissed me, and told me that he had often heretofore kissed my hands, but now he would kiss my lips, protesting that I was another Cicero, and said, all the world said the same of me. Mr. Ashburnham, and every creature I met there of the Parliament, or that knew anything of the Parliament's actings, did salute me with this honour, Mr. Godolphin, Mr. Sands, who swore he would go 20 mile, at any time, to hear the like again, and that he never saw so many sit 4 hours together to hear any man in his life, as there did to hear me, Mr. Chichley, Sir John Duncombe, and everybody do say that the kingdom will ring of my abilities, and that I have done myself right for my whole life, and so Captain Cock, and others of my friends, say that no man had ever such an opportunity of making his abilities known. And, that I may cite all at once, Mr. Lieutenant of the Tower did tell me that Mr. Vaughan did protest to him, and that, in his hearing it, said so to the Duke of Albemarle, and afterwards to W. Coventry, that he had sat 26 years in Parliament and never heard such a speech there before, for which the Lord God make me thankful. And that I may make use of it not to pride and vainglory, but that, now I have this esteem, I may do nothing that may lessen it. I spent the morning thus walking in the hall, being complimented by everybody with admiration, and at noon stepped into the leg with Sir William Warren, who was in the hall, and there talked about a little of his business. And thence into the hall a little more, and so with him by coach as far as the Temple almost, and there light, to follow my Lord Brounker's coach, which I spied, and so to Madam Williams's, where I overtook him. And agreed upon meeting this afternoon, and so home to dinner, and after dinner with W. Penn, who come to my house to call me, to Whitehall, to wait on the Duke of York, where he again and all the company magnified me, and several in the gallery, among others, my Lord Gerard, who never knew me before nor spoke to me, desires his being better acquainted with me, and said, that, at table where he was, he never heard so much said of any man as of me, in his whole life. We waited on the Duke of York, and thence into the gallery, where the House of Lords waited the King's coming out of the park, which he did by and by. And there, in the Vane room, my Lord Keeper delivered a message to the King, the Lords being about him, wherein the barons of England, from many good arguments, very well expressed in the part he read out of, do demand precedence in England of all noblemen of either of the King's other two kingdoms, be their title what it will. And did shew that they were in England reputed but as commoners, and sat in the House of Commons, and at conferences with the Lords did stand bare. It was mighty worth my hearing, but the King did only say that he would consider of it, and so dismissed them. Thence Brounker and I to the Committee of Miscarriages sitting in the Court of Wards, expecting with Sir D. Gauden to have been heard against Prince Rupert's complaints for want of victuals. But the business of Holmes's charge against Sir J. Smith, which is a most shameful scandalous thing for flag officers to accuse one another of, and that this should be heard here before men that understand it not at all. And after it hath been examined and judged in before the King and Lord High Admiral and other able seamen to judge, it is very hard. But this business did keep them all the afternoon, so we not heard but put off to another day. Thence, with the Lieutenant of the Tower, in his coach home. And there, with great pleasure, with my wife, talking and playing at cards a little, she, and I, and W. Hewer, and Deb, and so, after a little supper, I to bed. 7th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning, at noon home to dinner, where Mercer with us, and after dinner she, my wife, Deb. And I, to the King's Playhouse, and there saw, the Spanish Gypsies, the second time of acting, and the first that I saw it. A very silly play, only great variety of dances, and those most excellently done, especially one part by one Haynes, only lately come thither from the nursery, an understanding fellow, but yet, they say, hath spent £1,000 a year before he come thither. This day my wife and I full of thoughts about Mrs. Pierce's sending me word that she, and my old company, Harris and Nip, would come and dine with us next Wednesday, how we should do to receive or put them off, my head being, at this time, so full of business. And my wife in no mind to have them neither, and yet I desire it. Come to no resolution tonight. Home from the playhouse to the office, where I wrote what I had to write, and among others to my father to congratulate my sister's marriage, and so home to supper a little and then to bed. 8th, Lord's Day. At my sending to desire it, Sir J. Robinson, Lieutenant of the Tower, did call me with his coach, and carried me to Whitehall, where met with very many people still that did congratulate my speech the other day in the House of Commons, and I find all the world almost rings of it. Here spent the morning walking and talking with one or other, and among the rest with Sir W. Coventry, who I find full of care in his own business, how to defend himself against those that have a mind to choke him. And though, I believe, not for honor and for the keeping his employment, but for his safety and reputation's sake, is desirous to preserve himself free from blame. And among other mean ways which himself did take notice to me to be but a mean thing, he desires me to get information against Captain Tatnell, thereby to diminish his testimony, who, it seems, hath a mind to do W. Coventry hurt, and I will do it with all my heart, for Tatnell is a very rogue. He would be glad, too, that I could find anything proper for his taking notice against Sir F. Hollis. At noon, after sermon, I to dinner with Sir G. Carteret to Lincoln's Inn Fields, where I find mighty deal of company, a solemn day for some of his and her friends, and dine in the great dining room above stairs, where Sir G. Carteret himself, and I, and his son, at a little table by, the great table being full of strangers. Here my Lady Jem. Do promise to come, and bring my Lord Hinchingbroke and his lady some day this week, to dinner to me, which I am glad of. After dinner, I up with her husband, Sir Philip Carteret, to his closet, where, beyond expectation, I do find many pretty things, wherein he appears to be ingenious, such as in painting, and drawing, and making of watches, and such kind of things. Above my expectation. Though, when all is done, he is a shirka, who owns his owing me L10 for his lady 2 or 3 years ago, and yet cannot provide to pay me. The company by and by parted, and G. Carteret and I to Whitehall, where I set him down and took his coach as far as the Temple, it raining, and there took a hackney and home, and so had my head combed, and then to bed. 9th, up betimes, and anon with Sir W. Warren, who come to speak with me, by coach to Whitehall, and there met Lord Brouncker, and he and I to the Commissioners of the Treasury, where I find them mighty kind to me, more, I think, than was wont. And here I also met Colville, the goldsmith, who tells me, with great joy, how the world upon the Change talks of me, and how several Parliament men, viz. Boscawen and Major Lionel Walden of Huntingdon, who, it seems, do deal with him, do say how bravely I did speak, and that the House was ready to have given me thanks for it, but that, I think, is a vanity. Thence I with Lord Brouncker, and did take up his mistress, Williams, and so to the Change, only to shew myself, and did a little business there, and so home to dinner, and then to the office busy till the evening, and then to the Excise office, where I find Mr. Ball in a mighty trouble that he is to be put out of his place at midsummer, the whole commission being to cease, and the truth is I think they are very fair-dealing men, all of them. Here I did do a little business, and then to Wright's home, and there dispatched many papers, and so home late to supper and to bed, being eased of a great many thoughts, and yet have a great many more to remove as fast as I can. My mind being burdened with them, having been so much employed upon the public business of the office in their defence before the Parliament of late, and the further cases that do attend it. 10th, up, and to the office betimes, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner with my clerks, and after dinner comes Kate Joyce, who tells me she is putting off her house, which I am glad of, but it was pleasant that she come on purpose to me about getting a ticket paid. And in her way hither lost her ticket, so that she is at a great loss what to do. There comes in then Mrs. Mercer, the mother, the first time she has been here since her daughter lived with us, to see my wife, and after a little talk I left them and to the office, and thence with Sir D. Gauden to Westminster Hall, thinking to have attended the committee about the victualling business, but they did not meet, but here we met Sir R. Brooks, who do mightily cry up my speech the other day, saying my fellow officers are obliged to me, as indeed they are. Thence with Sir D. Gauden homewards, calling at Lincoln's Inn Fields, but my Lady Jemima was not within, and so to Newgate, where he stopped to give directions to the jailer about a knight, one Sir Thomas Halford brought in yesterday for killing one Colonel Temple, falling out at a tavern. So thence as far as Leadenhall, and there I light, and back by coach to Lincoln's Inn Fields. But my lady was not come in, and so I am at a great loss whether she and her brother Hinchingbroke and sister will dine with me tomorrow or no, which vexes me. So home, and there comes Mr. Moore to me, who tells me that he fears my Lord Sandwich will meet with very great difficulties to go through about the prizes, it being found that he did give orders for more than the King's letter do justify. And then for the act of resumption, which he fears will go on, and is designed only to do him hurt, which troubles me much. He tells me he believes the Parliament will not be brought to do anything in matters of religion, but will adhere to the bishops. So he gone, I up to supper, where I find W. Joyce and Harmon come to see us, and there was also Mrs. Mercer and her 2 daughters, and here we were as merry as that fellow Joyce could make us with his mad talking, after the old wont, which tired me. But I was mightily pleased with his singing, for the rogue hath a very good ear, and a good voice. Here he stayed till he was almost drunk, and then away at about 10 at night, and then all broke up, and I to bed. 11th, up, and betimes to the office, where busy till 8 o'clock, and then went forth, and meeting Mr. Colville, I walked with him to his building, where he is building a fine house, where he formerly lived, in Lombard Street, and it will be a very fine street. Thence walked down to the 3 Cranes and there took boat to Whitehall, where by direction I waited on the Duke of York about office business, and so by water to Westminster, where walking in the hall most of the morning, and up to my Lady Jem. In Lincoln's Inn Fields to get her to appoint the day certain when she will come and dine with me, and she hath appointed Saturday next. So back to Westminster, and there still walked, till by and by comes Sir W. Coventry, and with him Mr. Chichley and Mr. Andrew Newport, I to dinner with them to Mr. Chichley's, in Queen Street, in Covent Garden. A very fine house, and a man that lives in mighty great fashion, with all things in a most extraordinary manner noble and rich about him, and eats in the French fashion all, and mighty nobly served with his servants, and very civilly. That I was mighty pleased with it, and good discourse. He is a great defender of the Church of England, and against the Act for Comprehension, which is the work of this day, about which the House is like to sit till night. After dinner, away with them back to Westminster, where, about 4 o'clock, the House rises, and hath done nothing more in the business than to put off the debate to this day month. In the meantime the King hath put out his proclamations this day, as the House desired, for the putting in execution the Act against Nonconformists and Papists, but yet it is conceived that for all this some liberty must be given. And people will have it. Here I met with my cousin Roger Pepys, who is come to town, and hath been told of my performance before the House the other day, and is mighty proud of it, and Captain Cock met me here today. And told me that the Speaker says he never heard such a defence made in all his life, in the House, and that the Solicitor General do commend me even to envy. I carried cousin Roger as far as the Strand, where, spying out of the coach Colonel Charles George Cock, formerly a very great man, and my father's customer, whom I have carried clothes to, but now walks like a poor sorry sneak, he stopped. And I, light to him. This man knew me, which I would have willingly avoided, so much pride I had, he being a man of mighty height and authority in his time, but now signifies nothing. Thence home, where to the office a while and then home, where W. Batelier was and played at cards and supped with us, my eyes being out of order for working, and so to bed. 12th, up, and to the office, where all the morning, at noon home, and after dinner with wife and Deb. Carried them to unthanks, and I to Westminster Hall expecting our being with the committee this afternoon about victualling business, but once more waited in vain. So after a turn or two with Lord Brouncker, I took my wife up and left her at the Change while I to Gresham College, there to shew myself, and was there greeted by Dr. Wilkins, Whistler, and others, as the patron of the Navy Office, and one that got great fame by my late speech to the Parliament. Here I saw a great trial of the goodness of a burning glass, made of a new figure, not spherical, by one Smithus, I think, they call him, that did burn a glove of my Lord Brounker's from the heat of a very little fire. Which a burning glass of the old form, or much bigger, could not do, which was mighty pretty. Here I heard Sir Robert Southwell give an account of some things committed to him by the Society at his going to Portugal, which he did deliver in a mighty handsome manner. 916. Thence went away home, and there at my office as long as my eyes would endure, and then home to supper, and to talk with Mr. Pelling, who tells me what a fame I have in the city for my late performance, and upon the whole I bless God for it. I think I have, if I can keep it, done myself a great deal of repute. So by and by to bed. 13th. Up betimes to my office, where to fit myself for attending the Parliament again, not to make any more speech, which, while my fame is good, I will avoid, for fear of losing it, but only to answer to what objections will be made against us. Thence walked to the Old Swan and drank at Michel's, whose house is going up apace. Here I saw Betty, but could not Baser la, and so to Westminster, there to the hall, where up to my cousin Roger Pepys at the Parliament door, and there he took me aside, and told me how he was taken up by one of the house yesterday. For moving for going on with the king's supply of money, without regard to the keeping pace therewith, with the looking into miscarriages, and was told by this man privately that it did arise because that he had a kinsman concerned therein. And therefore he would prefer the safety of his kinsman to the good of the nation, and that there was great things against us and against me, for all my fine discourse the other day. But I did bid him be at no pain for me. For I knew of nothing but what I was very well prepared to answer, and so I think I am, and therefore was not at all disquieted by this. Thence he to the house, and I to the hall, where my Lord Brouncker and the rest waiting till noon and not called for by the house, they being upon the business of money again, and at noon all of us to Chatelain's, the French house in Covent Garden. To dinner, Brouncker, J. Minns, W. Penn, T. Harvey, and myself, and there had a dinner cost us 6d a piece, a damned base dinner, which did not please us at all, so that I am not fond of this house at all, but do rather choose the beer. After dinner to Whitehall to the Duke of York, and there did our usual business, complaining of our standing still in every respect for want of money, but no remedy propounded, but so I must still be. Thence with our company to the King's Playhouse, where I left them, and I, my head being full of tomorrow's dinner, I to my Lord Crewe's, there to invite Sir Thomas Crewe. And there met with my Lord Hinchingbroke and his lady, the first time I spoke to her. I saluted her, and she mighty civil and, with my Lady Jemima, do all resolve to be very merry tomorrow at my house. My Lady Hinchingbroke I cannot say is a beauty, nor ugly, but is altogether a comely lady enough, and seems very good-humoured, and I'm mighty glad of the occasion of seeing her before tomorrow. Thence home. And there find one laying of my napkins against tomorrow in figures of all sorts, which is mighty pretty, and, it seems, it is his trade, and he gets much money by it. And do now and then furnish tables with plate and linen for a feast at so much, which is mighty pretty, and a trade I could not have thought of. I find my wife upon the bed not over well, her breast being broke out with heat, which troubles her, but I hope it will be for her good. Thence I to Mrs. Turner, and did get her to go along with me to the French pewterers, and there did buy some new pewter against tomorrow, and thence to Whitehall, to have got a cook of her acquaintance, the best in England, as she says. But after we had with much ado found him, he could not come, nor was Mr. Gentleman in town, whom next I would have had, nor would Mrs. Stone let her man Lewis come, whom this man recommended to me. So that I was at a mighty loss what in the world to do for a cook, Phillips being out of town. Therefore, after staying here at Westminster a great while, we back to London, and there to Phillips's, and his man directed us to Mr. Levitt's, who could not come, and he sent to 2 more, and they could not. So that, at last, Levitt as a great kindness did resolve he would leave his business and come himself, which set me in great ease in my mind, and so home, and there with my wife setting all things in order against tomorrow, having seen Mrs. Turner at home, and so late to bed. 14th, up very betimes, and with Jane to Levitt's, there to conclude upon our dinner. And thence to the pewterers, to buy a pewter cistern 917 which I have ever hitherto been without, and so up and down upon several occasions to set matters in order, and that being done I out of doors to Westminster Hall. And there met my Lord Brouncker, who tells me that our business is put off till Monday, and so I was mighty glad that I was eased of my attendance here, and of any occasion that might put me out of humour. As it is likely if we had been called before the Parliament. Therefore, after having spoke with Mr. Godolphin and cousin Roger, I away home, and there do find everything in mighty good order, only my wife not dressed, which troubles me. Anon comes my company, viz. My Lord Hinchingbroke and his lady, Sir Philip Carteret and his lady, Godolphin and my cousin Roger, and Creed, and mighty merry, and by to dinner, which was very good and plentiful, I should have said, and Mr. George Montague, who come at a very little warning, which was exceeding kind of him. And there, among other things, my lord had Sir Samuel Morland's late invention for casting up of sums of L.S.D. 918, which is very pretty, but not very useful. Most of our discourse was of my Lord Sandwich and his family, as being all of us of the family. And with extraordinary pleasure all the afternoon, thus together eating and looking over my closet, and my Lady Hinchingbroke I find a very sweet-natured and well-disposed lady, a lover of books and pictures, and of good understanding. About 5 o'clock they went, and then my wife and I abroad by coach into Moorfields, only for a little air, and so home again, staying nowhere, and then up to her chamber, there to talk with pleasure of this day's passages, and so to bed. This day I had the welcome news of our prize being come safe from Holland, so as I shall have hopes, I hope, of getting my money of my Lady Batten, or good part of it. 15th, Lord's Day. Up and walked, it being fine dry weather, to Sir W. Coventry's, overtaking my boy Ely, that was, and he walked with me, being grown a man, and I think a sober fellow. He parted at Charing Cross, and I to Sir W. Coventry's, and there talked with him about the Commissioners of Accounts, who did give in their report yesterday to the House, and do lay little upon us as aggravate any thing at present. But only do give an account of the dissatisfactory account they receive from Sir G. Carteret, which I am sorry for, they saying that he tells them not any time when he paid any sum, which is fit for them to know for the computing of interest, but I fear he is hardly able to tell it. They promise to give them an account of the embezzlement of prizes, wherein I shall be something concerned, but nothing that I am afeard of, I thank God. Thence walked with W. Coventry into the park, and there met the King and the Duke of York, and walked a good while with them, and here met Sir J. Smith, who tells me he is like to get the better of Holmes, and that when he has come to an end of that, he will do Hollis's business for him, in the House, for his blasphemies, which I shall be glad of. So to Whitehall, and there walked with this man and that man till chapel done, and, the King dined and then Sir Thomas Clifford, the Comptroller, took me with him to dinner to his lodgings, where my Lord Arlington and a great deal of good and great company. Where I very civilly used by them, and had a most excellent dinner, and good discourse of Spain, Mr. Godolphin being there. Particularly of the removal of the bodies of all the dead kings of Spain that could be got together, and brought to the Pantheon at the Escurial, when it was finished, and there placed before the altar, there to lie for ever. And there was a sermon made to them upon this text, Horrida ossa, audite verbum Dei, and a most eloquent sermon, as they say, who say they have read it. After dinner, away hence, and I to Mrs. Martin's, and there spent the afternoon, and did Hazer con L, and here was her sister and Mrs. Burrows, and so in the evening got a coach and home, and there find Mr. Pelting and W. Hewer, and there talked and supped, Pelting being gone, and mightily pleased with a picture that W. Hewer brought hither of several things painted upon a deal board, which board is so well painted that in my whole life I never was so well pleased or surprised with any picture. And so troubled that so good pictures should be painted upon a piece of bad deal. Even after I knew that it was not board, but only the picture of a board, I could not remove my fancy. After supper to bed, being very sleepy, and, I bless God, my mind being at very good present rest. 16th. Up, to set my papers and books in order, and put up my plate since my late feast, and then to Westminster, by water, with Mr. Hayter, and there, in the hall, did walk all the morning, talking with one or other, expecting to have our business in the House. But did now a third time wait to no purpose, they being all this morning upon the business of Barker's petition about the making void the Act of Settlement in Ireland, which makes a great deal of hot work, and, at last, finding that by all men's opinion they could not come to our matter today, I with Sir W. Penn home, and there to dinner, where I find, by Willet's crying, that her mistress had been angry with her, but I would take no notice of it. Busy all the afternoon at the office, and then by coach to the excise office, but lost my labor, there being nobody there, and so back again home, and after a little at the office I home. And there spent the evening with my wife talking and singing, and so to bed with my mind pretty well at ease. This evening W. Penn and Sir R. Ford and I met at the first's house to talk of our prize that is now at last come safe over from Holland, by which I hope to receive some if not all the benefit of my bargain with W. Batten for my share in it, which if she had miscarried I should have doubted of my Lady Batten being left little able to have paid me. 17th. Up betimes and to the office, where all the morning busy, and then at noon home to dinner, and so again to the office a while, and then abroad to the excise office, where I met Mr. Ball, and did receive the paper I went for. And there fell in talk with him, who, being an old cavalier, do swear and curse at the present state of things, that we should be brought to this, that we must be undone and cannot be saved. That the Parliament is sitting now, and will till midnight, to find how to raise this L300,000, and he doubts they will not do it so as to be seasonable for the king, but do cry out against our great men at court. How it is a fine thing for a Secretary of State to dance a jig, and that it was not so heretofore. And, above all, do curse my Lord of Bristol, saying the worst news that ever he heard in his life, or that the devil could ever bring us, was this Lord's coming to prayers the other day in the House of Lords. By which he is coming about again from being a papist, which will undo this nation. And he says he ever did say, at the king's first coming in, that this nation could not be safe while that man was alive. Having done there, I away towards Westminster, but seeing by the coaches the house to be up, I stopped at the Change, where I met Mrs. Turner, and did give her a pair of gloves, and there bought several things for my wife, and so to my booksellers, and there looked for Montaigne's Essays 919 which I heard by my Lord Arlington and Lord Blaney so much commended. And intend to buy it, but did not now, but home, where at the office did some business, as much as my eyes would give leave, and so home to supper, Mercer with us talking and singing, and so to bed. The House, I hear, have this day concluded upon raising L100,000 of the L300,000 by wine, and the rest by a poll tax, and have resolved to excuse the Church, in expectation that they will do the more of themselves at this juncture. And I do hear that Sir W. Coventry did make a speech in behalf of the clergy. 18th. Up betimes to Westminster, where met with cousin Roger and Creed and walked with them, and Roger do still continue of the mind that there is no other way of saving this nation but by dissolving this Parliament and calling another. But there are so many about the king that will not be able to stand, if a new Parliament come, that they will not persuade the king to it. I spent most of the morning walking with one or other, and anon met Doll Lane at the Dog Tavern, and there Je did hate her what I did desire with her, and I did give her as being my Valentine 20s. To buy what L would. Thence away by coach to my booksellers, and to several places to pay my debts, and to Duck Lane, and there bought Montaigne's Essays, in English, and so away home to dinner, and after dinner with W. Penn to Whitehall, where we and my Lord Brouncker attended the council, to discourse about the fitness of entering of men presently for the manning of the fleet, before one ship is in condition to receive them. W. Coventry did argue against it. I was wholly silent, because I saw the king, upon the earnestness of the prince, was willing to it, crying very sillily, if ever you intend to man the fleet, without being cheated by the captains and pursers, you may go to bed, and resolve never to have it manned. And so it was, like other things, overruled that all volunteers should be presently entered. Then there was another great business about our signing of certificates to the Exchequer for prize goods, upon the L120,000 Act, which the Commissioners of the Treasury did all oppose, and to the laying fault upon us. But I did then speak to the justifying what we had done, even to the angering of Duncombe and Clifford, which I was vexed at, but, for all that, I did set the office and myself right, and went away with the victory. My Lord Keeper saying that he would not advise the council to order us to sign no more certificates. But, before I began to say anything in this matter, the King and the Duke of York talking at the council table, before all the lords, of the Committee of Miscarriages. How this entering of men before the ships could be ready would be reckoned a miscarriage. Why, says the King, it is then but Mr. Pepys making of another speech to them, which made all the lords, and there were by also the Attorney and Solicitor General, look upon me. Thence Sir W. Coventry, W. Penn and I, by hackney coach to take a little air in Hyde Park, the first time I have been there this year, and we did meet many coaches going and coming, it being mighty pleasant weather, and so, coming back again, I light in the Pall Mall. And there went to see Sir H. Cholmondeley, who continues very ill of his cold. And there come in Sir H. Yelverton, whom Sir H. Cholmondeley commended me to his acquaintance, which the other received, but without remembering to me, or I him, of our being schoolfellows together, and I said nothing of it. But he took notice of my speech the other day at the bar of the House. And indeed I perceive he is a wise man by his manner of discourse, and here he do say that the town is full of it, that now the Parliament hath resolved upon L 300,000, the King, instead of 50, will set out but 25 ships. And the Dutch as many. And that Smith is to command them, who is allowed to have the better of Holmes in the late dispute, and is in good esteem in the Parliament, above the other. Thence home, and there, in favour to my eyes, stayed at home, reading the ridiculous history of my Lord Newcastle, wrote by his wife, which shews her to be a mad, conceited, ridiculous woman. And he an assy to suffer her to write what she writes to him, and of him. 920. Betty Turner sent my wife the book to read, and it being a fair print, to ease my eyes, which would be reading, I read that. Anon comes Mrs. Turner and sat and talked with us, and most about the business of Ackworth 921 which comes before us tomorrow, that I would favour it, but I do not think, notwithstanding all the friendship I can shew him, that he can escape. And therefore it had been better that he had followed the advice I sent him the other day by Mrs. Turner, to make up the business. So parted, and I to bed, my eyes being very bad, and I know not how in the world to abstain from reading. 19th, up, and betimes to the Old Swan, and by water to Whitehall, and thence to W. Coventry's, where stayed but a little to talk with him, and thence by water back again, it being a mighty fine, clear spring morning. Back to the Old Swan, and drank at Michel's, whose house goes up apace, but I could not see Betty, and thence walked all along Thames Street, which I have not done since it was burned, as far as Billingsgate. And there do see a brave street likely to be, many brave houses being built, and of them a great many by Mr. Jaggard, but the raising of the street will make it mighty fine. So to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence to the office, very busy till 5 o'clock, and then to ease my eyes I took my wife out and Deb to the Change, and there bought them some things, and so home again and to the office, ended my letters, and so home to read a little more in last night's book, with much sport, it being a foolish book, and so to supper and to bed. This afternoon I was surprised with a letter without a name to it, very well writ, in a good style, giving me notice of my cousin Kate Joyce's being likely to ruin herself by marriage, and by ill reports already abroad of her. And I do fear that this keeping of an inn may spoil her, being a young and pretty comely woman, and thought to be left well. I did answer the letter with thanks and good liking, and am resolved to take the advice he gives me, and go see her, and find out what I can, but if she will ruin herself, I cannot help it, though I should be troubled for it. 20th. Up betimes, and to my office, where we had a meeting extraordinary to consider of several things, among others the sum of money fit to be demanded ready money, to enable us to set out 27 ships, every body being now in pain for a fleet. And everybody endeavouring to excuse themselves for the not setting out of one, and our true excuse is lack of money. At it all the morning, and so at noon home to dinner with my clerks, my wife and Deb. Being busy at work above in her chamber getting things ready and fine for her going into the country a week or two hence. I away by coach to Whitehall, where we met to wait on the Duke of York, and, soon as prayers were done, it being Good Friday, he come to us, and we did a little business and presented him with our demand of money, and so broke up. And I thence by coach to Kate Joyce's, being desirous and in pain to speak with her about the business that I received a letter yesterday, but had no opportunity of speaking with her about it, company being with her. So I only invited her to come and dine with me on Sunday next, and so away home, and for saving my eyes at my chamber all the evening pricking down some things, and trying some conclusions upon my viol. In order to the inventing a better theory of musique than hath yet been abroad. And I think verily I shall do it. So to supper with my wife, who is in very good humour with her working, and so am I, and so to bed. This day at court I do hear that Sir W. Penn do command this summer's fleet, and Mr. Progers of the bedchamber, as a secret, told me that the Prince Rupert is troubled at it, and several friends of his have been with him to know the reason of it, so that he do pity Sir W. Penn, whom he hath great kindness for, that he should not at any desire of his be put to this service, and thereby make the prince his enemy, and contract more envy from other people. But I am not a whit sorry if it should be so, first for the king's sake, that his work will be better done by Sir W. Penn than the prince, and next that Penn, who is a false rogue, may be bit a little by it. 21st. Up betimes to the office, and there we sat all the morning, at noon home with my clerks, a good dinner, and then to the office, and wrote my letters, and then abroad to do several things, and pay what little scores I had, and among others to Mrs. Martin's, and there did give 20s. To Mrs. Cragg, her landlady, who was my valentine in the house, as well as Doll Lane. So home and to the office, there to end my letters, and so home, where Betty Turner was to see my wife, and she being gone I to my chamber to read a little again, and then after supper to bed. 22nd, Easter Day. I up, and walked to the Temple, and there got a coach, and to Whitehall, where spoke with several people, and find by all that Penn is to go to sea this year with this fleet. And they excuse the prince's going, by saying it is not a command great enough for him. Here I met with Brisbane, and, after hearing the service at the King's Chapel, where I heard the Bishop of Norwich, Dr. Reynolds, the old Presbyterian, begin a very plain sermon, he and I to the Queen's Chapel, and there did hear the Italians sing. And indeed their music did appear most admirable to me, beyond anything of ours, I was never so well satisfied in my life with it. So back to Whitehall, and there met Mr. Pierce, and adjusted together how we should spend tomorrow together, and so by coach I home to dinner, where Kate Joyce was, as I invited her, and had a good dinner, only she and us. And after dinner she and I alone to talk about her business, as I designed. And I find her very discreet, and she assures me she neither do nor will incline to the doing anything towards marriage, without my advice, and did tell me that she had many offers, and that Harmon and his friends would fain have her. But he is poor, and hath poor friends, and so it will not be advisable, but that there is another, a tobacconist, one Holinshed, whom she speaks well of, to be a plain, sober man, and in good condition, that offers her very well. And submits to me my examining and inquiring after it, if I see good, which I do like of it, for it will be best for her to marry, I think, as soon as she can, at least, to be rid of this house. For the trade will not agree with a young widow, that is a little handsome, at least ordinary people think her so. Being well satisfied with her answer, she anon went away, and I to my closet to make a few more experiments of my notions in musique, and so then my wife and I to walk in the garden, and then home to supper and to bed. 23rd. Up, and after discoursing with my wife about many things touching this day's dinner, I abroad, and first to the tavern to pay what I owe there, but missed of seeing the mistress of the house, and their bespoke wine for dinner, and so away thence. And to Bishopsgate Street, thinking to have found a harpsicon maker that used to live there before the fire, but he is gone, and I have a mind forthwith to have a little harpsicon made me to confirm and help me in my musique notions. Which my head is nowadays full of, and I do believe will come to something that is very good. Thence to Whitehall, expecting to have heard the Bishop of Lincoln, my friend, preach, for so I understood he would do yesterday, but was mistaken, and therefore away presently back again, and there find everything in good order against dinner. And at noon come Mr. Pierce and she, and Mrs. Manuel, the Jew's wife, and Mrs. Corbett, and Mrs. Pierce's boy and girl. But we are defeated of Nep, by her being forced to act today, and also of Harris, which did trouble me, they being my chief guests. However, I had an extraordinary good dinner, and the better because dressed by my own servants, and were mighty merry, and here was Mr. Pelling by chance come and dined with me. And after sitting long at dinner, I had a barge ready at Tower Wharf, to take us in, and so we went, all of us, up as high as Barn Elms, a very fine day, and all the way sang, and Mrs. Manuel sings very finely, and is a mighty discreet, sober-carriaged woman, that both my wife and I are mightily taken with her, and sings well, and without importunity or the contrary. At Barn Elms we walked round, and then to the barge again, and had much merry talk, and good singing, and come before it was dark to the New Exchange stairs, and there landed, and walked up to Mrs. Pierce's, where we sat a while, and then up to their dining room. And so, having a violin and theorbo, did fall to dance, here being also Mrs. Floyd come hither, and by Mr. Harris. But there being so few of us that could dance, and my wife not being very well, we had not much pleasure in the dancing, there was nep also, by which with much pleasure we did sing a little, and so, about 10 o'clock. I took coach with my wife and Deb. And so home, and there to bed. 24th, up pretty betimes, and so there comes to me Mr. Shish, to desire my appearing for him to succeed Mr. Christopher Pett, lately dead, in his place of Master Shipwright of Deptford and Woolwich, which I do resolve to promote what I can. So by and by to Whitehall, and there to the Duke of York's chamber, where I understand it is already resolved by the King and Duke of York that Shish shall have the place. From the Duke's chamber Sir W. Coventry and I to walk in the matted gallery. And there, among other things, he tells me of the wicked design that now is at last contriving against him, to get a petition presented from people that the money they have paid to W. Coventry for their places may be repaid them back. And that this is set on by Temple and Hollis of the Parliament, and, among other mean people in it, by Captain Tatnell, and he prays me that I will use some effectual way to sift Tatnell what he do, and who puts him on in this business. Which I do undertake, and will do with all my skill for his service, being troubled that he is still under this difficulty. Thence up and down Westminster by Mrs. Burroughs her mother's shop, thinking to have seen her, but could not, and therefore back to Whitehall, where great talk of the tumult at the other end of the town, about Moorfields, among the apprentices. Taking the liberty of these holy days to pull down bawdy houses. 922. And, Lord, to see the apprehensions which this did give to all people at court, that presently order was given for all the soldiers, horse and foot, to be in arms. And forthwith alarms were beat by drum and trumpet through Westminster, and all to their colours, and to horse, as if the French were coming into the town. So Creed, whom I met here, and I to Lincoln's Inn Fields, thinking to have gone into the fields to have seen the apprentices. But here we found these fields full of soldiers all in a body, and my Lord Craven commanding of them, and riding up and down to give orders, like a madman. And some young men we saw brought by soldiers to the guard at Whitehall, and overheard others that stood by say, that it was only for pulling down the bawdy houses. And none of the bystanders finding fault with them, but rather of the soldiers for hindering them. And we heard a justice of the peace this morning say to the king, that he had been endeavouring to suppress this tumult, but could not. And that, imprisoning some of them, in the new prison at Clerkenwell, the rest did come and break open the prison and release them. And that they do give out that they are for pulling down the bawdy houses, which is one of the greatest grievances of the nation. To which the king made a very poor, cold, insipid answer, why do they go to them, then? And that was all, and had no mind to go on with the discourse. Mr. Creed and I to dinner to my Lord Crewe, where little discourse, there being none but us at the table, and my Lord and my Lady Jemima, and so after dinner away, Creed and I to Whitehall, expecting a committee of Tangier, but come too late. So I to attend the council, and by were called in with Lord Brouncker and Sir W. Penn to advise how to pay away a little money to most advantage to the men of the yards, to make them dispatch the ships going out, and there did make a little speech, which was well liked, and after all it was found most satisfactory to the men. And best for the king's dispatch, that what money we had should be paid weekly to the men for their week's work until a greater sum could be got to pay them their arrears and then discharge them. But, Lord, To see what shifts and what cares and thoughts there was employed in this matter, how to do the king's work and please the men and stop clamours, would make a man think the king should not eat a bit of good meat till he has got money to pay the men. But I do not see the least print of care or thoughts in him about it at all. Having done here, I out and there met Sir Father Hollis, who do still tell me that, above all things in the world, he wishes he had my tongue in his mouth, meaning since my speech in Parliament. He took Lord Brouncker and me down to the guards, he and his company being upon the guards today. And there he did, in a handsome room to that purpose, make us drink, and did call for his bagpipes, which, with pipes of ebony, tipped with silver, he did play beyond anything of that kind that ever I heard in my life. And with great pains he must have obtained it, but with pains that the instrument do not deserve at all, for, at the best, it is mighty barbarous music. So home and there to my chamber, to prick out my song, it is decreed, intending to have it ready to give Mr. Harris on Thursday, when we meet, for him to sing, believing that he will do it more right than a woman that sings better, unless it were Nep, which I cannot have opportunity to teach it to. This evening I come home from Whitehall with Sir W. Penn, who fell in talk about his going to sea this year, and the difficulties that arise to him by it, by giving offence to the prince, and occasioning envy to him, and many other things that make it a bad matter. At this time of want of money and necessaries, and bad and uneven counsels at home, for him to go abroad, and did tell me how much with the King and Duke of York he had endeavoured to be excused, desiring the prince might be satisfied in it, who hath a mind to go. But he tells me they will not excuse him, and I believe it, and truly do judge it a piece of bad fortune to W. Penn. 25th. Up, and walked to Whitehall, there to wait on the Duke of York, which I did, and in his chamber there, first by hearing the Duke of York call me by my name, my Lord Burlington did come to me, and with great respect take notice of me and my relation to my Lord Sandwich, and express great kindness to me. And so to talk of my Lord Sandwich's concernments. By and by the Duke of York is ready, and I did wait for an opportunity of speaking my mind to him about Sir J. Minns, his being unable to do the king any service, which I think do become me to do in all respects, and have Sir W. Coventry's concurrence therein, which I therefore will seek a speedy opportunity to do, come what will come of it. The Duke of York and all with him this morning were full of the talk of the prentices, who are not yet put down, though the guards and militia of the town have been in arms all this night, and the night before. And the prentices have made fools of them, sometimes by running from them and flinging stones at them. Some blood hath been spilt, but a great many houses pulled down. And, among others, the Duke of York was mighty merry at that of Damaris Pages, the great bawd of the seamen. And the Duke of York complained merrily that he hath lost 2 tenants, by their houses being pulled down, who paid him for their wine licenses L15 a year. But here it was said how these idle fellows have had the confidence to say that they did ill in contenting themselves in pulling down the little bawdy houses, and did not go and pull down the great bawdy house at Whitehall. And some of them have the last night had a word among them, and it was reformation and reducement. This do make the courtiers ill at ease to see this spirit among people, though they think this matter will not come to much, but it speaks people's minds. And then they do say that there are men of understanding among them, that have been of Cromwell's army, but how true that is, I know not. Thence walked a little to Westminster, but met with nobody to spend any time with, and so by coach homeward, and in Seething Lane met young Mrs. Daniel, and I stopped, and she had been at my house, but found nobody within, and tells me that she drew me for her Valentine this year, so I took her into the coach, and was going to the other end of the town, thinking to have taken her abroad. But remembering that I was to go out with my wife this afternoon. And so to a milliner at the corner shop going into Bishopsgate and Leadenhall Street, and there did give her 8 pair of gloves, and so dismissed her, and so I home and to dinner, and then with my wife to the King's Playhouse to see The Storm. Which we did, but without much pleasure, it being but a mean play compared with The Tempest, at the Duke of York's house, though Nep did act her part of grief very well. Thence with my wife and Deb. By coach to Islington, to the old house, and there eat and drank till it was almost night, and then home, being in fear of meeting the prentices, who are many of them yet, they say, abroad in the fields, but we got well home. And so I to my chamber a while, and then to supper and to bed. 26th, up betimes to the office, whereby and by my Lord Brouncker and I met and made an end of our business betimes. So I away with him to Mrs. Williams's, and there dined, and thence I alone to the Duke of York's house, to see the new play, called, The Man is the Master, where the house was, it being not above 1 o'clock, very full. But my wife and Deb being there before, with Mrs. Pierce and Corbett and Betty Turner, whom my wife carried with her, they made me room, and there I sat, it costing me 8s. Upon them in oranges, at 6d. a piece. By and by the king come. And we sat just under him, so that I durst not turn my back all the play. The play is a translation out of French, and the plot Spanish, but not anything extraordinary at all in it, though translated by Sir W. Davenant, and so I found the king in his company did think meanly of it, though there was here and there something pretty, but the most of the mirth was sorry, poor stuff, of eating of sack posset and slabbering themselves. And mirth fit for clowns. The prologue but poor, and the epilogue little in it but the extraordinariness of it, it being sung by Harris and another in the form of a ballet. Thence, by agreement, we all of us to the Blue Balls, hard by, whither Mr. Pierce also goes with us, who met us at the play, and anon comes Manuel, and his wife, and Nep, and Harris, who brings with him Mr. Bannister, the great master of musique. And after much difficulty in getting of musique, we to dancing, and then to a supper of some French dishes, which yet did not please me, and then to dance and sing. And mighty merry we were till about 11 or 12 at night, with mighty great content in all my company, and I did, as I love to do, enjoy myself in my pleasure as being the height of what we take pains for and can hope for in this world. And therefore to be enjoyed while we are young and capable of these joys. My wife extraordinary fine today, in her flower tabby suit, bought a year and more ago, before my mother's death put her into mourning, and so not worn till this day, and every body in love with it, and indeed she is very fine and handsome in it. I having paid the reckoning, which come to almost L4. We parted, my company and William Batelier, who was also with us, home in a coach, round by the wall, where we met so many stops by the watches, that it cost us much time and some trouble, and more money, to every watch, to them to drink. This being increased by the trouble the prentices did lately give the city, so that the militia and watches are very strict at this time. And we had like to have met with a stop for all night at the constable's watch, at Moorgate, by a pragmatical constable, but we come well home at about 2 in the morning, and so to bed. This noon, from Mrs. Williams's, my Lord Brouncker sent to Somerset House to hear how the Duchess of Richmond do. And word was brought him that she is pretty well, but mighty full of the smallpox, by which all do conclude she will be wholly spoiled, which is the greatest instance of the uncertainty of beauty that could be in this age. But then she hath had the benefit of it to be first married, and to have kept it so long, under the greatest temptations in the world from a king, and yet without the least imputation. This afternoon, at the play, Sir Fr. Hollis spoke to me as a secret, and matter of confidence in me, and friendship to Sir W. Penn, who is now out of town, that it were well he were made acquainted that he finds in the House of Commons, which met this day, several motions made for the calling strictly again upon the miscarriages. And particularly in the business of the prizes, and the not prosecuting of the first victory, only to give an affront to Sir W. Penn, whose going to see this year do give them matter of great dislike. So though I do not much trouble myself for him, yet I am sorry that he should have this fall so unhappily without any fault, but rather merit of his own that made him fitter for this command than any body else. And the more for that this business of his may haply occasion their more eager pursuit against the whole body of the office. 27th. Up, and walked to the waterside, and thence to Whitehall to the Duke of York's chamber, where he being ready he went to a committee of Tangier, where I first understand that my Lord Sandwich is, in his coming back from Spain, to step over thither. To see in what condition the place is, which I am glad of, hoping that he will be able to do some good there, for the good of the place, which is so much out of order. Thence to walk a little in Westminster Hall, where the Parliament I find sitting, but spoke with nobody to let me know what they are doing, nor did I inquire. Thence to the Swan and drank, and did baser frank, and so down by water back again, and to the Exchange a turn or two, only to show myself, and then home to dinner, where my wife and I had a small squabble. But I first this day tried the effect of my silence and not provoking her when she is in an ill humor, and do find it very good, for it prevents its coming to that height on both sides which used to exceed what was fit between us. So she become calm by and fond, and so took coach, and she to the mercer's to buy some lace, while I to Whitehall, but did nothing, but then to Westminster Hall and took a turn, and so to Mrs. Martin's, and there did sit a little and talk and drink, and did hazer con her, and so took coach and called my wife at unthanks, and so up and down to the nursery, where they did not act, then to the new cockpit, and there missed. And then to Hyde Park, where many coaches, but the dust so great, that it was troublesome, and so by night home, where to my chamber and finished my pricking out of my song for Mr. Harris, it is decreed, and so a little supper, being very sleepy and weary since last night, and so by 2 o'clock to bed and slept well all night. This day, at noon, comes Mr. Pelling to me, and shews me the stone cut lately out of Sir Thomas Adams, the old comely alderman's, body, which is very large indeed, bigger I think than my fist, and weighs above 25 ounces and, which is very miraculous. He never in all his life had any fit of it, but lived to a great age without pain, and died at last of something else, without any sense of this in all his life. This day Creed at Whitehall in discourse told me what information he hath had, from very good hands, of the cowardice and ill government of Sir J. Smith and Sir Thomas Allen, and the repute they have both of them abroad in the Straits, from their deportment when they did at several times command there. And that, above all Englishmen that ever were there never was any man that behaved himself like poor Charles Wager, whom the very Moors do mention, with tears sometimes. 28th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning busy, and at noon home to dinner with my clerks, and though my head full of business, yet I had a desire to end this holyday week with a play, and so, with my wife and Deb. To the King's house, and there saw, the Indian Emperor, a very good play indeed, and thence directly home, and to my writing of my letters, and so home to supper and to bed for fearing my eyes. Our greatest business at the office today is our want of money for the setting forth of these ships that are to go out, and my people at dinner tell me that they do verily doubt that the want of men will be so great, as we must press. And if we press, there will be mutinies in the town, for the seamen are said already to have threatened the pulling down of the Treasury office, and if they do once come to that, it will not be long before they come to ours. 29th, Lord's Day. Up, and I to church, where I have not been these many weeks before, and there did first find a strange reader, who could not find in the service book the place for churching women. But was fain to change books with the clerk, and then a stranger preached, a seeming able man. But said in his pulpit that God did a greater work in raising of an oak tree from an acorn, than a man's body raising it, at the last day, from his dust, shewing the possibility of the resurrection, which was, methought, a strange saying. At home to dinner, whither comes and dines with me W. Howe, and by invitation Mr. Harris and Mr. Bannister, most extraordinary company both, the latter for music of all sorts, the former for everything. Here we sang, and Bannister played on the theorbo, and afterwards Bannister played on his flageolet. And I had very good discourse with him about music, so confirming some of my new notions about music that it puts me upon a resolution to go on and make a scheme and theory of music not yet ever made in the world. Harris do so commend my wife's picture of Mr. Hales's, that I shall have him draw Harris's head, and he hath also persuaded me to have Cooper draw my wife's, which, though it cost L30, yet I will have done. Thus spent the afternoon most deliciously, and then broke up and walked with them as far as the Temple, and there parted, and I took coach to Westminster, but there did nothing, meeting nobody that I had a mind to speak with, and so home. And there find Mr. Pelling, and then also comes Mrs. Turner, and supped and talked with us, and so to bed. I do hear by several that Sir W. Penn's going to see do dislike the Parliament mightily, and that they have revived the committee of miscarriages to find something to prevent it. And that he being the other day with the Duke of Albemarle to ask his opinion touching his going to sea, the Duchess overheard and come in to him, and asks W. Pen how he durst have the confidence to offer to go to sea again, to the endangering the nation, when he knew himself such a coward as he was, which, if true, is very severe. 30th. Up betimes, and so to the office, there to do business till about 2 o'clock, and then out with my wife and Deb. And W. Hewer by coach to Common Garden Coffee House, where by appointment I was to meet Harris, which I did, and also Mr. Cooper, the great painter, and Mr. Hales, and thence presently to Mr. Cooper's house, to see some of his work, which is all in little, but so excellent as, though I must confess I do think the colouring of the flesh to be a little forced, yet the painting is so extraordinary, as I do never expect to see the like again. Here I did see Mrs. Stewart's picture as when a young maid, and now just done before her having the smallpox, and it would make a man weep to see what she was then, and what she is like to be, by people's discourse, now. Here I saw my Lord General's picture, and my Lord Arlington and Ashley's, and several others. But among the rest one Swinfen, that was secretary to my Lord Manchester, Lord Chamberlain, with cooling, done so admirably as I never saw anything, but the misery was, this fellow died in debt, and never paid Cooper for his picture. But, it being seized on by his creditors, among his other goods, after his death, Cooper himself says that he did buy it, and give L25 out of his purse for it, for what he was to have had but L30. Being infinitely satisfied with this sight, and resolving that my wife shall be drawn by him when she comes out of the country, I away with Harris and Hales to the coffee house, sending my people away. And there resolve for Hales to begin Harris's head for me, which I will be at the cost of. After a little talk, I away to Whitehall and Westminster, where I find the Parliament still bogling about the raising of this money, and everybody's mouth full now, and Mr. Wren himself tells me that the Duke of York declares to go to sea himself this year, and I perceive it is only on this occasion of distaste of the Parliament against W. Pen's going, and to prevent the princes, but I think it is mighty hot counsel for the Duke of York at this time to go out of the way, but, Lord! What a pass are all our matters come to! At noon by appointment to Cursitor's Alley, in Chancery Lane, to meet Captain Cock and some other creditors of the Navy, and their counsel, Pemberton, North, Offley, and Charles Porter. And there dined, and talked of the business of the assignments on the exchequer of the L1 250,000 on behalf of our creditors. And there I do perceive that the council had heard of my performance in the Parliament House lately, and did value me and what I said accordingly. At dinner we had a great deal of good discourse about Parliament, their number being uncertain, and always at the will of the King to increase, as he saw reason to erect a new borough. But all concluded that the bane of the Parliament hath been the leaving off the old custom of the places allowing wages to those that served them in Parliament, by which they chose men that understood their business and would attend it. And they could expect an account from, which now they cannot. And so the Parliament is become a company of men unable to give account for the interest of the place they serve for. Thence, the meeting of the Council with the King's Council this afternoon being put off by reason of the death of Sergeant Maynard's lady, I to Whitehall, where the Parliament was to wait on the King. And they did, and it was to be told that he did think fit to tell them that they might expect to be adjourned at Whitsuntide, and that they might make haste to raise their money. But this, I fear, will displease them, who did expect to sit as long as they pleased, and whether this be done by the King upon some new council I know not, for the King must be beholding to them till they do settle this business of money. Great talk today as if Beaufort was come into the Channel with about 20 ships, and it makes people apprehensive, but yet the Parliament do not stir a bit faster in the business of money. Here I met with Creed, expecting a committee of Tangier, but the committee met not, so he and I up and down, having nothing to do, and particularly to the new cockpit by the King's Gate in Holborn. But seeing a great deal of rabble we did refuse to go in, but took coach and to Hyde Park, and there till all the tour was empty, and so he and I to the lodge in the park, and there eat and drank till it was night. And then carried him to Whitehall, having had abundance of excellent talk with him in reproach of the times and managements we live under, and so I home, and there to talk and to supper with my wife, and so to bed. 31st, up pretty betimes and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon I home to dinner, where Uncle Thomas dined with me, as he do every quarter, and I paid him his pension, and also comes Mr. Hollier a little fuddled, and so did talk nothing but Latin, and laugh, that it was very good sport to see a sober man in such a humour, though he was not drunk to scandal. At dinner comes a summons for this office and the victualler to attend a committee of Parliament this afternoon, with Sir D. Gauden, which I accordingly did, with my papers relating to the sending of victuals to Sir John Harmon's fleet. And there, Sir R. Brooks in the chair, we did give them a full account, but, Lord! To see how full they are and immovable in their jealousy that some means are used to keep Harmon from coming home, for they have an implacable desire to know the bottom of the not improving the first victory, and would lay it upon Brouncker. Having given them good satisfaction I away thence, up and down, wanting a little to see whether I could get Mrs. Burrows out, but L being in the shop ego did speak con her much, she could not then go far, and so I took coach and away to Unthanks, and there took up my wife and Deb. And to the park, where, being in a hackney, and they undressed, was ashamed to go into the tour, but went round the park, and so with pleasure home, where Mr. Pelting come and sat and talked late with us, and he being gone, I called Deb to take pen, ink, and paper and write down what things come into my head for my wife to do in order to her going into the country, and the girl, writing not so well as she would do, cried, and her mistress construed it to be sullenness. And so away angry with her too, but going to bed she undressed me, and there I did give her good advice and bais her la, L weeping still. April 1668. April 1st, up, and to dress myself, and call as I use Deb to brush and dress me. And I to my office, where busy till noon, and then out to bespeak some things against my wife's going into the country tomorrow, and so home to dinner, my wife and I alone, she being mighty busy getting her things ready for her journey. I all the afternoon with her looking after things on the same account, and then in the afternoon out and all alone to the King's house, and there sat in an upper box, to hide myself, and saw, the Black Prince, a very good play. But only the fancy, most of it, the same as in the rest of my Lord Auror's plays, but the dance very stately. But it was pretty to see how coming after dinner and with no company with me to talk to, and at a play that I had seen, and went to now not for curiosity but only idleness, I did fall asleep the former part of the play. But afterward did mind it and like it very well. Thence called at my bookseller's, and took Mr. Boyle's Book of Forms, newly reprinted, and sent my brother my old one. So home, and there to my chamber till anon comes Mr. Turner and his wife and daughter, and Pelting, to sup with us and talk of my wife's journey tomorrow, her daughter going with my wife, and after supper to talk with her husband about the office, and his place, which, by Sir J. Minns's age and inability, is very uncomfortable to him, as well as without profit, or certainty what he shall do, when Sir J. Minns dies, which is a sad condition for a man that hath lived so long in the office as Mr. Turner hath done. But he aims, and I advise him to it, to look for Mr. Ackworth's place, in case he should be removed. His wife afterwards did take me into my closet, and give me a cellar 923 of waters of her own distilling for my father, to be carried down with my wife and her daughter tomorrow, which was very handsome. So broke up and to bed. 2nd. Up, after much pleasant talk with my wife, and upon some alterations I will make in my house in her absence, and I do intend to lay out some money thereon. So she and I up, and she got her ready to be gone, and by comes Betty Turner and her mother, and W. Baitlier, and they and Deb, to whom I did give tens. This morning, to oblige her to please her mistress, and Ego did baser her moosh, and also Jane, and so in 2 coaches set out about 8 o'clock towards the carrier, therefore to take coach for my father's, that is to say, my wife and Betty Turner, Deb, and Jane, but I meeting my Lord Anglesey going to the office, was forced to alight in Cheapside, and there took my leave of them, not by Sado Deb. Which J.E. had a great mind to, left them to go to their coach, and I to the office, where all the morning busy, and so at noon with my other clerks, Hewer being a day's journey with my wife, to dinner, where Mr. Pierce come and dined with me, and then with Lord Brouncker, carrying his little kinswoman on my knee, his coach being full, to the Temple, where my lord and I light, and to Mr. Porter's chamber, where Cock and his council, and so to the attorneys, whither the Solicitor General come, and their cause about their assignments on the L1-250-000 Act was argued, where all that was to be said for them was said. And so answered by the Solicitor General beyond what I expected, that I said not one word all my time, rather choosing to hold my tongue, and so mind my reputation with the Solicitor General, who did mightily approve of my speech in Parliament. Then say anything against him to no purpose. This I believe did trouble Cock and these gentlemen, but I do think this best for me, and so I do think that the business will go against them, though it is against my judgment. And I am sure against all justice to the men to be invited to part with their goods and be deceived afterward of their security for payment. Thence with Lord Brouncker to the Royal Society, where they were just done, but there I was forced to subscribe to the building of a college, and did give L40, and several others did subscribe, some greater and some less sums. But several I saw hang off, and I doubt it will spoil the society, for it breeds faction and ill will, and becomes burdensome to some that cannot, or would not, do it. Here, to my great content, I did try the use of the Eau de Coustecan 924, which was only a great glass bottle broke at the bottom, putting the neck to my ear. And there I did plainly hear the dashing of the oars of the boats in the Thames to a Roundel gallery window, which, without it, I could not in the least do, and may, I believe, be improved to a great height, which I am mighty glad of. Thence with Lord Brouncker and several of them to the King's Head Tavern by Chancery Lane, and there did drink and eat and talk, and, above the rest, I did hear of Mr. Hooke and my lord an account of the reason of concords and discords in music, which they say is from the equality of vibrations, but I am not satisfied in it, but will at my leisure think of it more, and see how far that do go to explain it. So late at night home with Mr. Caldwell, and parted, and I to the office, and then to Sir W. Penn to confer with him, and Sir R. Ford and Young, about our St. John Baptist prize, and so home, without more supper to bed, my family being now little by the departure of my wife and 2 maids. 3rd. Up, and Captain Perryman come to me to tell me how Tatnell told him that this day one how is to charge me before the Commissioners of Prizes to the value of L8,000 in prizes, which I was troubled to hear, so fearful I am. Though I know that there is not a penny to be laid to my charge that I dare not own, or that I have not owned under my hand, but upon recollection it signifies nothing to me, and so I value it not. Being sure that I can have nothing in the world to my hurt known from the business. So to the office, where all the morning to dispatch business, and so home to dinner with my clerks, whose company is of great pleasure to me for their good discourse in any thing of the navy I have a mind to talk of. After dinner by water from the Tower to Whitehall, there to attend the Duke of York as usual, and particularly in a fresh complaint the Commissioners of the Treasury do make to him. And by to the Council this day of our having prepared certificates on the Exchequer to the further sum of near L50,000, and soon as we had done with the Duke of York we did attend the Council. And were there called in, and did hear Mr. Solicitor General make his report to the Council in the business. Which he did in a most excellent manner of words, but most cruelly severe against us, and so were some of the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, as men guilty of a practice with the tradesmen, to the King's prejudice. I was unwilling to enter into a contest with them, but took advantage of 2 or 3 words last spoke, and brought it to a short issue in good words, that if we had the King's order to hold our hands, we would, which did end the matter, and they all resolved we should have it. And so it ended, and so we away. I vexed that I did not speak more in a cause so fit to be spoke in, and wherein we had so much advantage, but perhaps I might have provoked the Solicitor and the Commissioners of the Treasury, and therefore, since, I am not sorry that I forbore. Thence my Lord Brouncker and I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw the latter part of The Master and the Man, and thence by coach to Duck Lane, to look out for Marsan, in French, a man that has wrote well of musique. But it is not to be had, but I have given order for its being sent for over, and I did hear by Descartes his little treatise of musique, and so home, and there to read a little, and eat a little. Though I find that my having so little taste do make me so far neglect eating that, unless company invite, I do not love to spend time upon eating, and so bring emptiness and the colic. So to bed. This day I hear that Prince Rupert and Holmes do go to sea, and by this there is a seeming friendship and peace among our great seamen, but the devil a bit is there any love among them, or can be. 4th. Up betimes, and by coach towards Whitehall, and took Aldgate Street in my way, and there called upon one Hayward, that makes virginals, and did their like of a little Espinet, and will have him finish it for me. For I had a mind to a small harpsicon, but this takes up less room, and will do my business as to finding out of chords, and I am very well pleased that I have found it. Thence to Whitehall, and after long waiting did get a small running committee of Tangier, where I stayed but little. And little done but the correcting 2 or 3 egregious faults in the charter for Tangier after it had so long lain before the council and been passed there and drawn up by the Attorney General, so slightly are all things in this age done. Thence home to the office by water, where we sat till noon, and then I moved we might go to the Duke of York and the King presently to get out their order in writing that was ordered us yesterday about the business of certificates. That we might be secure against the tradesmen who, Sir John Banks by name, have told me this day that they will complain in Parliament against us for denying to do them right. So we rose of a sudden, being mighty sensible of this inconvenience we are liable to should we delay to give them longer, and yet have no order for our indemnity. I did dine with Sir W. Penn, where my Lady Batten did come with desire of meeting me there, and speaking with me about the business of the L500 we demand of her for the chest. She do protest, before God, she never did see the account, but that it was as her husband in his lifetime made it, and he did often declare to her his expecting L500, and that we could not deny it him for his pains in that business. And that he hath left her worth nothing of his own in the world, and that therefore she could pay nothing of it, come what will come, but that he hath left her a beggar, which I am sorry truly for. Though it is a just judgment upon people that do live so much beyond themselves in housekeeping and vanity, as they did. I did give her little answer, but generally words that might not trouble her, and so to dinner, and after dinner Sir W. Penn and I away by water to Whitehall, and there did attend the Duke of York, and he did carry us to the King's lodgings, but he was asleep in his closet. So we stayed in the green room, where the Duke of York did tell us what rules he had, of knowing the weather, and did now tell us we should have rain before tomorrow, it having been a dry season for some time, and so it did rain all night almost. And pretty rules he hath, and told Brouncker and me some of them, which were such as no reason seems ready to be given. By and by the King comes out, and he did easily agree to what we moved, and would have the commissioners of the navy to meet us with him tomorrow morning, and then to talk of other things. About the Quakers not swearing, and how they do swear in the business of a late election of a knight of the shire of Hertfordshire in behalf of one they have a mind to have. And how my Lord of Pembroke says he hath heard him, the Quaker, at the tennis court swear to himself when he loses, and told us what pretty notions my Lord Pembroke hath of the first chapter of Genesis. How Adam's sin was not the sucking, which he did before, but the swallowing of the apple, by which the contrary elements begun to work in him, and to stir up these passions, and a great deal of such fooleries, which the King made mighty mockery at. Thence my Lord Brouncker and I into the park in his coach, and there took a great deal of air, saving that it was mighty dusty, and so a little unpleasant. Thence to Common Garden with my Lord, and there I took a hackney and home, and after having done a few letters at the office, I home to a little supper and so to bed, my eyes being every day more and more weak and apt to be tired. 5th, Lord's Day. Up, and to my chamber, and there to the writing fair some of my late musique notions, and so to church, where I have not been a good while, and thence home, and dined at home, with W. Ewer with me. And after dinner, he and I a great deal of good talk touching this office, how it is spoiled by having so many persons in it, and so much work that is not made the work of any one man, but of all, and so is never done. And that the best way to have it well done, were to have the whole trust in one, as myself, to set whom I pleased to work in the several businesses of the office, and me to be accountable for the whole, and that would do it. As I would find instruments, but this is not to be compassed. But something I am resolved to do about Sir J. Minns before it be long. Then to my chamber again, to my musique, and so to church. And then home, and thither comes Captain Silas Taylor to me, the storekeeper of Harwich, where much talk, and most of it against Captain Dean, whom I do believe to be a high, proud fellow. But he is an active man, and able in his way, and so I love him. He gone, I to my musique again, and to read a little, and to sing with Mr. Pelling, who come to see me, and so spent the evening, and then to supper and to bed. I hear that 8 of the ringleaders in the late tumults of the prentices at Easter are condemned to die. 925. 6th. Betimes I to Alderman Bacule, and with him to my Lord Ashley's, where did a little business about Tangier, and to talk about the business of certificates, wherein, contrary to what could be believed, the King and Duke of York themselves, in my absence, did call for some of the commissioners of the Treasury, and give them directions about the business of the certificates, which I, despairing to do any thing on a Sunday, and not thinking that they would think of it themselves, did rest satisfied, and stayed at home all yesterday, leaving it to do something in this day. But I find that the King and Duke of York had been so pressing in it, that my Lord Ashley was more forward with the doing of it this day, than I could have been. And so I to Whitehall with Alderman Bacule in his coach, with Mr. Blaney, my Lord Secretary, and there did draw up a rough draft of what order I would have, and did carry it in, and had it read twice and approved of, before my Lord Ashley and 3 more of the commissioners of the Treasury. And then went up to the council chamber, where the Duke of York, and Prince Rupert, and the rest of the Committee of the Navy were sitting, and I did get some of them to read it there, and they would have had it passed presently. But Sir John Nicholas desired they would first have it approved by a full council, and, therefore, a council extraordinary was readily summoned against the afternoon, and the Duke of York run presently to the King, as if now they were really set to mind their business, which God grant. So I thence to Westminster, and walked in the hall and up and down, the House being called over today, and little news, but some talk as if the agreement between France and Spain were like to be, which would be bad for us. And at noon with Sir Herbert Price to Mr. George Montague's to dinner, being invited by him in the hall, and there mightily made of, even to great trouble to me to be so commended before my face, with that flattery and importunity, that I was quite troubled with it. Yet he is a fine gentleman, truly, and his lady a fine woman. And, among many sons that I saw there was a little daughter that is mighty pretty, of which he is infinite fond, and, after dinner, did make her play on the gitter and sing, which she did mighty prettily. And seems to have a mighty musical soul, keeping time with most excellent spirit. Here I met with Mr. Brownlow, my old schoolfellow, who come thither, I suppose, as a suitor to one of the young ladies that were there, and a sober man he seems to be. But here Mr. Montague did tell me how Mr. Vaughan, in that very room, did say that I was a great man, and had great understanding, and I know not what, which, I confess, I was a little proud of, if I may believe him. Here I do hear, as a great secret, that the King, and Duke of York and Duchess, and my Lady Castlemaine, are now all agreed in a strict league, and all things like to go very current, and that it is not impossible to have my Lord Clarendon in time, here again. But I do hear that my Lady Castlemaine is horribly vexed at the late libel 926, the petition of the poor whores about the town, whose houses were pulled down the other day. I have got one of them, but it is not very witty, but devilish severe against her and the King, and I wonder how it durst be printed and spread abroad, which shews that the times are loose, and come to a great disregard of the King, or Court, or Government. Thence I to Whitehall to attend the council, and when the council rose we find my order mightily enlarged by the Solicitor General, who was called thither, making it more safe for him and the council. But their order is the same in the command of it that I drew, and will I think defend us well. So thence, meeting Creed, he and I to the new cockpit by the King's Gate, and there saw the manner of it, and the mixed rabble of people that come thither. And saw 2 battles of cocks, wherein is no great sport, but only to consider how these creatures, without any provocation, do fight and kill one another, and aim only at one another's heads. And by their good will not leave till one of them be killed. And thence to the park in a hackney coach, so would not go into the tour, but round about the park, and to the house, and there at the door eat and drank, whither come my Lady Kerneagi, of whom Creed tells me more particulars. How her lord, finding her and the Duke of York at the king's first coming in too kind, did get it out of her that he did dishonour him, and so bid her continue, which is the most pernicious and full piece of revenge that ever I heard of. And he at this day owns it with great glory, and looks upon the Duke of York and the world with great content in the ampleness of his revenge. Thence, where the place was now by the last night's rain very pleasant, and no dust, to Whitehall, and set Creed down, and I home and to my chamber, and there about my musique notions again. Wherein I take delight and find great satisfaction in them, and so, after a little supper, to bed. This day, in the afternoon, stepping with the Duke of York into St. James's Park, it rained, and I was forced to lend the Duke of York my cloak, which he wore through the park. 7th. Up, and at the office all the morning, where great hurry to be made in the fitting forth of this present little fleet, but so many rubs by reason of want of money. And people's not believing us in cases where we had money and less, which in several cases, as in hiring of vessels, cannot be, they be paid beforehand, that every thing goes backward instead of forward. At noon comes Mr. Clerk, my solicitor, and the auditor's men with my account drawn up in the exchequer way with their queries, which are neither many nor great, or hard to answer upon it, and so dined with me, and then I by coach to the King's Playhouse. And there saw the English monsieur sitting for privacy's sake in an upper box. The play hath much mirth in it as to that particular humour. After the play done, I down to Nip, and did stay her undressing herself, and there saw the several players, men and women go by. And pretty to see how strange they are all, one to another, after the play is done. Here I saw a wonderful pretty maid of her own, that come to undress her, and one so pretty that she says she intends not to keep her, for fear of her being undone in her service, by coming to the playhouse. Here I hear Sir W. Davenant is just now dead, and so who will succeed him in the mastership of the house is not yet known. The eldest Davenport is, it seems, gone from this house to be kept by somebody, which I am glad of, she being a very bad actor. I took her then up into a coach and away to the park, which is now very fine after some rain, but the company was going away most, and so I took her to the lodge, and there treated her and had a deal of good talk, and now and then did baiser law. And that was all, and that is much or more than I had much mind to because of her paint. She tells me mighty news, that my Lady Castlemaine is mightily in love with Heart of their house, and he is much with her in private, and she goes to him, and do give him many presents. And that the thing is most certain, and Beck Marshall only privy to it, and the means of bringing them together, which is a very odd thing, and by this means she is even with the king's love to Mrs. Davis. This done, I carried her and set her down at Mrs. Manuel's, but stayed not there myself, nor went in, but straight home, and there to my letters, and so home to bed. 8th. Up, and at my office all the morning, doing business, and then at noon home to dinner all alone. Then to Whitehall with Sir J. Minns in his coach to attend the Duke of York upon our usual business, which was this day but little, and thence with Lord Brouncker to the Duke of York's playhouse, where we saw, The Unfortunate Lovers, no extraordinary play, methinks. And thence I to Drumbleby's, and there did talk a great deal about pipes. And did buy a recorder, which I do intend to learn to play on, the sound of it being, of all sounds in the world, most pleasing to me. Thence home, and to visit Mrs. Turner, where among other talk, Mr. Folly and her husband being there, she did tell me of young Captain Holmes's marrying of Peg Lowther last Saturday by stealth, which I was sorry for, he being an idle rascal, and proud, and worth little, I doubt. And she a mighty pretty, well-disposed lady, and good fortune. Her mother and friends take on mightily. But the sport is, Sir Robert Holmes do seem to be mad too with his brother, and will disinherit him, saying that he hath ruined himself, marrying below himself, and to his disadvantage. Whereas, I said, in this company, that I had married a sister lately, with little above half that portion, that he should have kissed her breech before he should have had her, which, if our Holmes should hear, would make a great quarrel. But it is true I am heartily sorry for the poor girl that is undone by it. So home to my chamber, to be fingering of my recorder, and getting of the scale of musique without book, which I at last see is necessary for a man that would understand musique, as it is now taught to understand. Though it be a ridiculous and troublesome way, and I know I shall be able hereafter to show the world a simpler way. But, like the old hypotheses in philosophy, it must be learned, though a man knows a better. Then to supper, and to bed. This morning Mr. Christopher Pet's widow and daughter come to me, to desire my help to the King and Duke of York, and I did promise, and do pity her. 9th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning sitting, then at noon home to dinner with my people, and so to the office again writing of my letters, and then abroad to my booksellers, and up and down to the Duke of York's playhouse, there to see. Which I did, Sir W. Davenant's corpse carried out towards Westminster, there to be buried. Here were many coaches and 6 horses, and many hackneys, that made it look, methought, as if it were the burial of a poor poet. He seemed to have many children, by 5 or 6 in the first morning coach, all boys. And there I left them coming forth, and I to the New Exchange, there to meet Mrs. Burrows, and did take her in a carosse and carry Elle towards the park, kissing her. But did not go into any house, but come back and set her down at Whitehall, and did give her wrapped in paper for my Valentine's gift for the last year before this, which I never did yet give her anything for, 12 half-crowns. And so back home and there to my office, where come a packet from the Downs from my brother Balty, who, with Harmon, is arrived there, of which this day come the first news. And now the Parliament will be satisfied, I suppose, about the business they have so long desired between Brouncker and Harmon about not prosecuting the first victory. Balty is very well, and I hope hath performed his work well, that I may get him into future employment. I wrote to him this night, and so home, and there to the perfecting my getting the scale of musique without book, which I have done to perfection backward and forward, and so to supper and to bed. 10th, Friday, all the morning at office. At noon with W. Penn to Duke of York, and attended council. So to Piper and Duck Lane, and their kissed bookseller's wife, and bought Legend. So home, coach. Sailor. Mrs. Hannam dead. News of peace. Conning my gamut. 927. 12th, Sunday. Dined at Brounker's, and saw the new book. Peace. Cutting away sails. 13th, Monday. Spent at Michel's 6D, in the Folly, 1s, 928 oysters, 1s, coached to W. Coventry about Mrs. Pett, 1s. Thence to Commissioners of Treasury, and so to Westminster Hall by water, 6d. With G. Montague and Roger Pepys, and spoke with Birch and Vaughan, all in trouble about the prize business. So to Lord Crew's, calling for a low pipe by the way, where Creed and G. M. and G. C. come, 1s. So with Creed to a play. Little laugh, 4s. Thence towards the park by coach, 2s. 6d. Come home, met with order of Commissioners of Accounts, which put together with the rest vexed me, and so home to supper and to bed. 14th, Tuesday. Up betimes by water to the Temple. In the way read the narrative about prizes. And so to Lord Crew's bedside, and then to Westminster, where I hear Penn is, and sent for by messenger last night. Thence to Commissioners of Accounts and they're examined, and so back to Westminster Hall, where all the talk of committing all to the Tower, and Creed and I to the Quakers, dined together. Thence to the House, where rose about 4 o'clock. And, with much ado, Penn got to Thursday to bring in his answer, so my Lord escapes today. Thence with Goadage and G. Montague to G. Carteret, and there sat their dinner time, and here myself, by many Parliament men, mightily commended. Thence to a play, Love's Cruelty, and so to my Lord Crew's, who glad of this day's time got, and so home, and their office, and then home to supper and to bed, my eyes being the better upon leaving drinking at night. Water, 1s. Porter, 6d. Water, 6d. Dinner, 3s. 6d. Play part, 2s. Oranges, 1s. Home coach, 1s. 6d. 15th. After playing a little upon my new little flageolet, that is so soft that pleases me mightily, betimes to my office, where most of the morning. Then by coach, 1s. And meeting Lord Brouncker, light at the Exchange, and thence by water to Whitehall, 1s, and there to the chapel, expecting wind music and to the harpan ball, and drank all alone, 2d. Back, and to the fiddling concert, and heard a practice mighty good of Grebus, and thence to Westminster Hall, where all cry out that the House will be severe with pen. But do hope well concerning the buyers, that we shall have no difficulty, which God grant. Here met Creed, and, about noon, he and I, and Sir P. Neal to the Quakers, and there dined with a silly executor of Bishop Juxon's, and cousin Roger Pepys. Business of money goes on slowly in the house. Thence to Whitehall by water, and there with the Duke of York a little, but stayed not, but saw him and his lady at his little pretty chapel, where I never was before, but silly devotion, God knows. Thence I left Creed, and to the King's Playhouse, into a corner of the 18d. box, and there saw The Maid's Tragedy, a good play. Coach, 1s, play and oranges, 2s. 6d. Creed come, dropping presently here, but he did not see me, and come to the same place, nor would I be seen by him. Thence to my Lord Crewe's, and there he come also after, and there with Sir T. Crewe bemoaning my lord's folly in leaving his old interest, by which he hath now lost all. An ill discourse in the morning of my lord's being killed, but this evening Godolphin tells us here that my lord is well. Thence with Creed to the Cock Ale House, and there spent 6d, and so by coach home, 2s. 6d, and so to bed. 16th, th. Thursday. Greetings book is begun this day to learn the recorder. To the office, where all the morning. Dined with my clerks, and merry at Sir W. Penn's crying yesterday, as they say, to the King, that he was his martyr. So to Whitehall by coach to commissioners of the Treasury about certificates, but they met not, 2s. To Westminster by water. To Westminster Hall, where I hear W. Penn is ordered to be impeached, 6d. There spoke with many, and particularly with G. Montague, and went with him and Creed to his house, where he told how W. Penn hath been severe to Lord Sandwich. But the Coventrys both labouring to save him, by laying it on Lord Sandwich, which our friends cry out upon, and I am silent, but do believe they did it as the only way to save him. It could not be carried to commit him. It is thought the house do cool, W. Coventry's being for him, provoked Sir R. Howard and his party, court, all for W. Penn. Thence to Whitehall, but no meeting of the commissioners, and there met Mr. Hunt, and thence to Mrs. Martin's, and, there did what I would, she troubled for want of employ for her husband, spent on her 1s. Thence to the hall to walk a while and ribbon, spent is. So, to Lord Crewe's, and there with G. Carteret and my lord to talk, and they look upon our matters much the better, and by this and that time is got, 1s. So to the Temple late, and by water, by moonshine, home, 1s. Cooks, 6d. Wrote my letters to my Lady Sandwich, and so home, where displeased to have my maid bring her brother, a countryman, to lie there, and so to bed. 17th, Friday. Called up by Balty's coming, who gives me a good account of his voyage, and pleases me well, and I hope hath got something. This morning paid the Royal Society L1 and so to the office all the morning. At noon home to dinner with my people, and there much pretty discourse of Balty's. So by coach to Whitehall, the coachman on Ludgate Hill lighted, and beat a fellow with a sword, 2s. 6d. Did little business with the Duke of York. Hear that the house is upon the business of Harman, who, they say, takes all on himself. Thence, with Brownker, to the king's house, and saw, the surprisal, where bass singing, only Nep, who come, after her song in the clouds, to me in the pit, and there, oranges, twos. After the play, she, and I, and Ralt, by coach, SXS. 6d. To Kensington, and there to the grotto, and had admirable pleasure with their singing, and fine ladies listening to us, with infinite pleasure, I enjoyed myself, so to the tavern there, and did spend 16s. 6d, and the gardener twos. Mighty merry, and sang all the way to the town, a most pleasant evening, moonshine, and set them at her house in Covent Garden, and I home and to bed. 18th, Saturday. Up, and my bookseller brought home books, bound, the binding comes to 17s. Advanced to my maid Bridget L1. Sir W. Penn at the office, seemingly merry. Do hear this morning that Harman is committed by the Parliament last night, the day he come up, which is hard. But he took all upon himself first, and then when a witness come in to say otherwise, he would have retracted, and the House took it so ill, they would commit him. Thence home to dinner with my clerks, and so to Whitehall by water, ones. And there a short committee for Tangier, and so I to the King's Playhouse, ones, and to the play of the Duke of Lerma, twos. 6d, and oranges, ones. Thence by coach to Westminster, ones, and the House just up, having been about money business, ones. So home by coach, threes, calling in Duck Lane, and did get Des Cartes musique in English, and so home and wrote my letters, and then to my chamber to save my eyes, and to bed. 19th, Sunday. Lay long. Roger Pepys and his son come, and to church with me, where W. Penn was, and did endeavour to shew himself to the church. Then home to dinner, and Roger Pepys did tell me the whole story of Harman, how he prevaricated, and hath undoubtedly been imposed on, and wheedled, and he is called the miller's man that, in Richard III's time, was hanged for his master. 929. So after dinner I took them by water to Whitehall, taking in a very pretty woman at Paul's Wharf, and there landed we, and I left Roger Pepys and to St. Margaret's Church, and there saw Betty, and so to walk in the Abbey with Sir John Talbot, who would fain have pumped me about the prizes, but I would not let him, and so to walk towards Michel's to see her, but could not, and so to Martin's. And her husband was at home, and so took coach and to the park, and thence home and to bed betimes. Water ones, coach fives. Balti borrowed L2. 20th, up betimes and to the getting ready my answer to the Committee of Accounts to several questions, which makes me trouble, though I know of no blame due to me from any, let them inquire what they can out. 930. I to Whitehall, and there hear how Henry Brownker is fled, which, I think, will undo him, but what good it will do Harman I know not, he hath so befooled himself. But it will be good sport to my Lord Chancellor to hear how his great enemy is fain to take the same course that he is. There met Robinson, who tells me that he fears his master, W. Coventry, will this week have his business brought upon the stage again, about selling of places, which I shall be sorry for, though the less, since I hear his standing for Penn the other day, to the prejudice, though not to the wrong, of my Lord Sandwich. And yet I do think what he did out of a principle of honesty. Thence to Committee of Accounts, and delivered my paper, and had little discourse, and was unwilling to stay long with them to enter into much, but away and glad to be from them, though very civil to me, but cunning and close I see they are. So to Westminster Hall, and there find the Parliament upon the Irish business, where going into the Speaker's chamber I did hear how plainly one lawyer of counsel for the complainants did inveigh by name against all the late commissioners there. Thence with Creed, thinking, but failed, of dining with Lord Crewe, and so he and I to Hercules Pillars, and there dined, and thence home by coach. And so with Jack Fenn to the Chamberlain of London to look after the state of some navy assignments that are in his hands, and thence away, and meeting Sir William Hooker, the alderman, he did cry out mighty high against Sir W. Penn for his getting such an estate, and giving L15,000 with his daughter, which is more, by half, than ever he did give, but this the world believes, and so let them. Thence took coach and I all alone to Hyde Park, passing through Duck Lane among the booksellers, only to get a sight of the pretty little woman I did salute the other night, and did in passing, and so all the evening in the park. Being a little unwilling to be seen there, and at night home, and there too W. Pens and sat and talked there with his wife and children a good while, he being busy in his closet, I believe preparing his defence in Parliament, and so home to bed. 21st. Up, and at the office all the morning, at noon dined at home, and thence took Mrs. Turner out and carried her to the King's house, and saw, the Indian Emperor, and after that done, took Nep out, and to Kensington. And there walked in the garden, and then supped, and mighty merry, there being also in the house Sir Philip Howard, and some company, and had a dear reckoning, but merry, and away, it being quite night, home, and dark, about 9 o'clock or more. And in my coming had the opportunity the first time in my life to be bold with Nep. And so left her at home, and so Mrs. Turner and I home to my letters and to bed. Hear how Sir W. Penn's impeachment was read, and agreed to, in the House this day, and ordered to be engrossed. And he suspended the House 931 Harman set at liberty, and Brouncker put out of the House, and a writ for a new election, and an impeachment ordered to be brought in against him, he being fled, 932. 22nd. Up, and all the morning at my office busy. At noon, it being washing day, I toward Whitehall, and stopped and dined all alone at Hercules Pillars, where I was mighty pleased to overhear a woman talk to her counsel how she had troubled her neighbors with law. And did it very roguishly and wittily. Thence to Whitehall, and there we attended the Duke of York as usual, and I did present Mrs. Pett, the widow, and her petition to the Duke of York, for some relief from the King. Here was today a proposition made to the Duke of York by Captain von Hemskirk for L20,000, to discover an art how to make a ship go 2 foot for one what any ship do now, which the King inclines to try, it costing him nothing to try. And it is referred to us to contract with the man. Thence to attend the council about the business of certificates to the Exchequer, where the commissioners of the Treasury of different minds, some would, and my Lord Ashley would not have any more made out, and carried it there should not. After done here, and the council up, I by water from the Privy Stairs to Westminster Hall, and, taking water, the King and the Duke of York were in the new buildings, and the Duke of York called to me whither I was going. And I answered aloud, to wait on our maesters at Westminster, at which he and all the company laughed, but I was sorry and troubled for it afterwards, for fear any Parliament man should have been there. And will be a caution to me for the time to come. Met with Roger Pepys, who tells me they have been on the business of money, but not ended yet, but will take up more time. So to the fishmonger's, and bought a couple of lobsters, and over to the asparagus garden, thinking to have met Mr. Pierce, and his wife and Nep. But met their servant coming to bring me to Chatelain's, the French house, in Covent Garden, and there with music and good company, Manuel and his wife, and one Swaddle, a clerk of Lord Arlington's, who dances, and speaks French well, but got drunk. And was then troublesome, and here mighty merry till 10 at night, and then I away, and got a coach, and so home, where I find Balty and his wife come to town, and did sup with them, and so they to bed. This night the Duke of Monmouth and a great many blades were at Chatelain's, and I left them there, with a hackney coach attending him. 23rd. Up, and to the office, where all the morning, and at noon comes Nep and Mrs. Pierce, and her daughter, and one Mrs. Foster, and dined with me, and mighty merry, and after dinner carried them to the Tower, and shewed them all to be seen there, and, among other things, the crown and sceptres and rich plate, which I myself never saw before, and indeed is noble. And I mightily pleased with it. Thence by water to the Temple, and there to the Cock Ale House, and drank, and eat a lobster, and sang, and mighty merry. So, almost night, I carried Mrs. Pierce home, and then Nep and I to the Temple again, and took boat, it being darkish, and to Foxhall, it being now night, and a bonfire burning at Lambeth for the King's coronation day. And there she and I drank. And so back, and led her home, it being now 10 at night, and so got a link, and, walking towards home, just at my entrance into the ruines at St. Dunstan's, I was met by 2 rogues with clubs, who come towards us. So I went back, and walked home quite round by the wall, and got well home, and to bed weary, but pleased at my day's pleasure, but yet displeased at my expense, and time I lose. 24th. Up betimes, and by water to Whitehall, to the Duke of York, and there hear that this day Hopes and Temple purpose to bring in a petition against Sir W. Coventry, which I am sorry for, but hope he will get out of it. Here I presented Mrs. Pett and her condition to Mr. Wren for his favour, which he promised us. Thence to Lord Brouncker and sat and talked with him, who thinks the Parliament will, by their violence and delay in money matters, force the King to run any hazard, and dissolve them. Thence to Duck Lane, and there did overlook a great many of Monsieur Fouquet's library, that a bookseller hath bought, and I did buy one Spanish work, Los Illustres Varones. 933. Here did I endeavour to see my pretty woman that I did baser in Las Tenebras a little while depuous. And did find her sofa in the book shop, but had not la confidence para altera el. So lost my pains. But will another time, and so home and to my office, and then to dinner. After dinner down to the Old Swan, and by the way called at Michel's, and there did see Betty, and that was all, for either she is shy or foolish, and Sue Marty hath no mind para laser me see Sue Maher. To Whitehall by water, and there did our business with the Duke of York, which was very little, only here I do hear the Duke of York tell how Sir W. Penn's impeachment was brought into the House of Lords today. And spoke with great kindness of him, and that the Lords would not commit him till they could find precedent for it, and did incline to favour him. Thence to the King's Playhouse, and there saw a piece of Beggar's Bush, which I have not seen some years, and thence home, and there to Sir W. Penn's and supped and sat talking there late, having nowhere else to go, and my eyes too bad to read right, and so home to bed. 25th, up, and with Sir J. Minns to my Lord Brouncker, and with him all of us to my Lord Ashley to satisfy him about the reason of what we do or have done in the business of the tradesmen's certificates, which he seems satisfied with, but is not. But I believe we have done what we can justify, and he hath done what he cannot in stopping us to grant them, and I believe it will come into Parliament and make trouble. So home and there at the office all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence after dinner to the Duke of York's Playhouse, and there saw Sir Martin Marall, which, the more I see, the more I like, and thence to Westminster Hall, and there met with Roger Pepys. And he tells me that nothing hath lately passed about my Lord Sandwich, but only Sir Robert Carr did speak hardly of him. But it is hoped that nothing will be done more, this meeting of Parliament, which the King did, by a message yesterday, declare again, should rise the 4th of May, and then only adjourn for 3 months, and this message being only adjournment. Did please them mightily, for they are desirous of their power mightily. Thence homeward by the coffee house in Covent Garden, thinking to have met Harris here but could not, and so home, and there, after my letters, I home to have my hair cut by my sister Michelle and her husband, and so to bed. This day I did first put off my waistcoat, the weather being very hot, but yet lay in it at night, and shall, for a little time. 26th, Lord's Day. Lay long, and then up and to church, and so home, where there come and dined with me Harris, Ralt, and Bannister, and one Bland, that sings well also, and very merry at dinner, and, after dinner, to sing all the afternoon. But when all was done, I did begin to think that the pleasure of these people was not worth so often charge and cost to me, as it hath occasioned me. They being gone I and Balty walked as far as Charing Cross, and there got a coach and to Hales as the painter, thinking to have found Harris sitting there for his picture, which is drawing for me. But he, and all this day's company, and Hales, were got to the Crown Tavern, at next door, and thither I to them and stayed a minute, leaving Captain Grant telling pretty stories of people that have killed themselves, or been accessory to it. In revenge to other people, and to mischief other people, and thence with Hales to his house, and there did see his beginning of Harris's picture, which I think will be pretty like, and he promises a very good picture. Thence with Balty away and got a coach and to Hyde Park, and there up and down and did drink some milk at the lodge, and so home and to bed. 27th. Up, and Captain Dean come to see me, and he and I toward Westminster together, and I set him down at Whitehall, while I to Westminster Hall, and up to the Lord's house, and there saw Sir W. Penn go into the House of Lords, where his impeachment was read to him, and he used mighty civilly, the Duke of York being there. And 2 days hence, at his desire, he is to bring in his answer, and a day then to be appointed for his being heard with counsel. Thence down into the hall, and with Creed and Godolphin walked. And do hear that tomorrow is appointed, upon a motion on Friday last, to discourse the business of my Lord Sandwich, moved by Sir R. Howard, that he should be sent for, home, and I fear it will be ordered. Certain news come, I hear, this day, that the Spanish plenipotentiary in Flanders will not agree to the peace and terms we and the Dutch have made for him and the King of France. And by this means the face of things may be altered, and we forced to join with the French against Spain, which will be an odd thing. At noon with Creed to my Lord Crew's, and there dined. And here was a very fine-skinned lady dined, the daughter of my Lord Roberts, and also a fine lady, Mr. John Parkhurst his wife, that was but a boy the other day. And after dinner there comes in my Lady Roberts herself, and with her Mr. Roberts's daughter, that was Mrs. Baudeville, the great beauty, and a fine lady indeed, the first time I saw her. My Lord Crew, and Sir Thomas, and I, and Creed, all the afternoon debating of my Lord Sandwich's business, against tomorrow, and thence I to the King's Playhouse, and there saw most of the Cardinal, a good play. And thence to several places to pay my debts, and then home, and there took a coach and to Mile End to take a little air, and thence home to Sir W. Penn's, where I supped, and sat all the evening, and being lighted homeward by Mrs. Markham, I blew out the candle and kissed her, and so home to bed. 28th, up betimes, and to Sir W. Coventry's by water, but lost my labour, so through the park to Whitehall, and thence to my Lord Crew's to advise again with him about my Lord Sandwich, and so to the office, where till noon, and then I by coach to Westminster Hall. And there do understand that the business of religion, and the act against conventicles, have so taken them up all this morning, and do still, that my Lord Sandwich's business is not like to come on today, which I am heartily glad of. This law against conventicles is very severe, but Creed, whom I met here, do tell me that, it being moved that Papists' meetings might be included, the House was divided upon it, and it was carried in the negative. Which will give great disgust to the people, I doubt. Thence with Creed to Hercules Pillars by the Temple again, and there dined he and I all alone, and thence to the King's house, and there did see Love in a Maze, wherein very good mirth of Lacy, the clown, and Wintersell, the country knight, his master. Thence to the New Exchange to pay a debt of my wife's there, and so home, and there to the office and walk in the garden in the dark to ease my eyes, and so home to supper and to bed. 29th, up, and to my office, where all the morning busy. At noon dined at home, and my clerks with me, and thence I to Whitehall, and there do hear how Sir W. Penn hath delivered in his answer. And the Lords have sent it down to the Commons, but they have not yet read it, nor taken notice of it, so as, I believe, they will by design defer it till they rise, that so he, by lying under an impeachment, may be prevented in his going to sea. Which will vex him, and trouble the Duke of York. Did little business with the Duke of York, and then Lord Brouncker and I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw Love in a Tub. And, after the play done, I stepped up to Harris's dressing room, where I never was, and there I observe much company come to him, and the wits, to talk, after the play is done, and to assign meetings. Mine was to talk about going down to see The Resolution, and so away, and thence to Westminster Hall, and there met with Mr. G. Montague, and walked and talked. Who tells me that the best fence against the Parliament's present fury is delay, and recommended it to me, in my friend's business and my own, if I have any, and is that Sir W. Coventry do take, and will secure himself. That the King will deliver up all to the Parliament, and being petitioned the other day by Mr. Brouncker to protect him, with tears in his eyes, the King did say he could not, and bid him shift for himself, at least till the House is up. Thence I away to Whitehall, and there took coach home with a stranger I let into the coach, to club with me for it, he going into London, I set him down at the lower end of Cheapside, and I home, and to Sir W. Penn's, and there sat, and by, it being now about 9 o'clock at night, I heard Mercer's voice, and my boy Tom's singing in the garden, which pleased me mightily, I longing to see the girl, having not seen her since my wife went. And so into the garden to her and sang, and then home to supper, and mightily pleased with her company, in talking and singing, and so parted, and to bed. 30th, up, and at the office all the morning. At noon Sir J. Minns and I to the Dolphin Tavern, there to meet our neighbours, all of the parish, this being procession day, to dine. And did, and much very good discourse, they being, most of them, very able merchants as any in the city, Sir Andrew Ricard, Mr. Vandeput, Sir John Frederick, Harrington, and others. They talked with Mr. Mills about the meaning of this day, and the good uses of it. And how heretofore, and yet in several places, they do whip a boy at each place they stop at in their procession. Thence I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw The Tempest, which still pleases me mightily, and thence to the New Exchange, and then home, and in the way stopped to talk with Mr. Brisbane, who gives me an account of the rough usage Sir G. Carteret and his council had the other day, before the Commissioners of Accounts, and what I do believe we shall all of us have, in a greater degree than any he hath had yet with them, before their 3 years are out, which are not yet begun. Nor God knows when they will, this being like to be no session of Parliament, when they now rise. So home, and there took up Mrs. Turner and carried her to Mile End and drank, and so back talking, and so home and to bed, I being mighty cold, this being a mighty cold day, and I had left off my waistcoat 3 or 4 days. This evening, coming home in the dusk, I saw and spoke to our Nell, Payne's daughter, and had I not been very cold I should have taken her to Tower Hill para together et tokere her. Thus ends this month. My wife in the country, myself full of pleasure and expense, and some trouble for my friends, my Lord Sandwich, by the Parliament, and more for my eyes, which are daily worse and worse, that I dare not write or read almost anything. The Parliament going in a few days to rise. Myself so long without accounting now, for 7 or 8 months, I think, or more, that I know not what condition almost I am in, as to getting or spending for all that time, which troubles me, but I will soon do it. The kingdom in an ill state through poverty, a fleet going out, and no money to maintain it, or set it out, seamen yet unpaid, and mutinous when pressed to go out again. Our office able to do little, nobody trusting us, nor we desiring any to trust us, and yet have not money for anything, but only what particularly belongs to this fleet going out, and that but lamely too. The Parliament several months upon an Act for L 300,000, but cannot or will not agree upon it, but do keep it back, in spite of the King's desires to hasten it, till they can obtain what they have a mind. In revenge upon some men for the late ill managements. And he is forced to submit to what they please, knowing that, without it, he shall have no money, and they as well, that, if they give the money, the King will suffer them to do little more. And then the business of religion do disquiet every body, the Parliament being vehement against the nonconformists, while the King seems to be willing to countenance them. So we are all poor, and in pieces, God help us. While the peace is like to go on between Spain and France, and then the French may be apprehended able to attack us. So God help us. May 1668. May 1st, 1668. Up, and to the office, where all the morning busy. Then to Westminster Hall, and there met Sir W. Penn, who labours to have his answer to his impeachment, and sent down from the Lord's House, read by the House of Commons. But they are so busy on other matters, that he cannot, and thereby will, as he believes, by design, be prevented from going to sea this year. Here met my cousin Thomas Pepys of Deptford, and took some turns with him. Who is mightily troubled for this act now passed against conventicles, and in few words, and sober, do lament the condition we are in, by a negligent prince and a mad Parliament. Thence I by coach to the Temple, and there set him down, and then to Sir G. Carteret to dine, but he not being at home, I back again to the New Exchange a little, and thence back again to Hercules Pillars, and there dined all alone, and then to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the surprisal. And a disorder in the pit by its raining in, from the cupola at top, it being a very foul day, and cold, so as there are few I believe go to the park today, if any. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there I understand how the Houses of Commons and Lords are like to disagree very much, about the business of the East India Company and one Skinner. To the latter of which the Lords have awarded £5,000 from the former, for some wrong done him heretofore, and the former appealing to the Commons, the Lords vote their petition a libel, and so there is like to follow very hot work. Thence by water, not being able to get a coach, nor boat but a sculler, and that with company, is being so foul a day, to the Old Swan, and so home, and there spent the evening, making Balti read to me, and so to supper and to bed. 2nd. Up, and at the office all the morning. At noon with Lord Brouncker in his coach as far as the Temple, and there light and to Hercules Pillars, and there dined, and thence to the Duke of York's Playhouse, at a little past 12, to get a good place in the pit, against the new play. And there setting a poor man to keep my place, I out, and spent an hour at Martin's, my bookseller's, and so back again, where I find the house quite full. But I had my place, and by the King comes and the Duke of York, and then the play begins, called The Sullen Lovers, or The Impertinents, having many good humours in it, but the play tedious, and no design at all in it. But a little boy, for a farce, do dance Policanelli, the best that ever anything was done in the world, by all men's report, most pleased with that, beyond anything in the world, and much beyond all the play. Thence to the King's house to see Nep, but the play done, and so I took a hackney alone, and to the park, and there spent the evening, and to the lodge, and drank new milk. And so home to the office, ended my letters, and, to spare my eyes, home, and played on my pipes, and so to bed. 3rd, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, where I saw Sir A. Ricard, though he be under the black rod, by order of the Lord's House, upon the quarrel between the East India Company and Skinner, which is like to come to a very great heat between the two houses. At noon comes Mr. Mills and his wife, and Mr. Turner and his wife, by invitation to dinner, and we were mighty merry, and a very pretty dinner, of my Bridget and Nell's dressing, very handsome. After dinner to church again. So home and with Sir W. Penn took a hackney, and he and I to Old Street, to a brewhouse there, to see Sir Thomas Teddyman, who is very ill in bed of a fever, got, I believe, by the fright the Parliament have put him into, of late. But he is a good man, a good seaman, and stout. Thence Penn and I to Islington, and there, at the old house, eat, and drank, and merry, and there by chance giving 2 pretty fat boys each of them a cake, they proved to be Captain Holland's children, whom therefore I pity. So round by hackney home, having good discourse, he, Penn, being very open to me in his talk, how the King ought to dissolve this Parliament, when the bill of money is passed, they being never likely to give him more. How he, the King, hath great opportunity of making himself popular by stopping this act against conventicles. And how my Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, if the Parliament continue, will undoubtedly fall, he having managed that place with so much self-seeking, and disorder, and pleasure, and some great men are designing to overthrow him, as, among the rest, my Lord Orrery. And that this will try the King mightily, he being a firm friend to my Lord Lieutenant. So home. And to supper a little, and then to bed, having stepped, after I come home, to Alderman Backwell's about business, and there talked a while with him and his wife, a fine woman of the country, and how they had bought an estate at Buckworth, within 4 mile of Brampton. 4th, up betimes, and by water to Charing Cross, and so to W. Coventry, and there talked a little with him, and thence over the park to Whitehall, and there did a little business at the Treasury, and so to the Duke, and there present Balti to the Duke of York and a letter from the board to him about him. And the Duke of York is mightily pleased with him, and I doubt not his continuance in employment, which I am glad of. Thence with Sir H. Cholmondeley to Westminster Hall talking, and he crying mightily out of the power the House of Lords usurps in this business of the East India Company. Thence away home and there did business, and so to dinner, my sister Michelle and I, and thence to the Duke of York's house, and there saw, the impertinence, again, and with less pleasure than before, it being but a very contemptible play. Though there are many little witty expressions in it. And the pit did generally say that of it. Thence, going out, Mrs. Pierce called me from the gallery, and there I took her and Mrs. Corbet by coach up and down, and took up Captain Ralt in the street. And at last, it being too late to go to the park, I carried them to the beer in Drury Lane, and there did treat them with a dish of mackerel, the first I have seen this year, and another dish, and mighty merry. And so carried her home, and thence home myself, well pleased with this evening's pleasure, and so to bed. 5th, up, and all the morning at the office. At noon home to dinner and Creed with me, and after dinner he and I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there coming late, he and I up to the balcony box, where we find my Lady Castlemaine and several great ladies. And there we sat with them, and I saw, the impertinence, once more, now 3 times, and the 3 only days it hath been acted. And to see the folly how the house do this day cry up the play more than yesterday. And I for that reason like it, I find, the better, too, by Sir Positive at all, I understand, is meant Sir Robert Howard. My Lady Castlemaine, pretty well pleased with it. But here I sat close to her fine woman, Wilson, who indeed is very handsome, but, they say, with child by the king. I asked, and she told me this was the first time her lady had seen it, I having a mind to say something to her. One thing of familiarity I observed in my Lady Castlemaine, she called to one of her women, another that sat by this, for a little patch off her face, and put it into her mouth and wetted it, and so clapped it upon her own by the side of her mouth. I suppose she feeling a pimple rising there. Thence with Creed to Westminster Hall, and there met with cousin Roger, who tells me of the great conference this day between the Lords and Commons, about the business of the East India Company. As being one of the weightiest conferences that hath been, and managed as weightily. I am heartily sorry I was not there, it being upon a mighty point of the privileges of the subjects of England, in regard to the authority of the House of Lords, and their being condemned by them as the Supreme Court, which, we say, ought not to be. But by appeal from other courts. And he tells me that the Commons had much the better of them, in reason and history there quoted, and believes the Lords will let it fall. Thence to walk in the hall, and there hear that Mrs. Martin's child, my goddaughter, is dead, and so by water to the Old Swan, and thence home, and there a little at Sir W. Penn's, and so to bed. 6th. Up, and to the office, and thence to Whitehall, but come too late to see the Duke of York, with whom my business was, and so to Westminster Hall, where met with several people and talked with them, and among other things understand that my Lord St. John is meant by Mr. Woodcock, in The Impertinence, 934. Here met with Mrs. Washington, my old acquaintance of the Hall, whose husband has a place in the excise at Windsor, and it seems lives well. I have not seen her these 8 or 9 years, and she begins to grow old, I perceive, visibly. So time do alter, and do doubtless the like in myself. This morning the house is upon the city bill, and they say hath passed it, though I am sorry that I did not think to put somebody in mind of moving for the churches to be allotted according to the convenience of the people. And not to gratify this bishop, or that college. Thence by water to the New Exchange, where bought a pair of shoestrings, and so to Mr. Pierce's, were invited, and there was Nep and Mrs. Foster and here dined, but a poor, sluttish dinner, as usual, and so I could not be heartily merry at it. Here saw her girl's picture, but it is mighty far short of her boy's, and not like her neither. But it makes Hales's picture of her boy appear a good picture. Thence to Whitehall, walked with Brisbane, who dined there also, and thence I back to the King's Playhouse, and there saw, the Virgin Martyr, and heard the music that I like so well, and intended to have seen Nep, but I let her alone. And having there done, went to Mrs. Pierce's back again, where she was, and there I found her on a pallet in the dark, that is Nep. And so to talk. And by did eat some curds and cream, and thence away home, and it being night, I did walk in the dusk up and down, round through our garden, over Tower Hill, and so through Crutched Friars, 3 or 4 times. And once did meet Mercer and another pretty lady, but being surprised I could say little to them, although I had an opportunity of pleasing myself with them, but left them, and then I did see our Nell, Payne's daughter. And her did desire venner after me, and so did see me to Tower Hill to our back entry there that comes upon the Degras entrant into Nostra Garden. And so parted, and home to put up things against tomorrow's carrier for my wife, and, among others, a very fine salmon pie, sent me by Mr. Steventon, Hewer's uncle, and so to bed. 7th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thither I sent for Mercer to dine with me, and after dinner she and I called Mrs. Turner, and I carried them to the Duke of York's house, and there saw, The Man's the Master, which proves, upon my seeing it again, a very good play. Thence called Nep from the King's house, where going in for her, the play being done, I did see Beck Marshall come dressed, off of the stage, and looks mighty fine, and pretty, and noble, and also Nell, in her boy's clothes, mighty pretty. But, Lord! Their confidence! And how many men do hover about them as soon as they come off the stage, and how confident they are in their talk. Here I did kiss the pretty woman newly come, called Peg, that was Sir Charles Sidley's mistress, a mighty pretty woman, and seems, but is not, modest. Here took up Nep into our coach, and all of us with her to her lodgings, and thither comes Bannister with a song of hers, that he hath set in Sir Charles Sidley's play for her, which is, I think, but very meanly set. But this he did, before us, teach her, and it being but a slight, silly, short air, she learnt it presently. But I did get him to prick me down the notes of the echo in The Tempest, which pleases me mightily. Here was also Haynes, the incomparable dancer of the King's house, and a seeming civil man, and sings pretty well, and they gone, we abroad to Marrowbone, and there walked in the garden, the first time I ever was there. And a pretty place it is, and here we eat and drank and stayed till 9 at night, and so home by moonshine. And so set Mrs. Nep at her lodging, and so the rest, and I home talking with a great deal of pleasure, and so home to bed. 8th. Up, and to the office, where busy all the morning. Towards noon I to Westminster and there understand that the Lord's house did sit till 11 o'clock last night, about the business in difference between them and the Commons, in the matter of the East India Company. Here took a turn or two, and up to my Lord Crew's, and there dined, where Mr. Case, the minister, a dull fellow in his talk, and all in the Presbyterian manner, a great deal of noise and a kind of religious tone, but very dull. After dinner my lord and I together. He tells me he hears that there are great disputes like to be at court, between the factions of the two women, my Lady Castlemaine and Mrs. Stuart, who is now well again, and the King hath made several public visits to her, and like to come to court. The other is to go to Berkshire House, which is taken for her, and they say a privy seal is passed for £5,000 for it. He believes all will come to ruin. Thence I to Whitehall, where the Duke of York gone to the Lord's house, where there is to be a conference on the Lord's side to the Commons this afternoon, giving in their reasons, which I would have been at, but could not. For, going by direction to the Prince's chamber, there Brouncker, Penn, and Mr. Wren, and I, met, and did our business with the Duke of York. But, Lord! To see how this play of Sir Positive at all 935 in abuse of Sir Robert Howard, do take, all the dukes and everybody's talk being of that, and telling more stories of him, of the like nature, that it is now the town and country talk, and, they say, is most exactly true. The Duke of York himself said that of his playing at trap ball is true, and told several other stories of him. This being done, Brouncker, Penn, and I to Browncker's house, and there sat and talked, I asking many questions in mathematics to my lord, which he do me the pleasure to satisfy me in, and here we drank and so spent an hour, and so Penn and I home, and after being with Penn at his house an hour, I home and to bed. 9th, up, and to the office, where all the morning we sat. Here I first hear that the Queen hath miscarried of a perfect child, being gone about 10 weeks, which do shew that she can conceive, though it be unfortunate that she cannot bring forth. Here we are told also that last night the Duchess of Monmouth, dancing at her lodgings, hath sprained her thigh. Here we are told also that the House of Commons sat till 5 o'clock this morning, upon the business of the difference between the Lords and them, resolving to do something therein before they rise, to assert their privileges. So I at noon by water to Westminster, and there find the King hath waited in the Prince's chamber these 2 hours, and the Houses are not ready for him. The Commons having sent this morning, after their long debate therein the last night, to the Lords, that they do think the only expedient left to preserve unity between the two Houses is that they do put a stop to any proceedings upon their late judgment against the East India Company, till their next meeting. To which the Lords returned answer that they would return answer to them by a messenger of their own, which they not presently doing, they were all inflamed, and thought it was only a trick to keep them in suspense till the King come to adjourn them. And, so, rather than lose the opportunity of doing themselves right, they presently with great fury come to this vote, that whoever should assist in the execution of the judgment of the Lords against the Company should be held betrayers of the liberties of the people of England, and of the privileges of that House. This the Lords had notice of, and were mad at it. And so continued debating without any design to yield to the Commons, till the King come in, and sent for the Commons, where the Speaker made a short but silly speech, about their giving him L 300,000. And then the several bills, their titles were read, and the King's assent signified in the proper terms, according to the nature of the bills, of which about 3 or 4 were public bills, and 7 or 8 private ones. The additional bills for the building of the city and the bill against conventicles being none of them. The King did make a short, silly speech, which he read, giving them thanks for the money, which now, he said, he did believe would be sufficient, because there was peace between his neighbours, which was a kind of a slur, methought, to the Commons. And that he was sorry for what he heard of difference between the two Houses, but that he hoped their recess would put them into a way of accommodation. And so adjourned them to the 9th of August, and then recollected himself, and told them the 11th, so imperfect a speaker he is. So the Commons went to their House, and forthwith adjourned. And the Lords resumed their House, the King being gone, and sat an hour or 2 after, but what they did, I cannot tell, but everybody expected they would commit Sir Andrew Ricard, Sir Samuel Barnardiston, Mr. Boone, and Mr. Wynne, who were all there, and called in, upon their knees, to the bar of the House. And Sir John Robinson the first left there, endeavouring to prevent their being committed to the Tower, lest he should thereby be forced to deny their order, because of this vote of the Commons, whereof he is one, which is an odd case. 936. Thence I to the Rose Tavern in Covent Garden, and there sent for a pullet and dined all alone, being to meet Sir W. Penn, who by and by come, and he and I into the King's house, and there, the Maid's Tragedy, a good play, but nept not there. And my head and eyes out of order, the first from my drinking wine at dinner, and the other from my much work in the morning. Thence parted, and I towards the New Exchange, and there bought a pair of black silk stockings at the hosier's that hath the very pretty woman to his wife, about 10 doors on this side of the Change, and she is indeed very pretty. But I think a notable talking woman by what I heard to others there. Thence to Westminster Hall, where I hear the Lords are up, but what they have done I know not, and so walked toward Whitehall, and thence by water to the Tower, and so home, and there to my letters, and so to Sir W. Penn's. And there did talk with Mrs. Lowther, who is very kind to me, more than usual, and I will make use of it. She begins to draw very well, and I think do as well, if not better, than my wife, if it be true that she do it herself, what she shews me, and so to bed, and my head aching all night with the wine I drank today, and my eyes ill. So lay long, my head pretty well in the morning. 10th, Lord's Day. Up, and to the office, there to do business till church time, when Mr. Shepley, newly come to town, come to see me, and we had some discourse of all matters, and particularly of my Lord Sandwich's concernments, and here did by the by as he would seem tell me that my Lady 937 had it in her thoughts, if she had occasion to borrow L 100 of me, which I did not declare any opposition to, though I doubt it will be so much lost. But, however, I will not deny my lady, if she ask it, whatever comes of it, though it be lost, but shall be glad that it is no bigger sum. And yet it vexes me though, and the more because it brings into my head some apprehensions what trouble I may hereafter be brought to when my lord comes home, if he should ask me to come into bonds with him. As I fear he will have occasions to make money, but I hope I shall have the wit to deny it. He being gone, I to church, and so home, and there comes W. Hewer and Balty, and by I sent for Mercer to come and dine with me, and pretty Mary, and after dinner I fell to teach her, Cainite Jehovah, which she did a great part presently, and so she away, and I to church. And from church home with my Lady Pen. And, after being there an hour or so talking, I took her, and Mrs. Lowther, and old Mrs. Whistler, her mother-in-law, by water with great pleasure as far as Chelsea, and so back to Spring Garden, at Foxhall, and there walked, and eat, and drank, and so to water again. And set down the old woman at home at Durham Yard, and it raining all the way, it troubled us. But, however, my cloak kept us all dry, and so home, and at the Tower Wharf there we did send for a pair of old shoes for Mrs. Lowther, and there I did pull the others off and put them on, L being poo shy, but do speak con mighty kindness to me that she would desire me poor Sue Mari if it were to be done. Here stayed a little at Sir W. Penn's, who was gone to bed, it being about 11 at night, and so I home to bed. 11th, up, and to my office, where alone all the morning. About noon comes to me my cousin Sarah, and my Aunt Livett, newly come out of Gloucestershire, good woman, and come to see me. I took them home, and made them drink, but they would not stay dinner, I being alone. But here they tell me that they hear that this day Kate Joyce was to be married to a man called Hollingshed, whom she indeed did once tell me of, and desired me to inquire after him. But, whatever she said of his being rich, I do fear, by her doing this without my advice, it is not as it ought to be, but, as she brews, let her bake. They being gone, I to dinner with Balty and his wife, who is come to town today from Deptford to see us, and after dinner I out and took a coach, and called Mercer, and she and I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw The Tempest. And between two acts, I went out to Mr. Harris, and got him to repeat to me the words of the echo, while I writ them down, having tried in the play to have wrote them, but, when I had done it, having done it without looking upon my paper, I find I could not read the black lead. But now I have got the words clear, and, in going in thither, had the pleasure to see the actors in their several dresses, especially the seaman and monster, which were very droll, so into the play again. But there happened one thing which vexed me, which is, that the orange woman did come in the pit, and challenge me for 12 oranges, which she delivered by my order at a late play, at night, to give to some ladies in a box. Which was wholly untrue, but yet she swore it to be true. But, however, I did deny it, and did not pay her, but, for quiet, did buy 4s worth of oranges of her, at 6d. a piece. Here I saw first my Lord Ormond since his coming from Ireland, which is now about 8 days. After the play done, I took Mercer by water to Spring Garden. And there with great pleasure walked, and eat, and drank, and sang, making people come about us, to hear us, and 2 little children of one of our neighbors that happened to be there, did come into our arbor, and we made them dance prettily. So by water, with great pleasure, down to the bridge, and there landed, and took water again on the other side, and so to the Tower, and I saw her home, I myself home to my chamber, and by to bed. 12th. Up, and to the office, where we sat, and sat all the morning. Here Lord Anglesey was with us, and in talk about the late difference between the 2 houses, do tell us that he thinks the House of Lords may be in an error, at least, it is possible they may, in this matter of Skinner. And he doubts they may, and did declare his judgment in the House of Lords against their proceedings therein, he having hindered 100 original causes being brought into their house. Notwithstanding that he was put upon defending their proceedings, but that he is confident that the House of Commons are in the wrong, in the method they take to remedy an error of the Lords, for no vote of theirs can do it. But, in all like cases, the Commons have done it by petition to the King, sent up to the Lords, and by them agreed to, and so redressed, as they did in the petition of right. He says that he did tell them indeed, which is talked of, and which did vex the commons, that the lords work judices naughty et conciliarii naughty, but all other judges among us are under salary, and the commons themselves served for wages. And therefore the lords, in reason, were the freer judges. At noon to dinner at home, and after dinner, where Creed dined with me, he and I, by water to the Temple, where we parted, and I both to the King's and Duke of York's playhouses. And there went through the houses to see what faces I could spy that I knew, and meeting none, I away by coach to my house, and then to Mrs. Mercer's, where I met with her 2 daughters, and a pretty lady I never knew yet, one Mrs. Susan Gayet, a very pretty black lady, that speaks French well, and is a Catholic, and merchant's daughter, by us, and here was also Mrs. and Jones, and after sitting and talking a little, I took them out, and carried them through Hackney to Kingsland, and there walked to Sir G. Whitmore's house, where I have not been many a day. And so to the old house at Islington, and eat, and drank, and sang, and mighty merry, and so by moonshine with infinite pleasure home, and there sang again in Mercer's garden. And so parted, I having there seen a mummy in a merchant's warehouse there, all the middle of the man or woman's body, black and hard. I never saw any before, and, therefore, it pleased me much, though an ill sight. And he did give me a little bit, and a bone of an arm, I suppose, and so home, and there to bed. 13th, up, and by water to Whitehall, and so to Sir H. Cholmondeley's, who not being up I made a short visit to Sir W. Coventry, and he and I through the park to Whitehall, and thence I back into the park, and there met Sir H. Cholmondeley, and he and I to Sir Stephen Fox's, where we met and considered the business of the excise, how far it is charged in reference to the payment of the guards and tannier. Thence he and I walked to Westminster Hall and there took a turn, it being holy day, and so back again, and I to the mercer's, and my tailor's about a stuff suit that I am going to make. Thence, at noon, to Hercules Pillars, and there dined all alone, and so to Whitehall, some of us attended the Duke of York as usual. And so to attend the council about the business of Hemskirk's project of building a ship that sails 2 feet for one of any other ship, which the council did agree to be put in practice, the king to give him, if it proves good, L5,000 in hand. And L15,000 more in 7 years, which, for my part, I think a piece of folly for them to meddle with, because the secret cannot be long kept. So thence, after council, having drunk some of the king's wine and water with Mr. Chevens, my Lord Brouncker, and some others, I by water to the Old Swan, and there to Michel's, and did see Hearn drink there, but he being there J.N.E. Bazerlaw. And so back again by water to Spring Garden all alone, and walked a little, and so back again home, and there a little to my vial, and so to bed, Mrs. Turner having sat and supped with me. This morning I hear that last night Sir Thomas Teddyman, poor man, did die by a thrush in his mouth, a good man, and stout and able, and much lamented. Though people do make a little mirth, and say, as I believe it did in good part, that the business of the Parliament did break his heart, or, at least, put him into this fever and disorder, that caused his death. 14th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner with my people, but did not stay to dine out with them, but rose and straight by water to the Temple, and so to Penny's, my tailor's. Where by and by agreement Mercer, and she, to my great content, brings Mrs. Gayet, and I carried them to the king's house. But, coming too soon, we out again to the Rose Tavern, and there I did give them a tankard of cool drink, the weather being very hot, and then into the playhouse again, and there saw, the country captain, a very dull play. That did give us no content, and besides, little company there, which made it very unpleasing. Thence to the waterside, at Strand Bridge, and so up by water and to Foxhall, where we walked a great while, and pleased mightily with the pleasure thereof, and the company there, and then in, and eat and drank, and then out again and walked. And it beginning to be dark, we to a corner and sang, that everybody got about us to hear us. And so home, where I saw them both at their doors, and, full of the content of this afternoon's pleasure, I home and to walk in the garden a little, and so home to bed. 15th, up, and betimes to Whitehall, and there met with Sir H. Cholmondeley at Sir Stephen Fox's, and there was also the cofferer, and we did there consider about our money and the condition of the excise, and after much dispute agreed upon a state thereof and the manner of our future course of payments. Thence to the Duke of York, and there did a little navy business as we used to do, and so to a committee for Tangier, where God knows how my Lord Bellices's accounts passed. Understood by nobody but my Lord Ashley, who, I believe, was mad to let them go as he pleased. But here Sir H. Cholmondeley had his propositions read, about a greater price for his work of the mole, or to do it upon account, which, being read, he was bid to withdraw. But, Lord! To see how unlucky a man may be, by chance. For, making an unfortunate minute when they were almost tired with the other business, the Duke of York did find fault with it, and that made all the rest, that I believe he had better have given a great deal, and had nothing said to it today. Whereas, I have seen other things more extravagant passed at first hearing, without any difficulty. Thence I to my Lord Brounker's, at Mrs. Williams's, and there dined, and she did shew me her closet, which I was sorry to see, for fear of her expecting something from me, and here she took notice of my wife's not once coming to see her, which I am glad of. For she shall not, a prating, vain, idle woman. Thence with Lord Brounker to Loriner's Hall 938 by Moorgate, a hall I never heard of before, to Sir Thomas Teddyman's burial, where most people belonging to the sea were. And here we had rings, and here I do hear that some of the last words that he said were, that he had a very good king, God bless him. But that the Parliament had very ill rewarded him for all the service he had endeavoured to do them and his country, so that, for certain, this did go far towards his death. But, Lord! To see among, the company, the young commanders, and Thomas Killigrew and others that come, how unlike a burial this was, O'Brien taking out some ballads out of his pocket, which I read, and the rest come about me to hear. And there very merry we were all, they being new ballets. By and by the corpse went, and I, with my Lord Brounker, and Dr. Clerk, and Mr. Pierce, as far as the foot of London Bridge. And there we struck off into Thames Street, the rest going to Redriff, where he is to be buried. And we light at the Temple, and there parted. And I to the King's house, and there saw the last act of, the committee, thinking to have seen Nep there, but she did not act. And so to my booksellers, and there carried home some books among others, Dr. Wilkins's Real Character, and thence to Mrs. Turner's, and there went and sat, and she showed me her house from top to bottom, which I had not seen before, very handsome, and here supped, and so home, and got Mercer, and she and I in the garden singing till 10 at night. And so home to a little supper, and then parted, with great content, and to bed. The Duchess of Monmouth's hip is, I hear, now set again, after much pain. I am told also that the Countess of Shrewsbury is brought home by the Duke of Buckingham to his house, where his Duchess saying that it was not for her and the other to live together in a house, he answered, Why, madam, I did think so, and therefore, have ordered your coach to be ready, to carry you to your father's, which was a devilish speech, but, they say, true. And my Lady Shrewsbury is there, it seems. 16th, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon, home with my people to dinner. And thence to the office all the afternoon, till, my eyes weary, I did go forth by coach to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the best part of, the Sea Voyage, where Nep I see do her part of sorrow very well. I afterwards to her house. But she did not come presently home, and there J.E. did kiss her ancilla, which is so mighty bell, and I to my tailor's, and to buy me a belt for my new suit against tomorrow. And so home, and there to my office, and afterwards late walking in the garden, and so home to supper, and to bed, after Nell's cutting of my hair close, the weather being very hot. 17th, Lord's Day. Up, and put on my new stuff suit, with a shoulder belt, according to the new fashion, and the bands of my vest and tunique laced with silk lace, of the colour of my suit, and so, very handsome, to church, where a dull sermon and of a stranger. And so home. And there I find W. Howe, and a younger brother of his, come to dine with me, and there comes Mercer, and brings with her Mrs. Gayet, which pleased me mightily, and here was also W. Hewer, and mighty merry, and after dinner to sing psalms. But, Lord! To hear what an excellent bass this younger brother of W. Howe's sings, even to my astonishment, and mighty pleasant. By and by Gayet goes away, being a Catholic, to her devotions, and Mercer to church. But we continuing an hour or two singing, and so parted, and I to Sir W. Penn's, and there sent for a hackney coach, and he and she, Lady Penn, and I out, to take the gyre. We went to Stepney, and there stopped at the Trinity House, he to talk with the servants there against tomorrow, which is a great day for the choice of a new master, and thence to Mile End, and there eat and drank, and so home. And I supped with them, that is, eat some butter and radishes, which is my excuse for not eating any other of their victuals, which I hate, because of their sluttery, and so home, and made my boy read to me part of Dr. Wilkins's new book of the Real Character, and so to bed. 18th. Up, and to my office, where most of the morning doing business and seeing my window frames new painted, and then I out by coach to my Lord Bellis's, at his new house by my late Lord Treasurer's, and there met him and Mr. Sherwin, Auditor Beale, and Creed, about my Lord's accounts, and here my Lord shewed me his new house, which, indeed, is mighty noble, and good pictures, indeed, not one bad one in it. Thence to my tailor's, and there did find Mercer come with Mrs. Horsfield and Gayet according to my desire, and there I took them up, it being almost 12 o'clock, or a little more, and carried them to the King's Playhouse, where the doors were not then open, but presently they did open. And we in, and find many people already come in, by private ways, into the pit, it being the first day of Sir Charles Sidley's new play, so long expected, the Mulberry Garden, of whom, being so reputed a wit, all the world do expect great matters. I having sat here a while, and eat nothing today, did slip out, getting a boy to keep my place, and to the Rose Tavern, and there got half a breast of mutton, off of the spit, and dined all alone. And so to the play again, where the King and Queen, by and by, come, and all the court, and the house infinitely full. But the play, when it come, though there was, here and there, a pretty saying, and that not very many neither, yet the whole of the play had nothing extraordinary in it, at all, neither of language nor design. Insomuch that the King I did not see laugh, nor please the whole play from the beginning to the end, nor the company, insomuch that I have not been less pleased at a new play in my life, I think. And which made it the worse was, that there never was worse music played, that is, worse things composed, which made me and Captain Ralt, who happened to sit near me, mad. So away thence, very little satisfied with the play, but pleased with my company. I carried them to Kensington, to the grotto, and there we sang, to my great content, only vexed, in going in, to see a son of Sir Heneage Finch's beating of a poor little dog to death, letting it lie in so much pain that made me mad to see it, till, by and by, the servants of the house chiding of their young master, one of them come with a thong, and killed the dog outright presently. Thence to Westminster Palace, and there took boat and to Vauxhall, where we walked, and eat, and drank, and sang, and very merry. But I find Mrs. Horsfield one of the veriest citizens' wives in the world, so full of little silly talk, and now and then a little sillily bawdy, that I believe if you had her sola a man might haze her all with her. So back by water to Westminster Palace, and there got a coach which carried us as far as the Minories, and there some thing of the traces broke, and we forced to light, and walked to Mrs. Horsfield's house, it being a long and bad way, and dark, and having there put her in a doors, her husband being in bed, we left her and so back to our coach, where the coachman had put it in order. But could not find his whip in the dark a great while, which made us stay long. At last getting a neighbor to hold a candle out of their window, Mercer found it, and so away we home at almost 12 at night, and setting them both at their homes, I home and to bed. 19th, up, and called on Mr. Pierce, who tells me that after all this ado Ward is come to town, and hath appeared to the Commissioners of Accounts and given such answers as he thinks will do every body right. And let the world see that their great expectations and jealousies have been vain in this matter of the prizes. The commissioners were mighty inquisitive whether he was not instructed by letters or otherwise from hence from my Lord Sandwich's friends what to say and do, and particularly from me, which he did wholly deny, as it was true. I not knowing the man that I know of. He tells me also that, for certain, Mr. Vaughan is made Lord Chief Justice, which I am glad of. He tells me, too, that since my Lord of Ormond's coming over, the King begins to be mightily reclaimed, and sups every night with great pleasure with the Queen, and yet, it seems, he is mighty hot upon the Duchess of Richmond. Insomuch that, upon Sunday was Essay night, at night, after he had ordered his guards and coach to be ready to carry him to the park, he did, on a sudden, take a pair of oars or sculler, and all alone, or but one with him, go to Somerset House. And there, the garden door not being open, himself clamber over the walls to make a visit to her, which is a horrid shame. He gone, I to the office, where we sat all the morning, Sir W. Penn sick of the gout comes not out. After dinner at home, to Whitehall, it being a very rainy day, and there a committee for Tangier, where I was mightily pleased to see Sir W. Coventry fall upon my Lord Bellas's business of the 3d. In every piece of it which he would get to himself, making the King pay 4s. 9d, while he puts them off for 4s. 6d, so that Sir W. Coventry continues still the same man for the King's good. But here Creed did vex me with saying that I ought first to have my account passed by the Commissioners of Tangier before in the Exchequer. Thence W. Coventry and I in the matted gallery, and there he did talk very well to me about the way to save the credit of the officers of the Navy, and their places too, by making use of this interval of Parliament to be found to be mending of matters in the Navy, and that nothing but this will do it, and gives an instance in themselves of the Treasury. Whereof himself and Sir John Duncombe all the world knows have enemies, and my Lord Ashley a man obnoxious to most. And Sir Thomas Clifford one that as a man suddenly rising and a creature of my Lord Arlington's hath enemies enough, none of them being otherwise but the Duke of Albemarle, yet with all this fault they hear nothing of the business of the Treasury. But all well spoken of there. He is for the removal of Sir John Minns, thinking that thereby the world will see a greater change in the hands than now they do, and I will endeavour it, and endeavour to do some good in the office also. So home by coach, and to the office, where ended my letters, and then home, and there got Balty to read to me out of Sorbiere's observations in his voyage into England, and then to bed. 20th. Up, and with Colonel Middleton, in a new coach he hath made him, very handsome, to Whitehall, where the Duke of York having removed his lodgings for this year to St. James's, we walked thither. And there find the Duke of York coming to Whitehall, and so back to the council chamber, where the committee of the Navy sat, and here we discoursed several things, but, Lord, like fools. So as it was a shame to see things of this importance managed by a council that understand nothing of them, and, among other things, one was about this building of a ship with Hemskirk secret, to sail a third faster than any other ship. But he hath got Prince Rupert on his side, and by that means, I believe, will get his conditions made better than he would otherwise, or ought indeed. Having done there, I met with Sir Richard Brown, and he took me to dinner with him to a new tavern, above Charing Cross, where some clients of his did give him a good dinner, and good company. Among others, one Bovey, a solicitor, and lawyer and merchant all together, who hath travelled very much, did talk some things well, but only he is a Sir positive, but the talk of their travels over the Alps very fine. Thence walked to the King's Playhouse, and saw the Mulberry Garden again, and cannot be reconciled to it, but only to find here and there an independent sentence of wit, and that is all. Here met with Creed, and took him to Hales's, and there saw the beginnings of Harris's head which he draws for me, which I do not yet like. So he and I down to the New Exchange, and there cheapened rib bands for my wife, and so down to the Weigh House and drank some and eat some curds, which did by and by make my belly ache mightily. So he and I to Whitehall, and walked over the park to the Mulberry Garden, 939 where I never was before. And find it a very silly place, worse than Spring Garden, and but little company, and those a rascally, whoring, roguing sort of people, only a wilderness here, that is somewhat pretty, but rude. Did not stay to drink, but walked an hour and so away to Charing Cross, and there took coach and away home, in my way going into Bishopsgate Street, to bespeak places for myself and boy to go to Cambridge in the coach this week, and so to Brampton. To see my wife. So home, and to supper and to bed. 21st, up, and busy to send some things into the country, and then to the office, where meets me Sir Richard Ford, who among other things congratulates me, as one or two did yesterday, on my great purchase. And he advises me rather to forbear, if it be not done, as a thing that the world will envy me in, and what is it but my cousin Tom Pepys's buying of Martin Abbey, in Surrey? Which is a mistake I am sorry for, and yet do fear that it may spread in the world to my prejudice. All the morning at the office, and at noon my clerks dined with me, and there do hear from them how all the town is full of the talk of a meteor, or some fire, that did on Saturday last fly over the city at night, which do put me in mind that. Being then walking in the dark an hour or more myself in the garden, after I had done writing, I did see a light before me come from behind me, which made me turn back my head. And I did see a sudden fire or light running in the sky, as it were towards Cheapside Ward, and it vanished very quick, which did make me bethink myself what holy day it was, and took it for some rocket, though it was much brighter than any rocket. And so thought no more of it, but it seems Mr. Hayter and Gibson going home that night did meet with many clusters of people talking of it, and many people of the towns about the city did see it, and the world do make much discourse of it. Their apprehensions being mighty full of the rest of the city to be burned, and the Papists to cut our throats. Which God prevent. Thence after dinner I by coach to the Temple, and there bought a new book of songs set to music by one Smith of Oxford, some songs of Mr. Cowley's, and so to Westminster, and there to walk a little in the hall, and so to Mrs. Martin's, and there did Hazer Cdkje Vudry mit her, and drank and sat most of the afternoon with her and her sister, and here she promises me her fine starling, which was the king's, and speaks finely, which I shall be glad of. And so walked to the Temple, meeting in the street with my cousin Alcock, the young man, that is a good sober youth, I have not seen these 4 or 5 years, newly come to town to look for employment, but I cannot serve him. Though I think he deserves well, and so I took coach and home to my business, and in the evening took Mrs. Turner and Mercer out to Mile End and drank, and then home, and sang, and eat a dish of green peas, the first I have seen this year, given me by Mr. Gibson, extraordinary young and pretty, and so saw them at home, and so home to bed. Sir W. Penn continues ill of the gout. 22nd, up, and all the morning at the office busy. At noon home with my people to dinner, where good discourse and merry. After dinner comes Mr. Martin, the purser, and brings me his wife's starling, which was formerly the king's bird, that do speak and whistle finely, which I am mighty proud of and shall take pleasure in it. Thence to the Duke of York's house to a play, and saw Sir Martin Marall, where the house is full, and though I have seen it, I think, 10 times, yet the pleasure I have is yet as great as ever, and is undoubtedly the best comedy ever was wrote. Thence to my tailor's and the mercer's for patterns to carry my wife of cloth and silk for a bed, which I think will please her and me, and so home, and fitted myself for my journey tomorrow, which I fear will not be pleasant. Because of the wet weather, it raining very hard all this day. But the less it troubles me because the King and Duke of York and Court are at this day at Newmarket, at a great horse race, and proposed great pleasure for 2 or 3 days, but are in the same wet. So from the office home to supper, and betimes to bed. 23rd, up by 4 o'clock, and, getting my things ready, and recommending the care of my house to W. Hewer, I with my boy Tom, whom I take with me, to the Bull, in Bishopsgate Street, and there, about 6, took coach, he and I, and a gentleman and his man, there being another coach also, with as many more, I think, in it. And so away to Bishop Stafford, and there dined, and changed horses and coach, at Mrs. Ainsworth's, but I took no knowledge of her. Here the gentleman and I to dinner, and in comes Captain Forster, an acquaintance of his, he that do belong to my Lord Anglesey, who had been at the late horse races at Newmarket, where the King now is. And says that they had fair weather there yesterday, though we here, and at London, had nothing but rain, insomuch that the ways are mighty full of water, so as hardly to be passed. Here I hear Mrs. Ainsworth is going to live at London, but I believe will be mistaken in it, for it will be found better for her to be chief where she is, than to have little to do at London. There being many finer than she there. After dinner away again and come to Cambridge, after much bad way, about 9 at night, and there, at the Rose, I met my father's horses, with a man, staying for me. But it is so late, and the waters so deep, that I durst not go tonight. But after supper to bed, and there lay very ill, by reason of some drunken scholars making a noise all night, and vexed for fear that the horses should not be taken up from grass, time enough for the morning. Well pleased all this journey with the conversation of him that went with me, who I think is a lawyer, and lives about Lynn, but his name I did not ask. 24th, Lord's Day. I up, at between 2 and 3 in the morning, and, calling up my boy, and father's boy, we set out by 3 o'clock, it being high day. And so through the water with very good success, though very deep almost all the way, and got to Brampton, where most of them in bed, and so I weary up to my wife's chamber, whom I find in bed, and pretended a little not well. And indeed she hath those upon her, but fell to talk and mightily pleased both of us, and up got the rest, Betty Turner and Willett and Jane, all whom I was glad to see, and very merry. And got me ready in my new stuff clothes that I send down before me, and so my wife and they got ready too, while I to my father, poor man, and walked with him up and down the house, it raining a little. And the waters all over Porthome and the meadows, so as no pleasure abroad. Here I saw my brothers and sister Jackson, she growing fat, and, since being married, I think looks comelier than before, but a mighty pert woman she is, and I think proud, he keeping her mighty handsome, and they say mighty fond. And are going shortly to live at Ellington of themselves, and will keep malting, and grazing of cattle. At noon comes Mr. Phillips and dines with us, and a pretty odd-humoured man he seems to be, but good withal, but of mighty great methods in his eating and drinking, and will not kiss a woman since his wife's death. After dinner my Lady Sandwich sending to see whether I was come, I presently took horse, and find her and her family at chapel. And thither I went into them, and sat out the sermon, where I heard Jervis Fulwood, now their chaplain, preach a very good and seraphic kind of sermon, too good for an ordinary congregation. After sermon, I with my lady, and my Lady Hinchingbroke, and Paulina, and Lord Hinchingbroke, to the dining room, saluting none of them, and there sat and talked an hour or two, with great pleasure and satisfaction, to my lady. About my lord's matters. But I think not with that satisfaction to her, or me, that otherwise would, she knowing that she did design tomorrow, and I remaining all the while in fear of being asked to lend her some money, as I was afterward, when I had taken leave of her. By Mr. Shepley, L. 100, which I will not deny my lady, and am willing to be found when my lord comes home to have done something of that kind for them, and so he riding to Brampton and supping there with me he did desire it of me from my lady. And I promised it, though much against my will, for I fear it is as good as lost. After supper, were very merry, we to bed, myself very weary and to sleep all night. 25th waked betimes, and lay long. And there fell to talking, and by rose, it being the first fair day, and yet not quite fair, that we have had some time, and so up, and to walk with my father again in the garden. Consulting what to do with him and this house when Paul and her husband go away. And I think it will be to let it, and he go live with her, though I am against letting the house for any long time, because of having it to retire to, ourselves. So I do intend to think more of it before I resolve. By and by comes Mr. Cook to see me and so spent the morning, and he gone by and by at noon to dinner, where Mr. Shepley come and we merry, all being in good humour between my wife and her people about her, and after dinner took horse, I promising to fetch her away about 14 days hence, and so calling all of us, we men on horseback. And the women and my father, at Goody Gorham's, and there in a frolic drinking I took leave, there going with me and my boy, my 2 brothers, and one Brown, whom they call in mirth Colonel, for our guide, and also Mr. Shepley, to the end of Huntingdon, and another gentleman who accidentally come thither, one Mr. Castle. And I made them drink at the Chequers, where I observed the same tapster, Tom, that was there when I was a little boy, and so we, at the end of the town, took leave of Shepley and the other gentlemen, and so we away and got well to Cambridge. About 7 to the Rose, the waters not being now so high as before. And here, lighting, I took my boy and 2 brothers, and walked to Magdalene College, and there into the butteries, as a stranger, and there drank my belly full of their beer, which pleased me, as the best I ever drank, and here by the butler's man, who was son to Goody Mulliner over against the college, that we used to buy stewed prunes of, concerning the college and persons in it. And find very few, only Mr. Hollins and Peckhell, I think, that were of my time. But I was mightily pleased to come in this condition to see and ask, and thence, giving the fellow something, away walked to Chesterton, to see our old walk, and there into the church, the bells ringing, and saw the place I used to sit in. And so to the ferry, and ferried over to the other side, and walked with great pleasure, the river being mighty high by Barnewall Abbey, and so by Jesus College to the town, and so to our quarters, and to supper, and then to bed. Being very weary and sleepy and mightily pleased with this night's walk. 26th, up by 4 o'clock. And by the time we were ready, and had eat, we were called to the coach, where about 6 o'clock we set out, there being a man and 2 women of one company, ordinary people, and one lady alone, that is tolerably handsome, but mighty well spoken, whom I took great pleasure in talking to, and did get her to read aloud in a book she was reading, in the coach, being the King's Meditations. 9:40 and then the boy and I to sing, and so about noon come to Bishop Stafford, to another house than what we were at the other day, and better used. And here I paid for the reckoning 11s, we dining together, and pretty merry. And then set out again, sleeping most part of the way, and got to Bishopsgate Street before 8 o'clock, the waters being now most of them down, and we avoiding the bad way in the forest by a privy way, which brought us to Hoddesdon. And so to Tybalt's, that road, which was mighty pleasant. So home, where we find all well, and Brother Balty and his wife looking to the house, she mighty fine, in a new gold-laced, just a cour. I shifted myself, and so to see Mrs. Turner, and Mercer appearing over the way, called her in, and sat and talked, and then home to my house by and by, and there supped and talked mighty merry, and then broke up and to bed, being a little vexed at what W. Hewer tells me Sir John Shaw did this day in my absence say at the board, complaining of my doing of him injury and the board permitting it. Whereas they had more reason to except against his attributing that to me alone which I could not do but with their condent and direction, it being to very good service to the King, and which I shall be proud to have imputed to me alone. The King I hear come to town last night. 27th, up, and to the office, where some time upon Sir D. Gauden's accounts, and then I by water to Westminster for some Tangier orders, and so meeting with Mr. Sawyers my old chamber fellow, he and I by water together to the Temple, he giving me an account of the base, rude usage, which he and Sir G. Carteret had lately, before the Commissioners of Accounts, where he was, as counsel to Sir G. Carteret, which I was sorry to hear, they behaving themselves like most insolent and ill-mannered men. Thence by coach to the Exchange, and there met with Sir H. Cholmley at Colville's. And there did give him some orders, and so home, and there to the office again, where busy till 2 o'clock, and then with Sir D. Gauden to his house, with my Lord Brouncker and Sir J. Minns, to dinner, where we dined very well, and much good company, among others, a Dr. A fat man, whom by face I know, as one that uses to sit in our church, that after dinner did take me out, and walk together, who told me that he had now newly entered himself into orders, in the decay of the church. And did think it his duty so to do, thereby to do his part toward the support and reformation thereof. And spoke very soberly, and said that just about the same age Dr. Don did enter into orders. I find him a sober gentleman, and a man that hath seen much of the world, and I think may do good. Thence after dinner to the office, and there did a little business, and so to see Sir W. Penn, who I find still very ill of the gout, sitting in his great chair, made on purpose for persons sick of that disease, for their ease. And this very chair, he tells me, was made for my Lady Lambert. Thence I by coach to my tailor's, there to direct about the making of me another suit, and so to Whitehall, and through St. James's Park to St. James's, thinking to have met with Mr. Wren, but could not, and so homeward toward the New Exchange, and meeting Mr. Creed he and I to drink some way at the Way House, and so into the Change and took a walk or two, and so home, and they're vexed at my boys being out of doors till 10 at night, but it was upon my brother Jackson's business. And so I was the less displeased, and then made the boy to read to me out of Dr. Wilkins his Real Character, and particularly about Noah's Ark, where he do give a very good account thereof, shewing how few the number of the several species of beasts and fowls were that were to be in the ark. And that there was room enough for them and their food and dung, which do please me mightily and is much beyond whatever I heard of the subject, and so to bed. 28th. Up, to set right some little matters of my Tangier accounts, and so to the office, where busy all the morning, and then home with my people to dinner, and after dinner comes about a petition for a poor woman whose ticket she would get paid. And so talked a little and did baser her, and so to the office, being pleased that this morning my bookseller brings me home Marcenus's book of music, which costs me L3 but is a very fine book. So to the office and did some business, and then by coach to the New Exchange, and there by agreement at my bookseller's shop met Mercer and Gayet, and took them by water, first to one of the neat houses, where walked in the garden. But nothing but a bottle of wine to be had, though pleased with seeing the garden. And so to Fox Hall, where with great pleasure we walked, and then to the upper end of the further retired walk, and there sat and sang, and brought great many gallants and fine people about us, and, upon the bench, we did by and by eat and drink what we had, and very merry, and so with much pleasure to the Old Swan, and walked with them home, and there left them, and so I home to my business at the office a little, and so to bed. 29th. Betimes up, and up to my Tangier accounts, and then by water to the council chamber, and there received some directions from the Duke of York and the Committee of the Navy there about casting up the charge of the present summer's fleet. That so they may come within the bounds of the sum given by the Parliament. But it is pretty to see how Prince Rupert and other mad, silly people, are for setting out but a little fleet, there being no occasion for it, and say it will be best to save the money for better uses. But Sir W. Coventry did declare that, in wisdom, it was better to do so, but that, in obedience to the Parliament, he was, for setting out the 50 sail talked on, though it spent all the money, and to little purpose. And that this was better than to leave it to the Parliament to make bad construction of their thrift, if any trouble should happen. Thus weary the world is grown. Thence back again presently home, and did business till noon, and then to Sir G. Carteret to dinner, with much good company, it being the King's birthday, and many healths drunk, and here I did receive another letter from my Lord Sandwich, which troubles me to see how I have neglected him, in not writing, or but once. All this time of his being abroad. And I see he takes notice, but yet gently, of it, that it puts me to great trouble, and I know not how to get out of it, having no good excuse, and too late now to mend, he being coming home. Thence home, whither, by agreement, by and by comes Mercer and Gayet, and 2 gentlemen with them, Mr. Monteith and Pelham, the former a swaggering young handsome gentleman, the latter a sober citizen merchant. Both sing, but the latter with great skill, the other, no skill, but a good voice, and a good bass, but used to sing only tavern tunes. And so I spent all this evening till 11 at night singing with them, till I was tired of them, because of the swaggering fellow with the bass, though the girl Mercer did mightily commend him before to me. This night J.E. had agreed par alter at Deptford, their par avoir lane con the Maher de Bagwell, but this company did hinder me. 30th, up, and put on a new summer black bombazin suit, and so to the office. And being come now to an agreement with my barber, to keep my periwig in good order at 20s a year, I am like to go very spruce, more than I used to do. All the morning at the office and at noon home to dinner, and so to the King's Playhouse, and there saw Phil Astor. where it is pretty to see how I could remember almost all along, ever since I was a boy, Arethusa, the part which I was to have acted at Sir Robert Cook's. And it was very pleasant to me, but more to think what a ridiculous thing it would have been for me to have acted a beautiful woman. Thence to Mr. Pierce's, and there saw Nep also, and were merry. And here saw my little Lady Catherine Montague come to town, about her eyes, which are sore, and they think the king's evil, poor, pretty lady. Here I was freed from a fear that Nep was angry or might take advantage to declare the essay that J.E. did the other day, quan J.E. was con her. Thence to the New Exchange, and there met Harris and Ralt, and one Richards, a tailor and great company keeper, and with these over to Foxhall, and there fell into the company of Harry Killigrew, a rogue newly come back out of France. But still in disgrace at our court, and young Newport and others, as very rogues as any in the town, who were ready to take hold of every woman that come by them. And so to supper in an arbour, but, Lord! Their mad bawdy talk did make my heart ache. And here I first understood by their talk the meaning of the company that lately were called ballets. Harris telling how it was by a meeting of some young blades, where he was among them, and my Lady Bennet 941 and her ladies, and there they're dancing naked, and all the roguish things in the world. But, Lord! What loose cursed company was this, that I was in tonight, though full of wit, and worth a man's being in for once, to know the nature of it, and their manner of talk, and lives. Then set Ralt and some of them, at the New Exchange, and so I home, and my business being done at the office, I to bed. 31st, Lord's Day. Up, and to church in the morning. At noon I sent for Mr. Mills and his wife and daughter to dine, and they dined with me, and W. Hewer, and very good company, I being in good humour. They gone to church, comes Mr. Tempest, and he and I sang a psalm or two, and so parted, and I by water to the New Exchange, and there to Mrs. Pierce's, where Nep, and she, and W. Howe, and Mr. Pierce, and little Betty, over to Foxhall, and there walked and supped with great pleasure. Here was Mrs. Manuel also, and mighty good company, and good mirth in making W. Howe spent his 6 or 7 shillings, and so they called him altogether, Cully. So back, and at Somerset Stairs do understand that a boy is newly drowned, washing himself there, and they cannot find his body. So seeing them home, I home by water, W. Howe going with me, and after some talk he lay at my house, and all to bed. Here I hear that Mrs. Davis is quite gone from the Duke of York's house, and Gosnell comes in her room, which I am glad of. At the play at court the other night, Mrs. Davis was there, and when she was to come to dance her jig, the Queen would not stay to see it, which people do think it was out of displeasure at her being the king's whore, that she could not bear it. My Lady Castlemaine is, it seems, now mightily out of request, the king coming little to her, and thus she mighty melancholy and discontented. June 1668. June 1st, up and with Sir J. Minns to Westminster, and in the hall there I met with Harris and Ralt, and carried them to the Rhenish wine-house, where I have not been in a morning, nor any tavern, I think, these 7 years and more. Here I did get the words of a song of Harris that I wanted. Here also Mr. Young and Whistler by chance met us, and drank with us. Thence home, and to prepare business against the afternoon, and did walk an hour in the garden with Sir W. Warren, who do tell me of the great difficulty he is under in the business of his accounts with the Commissioners of Parliament, and I fear some inconveniences and troubles may be occasioned thereby to me. So to dinner, and then with Sir J. Minns to Whitehall, and there attended the Lords of the Treasury and also a committee of council with the Duke of York about the charge of this year's fleet, and thence I to Westminster and to Mrs. Martin's, and did hazer what J.E. would con her, and did once toquer la thigh de Sioux landlady, and thence all alone to Foxhall, and walked and saw young Newport and 2 more rogues of the town, seize on 2 ladies, who walked with them an hour with their masks on. Perhaps civil ladies, and there I left them, and so home, and thence to Mr. Mills's, where I never was before, and here find, whom I indeed saw go in, and that did make me go thither, Mrs. Halworthy and Mrs. Andrews, and here supped, and, extraordinary merry till 1 in the morning, Mr. Andrews coming to us, and mightily pleased with this night's company and mirth I home to bed. Mrs. Turner, too, was with us. 2nd. Up, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and there dined with me, besides my own people, W., Batelier and Mercer, and we very merry. After dinner, they gone, only Mercer and I to sing a while, and then parted, and I out and took a coach, and called Mercer at their back door, and she brought with her missus Knightley, a little pretty sober girl, and I carried them to Old Ford, a town by Bow, where I never was before, and there walked in the fields very pleasant, and sang, and so back again, and stopped and drank at the Gun, at Mile End. And so to the old exchange door, and did buy them a pound of cherries, cost me 2s. And so set them down again. And I to my little Mercer's Finch, that lives now in the Minories, where I have left my cloak, and did hear Baser Sue Maher, a belle femme, and there took my cloak which I had left there, and so by water, it being now about 9 o'clock. Down to Deptford, where I have not been many a day, and there it being dark I did by agreement aller a la house to Bagwell, and there after a little playing and by Sando we did go up in the dark a Sue camera. And to my boat again, and against the tide home. Got there by 12 o'clock, taking into my boat, for company, a man that desired a passage, a certain western bargeman, with whom I had good sport, talking of the old woman of Woolwich and telling him the whole story. 3rd. Up, and to the office, where busy till G o'clock, and then to Whitehall, to the council chamber, where I did present the Duke of York with an account of the charge of the present fleet, to his satisfaction. And this being done, did ask his leave for my going out of town 5 or 6 days, which he did give me, saying, that my diligence in the king's business was such, that I ought not to be denied when my own business called me any whither. Thence with Sir D. Gauden to Westminster, where I did take a turn or two, and met Roger Pepys, who is mighty earnest for me to stay from going into the country till he goes, and to bring my people thither for some time, but I cannot. But will find another time this summer for it. Thence with him home, and there to the office till noon, and then with Lord Brouncker, Sir J. Minns, and Sir G. Carteret, upon whose accounts they have been this day to the 3 Tuns to dinner, and thence back again home, and after doing a little business I by coach to the King's house, and there saw good part of the scornful lady, and that done. Would have taken out Nep, but she was engaged, and so to my Lord Crews to visit him. From whom I learn nothing but that there hath been some controversy at the council table, about my Lord Sandwich's signing, where some would not have had him, in the treaty with Portugal, but all, I think, is over in it. Thence by coach to Westminster to the Hall, and thence to the Park, where much good company, and many fine ladies, and in so handsome a hackney I was, that I believe Sir W. Coventry and others, who looked on me, did take me to be in one of my own, which I was a little troubled for. So to the lodge, and drank a cup of new milk, and so home, and there to Mrs. Turner's, and sat and talked with her, and then home to bed, having laid my business with W. Hewer to go out of town Friday next, with hopes of a great deal of pleasure. 4th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, where Mr. Clerk, the solicitor, dined with me and my clerks. After dinner I carried and set him down at the Temple, he observing to me how St. Sepulchre's church steeple is repaired already a good deal, and the Fleet Bridge is contracted for by the city to begin to be built this summer, which do please me mightily. I to Whitehall, and walked through the park for a little air. And so back to the council chamber, to the committee of the navy, about the business of fitting the present fleet, suitable to the money given, which, as the king orders it, and by what appears, will be very little. And so as I perceive the Duke of York will have nothing to command, nor can intend to go abroad. But it is pretty to see how careful these great men are to do every thing so as they may answer it to the Parliament, thinking themselves safe in nothing but where the judges, with whom they often advise, do say the matter is doubtful. And so they take upon themselves then to be the chief persons to interpret what is doubtful. Thence home, and all the evening to set matters in order against my going to Brampton tomorrow, being resolved upon my journey, and having the Duke of York's leave again today. Though I do plainly see that I can very ill be spared now, there being much business, especially about this, which I have attended the council about, and I the man that am alone consulted with. And, besides, my Lord Brouncker is at this time ill, and Sir W. Penn. So things being put in order at the office, I home to do the like there, and so to bed. 5th, Friday, .942 at Barnet, for milk, 6d. On the highway, to menders of the highway, 6d. Dinner at Stevenage, 5s. 6d. 6th, Saturday. Spent at Huntingdon with Bowles, and Appleyard, and Shepley, 2s. 7th, Sunday. My father, for money lent, and horse hire L111s. 8th, Monday. Father's servants, father having in the garden told me bad stories of my wife's ill words, 14s, one that helped at the horses, 2s, menders of the highway, 2s. Pleasant country to Bedford, where, while they stay, I rode through the town. And a good country town, and there, drinking, 1s. We on to Newport, and there Light and I and W. Hewer to the church, and there give the boy 1s. So to Buckingham, a good old town. Here I to see the church, which very good, and the Leads, and a school in it, did give the sexton's boy 1s. A fair bridge here, with many arches, vexed at my people's making me lose so much time, reckoning, 13s. 4d. Mighty pleased with the pleasure of the ground all the day. At night to Newport Pagnell, and there a good pleasant country town, but few people in it. A very fair, and like a cathedral, church. And I saw the Leads, and a vault that goes far underground, and here lay with Betty Turner's Sparrow, the town, and so most of this country, well watered. Lay here well, and rose next day by 4 o'clock, few people in the town, and so away. Reckoning for supper, 19s. 6d, poor, 6d. Mischance to the coach, but no time lost. 9th, Tuesday. When come to Oxford, a very sweet place, paid our guide, L12s. 6d, barber, 2s. 6d, book, stonage, for S.943. To dinner. And then out with my wife and people, and landlord, and to him that showed us the schools and library, 10s, to him that showed us All Souls College and Chichley's picture, 5s. So to see Christ Church with my wife, I seeing several others very fine alone, with W. Hewer, before dinner, and did give the boy that went with me 1s. Strawberries, 1s. 2d, dinner and servants, L10s. 6d. After come home from the schools, I out with the landlord to Brazen-Nose College, to the butteries, and in the cellar find the hand of the child of Hales, long. Butler, 2s. Thence with coach and people to Physic Garden, 1s. So to Friar Bacon's study, I up and saw it, and give the man 1s. Bottle of sack for landlord, 2s. Oxford mighty fine place, and well seated, and cheap entertainment. At night come to Abingdon, where had been a fair of custard. And met many people and scholars going home, and there did get some pretty good music, and sang and danced till supper, 5s. 10th, Wednesday. Up, and walked to the hospital, 944 very large and fine. And pictures of founders, and the history of the hospital, and is said to be worth, L700 per annum, and that Mr. Folly was here lately to see how their lands were settled. And here, in Old English, the story of the occasion of it, and a rebus at the bottom. So did give the poor, which they would not take but in their box, 2s. 6d, so to the inn, and paid the reckoning and what not, 13s. So forth towards Hungerford, led this good way by our landlord, One Heart, an old but very civil and well-spoken man, more than I ever heard, of his quality. He gone, we forward, and I vexed at my people's not minding the way. So come to Hungerford, where very good trouts, eels, and crayfish. Dinner, a mean town. At dinner there, 12s. Then set out with a guide, who saw us to Newmarket Heath, and then left us, 3s. 6d. So all over the plain by the side of the steeple, the plain high and low, to Salisbury, by night, but before I come to the town, I saw a great fortification, and there light, and to it and in it. And find it prodigious, so as to frighten me to be in it all alone at that time of night, it being dark. I understand, since, it to be that is called Old Sarum. Come to the George Inn, where lay in a silk bed, and very good diet. To supper. Then to bed. 11th, Thursday. Up, N.W., Hewer and I up and down the town, and find it a very brave place. The river goes through every street, and a most capacious marketplace. The city great, I think greater than Hereford. But the Minster most admirable, as big, I think, and handsomer than Westminster, and a most large close about it, and houses for the officers thereof, and a fine palace for the bishop. So to my lodging back, and took out my wife and people to shew them the town and church, but they being at prayers, we could not be shown the choir. A very good organ, and I looked in, and saw the bishop, my friend Dr. Ward. Thence to the inn. And there not being able to hire coach horses, and not willing to use our own, we got saddle horses, very dear. Boy that went to look for them, 6d. So the 3 women behind W, Hewer, Murford, and our guide, and I single to Stonehenge. Over the plain in some great hills, even to fright us. Come thither, and find them as prodigious as any tales I ever heard of them, and worth going this journey to see. God knows what their use was. They are hard to tell, but yet may be told. Give the shepherd woman, for leading our horses, 4d. So back by Wilton, my Lord Pembroke's house, which we could not see, he being just coming to town, but the situation I do not like, nor the house promise much, it being in a low but rich valley. So back home, and there being light, we to the church, and there find them at prayers again, so could not see the choir. But I sent the women home, and I did go in, and saw very many fine tombs, and among the rest some very ancient, of the Montagues. 945. So home to dinner, and, that being done, paid the reckoning, which was so exorbitant. And particular in rate of my horses, and 7s. 6d for bread and beer, that I was mad, and resolved to trouble the master about it, and get something for the poor, and come away in that humour, L2 5s. 6d, servants, 1s. 6d, poor, 1s. Guide to the Stones, 2s, poor woman in the street, 1s, rib bands, 9d, washwoman, 1s, sempstress for W, Hewer, 3s, lent W, Hewer, 3s. Thence about 6 o'clock, and with a guide went over the smooth plain indeed till night. And then by a happy mistake, and that looked like an adventure, we were carried out of our way to a town where we would lie, since we could not go so far as we would. And there with great difficulty come about 10 at night to a little inn, where we were fain to go into a room where a pedlar was in bed, and made him rise, and their wife and I lay, and in a truckle bed Betty Turner and Willett. But good beds, and the master of the house a sober, understanding man, and I had good discourse with him about this country's matters, as wool, and corn, and other things. And he also merry, and made us mighty merry at supper, about manning the new ship, at Bristol, with none but men whose wives do master them. And it seems it is become in reproach to some men of estate that are such hereabouts, that this is become common talk. By and by to bed, glad of this mistake, because, it seems, had we gone on as we intended, we could not have passed with our coach, and must have lain on the plain all night. This day from Salisbury I wrote by the post my excuse for not coming home, which I hope will do, for I am resolved to see the Bath, and, it may be, Bristol. 12th, Friday. Up, finding our beds good, but lousy, which made us merry. We set out, the reckoning and servants coming to 9s. 6d, my guide thither, 2s, coachman, advanced, 10s. So rode a very good way, led to my great content by our landlord to Phillips Norton, with great pleasure, being now come into Somersetshire. Where my wife and Deb. Mightily joyed thereat. 946 I commending the country, as indeed it deserves. And the first town we came to was Breckington, where, we stopping for something for the horses, we called 2 or 3 little boys to us, and pleased ourselves with their manner of speech, and did make one of them kiss Deb. And another say the Lord's Prayer, Hallowed be thy kingdom come. At Phillips Norton I walked to the church, and there saw a very ancient tomb of some Knight Templar, I think. And here saw the tombstone whereon there were only 2 heads cut, which, the story goes, and credibly, were 2 sisters, called the fair maids of Fosket, that had 2 bodies upward and 1 belly, and there lie buried. Here is also a very fine ring of 6 bells, and they mighty tunable. Having dined very well, 10s, we come before night to the bath, where I presently stepped out with my landlord, and saw the baths, with people in them. They are not so large as I expected, but yet pleasant, and the town most of stone, and clean, though the streets generally narrow. I home, and being weary, went to bed without supper, the rest supping. 13th, Saturday. Up at 4 o'clock, being by appointment called up to the Cross Bath, where we were carried one after one another, myself, and wife, and Betty Turner, Willett, and W. Ewer. And by, though we designed to have done before company come, much company come, very fine ladies, and the manner pretty enough, only methinks it cannot be clean to go so many bodies together in the same water. Good conversation among them that are acquainted here, and stay together. Strange to see how hot the water is, and in some places, though this is the most temperate bath, the springs so hot as the feet not able to endure. But strange to see, when women and men herein, that live all the season in these waters, that cannot but be parboiled, and look like the creatures of the bath. Carried away, wrapped in a sheet, and in a chair, home. And there one after another thus carried, I staying above 2 hours in the water, home to bed, sweating for an hour, and by, comes music to play to me, extraordinary good as ever I heard at London almost, or anywhere, 5s. Up, to go to Bristol, about 11 o'clock, and paying my landlord that was our guide from Chiltern, 10s, and the sergeant of the bath, 10s, and the man that carried us in chairs, 3s. 6d. Set out towards Bristol, and come thither, in a coach hired to spare our own horses, the way bad, but country good, about 2 o'clock, were set down at the Horseshoe, and there, being trimmed by a very handsome fellow, 2s. Walked with my wife and people through the city, which is in every respect another London, that one can hardly know it, to stand in the country, no more than that. No carts, it standing generally on vaults, only dog carts. 947. So to the 3 Crowns Tavern I was directed, but, when I come in, the master told me that he had newly given over the selling of wine, it seems, grown rich, and so went to the Sun, and there Deb. Going with W. Hewer and Betty Turner to see her uncle, Butts, and leaving my wife with the mistress of the house, I to see the quay, which is a most large and noble place, and to see the new ship building by Bally, neither he nor Furzer being in town. It will be a fine ship. Spoke with the foreman, and did give the boys that kept the cabin 2s. Walked back to the Sun, where I find Deb. Come back, and with her, her uncle, a sober merchant, very good company, and so like one of our sober, wealthy, London merchants, as pleased me mightily. Here we dined, and much good talk with him, 7s. 6d. A messenger to Sir John Knight, who was not at home, 6d. Then walked with him, Butts, and my wife and company round the quay, and to the ship. And he shewed me the custom house, and made me understand many things of the place, and led us through Marsh Street, where our girl was born. But, Lord! The joy that was among the old poor people of the place, to see Mrs. Willett's daughter, it seems her mother being a brave woman and mightily beloved. And so brought us a back way by surprise to his house, where a substantial good house, and well furnished. And did give us good entertainment of strawberries, a whole venison pasty, cold, and plenty of brave wine, and above all Bristol milk. 948 Where comes in another poor woman, who, hearing that Deb was here, did come running hither, and with her eyes so low of tears, and heart so full of joy, that she could not speak when she come in, that it made me weep too. I protest that I was not able to speak to her, which I would have done, to have diverted her tears. His wife a good woman, and so sober and substantial as I was never more pleased anywhere. Servant maid, twos. So thence took leave, and he with us through the city, where in walking I find the city pay him great respect, and he the like to the meanest, which pleased me mightily. He shewed us the place where the merchants meet here, and a fine cross yet standing, like Cheapside. And so to the horseshoe, where paid the reckoning, twos. 6d, we back, and by moonshine to the bath again, about 10 o'clock, bad way. And giving the coachman ones, went all of us to bed. 14th, Sunday. Up, and walked up and down the town, and saw a pretty good marketplace, and many good streets, and very fair stone houses. And so to the great church, and there saw Bishop Montague's tomb, 949, and, when placed, did there see many brave people come, and, among others, 2 men brought in litters, and set down in the chancel to hear, but I did not know one face. Hear a good organ. But a vain, pragmatical fellow preached a ridiculous, affected sermon, that made me angry, and some gentleman that sat next me, and sang well. So home, walking round the walls of the city, which are good, and the battlements all whole. The sexton of the church is. So home to dinner, and after dinner comes Mr. Butts again to see me, and he and I to church, where the same idle fellow preached, and I slept most of the sermon. Thence home, and took my wife out and the girls, and come to this church again, to see it, and look over the monuments, where, among others, Dr. Venner and Pelting, and a lady of Sir W. Walters, he lying with his face broken. So to the fields a little and walked, and then home and had my head looked at, and so to supper, and then comes my landlord to me, a sober understanding man, and did give me a good account of the antiquity of this town and Wells. And of 2 heads, on 2 pillars, in Wells Church. But he a Catholic. So he gone, I to bed. 15th, Monday. Up, and with Mr. Butts to look into the baths, and find the king and queens full of a mixed sort, of good and bad, and the cross only almost for the gentry. So home and did the like with my wife, and did pay my guides, 2 women, 5s, 1 man, 2s. 6d, poor, 6d. Woman to lay my foot cloth, 1s. So to our inn, and there eat and paid reckoning, L1/8. 6d, servants, 3s, poor, 1s, lent the coachman, 10s. Before I took coach, I went to make a boy dive in the king's bath, 1s. I paid also for my coach and a horse to Bristol, L1/1s. 6d, took coach, and away, without any of the company of the other stage coaches, that go out of this town today. And rode all day with some trouble, for fear of being out of our way, over the downs, where the life of the shepherds is, in fair weather only, pretty. In the afternoon come to Avebury, where, seeing great stones like those of Stonehenge standing up, I stopped, and took a countryman of that town, and he carried me and shewed me a place trenched in, like old Sarum almost, with great stones pitched in it, some bigger than those at Stonehenge in figure, to my great admiration, and he told me that most people of learning, coming by, do come and view them. And that the king did so, and that the mount cast hard by is called Selbury, from one king's seal buried there, as tradition says. I did give this man 1s. So took coach again, seeing one place with great high stones pitched round, which, I believe, was once some particular building, in some measure like that of Stonehenge. But, about a mile off, it was prodigious to see how full the downs are of great stones. And all along the valleys, stones of considerable bigness, most of them growing certainly out of the ground so thick as to cover the ground, which makes me think the less of the wonder of Stonehenge. For hence they might undoubtedly supply themselves with stones, as well as those at Avebury. In my way did give to the poor and menders of the highway 3s. Before night, come to Marlborough, and lay at the Hart, a good house, and a pretty fair town for a street or 2. And what is most singular is, their houses on one side having their penthouses supported with pillars, which makes it a good walk. My wife pleased with all, this evening reading of Mustafa to me till supper, and then to supper, and had musique whose innocence pleased me, and I did give them threes. So to bed, and lay well all night, and long, so as all the 5 coaches that come this day from Bath, as well as we, were gone out of the town before 6. 16th, Tuesday. So paying the reckoning, 14s. For D, and servants, 2s, poor ones, set out. And overtook one coach and kept a while company with it, till one of our horses losing a shoe, we stopped and drank and spent ones. So on, and passing through a good part of this county of Wiltshire, saw a good house of Alexander Popham's, and another of my Lord Craven's, I think in Berkshire. Come to Newbury, and there dined, which cost me, and music, which a song of the old courtier of Queen Elizabeth's, and how he was changed upon the coming in of the king, did please me mightily, and I did cause W. Hewer to write it out, 3s. 6d. Then comes the reckoning, forced to change gold, 8s. 7d, servants and poor, 1s. 6d, so out, and lost our way, which made me vexed, but come into it again. And in the evening betimes come to reading, and there heard my wife read more of Mustafa, and then to supper, and then I to walk about the town, which is a very great one, I think bigger than Salisbury, a river runs through it, in 7 branches. And unite in one part of the town, and runs into the Thames half a mile off one odd sign of the broad face. W. Hewer troubled with the headache, we had none of his company last night, nor all this day nor night to talk. Then to my inn, and so to bed. 17th, Wednesday. Rose, and paying the reckoning, 12s. 6d, servants and poor, 2s. 6d. Music, the worst we have had, coming to our chamber door, but calling us by wrong names, we lay, so set out with one coach in company, and through Maidenhead, which I never saw before, to Colebrook by noon, the way mighty good. And there dined, and fitted ourselves a little to go through London, anon. Somewhat out of humour all day, reflecting on my wife's neglect of things, and impertinent humour got by this liberty of being from me, which she is never to be trusted with. For she is a fool. Thence pleasant way to London, before night, and find all very well, to great content, and there to talk with my wife, and saw Sir W. Penn, who is well again. I hear of the ill news by the great fire at Barbados. By and by home, and there with my people to supper, all in pretty good humour, though I find my wife hath something in her gizzard, that only waits an opportunity of being provoked to bring up, but I will not, for my content sake, give it. So I to bed, glad to find all so well here, and slept well. 9:50. 18th. Up betimes and to the office, there to set my papers in order and books, my office having been new whited and windows made clean, and so to sit, where all the morning, and did receive a hint or two from my Lord Anglesey. As if he thought much of my taking the air as I have done. But I care not a turd, but whatever the matter is, I think he hath some ill will to me, or at least an opinion that I am more the servant of the board than I am. At noon home to dinner, where my wife still in a melancholy, fusty humour, and crying, and do not tell me plainly what it is, but I by little words find that she hath heard of my going to plays, and carrying people abroad every day, in her absence. And that I cannot help but the storm will break out, I think, in a little time. After dinner carried her by coach to St. James's, where she sat in the coach till I to my Lady Peterborough's, who tells me, among other things, her lord's good words to the Duke of York lately, about my Lord Sandwich, and that the Duke of York is kind to my Lord Sandwich. Which I am glad to hear. My business here was about her lord's pension from tenure. Here met with Povey, who tells me how hard Creed is upon him, though he did give him, about 6 months since, I think he said, 50 pieces in gold, and one thing there is in his accounts that I fear may touch me, but I shall help it, I hope. So my wife not speaking a word, going nor coming, nor willing to go to a play, though a new one, I to the office, and did much business. At night home, where supped Mr. Turner and his wife, and Betty and Mercer and Pelling, as merry as the ill, melancholy humour that my wife was in, would let us, which vexed me, but I took no notice of it, thinking that will be the best way, and let it wear away itself. After supper, parted, and to bed, and my wife troubled all night, and about 1 o'clock goes out of the bed to the girl's bed, which did trouble me, she crying and sobbing, without telling the cause. By and by she comes back to me, and still crying. I then rose, and would have sat up all night, but she would have me come to bed again, and being pretty well pacified, we to sleep. 19th. When between 2 and 3 in the morning we were waked with my maids crying out, "Fire, fire," in Markelane. So I rose and looked out, and it was dreadful, and strange apprehensions in me, and us all, of being presently burnt. So we all rose. And my care presently was to secure my gold, and plate, and papers, and could quickly have done it, but I went forth to see where it was, and the whole town was presently in the streets. And I found it in a new-built house that stood alone in Minchin Lane, over against the Clothworkers' Hall, which burned furiously, the house not yet quite finished. And the benefit of brick was well seen, for it burnt all inward, and fell down within itself, so no fear of doing more hurt. So homeward, and stopped at Mr. Mills's, where he and she at the door, and Mrs. Turner, and Betty, and Mrs. Holworthy, and there I stayed and talked, and up to the church leads, and saw the fire, which spent itself, till all fear over. I home, and there we to bed again, and slept pretty well, and about 9 rose, and then my wife fell into her blubbering again, and at length had a request to make to me, which was, that she might go into France, and live there, out of trouble. And then all come out, that I loved pleasure and denied her any, and a deal of due, and I find that there have been great fallings out between my father and her, whom, for ever hereafter, I must keep asunder, for they cannot possibly agree. And I said nothing, but, with very mild words and few, suffered her humour to spend, till we begun to be very quiet, and I think all will be over, and friends, and so I to the office, where all the morning doing business. Yesterday I heard how my Lord Ashley is like to die, having some impostum in his breast, that he hath been fain to be cut into the body. 951. At noon home to dinner, and thence by coach to Whitehall, where we attended the Duke of York in his closet, upon our usual business. And thence out, and did see many of the Knights of the Garter, with the King and Duke of York, going into the Privy Chamber, to elect the Elector of Saxony into that order, who, I did hear the Duke of York say, was a good drinker. I know not upon what score this compliment is done him. Thence with W. Penn, who is in great pain of the gout, by coach round by Holborn home, he being at every kennel full of pain. Thence home, and by comes my wife and Deb. Home, have been at the King's Playhouse today, thinking to spy me there, and saw the new play, Evening Love, of Dryden's, which, though the world commends, she likes not. So to supper and talk, and all in good humour, and then to bed, where I slept not well, from my apprehensions of some trouble about some business of Mr. Povy's he told me of the other day. 20th. Up, and talked with my wife all in good humour, and so to the office, where all the morning, and then home to dinner, and so she and I alone to the King's house, and there I saw this new play my wife saw yesterday, and do not like it. It being very smutty, and nothing so good as The Maiden Queen, or The Indian Emperor, of his making, that I was troubled at it. And my wife tells me wholly, which he confesses a little in the epilogue, taken out of the Illustre Bassa. So she to unthanks and I to Mr. Povey, and there settled some business. And here talked of things, and he thinks there will be great revolutions, and that Creed will be a great man, though a rogue, he being a man of the old strain, which will now be up again. So I took coach, and set Povey down at Charing Cross, and took my wife up, and calling at the New Exchange at Smith's shop, and kissed her pretty hand, and so we home, and they're able to do nothing by candlelight. My eyes being now constantly so bad that I must take present advice or be blind. So to supper, grieved for my eyes, and to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, and home and dined with my wife and Deb. Alone, but merry and in good humour, which is, when all is done, the greatest felicity of all, and after dinner she to read in the illustre Bassa, the plot of yesterday's play, which is most exactly the same, and so to church I alone. And thence to see Sir W. Pen, who is ill again, and then home, and there get my wife to read to me till supper, and then to bed. 22nd, up, and with Balty to St. James's, and there presented him to Mr. Wren about his being muster-master this year, which will be done. So up to wait on the Duke of York, and thence, with W. Coventry, walk to Whitehall good discourse about the Navy, where want of money undoes us. Thence to the Harp and Ball I to drink, and so to the coffee-house in Covent Garden. But met with nobody but Sir Philip Howard, who shamed me before the whole house there, in commendation of my speech in Parliament, and thence I away home to dinner alone, my wife being at her tailor's, and after dinner comes Creed, whom I hate, to speak with me, and before him comes Mrs. Daniel about business. She gone, Creed and I to the King's Playhouse, and saw an act or two of the new play, Evening's Love, again, but like it not. Calling this day at Harrington's, he tells me Dryden do himself call it but a fifth-rate play. Thence with him to my Lord Brounker's, where a council of the Royal Society, and there heard Mr. Harry Howard's noble offers about ground for our college, and his intentions of building his own house there most nobly. My business was to meet Mr. Boyle, which I did, and discoursed about my eyes, and he did give me the best advice he could, but refers me to one Turberville, of Salisbury, lately come to town, which I will go to. 952. Thence home, where the street's full, at our end of the town, removing their wine against the act begins, which will be 2 days hence, to raise the price. I did get my store in of Baitlier this night. So home to supper and to bed. 23rd. Up, and all the morning at the office. At noon home to dinner, and so to the office again all the afternoon, and then to Westminster to Dr. Turberville about my eyes, whom I met with, and he did discourse, I thought, learnedly about them. And takes time before he did prescribe me anything, to think of it. So I away with my wife and Deb, whom I left at unthanks, and so to Hercules Pillars, and there we three supped on cold powdered beef, and thence home and in the garden walked a good while with Dean, talking well of the Navy miscarriages and faults. So home to bed. 24th. Up, and Creed and Colonel Atkins come to me about sending coals to Tangier, and upon that most of the morning. Thence Creed and I to Alderman Backwell's about Tangier business of money, and thence I by water, calling and drinking, but not by Sado, at Michel's, to Westminster, but it being holy day did no business, only to Martin's. And so home again by water, and busy till dinner, and then with wife, Mercer, Deb, and W. Hewer to the Duke of York's Playhouse, and there saw, The Impertinence, a pretty good play. And so by water to Spring Garden, and there supped, and so home, not very merry, only when we come home, Mercer and I sat and sung in the garden a good while, and so to bed. 25th. Up, and to the office all the morning, and after dinner at home to the office again, and there all the afternoon very busy till night, and then home to supper and to bed. 26th. All the morning doing business at the office. At noon, with my fellow officers, to the Dolphin, at Sir G. Carteret charge, to dinner, he having some accounts examined this morning. All the afternoon we all at Sir W. Penn's with him about the victualler's accounts, and then in the evening to Charing Cross, and there took up my wife at her tailor's, and so home and to walk in the garden, and then to sup and to bed. 27th. At the office all the morning, at noon dined at home, and then my wife, and Deb, and I to the King's Playhouse, and saw, The Indian Queen, but do not dote upon Nan Marshall's acting therein, as the world talks of her excellence therein. Thence with my wife to buy some linen, L13 worth, for sheets, and, at the new shop over against the New Exchange, and the master, who is, come out of London, to the Strand. Since the fire, says his and other tradesmen's retail trade is so great here, and better than it was in London, that they believe they shall not return, nor the city be ever so great for retail as heretofore. So home and to my business, and to bed. 28th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, and then home to dinner, where Betty Turner, Mercer, and Captain Dean, and after dinner to sing, Mr. Pelting coming. Then, they gone, Dean and I all the afternoon till night to talk of navy matters and ships with great pleasure, and so at night, he gone, I to supper, Pelling coming again and singing a while, then to bed. Much talk of the French setting out their fleet afresh, but I hear nothing that our king is alarmed at it, at all, but rather making his fleet less. 29th. Called up by my Lady Peterborough's servant about some business of hers, and so to the office. Thence by and by with Sir J. Minns toward St. James's, and I stop at Dr. Turberville's, and there did receive a direction for some physic, and also a glass of something to drop into my eyes, who gives me hopes that I may do well. Thence to St. James's, and thence to Whitehall, where I find the Duke of York in the council chamber, where the officers of the navy were called in about navy business, about calling in of more ships. The King of France having, as the Duke of York says, ordered his fleet to come in, notwithstanding what he had lately ordered for their staying abroad. Thence to the chapel, it being St. Peter's Day, and did hear an anthem of Silas Taylor's making. A dull, old-fashioned thing, of 6 and 7 parts, that nobody could understand, and the Duke of York, when he come out, told me that he was a better storekeeper than anthem maker, and that was bad enough, too. This morning Mr. May shewed me the King's new buildings at Whitehall, very fine, and among other things, his ceilings, and his houses of office. So home to dinner, and then with my wife to the King's Playhouse, the Mulberry Garden, which she had not seen. So by coach to Islington, and round by Hackney home with much pleasure, and to supper and bed. 30th, up, and at the office all the morning, then home to dinner, where a stinking leg of mutton, the weather being very wet and hot to keep meat in. Then to the office again, all the afternoon, we met about the victualler's new contract. And so up, and to walk all the evening with my wife and Mrs. Turner in the garden, till supper, about 11 at night. And so, after supper, parted, and to bed, my eyes bad, but not worse, only weary with working. But, however, I very melancholy under the fear of my eyes being spoiled, and not to be recovered. For I am come that I am not able to read out a small letter, and yet my sight good for the little while I can read, as ever they were, I think. July 1668. July 1st, up, and all the morning we met at the office about the victualler's contract. At noon home to dinner, my cousin Roger, come newly to town, dined with us, and mighty importunate for our coming down to Impington, which I think to do, this Sturbridge fair. Thence I set him down at the Temple, and Commissioner Middleton dining the first time with me, he and I to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, where we met, and much business with the Duke of York. And I find the Duke of York very hot for regulations in the navy, and, I believe, is put on it by W. Coventry, and I am glad of it. And particularly, he falls heavy on Chatham Yard, and is vexed that Lord Anglesey did, the other day, complain at the council table of disorders in the navy, and not to him. So I to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier. And there vexed, with the importunity and clamours of Alderman Bacule, for my acquittance for money supplied by him to the garrison, before I have any order for paying it, so home, calling at several places among others, the Change. And on Cooper, to know when my wife shall come to sit for her picture, which will be next week, and so home and to walk with my wife, and then to supper and to bed. 2nd, called up by a letter from W. Coventry telling me that the Commissioners of Accounts intend to summons me about Sir W. Warren's Hamburg contract, and so I up and to W. Coventry's, he and G. Carteret being the party concerned in it, and after conference with him about it to satisfaction I home again to the office. At noon home to dinner, and then all the afternoon busy to prepare an answer to this demand of the Commissioners of Accounts, and did discourse with Sir W. Warren about it, and so in the evening with my wife and Deb. By coach to take air to Mile End, and so home and I to bed, vexed to be put to this frequent trouble in things we deserve best in. 3rd, betimes to the office, my head full of this business. Then by coach to the Commissioners of Accounts at Brook House, the first time I was ever there, and there Sir W. Turner in the chair, and present, Lord Halifax, Toms, On, Gregory, Dunster, and Osborne. I long with them, and see them hot set on this matter, but I did give them proper and safe answers. Halifax, I perceive, was industrious on my side, in behalf of his uncle Coventry, it being the business of Fir W. Warren. Vexed only at their denial of a copy of what I set my hand to, and swore. Here till almost 2 o'clock, and then home to dinner, and set down presently what I had done and said this day, and so abroad by water to Eagle Court in the Strand, and there to an alehouse, met Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, and Dr. Clerk, Waldron, Turberville, my physician for the eyes, and lower, to dissect several eyes of sheep and oxen, with great pleasure, and to my great information. But strange that this Turberville should be so great a man, and yet, to this day, had seen no eyes dissected, or but once, but desired this Dr. Lower to give him the opportunity to see him dissect some. Thence to unthanks, to my wife, and carried her home, and there walked in the garden, and so to supper and to bed. Fourth, up, and to see Sir W. Coventry, and give him account of my doings yesterday, which he well liked of, and was told thereof by my Lord Halifax before, but I do perceive he is much concerned for this business. Gives me advice to write a smart letter to the Duke of York about the want of money in the Navy, and desire him to communicate it to the Commissioners of the Treasury. For he tells me he hath hot work sometimes to contend with the rest for the Navy, they being all concerned for some other part of the King's expenses, which they would prefer to this, of the Navy. He shewed me his closet, with his round table, for him to sit in the middle, very convenient. And I borrowed several books of him, to collect things out of the Navy, which I have not, and so home, and there busy sitting all the morning, and at noon dined, and then all the afternoon busy, till night. And then to Mile End with my wife and girl, and there drank and eat a joie of salmon, at the Rose and Crown, our old house. And so home to bed. Fifth, Lord's Day. About 4 in the morning took 4 pills of Dr. Turberville's prescribing, for my eyes, and they wrought pretty well most of the morning, and I did get my wife to spend the morning reading of Wilkins's Real Character. At noon comes W. Hewer and Pelling, and young Michel and his wife, and dined with us, and most of the afternoon talking, and then at night my wife to read again, and to supper and to bed. Sixth, up, and to St. James's, and there attended the Duke of York, and was there by himself told how angry he was, and did declare to my Lord Anglesey, about his late complaining of things of the Navy to the King in council, and not to him. And I perceive he is mightily concerned at it, and resolved to reform things therein. Thence with W. Coventry walked in the park together a good while, he mighty kind to me. And hear many pretty stories of my Lord Chancellor's being heretofore made sport of by Peter Talbot the priest, in his story of the death of Cardinal Blue. 953 in Tom Killigrew, in his being bred in Ram Alley, and now bound prentice to Lord Coddington, going to Spain with L1000, and 2 suits of clothes. Thence home to dinner, and thence to Mr. Cooper's, and there met my wife and W. Hewer and Deb. And there my wife first sat for her picture, but he is a most admirable workman, and good company. Here comes Harris, and first told us how Betterton is come again upon the stage, whereupon my wife and company to the Duke's house to see Henry V. While I to attend the Duke of York at the Committee of the Navy, at the Council, where some high dispute between him and W. Coventry about settling pensions upon all flag officers, while unemployed, W. Coventry against it, and, I think, with reason. Thence I to the playhouse, and saw a piece of the play, and glad to see Betterton, and so with wife and Deb. To Spring Garden, and eat a lobster, and so home in the evening and to bed. Great doings at Paris, I hear, with their triumphs for their late conquests. The Duchess of Richmond sworn last week of the Queen's bedchamber, and the King minding little else but what he used to do, about his women. 7th. Up, and to the office, where Kate Joyce come to me about some tickets of hers, but took no notice to me of her being married, but seemed mighty pale, and doubtful what to say or do, expecting, I believe, that I should begin. And not finding me beginning, said nothing, but, with trouble in her face, went away. At the office all the morning, and after dinner also all the afternoon, and in the evening with my wife and Deb. And Betty Turner to Unthanks, where we are fain to go round by Newgate, because of Fleet Bridge being under rebuilding. They stayed there, and I about some business, and then presently back and brought them home and supped, and Mrs. Turner, the mother, comes to us, and they're late, and so to bed. 8th, betimes by water to Sir W. Coventry, and there discoursed of several things. And I find him much concerned in the present inquiries now on foot of the Commissioners of Accounts, though he reckons himself and the rest very safe, but vexed to see us liable to these troubles, in things wherein we have laboured to do best. Thence, he being to go out of town tomorrow, to drink Banbury waters, I to the Duke of York, to attend him about business of the office. And find him mighty free to me, and how he is concerned to mend things in the navy himself, and not leave it to other people. So home to dinner, and then with my wife to Cooper's, and there saw her sit, and he do extraordinary things indeed. So to Whitehall, and there by and by the Duke of York comes to the robe chamber, and spent with us 3 hours till night, in hearing the business of the master attendants of Chatham, and the storekeeper of Woolwich. And resolves to displace them all, so hot he is of giving proofs of his justice at this time, that it is their great fate now, to come to be questioned at such a time as this. Thence I to Unthanks, and took my wife and Deb home, and to supper and to bed. 9th, up, and to the office, where sat all the morning, and afternoon to the office again till night, mighty busy getting Mr. Fist to come and help me, my own clerks all busy, and so in the evening to ease my eyes, and with my wife and Deb. And Betty Turner, by coach to Unthanks and back again, and then to supper and to bed. 10th. Up, and to attend the council, but all in vain, the council spending all the morning upon a business about the printing of the critics, a dispute between the first printer, one B that is dead, and the abstractor, who would now print his abstract, one Poole. So home to dinner, and thence to Hayward's to look upon an espionette, and I did come near the buying one, but broke off. I have a mind to have one. So to Cooper's, and there find my wife and W. Hewer and Deb, sitting, and painting. And here he do work finely, though I fear it will not be so like as I expected, but now I understand his great skill in music, his playing and setting to the French lute most excellently, and speaks French, and indeed is an excellent man. Thence, in the evening, with my people in a glass hackney coach to the park, but was ashamed to be seen. So to the lodge, and drank milk, and so home to supper and to bed. 11th. At the office all the morning. After dinner to the King's Playhouse, to see an old play of Shirley's, called Hyde Parker, the first day acted, where horses are brought upon the stage, but it is but a very moderate play, only an excellent epilogue spoke by Beck Marshall. Thence home and to my office, and then to supper and to bed, and overnight took some pills. 12th. Which work with me pretty betimes, being Lord's Day, and so I within all day. Busy all the morning upon some accounts with W. Hewer, and at noon, an excellent dinner, comes Pelling and W. Howe, and the latter stayed and talked with me all the afternoon, and in the evening comes Mr. Mills and his wife and supped and talked with me, and so to bed. This last night Betty Michelle about midnight cries out, and my wife goes to her, and she brings forth a girl, and this afternoon the child is christened, and my wife godmother again to a Betty. 13th. Up, and to my office, and thence by water to Whitehall to attend the council, but did not, and so home to dinner, and so out with my wife, and Deb, and W. Hewer towards Cooper's, but I light and walked to Duck Lane, and there to the booksellers. At the Bible, whose maher je have a mind to, but no erat dentro, but I did there look upon and buy some books, and made way for coming again to the man, which pleases me. Thence to Reeves's, and there saw some, and bespoke a little perspective, and was mightily pleased with seeing objects in a dark room. And so to Cooper's, and spent the afternoon with them, and it will be an excellent picture. Thence my people all by water to Deptford, to see Balti, while I to buy my espionette, 954 which I did now agree for, and did at Hayward's meet with Mr. Thacker, and heard him play on the harpsichon, so as I never heard man before, I think. So home, it being almost night, and there find in the garden Pelling, who hath brought Tempest, Wallington, and Pelham, to sings, and there had most excellent music late, in the dark, with great pleasure. Made them drink and eat. And so with much pleasure to bed, but above all with little Wallington. This morning I was let blood, and did bleed about 14 ounces, towards curing my eyes. 14th, up, and to my office, where sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence all the afternoon hard at the office, we meeting about the victualler's new contract, and so into the garden, my Lady Penn, Mrs. Turner and her daughter, my wife and I, and there supped in the dark and were merry, and so to bed. This day Bosque finished his copy of my picture, which I confess I do not admire, though my wife prefers him to Brown, nor do I think it like. He do it for W. Hewer, who hath my wife's also, which I like less. This afternoon my Lady Pickering come to see us, I busy, saw her not. But how natural it is for us to slight people out of power, and for people out of power to stoop to see those that while in power they contemned. 15th. Up, and all the morning busy at the office to my great content, attending to the settling of papers there that I may have the more rest in winter for my eyes by how much I do the more in the settling of all things in the summer by daylight. At noon home to dinner, where is brought home the Espinette I bought the other day of Hayward, costs me L5. So to St. James's, where did our ordinary business with the Duke of York. So to unthanks to my wife, and with her and Deb. To visit Mrs. Pierce, whom I do not now so much affect, since she paints. But stayed here a while, and understood from her how my Lady Duchess of Monmouth is still lame, and likely always to be so, which is a sad chance for a young lady, to get, only by trying of tricks in dancing. So home, and their Captain Dean come and spent the evening with me, to draw some finishing lines on his fine draft of, the Resolution, the best ship, by all report, in the world, and so to bed. Wonderful hot all day and night, and this the first night that I remember in my life that ever I could lie with only a sheet and one rug. So much I am now stronger than ever I remember myself, at least since before I had the stone. 16th. Up, and to the office, where Yeapsley and Lanyon come to town and to speak with me about a matter wherein they are accused of cheating the king before the Lords Commissioners of Tangier, and I doubt it true, but I have no hand in it. But will serve them what I can. All the morning at the office, and at noon dined at home, and then to the office again, where we met to finish the draft of the victualler's contract, and so I by water with my Lord Brouncker to Arundel House, to the Royal Society. And there saw an experiment of a dog's being tied through the back, about the spinal artery, and thereby made void of all motion. And the artery being loosened again, the dog recovers. Thence to Cooper's, and saw his advance on my wife's picture, which will be indeed very fine. So with her to the Change, to buy some things, and here I first bought of the sempstress next my bookseller's, where the pretty young girl is, that will be a great beauty. So home, and to supper with my wife in the garden, it being these 2 days excessively hot, and so to bed. 17th, up, and fitted myself to discourse before the council about business of tickets. So to Whitehall, where waited on the Duke of York, and then the council about that business. And I did discourse to their liking, only was too high to assert that nothing could be invented to secure the king more in the business of tickets than there is. Which the Duke of Buckingham did except against, and I could have answered, but forbore, but all liked very well. Thence home, and with my wife and Deb. To the king's house to see a play revived called a sorry mean play, that vexed us to sit in so much heat of the weather to hear it. Thence to see Betty Michel newly lain in, and after a little stay we took water and to Spring Garden, and there walked, and supped, and stayed late, and with much pleasure, and to bed. The weather excessive hot, so as we were forced to lie in 2 beds, and I only with a sheet and rug, which is colder than ever I remember I could bear. 18th. At the office all the morning. At noon dined at home and Creed with me, who I do really begin to hate, and do use him with some reservedness. Here was also my old acquaintance, Will Swan, to see me, who continues a factious fanatic still, and I do use him civilly, in expectation that those fellows may grow great again. Thence to the office, and then with my wife to the Change and Unthanks, after having been at Cooper's and sat there for her picture, which will be a noble picture, but yet I think not so like as Hales's is. So home and to my office, and then to walk in the garden, and home to supper and to bed. They say the King of France is making a war again, in Flanders, with the King of Spain. The King of Spain refusing to give him all that he says was promised him in the treaty. Creed told me this day how when the King was at my Lord Cornwallis's when he went last to Newmarket, that being there on a Sunday, the Duke of Buckingham did in the afternoon to please the King make a bawdy sermon to him out of canticles. And that my Lord Cornwallis did endeavour to get the King a whore, and that must be a pretty girl the daughter of the parson of the place, but that she did get away, and leaped off of some place and killed herself, which if true is very sad. 19th, Lord's Day. Up, and to my chamber, and there I up and down in the house spent the morning getting things ready against noon, when come Mr. Cooper, Hales, Harris, Mr. Butler, that wrote Hudibras, and Mr. Cooper's cousin Jack. And by comes Mr. Reeves and his wife, whom I never saw before, and there we dined, a good dinner, and company that pleased me mightily, being all eminent men in their way. Spent all the afternoon in talk and mirth, and in the evening parted, and then my wife and I to walk in the garden, and so home to supper, Mrs. Turner and husband and daughter with us, and then to bed. 20th, up, and to the office, where Mrs. Daniel comes. All the morning at the office. Dined at home, then with Mr. Colville to the new excise office in Aldersgate Street, and thence back to the old Exchange, to see a very noble fine lady I spied as I went through, in coming. And there took occasion to buy some gloves, and admire her, and a mighty fine fair lady indeed she was. Thence idling all the afternoon to Duck Lane, and there saw my bookseller's Maher, but get no ground there yet, and here saw Mrs. Michel's daughter married newly to a bookseller, and she proves a comely little grave woman. So to visit my Lord Crewe, who is very sick, to great danger, by an erysipelas. 9:55 the first day I heard of it, and so home, and took occasion to buy a rest for my espinette at the ironmonger's by Holborn Conduit, where the fair pretty woman is that I have lately observed there, and she is pretty, and je credo vain enough. Thence home and busy till night, and so to bed. 21st, up, and to St. James's, but lost labour, the Duke abroad. So home to the office, where all the morning, and so to dinner, and then all the afternoon at the office, only went to my plate maker's, and there spent an hour about contriving my little plates. 9:56 for my books of the King's 4 yards. At night walked in the garden, and supped and to bed, my eyes bad. 22nd all the morning at the office. Dined at home, and then to Whitehall with Simpson the joiner, and after attending at the Committee of the Navy about the old business of tickets, where the only expedient they have found is to bind the commanders and officers by oaths. The Duke of York told me how the Duke of Buckingham, after the council the other day, did make mirth at my position, about the sufficiency of present rules in the business of tickets. And here I took occasion to desire a private discourse with the Duke of York, and he granted it to me on Friday next. So to shew Simpson the King's new lodgings for his chimneys, which I desire to have one built in that mode, and so I home, and with little supper, to bed. This day a falling out between my wife and Deb, about a hood lost, which vexed me. 23rd. Up, and all day long, but at dinner, at the office, at work, till I was almost blind, which makes my heart sad. 24th, up, and by water to St. James's, having, by the way, shown Simpson Sir W. Coventry's chimney pieces, in order to the making me one. And there, after the Duke of York was ready, he called me to his closet. And there I did long and largely show him the weakness of our office, and did give him advice to call us to account for our duties, which he did take mighty well, and desired me to draw up what I would have him write to the office. I did lay open the whole failings of the office, and how it was his duty to find them, and to find fault with them, as admiral, especially at this time, which he agreed to, and seemed much to rely on what I said. Thence to Whitehall, and there waited to attend the council, but was not called in, and so home, and after dinner back with Sir J. Minns by coach, and there attended, all of us, the Duke of York, and had the hearing of Mr. Pett's business, the Master Shipwright at Chatham, and I believe he will be put out. But here Commissioner Middleton did, among others, shew his good nature and easiness to the master's attendants, by mitigating their faults, so as, I believe, they will come in again. So home, and to supper and to bed, the Duke of York staying with us till almost night. 25th, up, and at the office all the morning, and at noon, after dinner, to Cooper's, it being a very rainy day, and there saw my wife's picture go on, which will be very fine indeed. And so home again to my letters, and then to supper and to bed. 26th, Lord's Day. Up, and all the morning and after dinner, the afternoon also, with W. Hewer in my closet, setting right my 10-year accounts, which I have let alone these 6 months and more, but find them very right, and is my great comfort. So in the evening to walk with my wife, and to supper and to bed. 27th, busy all the morning at my office. At noon dined, and then I out of doors to my bookseller in Duck Lane, but Sue Maher not at home, and it was pretty here to see a pretty woman pass by with a little wanton look. And J.E. did sequi her round about the street from Duck Lane to Newgate Market, and then L. did turn back, and J.E. did lose her. And so to see my Lord Crewe, whom I find up, and did wait on him, but his face sore, but in hopes to do now very well again. Thence to Cooper's, where my wife's picture almost done, and mighty fine indeed. So over the water with my wife, and Deb. And Mercer, to Spring Garden, and there eat and walked, and observe how rude some of the young gallants of the town are become, to go into people's arbours where there are not men, and almost force the women. Which troubled me, to see the confidence of the vice of the age, and so we away by water, with much pleasure home. This day my plate maker comes with my 4 little plates of the 4 yards, cost me L5, which troubles me, but yet do please me also. 28th. All the morning at the office, and after dinner with my wife and Deb. To the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw The Slighted Maid, but a mean play. And thence home, there being little pleasure now in a play, the company being but little. Here we saw Gosnell, who is become very homely, and sings meanly, I think, to what I thought she did. 29th, busy all the morning at the office. So home to dinner, where Mercer, and there comes Mr. Swan, my old acquaintance, and dines with me, and tells me, for a certainty, that Creed is to marry Betty Pickering, and that the thing is concluded, which I wonder at, and am vexed for. So he gone I with my wife and 2 girls to the King's house, and saw The Mad Couple, a mean play altogether, and thence to Hyde Park, where but few coaches, and so to the New Exchange, and thence by water home, with much pleasure. And then to sing in the garden, and so home to bed, my eyes for these 4 days being my trouble, and my heart thereby mighty sad. 30th, up, and by water to Whitehall. There met with Mr. May, who was giving directions about making a close way for people to go dry from the gate up into the house, to prevent their going through the galleries, which will be very good. I stayed and talked with him about the state of the King's offices in general, and how ill he is served, and do still find him an excellent person, and so back to the office. So close at my office all the afternoon till evening, and then out with my wife to the New Exchange, and so back again. 31st, up, and at my office all the morning. About noon with Mr. Ashburnham to the New Excise Office, and there discoursed about our business, and I made him admire my drawing a thing presently in shorthand, but, God knows, I have paid dear for it, in my eyes. Home and to dinner, and then my wife and Deb. And I, with Sir J. Minns, to Whitehall, she going hence to the New Exchange, and the Duke of York not being in the way, Sir J. Minns and I to her and took them to the King's house, to see the first day of Lacy's, Monsieur Ragout, now new acted. The King in court all there, and mighty merry, a farce. Thence Sir J. Minns giving us, like a gentleman, his coach, hearing we had some business, we to the park, and so home. Little pleasure there being little company, but mightily taken with a little chariot that we saw in the street, and which we are resolved to have ours like it. So home to walk in the garden a little, and then to bed. The month ends mighty sadly with me, my eyes being now past all use almost, and I am mighty hot upon trying the late printed experiment of paper tubes. 957. August 1668. August 1st. All the morning at the office. After dinner my wife, and Deb, and I, to the King's house again, coming too late yesterday to hear the prologue, and do like the play better now than before. And, indeed, there is a great deal of true wit in it, more than in the common sort of plays, and so home to my business, and at night to bed, my eyes making me sad. 2nd, Lord's Day. Up and at home all the morning, hanging, and removing of some pictures, in my study and house. At noon Pelling dined with me. After dinner, I and Tom, my boy, by water up to Putney, and there heard a sermon, and many fine people in the church. Thence walked to Barn Elms, and there, and going and coming, did make the boy read to me several things, being nowadays unable to read myself anything, for above 2 lines together, but my eyes grow weary. Home about night, and so to supper and then to bed. 3rd, up, and by water to Whitehall and St. James's, where I did much business, and about noon meeting Dr. Gibbons, carried him to the Sun Tavern, in King Street, and there made him, and some friends of his, drink, among others, Captain Silas Taylor, and here did get Gibbons to promise me some things for my flageolets. So to the Old Exchange, and then home to dinner, and so, Mercer dining with us, I took my wife and her and Deb out to unthanks, while I to Whitehall to the Commissioners of the Treasury, and so back to them and took them out to Islington, where we met with W. Joyce and his wife and boy, and there eat and drank, and a great deal of his idle talk, and so we round by Hackney home, and so to sing a little in the garden, and then to bed. 4th. Up, and to my office a little, and then to Whitehall about a committee for tenure at my Lord Arlington's, where, by Creed's being out of town, I have the trouble given me of drawing up answers to the complaints of the Turks of Algiers. And so I have all the papers put into my hand. Here till noon, and then back to the office, where sat a little, and then to dinner, and presently to the office, where come to me my Lord Bellasis, Lieutenant Colonel Fitzgerald, newly come from Tangier, and Sir Arthur Bassett. And there I received their informations, and so, they being gone, I with my clerks and another of Lord Brounker's, Seddon, sat up till 2 in the morning, drawing up my answers and writing them fair, which did trouble me mightily to sit up so long, because of my eyes. 5th. So to bed about 2 o'clock, and then up about 7 and to Whitehall, where read over my report to Lord Arlington and Berkeley, and then afterward at the council board with great good liking, but, Lord, how it troubled my eyes, though I did not think I could have done it, but did do it, and was not very bad afterward. So home to dinner, and thence out to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw, The Guardian. Formerly the same, I find, that was called, Cutter of Coleman Street, a silly play. And thence to Westminster Hall, where I met Fitzgerald. And with him to a tavern, to consider of the instructions for Sir Thomas Allen, against his going to Algiers. He and I being designed to go down to Portsmouth by the Council's order, and by he and I went to the Duke of York, who orders me to go down tomorrow morning. So I away home, and there bespeak a coach. And so home and to bed, my wife being abroad with the Mercers walking in the fields, and upon the water. 6th, waked betimes, and my wife, at an hour's warning, is resolved to go with me, which pleases me, her readiness. But, before ready, comes a letter from Fitzgerald, that he is seized upon last night by an order of the general's by a file of musketeers, and kept prisoner in his chamber. The Duke of York did tell me of it today. It is about a quarrel between him and Witham, and they fear a challenge, so I to him, and sent my wife by the coach round to Lambeth. I lost my labour going to his lodgings, and he in bed, and, staying a great while for him, I at last grew impatient, and would stay no longer, but to St. James's to Mr. Wren, to bid him, God be with you, and so over the water to Foxhall. And there my wife and Deb come and took me up, and we away to Guildford, losing our way for 3 or 4 mile, about Cobham. At Guildford we dined. And I shewed them the hospital there of Bishop Abbott's, and his tomb in the church, which, and the rest of the tombs there, are kept mighty clean and neat, with curtains before them. So to coach again, and got to Liphock too late over Hindhead, having an old man, a guide, in the coach with us, but got thither with great fear of being out of our way, it being 10 at night. Here good, honest people, and after supper, to bed. 7th, up, and to coach, and with a guide to Petersfield, where I find Sir Thomas Allen and Mr. Tippets come, the first about the business, the latter only in respect to me, as also Fitzgerald, who come post all last night, and newly arrived here. We 4 sat down presently to our business, and in an hour dispatched all our talk, and did inform Sir Thomas Allen well in it, who, I perceive, in serious matters, is a serious man, and tells me he wishes all we are told be true, in our defence. For he finds by all, that the Turks have, to this day, been very civil to our merchantmen everywhere, and, if they would have broke with us, they never had such an opportunity over our rich merchantmen, as lately, coming out of the Straits. Then to dinner, and pretty merry, and here was Mr. Martin, the purser, and dined with us, and wrote some things for us. And so took coach again back. Fitzgerald with U.S., whom I was pleased with all the day, with his discourse of his observations abroad, as being a great soldier and of long standing abroad, and knows all things and persons abroad very well, I mean, the great soldiers of France, and Spain, and Germany. And talks very well. Come at night to Guildford, where the Red Lion so full of people, and a wedding, that the master of the house did get us a lodging over the way, at a private house, his landlord's, mighty neat and fine. And there supped and talked with the landlord and his wife, and so to bed with great content, only Fitzgerald lay at the inn. So to bed. 8th, up, and I walked out, and met Uncle White, whom I sent to last night, and Mr. White coming to see us, and I walked with them back to see my aunt at Catherine Hill, and there walked up and down the hill and places, about, but a dull place, but good air, and the house dull. But here I saw my aunt, after many days not seeing her, I think, a year or 2, and she walked with me to see my wife. And here, at the Red Lion, we all dined together, and mighty merry, and then parted, and we home to Foxhall, where Fitzgerald and I light, and by water to Whitehall, where the Duke of York being abroad, I by coach and met my wife, who went round. And after doing at the office a little, and finding all well at home, I to bed. I hear that Colbert, the French ambassador, is come, and hath been at court incognito. When he hath his audience, I know not. 9th, Lord's Day. Up, and walked to Holborn, where got John Powell's coach at the Black Swan, and he attended me at St. James's, where waited on the Duke of York, and both by him and several of the Privy Council, beyond expectation, I find that my going to Sir Thomas Allen was looked upon as a thing necessary, and I have got some advantage by it, among them. Thence to Whitehall, and thence to visit Lord Brouncker, and back to Whitehall, where saw the Queen and ladies, and so, with Mr. Slingsby, to Mrs. Williams's, thinking to dine with Lord Brouncker there, but did not, having promised my wife to come home, though here I met Nep, to my great content. So home, and, after dinner, I took my wife and Deb round by Hackney, and up and down to take the air, and then home, and made visits to Mrs. Turner, and Mrs. Mercer, and Sir W. Penn, who is come from Epsom not well, and Sir J. Minns, who is not well neither. And so home to supper, and to set my books a little right, and then to bed. This day Betty Michel come and dined with us, the first day after her lying in, whom I was glad to see. 10th, up, and by water to Whitehall, and thence to Sir W. Coventry, but he is gone out of town this morning, so thence to my Lord Arlington's house, the first time I there since he come thither, at Goring House, a very fine, noble place. And there he received me in sight of several lords with great respect. I did give him an account of my journey. And here, while I waited for him a little, my Lord Orrery took notice of me, and begun discourse of hangings, and of the improvement of shipping, I not thinking that he knew me, but did then discover it. With a mighty compliment of my abilities and ingenuity, which I am mighty proud of. And he do speak most excellently. Thence to Westminster Hall, and so by coach to the Old Exchange, and there did several businesses, and so home to dinner, and then abroad to Duck Lane, where I saw my belle femme of the book vendor, but had no opportunity para hazer con her. So away to Cooper's, where I spent all the afternoon with my wife and girl, seeing him make an end of her picture, which he did show my great content, though not so great as, I confess, I expected. Being not satisfied in the greatness of the resemblance, nor in the blue garment, but it is most certainly a most rare piece of work, as to the painting. He hath L30 for his work, and the crystal, and case, and gold case comes to L8 threes. For D, and which I sent him this night, that I might be out of debt. Thence my people home, and I to Westminster Hall about a little business, and so by water home, to supper, and my wife to read a ridiculous book I bought today of the history of the Tailors' Company, 958, and all the while Deb did comb my head, and I did tokare her with my main para very great pleasure, and so to bed. 11th, up, and by water to Sir W. Coventry to visit him, whom I find yet troubled at the Commissioners of Accounts, about this business of Sir W. Warren, which is a ridiculous thing, and can come to nothing but contempt, and thence to Westminster Hall, where the Parliament met enough to adjourn, which they did, to the 10th of November next, and so by water home to the office. And so to dinner, and thence at the office all the afternoon till night, being mightily pleased with a little trial I have made of the use of a tube spectacle of paper, tried with my right eye. This day I hear that, to the great joy of the nonconformists, the time is out of the act against them, so that they may meet, and they have declared that they will have a morning lecture 9:59 up again, which is pretty strange. And they are connived at by the king everywhere, I hear, in city and country. So to visit W. Penn, who is yet ill, and then home, where W. Batelier and Mrs. Turner come and sat and supped with us, and so they gone we to bed. This afternoon my wife, and Mercer, and Deb, went with Pelting to see the gypsies at Lambeth, and have their fortunes told, but what they did, I did not inquire. 12th, up, and all the morning busy at my office. Thence to the excise office, and so to the Temple to take counsel about Major Nichols's business for the king. So to several places about business, and among others to Drumbleby's about the mouths for my paper tubes, and so to the Change and Home. Met Captain Cock, who tells me that he hears for certain the Duke of York will lose the authority of an admiral, and be governed by a committee, and all our office changed. Only they are in dispute whether I shall continue or no, which puts new thoughts in me, but I know not whether to be glad or sorry. Home to dinner, where Pelting dines with us, and brings some partridges, which is very good meat. And, after dinner, I, and wife, and Mercer, and Deb, to the Duke of York's house, and saw Macbeth, to our great content, and then home, where the women went to the making of my tubes, and I to the office, and then come Mrs. Turner and her husband to advise about their son, the chaplain, who is turned out of his ship, a sorrow to them, which I am troubled for, and do give them the best advice I can, and so they gone we to bed. 13th. Up, and greeting comes, and there he and I tried some things of Mr. Locke's for 2 flageolets, to my great content, and this day my wife begins again to learn of him, for I have a great mind for her to be able to play a part with me. Thence I to the office, where all the afternoon, morning, and then to dinner, where W. Howe dined with me, who tells me for certain that Creed is like to speed in his match with Mrs. Betty Pickering. Here dined with me also Mr. Hollier, who is mighty vain in his pretence to talk Latin. So to the office again all the afternoon till night, very busy, and so with much content home, and made my wife sing and play on the flageolet to me till I slept with great pleasure in bed. 14th, up, and by water to Whitehall and St. James's, and to see Sir W. Coventry, and discourse about business of our office, telling him my trouble there, to see how things are ordered. I told him also what Cock told me the other day, but he says there is not much in it, though he do know that this hath been in the eye of some persons to compass for the turning all things in the navy. And that it looks so like a popular thing as that he thinks something may be done in it, but whether so general or no, as I tell it him, he knows not. Thence to Whitehall, and there wait at the council chamber door a good while, talking with one or other, and so home by water, though but for a little while, because I am to return to Whitehall. At home I find Simpson, putting up my new chimney piece, in our great chamber, which is very fine, but will cost a great deal of money, but it is not flung away. So back to Whitehall, and after the council up, I with Mr. Wren, by invitation, to Sir Stephen Fox's to dinner, where the Coffer and Sir Edward Savage. Where many good stories of the antiquity and estates of many families at this day in Cheshire, and that part of the kingdom, more than what is on this side, near London. My Lady, Fox, dining with us. A very good lady, and a family governed so nobly and neatly as do me good to see it. Thence the Coffer, Sir Stephen, and I to the Commissioners of the Treasury about business, and so I up to the Duke of York, who inquired for what I had promised him, about my observations of the miscarriages of our office. 960 and I told him he should have it next week, being glad he called for it, for I find he is concerned to do something, and to secure himself thereby, I believe, for the world is laboring to eclipse him, I doubt. I mean, the factious part of the Parliament. The office met this afternoon as usual, and waited on him. Where, among other things, he talked a great while of his intentions of going to Dover soon, to be sworn as Lord Warden, which is a matter of great ceremony and state, and so to the Temple with Mr. Wren, to the Attorney's chamber, about business, but he abroad, and so I home, and there spent the evening talking with my wife and piping, and pleased with our chimney piece, and so to bed. 15th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning busy, and after dinner with my wife, Mercer, and Deb, to the King's Playhouse, and there saw Love's Mistress revived, the thing pretty good, but full of variety of divertisement. So home and to my business at the office, my eyes bad again, and so to bed. 16th, Lord's Day. All the morning at my office with W. Hewer, there drawing up my report to the Duke of York, as I have promised, about the faults of this office, hoping thereby to have opportunity of doing myself something. At noon to dinner, and again with him to work all the afternoon till night, till I was weary and had dispatched a good deal of business, and so to bed after hearing my wife read a little. 17th, up, and by water to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, and thence with Mr. Wren by appointment in his coach to Hampstead, to speak with the Attorney General, whom we met in the fields, by his old route and house. And after a little talk about our business of Ackworth, went and saw the Lord Wotton's house and garden, which is wonderful fine, too good for the house the gardens are, being, indeed, the most noble that ever I saw. And brave orange and lemon trees. Thence to Mr. Chichley's by invitation, and there dined with Sir John, his father not coming home. And while at dinner comes by the French ambassador Colbert's mules, the first I ever saw, with their sumpter clothes mighty rich, and his coaches, he being to have his entry today, but his things, though rich, are not new. Supposed to be the same his brother 961 had the other day, at the treaty at Aix-la-Chapelle, in Flanders. Thence to the Duke of York's house, and there saw Cupid's Revenge, under the new name of Love Despised, that hath something very good in it, though I like not the whole body of it. This day the first time acted here. Thence home, and there with Mr. Hayter and W. Hewer late, reading over all the principal officers' instructions in order to my great work upon my hand, and so to bed, my eyes very ill. 18th. Up, and to my office about my great business betimes, and so to the office, where all the morning. At noon dined, and then to the office all the afternoon also, and in the evening to Sir W. Coventry's, but he not within, I took coach alone to the park, to try to meet him there, but did not, but there were few coaches, but among the few there were in 2 coaches are 2 great beauties, my Lady Castlemaine and Richmond. The first time I saw the latter since she had the smallpox. I had much pleasure to see them, but I thought they were strange one to another. Thence going out I met a coach going, which I thought had Nep in it, so I went back, but it was not she. So back to Whitehall and there took water, and so home, and busy late about my great letter to the Duke of York, and so to supper and to bed. 19th. Up betimes, and all day and afternoon without going out, busy upon my great letter to the Duke of York, which goes on to my content. Hewer and Gibson I employ with me in it. This week my people wash, over the water, and so I little company at home. In the evening, being busy above, a great cry I hear, and go down, and what should it be but Jane, in a fit of direct raving, which lasted half an hour. Beyond 4 or 5 of our strength to keep her down, and, when all come to all, a fit of jealousy about Tom, with whom she is in love. So at night, I, and my wife, and W. Hewer called them to us, and there I did examine all the thing, and them, in league. She in love, and he hath got her to promise him to marry, and he is now cold in it, so that I must rid my hands of them, which troubles me, and the more because my head is now busy upon other greater things. I am vexed also to be told by W. Hewer that he is summoned to the Commissioners of Accounts about receiving a present of L30 from Mr. Mason, the timber merchant, though there be no harm in it, that will appear on his part, he having done them several lawful kindnesses and never demanded anything, as they themselves have this day declared to the Commissioners. They being forced up by the discovery of somebody that they in confidence had once told it to. So to supper vexed and my head full of care, and so to bed. 20th, betimes at my business again, and so to the office, and dined with Brownker and J. Minns, at Sir W. Penn's at a bad pasty of venison, and so to work again, and at it till past 12 at night, that I might get my great letter 962 to the Duke of York ready against tomorrow, which I shall do, to my great content. So to bed. 21st. Up betimes, and with my people again to work, and finished all before noon, and then I by water to Whitehall, and there did tell the Duke of York that I had done. And he hath to my great content desired me to come to him at Sunday next in the afternoon, to read it over, by which I have more time to consider and correct it. So back home and to the Change, in my way calling at Morris, my vintner's, where I love to see Sue Maher, though no acquaintance accosties this day con her. Did several things at the Change, and so home to dinner. After dinner I by coach to my booksellers in Duck Lane, and there did spend a little time and regarder Sue Maher, and so to St. James's, where did a little ordinary business. And by comes Monsieur Colbert, the French ambassador, to make his first visit to the Duke of York, and then to the Duchess, and I saw it, a silly piece of ceremony, he saying only a few formal words. A comely man, and in a black suit and cloak of silk, which is a strange fashion, now it hath been so long left off. This day I did first see the Duke of York's room of pictures of some maids of honor, done by Lilly, good, but not like. 963. Thence to Reeves's, and bought a reading glass, and so to my booksellers again, there to buy a book of Martyrs 964 which I did agree for. And so, after seeing and beginning acquaintance con his femme, but very little, away home, and there busy very late at the correcting my great letter to the Duke of York, and so to bed. 22nd. Up betimes, at it again with great content, and so to the office, where all the morning, and did fall out with W. Penn about his slight performance of his office, and so home to dinner, fully satisfied that this office must sink or the whole service be undone. To the office all the afternoon again, and then home to supper and to bed, my mind being pretty well at ease, my great letter being now finished to my full content. And I thank God I have opportunity of doing it, though I know it will set the office and me by the ears forever. This morning Captain Cock comes, and tells me that he is now assured that it is true, what he told me the other day, that our whole office will be turned out, only me, which, whether he says true or no, I know not, nor am much concerned. Though I should be better contented to have it thus than otherwise. This afternoon, after I was weary in my business of the office, I went forth to the Change, thinking to have spoke with Captain Cock, but he was not within. So I home, and took London Bridge in my way. Walking down Fish Street and Gracious Street, to see how very fine a descent they have now made down the hill, that it is become very easy and pleasant, and going through Leadenhall, it being market day, I did see a woman catched. that had stolen a shoulder of mutton off of a butcher's stall, and carrying it wrapped up in a cloth, in a basket. The jade was surprised, and did not deny it, and the woman so silly, as to let her go that took it, only taking the meat. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up betimes, my head busy in my great letter, and I did first hang up my new map of Paris in my green room, and changed others in other places. Then to Captain Cox, thinking to have talked more of what he told me yesterday, but he was not within. So back to church, and heard a good sermon of Mr. Gifford's at our church, upon, Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and its righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you. A very excellent and persuasive, good and moral sermon. Shewed, like a wise man, that righteousness is a surer moral way of being rich, than sin and villainy. Then home to dinner, where Mr. Pelting, who brought us a hare, which we had at dinner, and How. After dinner to the office, Mr. Gibson and I, to examine my letter to the Duke of York, which, to my great joy, I did very well by my paper tube, without pain to my eyes. And I do mightily like what I have therein done. And did, according to the Duke of York's order, make haste to St. James's, and about 4 o'clock got thither, and there the Duke of York was ready, to expect me, and did hear it all over with extraordinary content. And did give me many and hearty thanks, and in words the most expressive tell me his sense of my good endeavours, and that he would have a care of me on all occasions, and did, with much inwardness, i.e., intimacy, tell me what was doing, suitable almost to what Captain Cock tells me, of designs to make alterations in the navy. And is most open to me in them, and with utmost confidence desires my further advice on all occasions, and he resolves to have my letter transcribed, and sent forthwith to the office. So, with as much satisfaction as I could possibly, or did hope for, an obligation on the Duke of York's side professed to me, I away into the park, and there met Mr. Pierce and his wife, and sister and brother, and a little boy, and with them to Mulberry Garden, and spent I 18s. On them, and there left them, she being again with child, and by it, the least pretty that ever I saw her. And so I away, and got a coach, and home, and there with my wife and Hewer, talking all the evening, my mind running on the business of the office, to see what more I can do to the rendering myself acceptable and useful to all and to the king. We to supper, and to bed. 24th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning upon considerations on the victualler's contract, and then home to dinner, where my wife is upon hanging the long chamber where the girl lies, with the sad stuff that was in the best chamber, in order to the hanging that with tapestry. So to dinner, and then to the office again, where all the afternoon till night, we met to discourse upon the alterations which are propounded to be made in the draft of the victualler's contract which we did lately make. And then we being up comes Mr. Child, Papillion and Littleton, his partners, to discourse upon the matter with me, which I did, and spent all the evening with them at the office, and so, they being gone, I to supper and talk with my wife, and so to bed. 25th. Up, and by water to St. James's, and there, with Mr. Wren, did discourse about my great letter, which the Duke of York hath given him, and he hath set it to be transcribed by Billings, his man, whom, as he tells me, he can most confide in for secrecy, and is much pleased with it, and earnest to have it be. And he and I are like to be much together in the considering how to reform the office, and that by the Duke of York's command. Thence I, mightily pleased with this success, away to the office, where all the morning, my head full of this business. And it is pretty how Lord Brouncker this day did tell me how he hears that a design is on foot to remove us out of the office, and proposes that we two do agree to draw up a form of a new constitution of the office, there to provide remedies for the evils we are now under, so that we may be beforehand with the world, which I agreed to, saying nothing of my design. And, the truth is, he is the best man of them all, and I would be glad, next myself, to save him, for, as he deserves best, so I doubt he needs his place most. So home to dinner at noon, and all the afternoon busy at the office till night, and then with my mind full of business now in my head, I to supper and to bed. 26th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning almost, busy about business against the afternoon, and we met a little to sign 2 or 3 things at the Board of Moment, and thence at noon home to dinner, and so away to Whitehall by water. In my way to the Old Swan, finding a great many people gathered together in Cannon Street about a man that was working in the ruins, and the ground did sink under him, and he sunk in, and was forced to be dug out again, but without hurt. Thence to Whitehall, and it is strange to say with what speed the people employed do pull down Paul's steeple, and with what ease. It is said that it, and the choir are to be taken down this year, and another church begun in the room thereof. The next. At Whitehall we met at the Treasury Chamber, and there before the Lords did debate our draft of the victualling contract with the several bidders for it, which were Sir D. Gauden, Mr. Child and his fellows, and Mr. Dorrington and his, a poor variety in a business of this value. There till after candle lighting, and so home by coach with Sir D. Gauden, who, by the way, tells me how the city do go on in several things towards the building of the public places, which I am glad to hear, and gives hope that in a few years it will be a glorious place. But we met with several stops and new troubles in the way in the streets, so as makes it bad to travel in the dark now through the city. So I to Mr. Batelier's by appointment, where I find my wife, and Deb, and Mercer, Mrs. Pierce and her husband, son, and daughter, and Knepp and Harris, and W. Batelier, and his sister Mary, and cousin Gumbleton, a good-humoured, fat young gentleman, son to the jeweller, that dances well. And here danced all night long, with a noble supper, and about 2 in the morning the table spread again for a noble breakfast beyond all moderation, that put me out of countenance, so much and so good. Mrs. Pierce and her people went home betimes, she being big with child, but Knepp and the rest stayed till almost 3 in the morning, and then broke up. 27th. Knepp home with us, and I to bed, and rose about 6, mightily pleased with last night's mirth, and away by water to St. James's, and there, with Mr. Wren, did correct his copy of my letter, which the Duke of York hath signed in my very words, without alteration of a syllable. 965. And so pleased therewith, I to my Lord Brouncker, who I find within, but hath business, and so comes not to the office today. And so I by water to the office, where we sat all the morning. And, just as the board rises, comes the Duke of York's letter, which I knowing, and the board not being full, and desiring rather to have the Duke of York deliver it himself to us, I suppressed it for this day. My heart beginning to falsify in this business, as being doubtful of the trouble it may give me by provoking them. But, however, I am resolved to go through it, and it is too late to help it now. At noon to dinner to Captain Cox, where I met with Mr. Wren, my going being to tell him what I have done, which he likes, and to confer with Cock about our office. Who tells me that he is confident the design of removing our officers do hold, but that he is sure that I am safe enough. Which pleases me, though I do not much shew it to him, but as a thing indifferent. So away home, and there met at Sir Richard Ford's with the Duke of York's commissioners about our prizes, with whom we shall have some trouble before we make an end with them, and hence, staying a little with them, I with my wife, and W. Batelier, and Deb, carried them to Bartholomew Fair, where we saw the dancing of the ropes and nothing else, it being late, and so back home to supper and to bed, after having done at my office. 28th. Busy at the office till toward 10 o'clock, and then by water to Whitehall, where attending the council's call all the morning with Lord Brouncker, W. Penn, and the rest, about the business of supernumeraries in the fleet, but were not called in. But here the Duke of York did call me aside, and told me that he must speak with me in the afternoon, with Mr. Wren, for that now he hath got the paper from my Lord Keeper about the exceptions taken against the management of the navy. And so we are to debate upon answering them. At noon I home with W. Coventry to his house, and there dined with him, and talked freely with him. And did acquaint him with what I have done, which he is well pleased with, and glad of, and do tell me that there are endeavours on foot to bring the navy into new, but, he fears, worse hands. After much talk with great content with him, I walked to the Temple, and stayed at Starkey's, my bookseller's, looking over Dr. Heylyn's new book of the Life of Bishop Laud, a strange book of the church history of his time, till Mr. Wren comes, and by appointment we to the Attorney General's chamber, and there read and heard the witnesses in the business of Ackworth, most troublesome and perplexed by the counter-swearing of the witnesses one against the other, and so with Mr. Wren away thence to St. James's, for his papers, and so to Whitehall, and after the committee was done at the council chamber about the business of supernumeraries, wherein W. Penn was to do all and did, but like an ignorant illiterate coxcomb, the Duke of York fell to work with us, the committee being gone, in the council chamber. And there, with his own hand, did give us his long letter, telling us that he had received several from us, and now did give us one from him, taking notice of our several duties and failures, and desired answer to it, as he therein desired. This pleased me well, and so fell to other business, and then parted. And the Duke of York, and Wren, and I, it being now candlelight, into the Duke of York's closet in Whitehall. And there read over this paper of my Lord Keeper's, wherein are laid down the faults of the navy, so silly, and the remedies so ridiculous, or else the same that are now already provided, that we thought it not to need any answer. The Duke of York being able himself to do it, that so it makes us admire the confidence of these men to offer things so silly, in a business of such moment. But it is a most perfect instance of the complexion of the times. And so the Duke of York said himself, who, I perceive, is mightily concerned in it, and do, again and again, recommend it to Mr. Wren and me together, to consider upon remedies fit to provide for him to propound to the king, before the rest of the world, and particularly the commissioners of accounts, who are men of understanding and order, to find our faults. And offer remedies of their own, which I am glad of, and will endeavor to do something in it. So parted, and with much difficulty, by candlelight, walked over the matted gallery, as it is now with the mats and boards all taken up, so that we walked over the rafters. But strange to see what hard matter the plaister of Paris is, that is there taken up, as hard as stone. And pity to see Holbein's work in the ceiling blotted on, and only whited over. Thence, with much ado, by several coaches home, to supper and to bed. My wife having been this day with Hales, to sit for her hand to be mended, in her picture. 29th. Up, and all the morning at the office, where the Duke of York's long letter was read, to their great trouble, and their suspecting me to have been the writer of it. And at noon comes, by appointment, Harris to dine with me, and after dinner he and I to Chirurgeon's Hall, where they are building it new, very fine, and there to see their theatre. Which stood all the fire, and, which was our business, their great picture of Holbein's, thinking to have bought it, by the help of Mr. Pierce, for a little money. I did think to give L 200 for it, it being said to be worth L 1000. But it is so spoiled that I have no mind to it, and is not a pleasant, though a good picture. Thence carried Harris to his playhouse, where, though 4 o'clock, so few people there at the impertinence, as I went out. And do believe they did not act, though there was my Lord Arlington and his company there. So I out, and met my wife in a coach, and stopped her going thither to meet me, and took her, and Mercer, and Deb, to Bartholomew Fair, and there did see a ridiculous, obscene little stage play, called Mary Andre, a foolish thing, but seen by every body, and so to Jacob Hall's Dancing of the Ropes. A thing worth seeing, and mightily followed, and so home and to the office, and then to bed. Writing to my father tonight not to unfurnish our house in the country for my sister, who is going to her own house, because I think I may have occasion myself to come thither. And so I do, by our being put out of the office, which do not at all trouble me to think of. 30th, Lord's Day. Walked to St. James's and Pall Mall, and read over, with Sir W. Coventry, my long letter to the Duke of York, and which the Duke of York hath, from mine, wrote to the board, wherein he is mightily pleased, and I perceive do put great value upon me, and did talk very openly on all matters of state. And how some people have got the bit into their mouths, meaning the Duke of Buckingham and his party, and would likely run away with all. But what pleased me mightily was to hear the good character he did give of my Lord Falmouth for his generosity, good nature, desire of public good, and low thoughts of his own wisdom. His employing his interest in the king to do good offices to all people, without any other fault than the freedom he do learn in France of thinking himself obliged to serve his king in his pleasures, and was W. Coventry's particular friend, and W. Coventry do tell me very odd circumstances about the fatality of his death, which are very strange. Thence to Whitehall to chapel, and heard the anthem, and did dine with the Duke of Albemarle in a dirty manner as ever. All the afternoon, I sauntered up and down the house and park. And there was a committee for Tangier met, wherein Lord Middleton would, I think, have found fault with me for want of coals. But I slighted it, and he made nothing of it, but was thought to be drunk. And I see that he hath a mind to find fault with me and Creed, neither of us having yet applied ourselves to him about anything, but do talk of his profits and perquisites taken from him, and garrison reduced, and that it must be increased. And such things, as I fear, he will be just such another as my Lord Teviot and the rest, to ruin that place. So I to the park, and there walk an hour or two, and in the King's garden, and saw the Queen and ladies walk, and I did steal some apples off the trees. And here did see my Lady Richmond, who is of a noble person as ever I saw, but her face worse than it was considerably by the smallpox. Her sister is also very handsome. Coming into the park, and the door kept strictly, I had opportunity of handing in the little, pretty, squinting girl of the Duke of York's house, but did not make acquaintance with her. But let her go, and a little girl that was with her, to walk by themselves. So to Whitehall in the evening, to the Queen's side, and there met the Duke of York, and he did tell me in W. Coventry, who was with me, how that Lord Anglesey did take notice of our reading his long and sharp letter to the board, but that it was the better, at least he said so. The Duke of York, I perceive, is earnest in it, and will have good effects of it, telling W. Coventry that it was a letter that might have come from the Commissioners of Accounts, but it was better it should come first from him. I met Lord Brouncker, who, I perceive, and the rest, do smell that it comes from me, but dare not find fault with it, and I am glad of it, it being my glory and defence that I did occasion and write it. So by water home, and did spend the evening with W. Hewer, telling him how we are all like to be turned out, Lord Brouncker telling me this evening that the Duke of Buckingham did, within few hours, say that he had enough to turn us all out, which I am not sorry for at all. For I know the world will judge me to go for company. And my eyes are such as I am not able to do the business of my office as I used, and would desire to do, while I am in it. So with full content, declaring all our content in being released of my employment, my wife and I to bed, and W. Hewer home, and so all to bed. 31st. Up, and to my office, there to set my journal for all the last week, and so by water to Westminster to the Exchequer, and thence to the Swan, and there drank and did baiser la fee there, and so to the New Exchange and paid for some things. And so to Hercules Pillars, and there dined all alone, while I sent my shoe to have the heel fastened at Wotton's, and thence to Whitehall to the Treasury Chamber, where did a little business. And thence to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there met my wife and Deb. And Mary Mercer and Batelier, where also W. Hewer was, and saw Hamlet, which we have not seen this year before, or more, and mightily pleased with it, but, above all, with Betterton, the best part one believe, that ever man acted. Thence to the fair, and saw Polichinelle, and so home, and after a little supper to bed. This night lay the first night in Deb's chamber, which is now hung with that hung our great chamber, and is now a very handsome room. This day Mrs. Batelier did give my wife a mighty pretty spaniel bitch, Flora, which she values mightily, and is pretty, but as a new comer, I cannot be fond of her. September 1668. September 1st. Up and all the morning at the office busy, and after dinner to the office again busy till about 4, and then I abroad, my wife being gone to Hales's about drawing her hand new in her picture, and I to see Betty Michel, which I did. But Sue Mari was dentro, and no pleasure. So to the fair, and there saw several sights, among others, the mare that tells money 966 and many things to admiration, and, among others, come to me, when she was bid to go to him of the company that most loved a pretty wench in a corner. And this did cost me 12d. To the horse, which I had flung him before, and did give me occasion to baser a mighty bell fee that was in the house that was exceeding plain, but Fort Bell. At night going home I went to my bookseller's in Duck Lane, and find her weeping in the shop, so as ego could not have any discourse con her nor ask the reason, so departed and took coach home, and taking coach was set on by a wench that was not. And would have gone along with me to her lodging in Shoe Lane, but ego did donner her a shilling. And left her, and home, where after supper, Batelier with us, we to bed. This day Mrs. Martin come to see us, and dined with us. 2nd, fast day for the burning of London, strictly observed. I at home at the office all day, forenoon and afternoon, about the victualler's contract and other things, and at night home to supper, having had but a cold dinner, Mr. Gibson with me, and this evening comes Mr. Hill to discourse with me about Ypsley and Lanyon's business, wherein they are troubled, and I fear they have played the knave too far for me to help or think fit to appear for them. So he gone, and after supper, to bed, being troubled with a summons, though a kind one, from Mr. Jessup, to attend the Commissioners of Accounts tomorrow. 3rd. Up, and to the office, where busy till it was time to go to the Commissioners of Accounts, which I did about noon, and there was received with all possible respect, their business being only to explain the meaning of one of their late demands to us, which we had not answered in our answer to them, and, this being done, I away with great content, my mind being troubled before, and so to the Exchequer in several places, calling on several businesses, and particularly my booksellers. Among others, for Hobbes's Leviathan, 967, which is now mightily called for. And what was heretofore sold for 8s, I now give 24s. For, at the second hand, and is sold for 30s. It being a book the bishops will not let be printed again, and so home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon, and towards evening by water to the Commissioners of the Treasury, and presently back again, and there met a little with W. Penn and the rest about our prize accounts, and so W. Penn and Lord Brouncker and I at the lodging of the latter to read over our new draft of the victualler's contract, and so broke up and home to supper and to bed. 4th. Up, and met at the office all the morning, and at noon my wife, and Deb, and Mercer, and W. Hewer and I to the fair, and there, at the old house, did eat a pig, and was pretty merry, but saw no sights, my wife having a mind to see the play Bartholomew Fair, with puppets. Which we did, and it is an excellent play. The more I see it, the more I love the wit of it, only the business of abusing the Puritans begins to grow stale, and of no use, they being the people that, at last, will be found the wisest. And here Nep come to us, and sat with us, and thence took coach in 2 coaches, and losing one another, my wife, and Nep, and I to Hercules Pillars, and there supped, and I did take from her mouth the words and notes of her song of, the Lark. Which pleases me mightily. And so set her at home, and away we home, where our company come home before us. This night Nep tells us that there is a Spanish woman lately come over, that pretends to sing as well as Mrs. Knight, both of which I must endeavor to hear. So, after supper, to bed. 5th, up, and at the office all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and to the office to work all the afternoon again till the evening, and then by coach to Mr. Hales's new house, where, I find, he hath finished my wife's hand, which is better than the other, and here I find Harris's picture, done in his habit of Henry V. Mighty like a player, but I do not think the picture near so good as any yet he hath made for me. However, it is pretty well, and thence through the fair home, but saw nothing, it being late, and so home to my business at the office. And thence to supper and to bed. 6th, Lord's Day. Up betimes, and got myself ready to go by water, and about 9 o'clock took boat with Henry Russell to Gravesend, coming thither about 1, where, at the Ship, I dined, and thither come to me Mr. Hosier, whom I went to speak with, about several businesses of work that he is doing, and I would have him do, of writing work, for me. And I did go with him to his lodging, and there did see his wife, a pretty tolerable woman, and do find him upon an extraordinary good work of designing a method of keeping our storekeepers' accounts, in the Navy. Here I should have met with Mr. Wilson, but he is sick, and could not come from Chatham to me. So, having done with hosier, I took boat again the beginning of the flood, and come home by 9 at night, with much pleasure, it being a fine day. Going down I spent reading of the 5 sermons of 5 several styles, worth comparing one with another, but I do think, when all is done, that, contrary to the design of the book, the Presbyterian style and the Independent are the best of the 5 sermons to be preached in. This I do, by the best of my present judgment think, and coming back I spent reading of a book of warrants of our office in the first Dutch war. And do find that my letters and warrants and method will be found another Gates business than this that the world so much adores, and I am glad for my own sake to find it so. My boy was with me, and read to me all day, and we sang a while together, and so home to supper a little, and so to bed. 7th. At the office all the morning, we met, and at noon dined at home, and after dinner carried my wife and Deb to Unthanks, and I to Whitehall with Mr. Gibson, where the rest of our officers met us, and to the commissioners of the Treasury about the victualling contract, but stayed not long, but thence, sending Gibson to my wife, I with Lord Brouncker, who was this day in an unusual manner merry. I believe with drink, J. Minns, and W. Penn to Bartholomew Fair, and there saw the dancing mare again, which, today, I find to act much worse than the other day, she forgetting many things, which her master beat her for, and was mightily vexed. And then the dancing of the ropes, and also the little stage play, which is very ridiculous, and so home to the office with Lord Brouncker, W. Penn, and myself, J. Minns being gone home before not well, and so, after a little talk together, I home to supper and to bed. 8th, up, and by water to Whitehall, and to St. James's, there to talk a little with Mr. Wren about the private business we are upon, in the office, where he tells me he finds that they all suspect me to be the author of the great letter, which I value not, being satisfied that it is the best thing I could ever do for myself. And so, after some discourse of this kind more, I back to the office, where all the morning, and after dinner to it again, all the afternoon, and very late, and then home to supper, where met W. Batelier and Betty Turner. And, after some talk with them, and supper, we to bed. This day, I received so earnest an invitation again from Roger Pepys, to come to Sturbridge Fair, at Cambridge, that I resolved to let my wife go, which she shall do the next week, and so to bed. This day I received 2 letters from the Duke of Richmond about his yacht, which is newly taken into the King's service, and I am glad of it, hoping hereby to oblige him, and to have occasions of seeing his noble Duchess, which I admire. 9th. Up, and to the office, and thence to the Duke of Richmond's lodgings by his desire, by letter, yesterday. I find him at his lodgings in the little building in the Bowling Green, at Whitehall, that was begun to be built by Captain Ralt. They are fine rooms. I did hope to see his lady, the beautiful Mrs. Stewart, but she, I hear, is in the country. His business was about his yacht, and he seems a mighty good-natured man, and did presently write me a warrant for a doe from Cobham, when the season comes, buck season being past. I shall make much of this acquaintance, that I may live to see his lady near. Thence to Westminster, to Sir R. Long's office, and, going, met Mr. George Montague, who talked and complimented me mightily. And long discourse I had with him, who, for news, tells me for certain that Trevor do come to be secretary at Michaelmas, and that Morris goes out, and he believes, without any compensation. He tells me that now Buckingham does rule all. And the other day, in the King's journey he is now on, at Bagshot, and that way, he caused Prince Rupert's horses to be turned out of an inn, and caused his own to be kept there, which the prince complained of to the king. And the Duke of York seconded the complaint. But the king did overrule it for Buckingham, by which there are high displeasures among them, and Buckingham and Arlington rule all. Thence by water home and to dinner, and after dinner by water again to Whitehall, where Brouncker, W. Penn, and I attended the commissioners of the Treasury about the victualling contract, where high words between Sir Thomas Clifford and us, and myself more particularly, who told him that something, that he said was told him about this business, was a flat untruth. However, we went on to our business in, the examination of the draft, and so parted, and I vexed at what happened, and Brownker and W. Penn and I home in a hackney coach. And I all that night so vexed that I did not sleep almost all night, which shows how unfit I am for trouble. So, after a little supper, vexed, and spending a little time melancholy in making a bass to the lark's song, I to bed. 10th. Up, and by water to Whitehall, and there to Sir W. Coventry's house, where I stayed in his dining room 2 hours thinking to speak with him, but I find Garraway and he are private, which I am glad of, Captain Cock bringing them this day together. Cock come out and talked to me, but it was too late for me to stay longer, and therefore to the Treasury Chamber, where the rest met, and W. Coventry come presently after. And we spent the morning in finishing the victualler's contract, and so I by water home, and there dined with me Batelier and his wife, and Mercer, and my people, at a good venison pasty, and after dinner I and W. Howe, who come to see me, by water to the Temple, and met our 4 women, my wife, M. Batelier, Mercer, and Deb, at the Duke's Playhouse, and there saw, The Maid in the Mill, revived, a pretty, harmless old play. Thence to Unthanks, and Change, where wife did a little business, while Mercer and I stayed in the coach, and, in a quarter of an hour, I taught her the whole lark's song perfectly, so excellent an ear she hath. Here we at Unthanks light, and walked them to Whitehall, my wife mighty angry at it, and did give me ill words before Batelier, which vexed me, but I made no matter of it, but vexed to myself. So landed them, it being fine moonshine, at the Bear, and so took water to the other side, and home. I to the office, where a child is laid at Sir J. Minns's door, as there was one heretofore. So being good friends again, my wife seeking it, by my being silent I overcoming her, we to bed. 11th. Up, and at my office all the morning, and after dinner all the afternoon in my house with Batelier shut up, drawing up my defence to the Duke of York upon his great letter. Which I have industriously taken this opportunity of doing for my future use. At it late, and my mind and head mighty full of it all night. 12th. At it again in the morning, and then to the office, where till noon, and I do see great whispering among my brethren about their replies to the Duke of York, which vexed me, though I know no reason for it. For I have no manner of ground to fear them. At noon home to dinner, and, after dinner, to work all the afternoon again. At home late, and so to bed. 13th, Lord's Day. The like all this morning and afternoon, and finished it to my mind. So about 4 o'clock walked to the Temple, and there by coach to St. James's, and met, to my wish, the Duke of York and Mr. Wren, and understand the Duke of York hath received answers from Brownker, W. Penn, and J. Minns. And as soon as he saw me, he bid Mr. Wren read them over with me. So having no opportunity of talk with the Duke of York, and Mr. Wren some business to do, he put them into my hands like an idle companion, to take home with me before himself had read them, which do give me great opportunity of altering my answer, if there was cause. So took a hackney in home, and after supper made my wife to read them all over, wherein she is mighty useful to me, and I find them all evasions, and in many things false, and in few, to the full purpose. Little said reflective on me, though W. Penn and J. Minns do mean me in 1 or 2 places, and J. Minns a little more plainly would lead the Duke of York to question the exactness of my keeping my records, but all to no purpose. My mind is mightily pleased by this, if I can but get time to have a copy taken of them, for my future use, but I must return them tomorrow. So to bed. 14th. Up betimes, and walked to the Temple, and stopped, viewing the Exchange, and Paul's, and St. Faith's, where strange how the very sight of the stones falling from the top of the steeple do make me seasick. But no hurt, I hear, hath yet happened in all this work of the steeple, which is very much. So from the Temple I by coach to St. James's, where I find Sir W. Penn and Lord Anglesey, who delivered this morning his answer to the Duke of York, but I could not see it. But after being above with the Duke of York, but said nothing, I down with Mr. Wren. And he and I read all over that I had, and I expounded them to him, and did so order it that I had them home with me, so that I shall, to my heart's wish, be able to take a copy of them. After dinner, I by water to Whitehall. And there, with the coffer and Sir Stephen Fox, attended the Commissioners of the Treasury, about bettering our fund, and are promised it speedily. Thence by water home, and so all the afternoon and evening late busy at the office, and then home to supper, and Mrs. Turner comes to see my wife before her journey tomorrow, but she is in bed, and so sat talking to little purpose with me a great while, and, she gone, I to bed. 15th. Up mighty betimes, my wife and people, Mercer lying here all night, by 3 o'clock, and I about 5, and they before, and I after them, to the coach in Bishopsgate Street, which was not ready to set out. So took wife and Mercer and Deb. And W. Hewer, who are all to set out this day for Cambridge, to cousin Roger Pepys's, to see Sturbridge Fair, and I shewed them the exchange, which is very finely carried on, with good dispatch. So walked back and saw them gone, there being only one man in the coach besides them, and so home to the office, where Mrs. Daniel come and stayed talking to little purpose with me to borrow money, but I did not lend her any, having not opportunity para hater allo thing mit her. At the office all the morning, and at noon dined with my people at home, and so to the office again a while, and so by water to the King's Playhouse, to see a new play, acted but yesterday, a translation out of French by Dryden. Called The Lattice a la Mode, so mean a thing as, when they come to say it would be acted again tomorrow, both he that said it, Beeson, and the pit fell a laughing, there being this day not a quarter of the pit full. Thence to St. James's and Whitehall to wait on the Duke of York, but could not come to speak to him till time to go home, and so by water home, and there late at the office and my chamber busy, and so after a little supper to bed. 16th, up. And dressing myself I did begin para toqueer the breasts of my maid Jane, which did give way to more than usual heretofore, so I have a design to try more when I can bring it to. So to the office, and thence to St. James's to the Duke of York, walking it to the Temple, and in my way observe that the stocks are now pulled quite down, and it will make the coming into Cornhill and Lumber Street mighty noble. I stopped, too, at Paul's, and there did go into St. Fate's Church, and also in the body of the west part of the church, and do see a hideous sight of the walls of the church ready to fall, that I was in fear as long as I was in it, and here I saw the great vaults underneath the body of the church. No hurt, I hear, is done yet, since they're going to pull down the church and steeple, but one man, on Monday this week, fell from the top to a piece of the roof, of the east end, that stands next the steeple, and there broke himself all to pieces. It is pretty here to see how the late church was but a case wrought over the old church, for you may see the very old pillars standing whole within the wall of this. When I come to St. James's, I find the Duke of York gone with the King to see the muster of the guards in Hyde Park, and their colonel, the Duke of Monmouth, to take his command this day of the King's Life Guard, by surrender of my Lord Gerard. So I took a hackney coach and saw it all, and indeed it was mighty noble, and their firing mighty fine, and the Duke of Monmouth in mighty rich clothes, but the well-ordering of the men I understand not. Here, among 1,000 coaches that were there, I saw and spoke to Mrs. Pierce, and by Mr. Wren hunts me out, and gives me my Lord Anglesy's answer to the Duke of York's letter, where, I perceive, he do what he can to hurt me, by bidding the Duke of York call for my books, but this will do me all the right in the world. And yet I am troubled at it. So away out of the park, and home, and there Mr. Gibson and I to dinner, and all the afternoon with him, writing over anew, and a little altering, my answer to the Duke of York, which I have not yet delivered, and so have the opportunity of doing it after seeing all their answers. Though this do give me occasion to alter very little. This done, he to write it over, and I to the office, where late, and then home, and he had finished it, and then he to read to me the Life of Archbishop Laud, wrote by Dr. Heylin. Which is a shrewd book, but that which I believe will do the bishops in general no great good, but hurt, it pleads for so much popish. So after supper to bed. This day my father's letters tell me of the death of poor Fancy, in the country, big with puppies, which troubles me, as being one of my oldest acquaintances and servants. Also good stanks is dead. 17th. Up, and all the morning sitting at the office, where every body grown mighty cautious in what they do, or omit to do, and at noon comes Nep, with design to dine with Lord Brouncker, but she being undressed, and there being much company, dined with me. And after dinner I out with her, and carried her to the playhouse, and in the way did give her 5 guineas as a faring, I having given her nothing a great while, and her coming hither sometimes having been matter of cost to her, and so I to St. James's, but missed of the Duke of York, and so went back to the King's Playhouse, and saw Rollo, Duke of Normandy, which, for old acquaintance, pleased me pretty well, and so home and to my business. And to read again, and to bed. This evening Batelier comes to tell me that he was going down to Cambridge to my company, to see the fair, which vexed me, and the more because I fear he do know that Nep did dine with me today. 968. 18th, up, and to St. James's, and there took a turn or two in the park, and then up to the Duke of York, and there had opportunity of delivering my answer to his late letter, which he did not read, but give to Mr. Wren, as looking on it as a thing I needed not have done, but only that I might not give occasion to the rest to suspect my communication with the Duke of York against them. So now I am at rest in that matter, and shall be more, when my copies are finished of their answers, which I am now taking with all speed. Thence to my several booksellers and elsewhere, about several errands, and so at noon home, and after dinner by coach to Whitehall, and thither comes the Duke of York to us, and by met at the Robe Chamber upon our usual business. Where the Duke of York I find somewhat sour, and particularly angry with Lord Anglesey for his not being there now, nor at other times so often as he should be with us. So to the King's house, and saw a piece of Henry IV. At the end of the play, thinking to have gone abroad with Nep, but it was too late, and she to get her part against tomorrow, in The Silent Woman, and so I only set her at home, and away home myself, and there to read again and sup with Gibson. And so to bed. 19th, up, and to the office, where all the morning busy, and so dined with my people at home, and then to the King's Playhouse, and there saw The Silent Woman, the best comedy, I think, that ever was wrote. And sitting by Shadwell the poet, he was big with admiration of it. Here was my Lord Brouncker and W. Penn and their ladies in the box, being grown mighty kind of a sudden, but, God knows, it will last but a little while, I dare swear. Nep did her part mighty well. And so home straight, and to work, and particularly to my cousin Roger, who, W. Hewer and my wife writes me, do use them with mighty plenty and noble entertainment, so home to supper, and to bed. All the news now is, that Mr. Trevor is for certain now to be secretary, in Morris's place, which the Duke of York did himself tell me yesterday. And also that Parliament is to be adjourned to the 1st of March, which do please me well, hoping thereby to get my things in a little better order than I should have done, and the less attendances at that end of the town in winter. So home to supper and to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. Up, and to set some papers to rights in my chamber, and the like in my office, and so to church, at our own church, and heard but a dull sermon of one Dr. Hicks, who is a suitor to Mrs. Howell, the widow of our Turner of the Navy, thence home to dinner, staying till past 1 o'clock for Harris, whom I invited, and to bring Shadwell the poet with him, but they come not, and so a good dinner lost, through my own folly. And so to dinner alone, having since church heard the boy read over Dryden's reply to Sir R. Howard's answer, about his essay of poesy, and a letter in answer to that, the last whereof is mighty silly, in behalf of Howard. 969. Thence walked forth and got a coach and to visit Mrs. Pierce, with whom, and him, I stayed a little while, and do hear how the Duchess of Monmouth is at this time in great trouble of the shortness of her lame leg, which is likely to grow shorter and shorter, that she will never recover it. Thence to St. Margaret's Church, thinking to have seen Betty Michel, but she was not there. So back, and walked to Gray's and walks a while, but little company. And so over the fields to Clerkenwell, to see whether I could find that the fair Bottlers do live there still, I seeing Frances the other day in a coach with Carrie Dillon, her old servant, but know not where she lives. So walked home, and there walked in the garden an hour, it being mighty pleasant weather, and so took my Lady Penn and Mrs. Markham home with me and sent for Mrs. Turner, and by comes Sir W. Penn and supped with me, a good supper, part of my dinner today. They gone, Mrs. Turner stayed an hour talking with me. So parted, and I to bed. 21st, up, and betimes Sir D. Gauden with me talking about the victualling business, which is now under dispute for a new contract, or whether it shall be put into a commission. He gone, comes Mr. Hill to talk with me about Lanyon's business, and so being in haste I took him to the water with me, and so to Whitehall, and there left him, and I to Sir W. Coventry, and shewed him my answer to the Duke of York's great letter, which he likes well. We also discoursed about the victualling business, which he thinks there is a design to put into a way of commission, but do look upon all things to be managed with faction, and is grieved under it. So to St. James's, and there the Duke of York did of his own accord come to me, and tell me that he had read, and do like of, my answers to the objections which he did give me the other day, about the navy, and so did W. Coventry too, who told me that the Duke of York had shown him them, so to Whitehall a little and the Chequer, and then by water home to dinner with my people, where Tom was also this day with me, whom I shall employ for a time. And so out again and by water to Somerset House, but when come thither I turned back into Southwark Fair, very dirty, and there saw the puppet show of Whittington, which was pretty to see. And how that idle thing do work upon people that see it, and even myself too. And thence to Jacob Hall's dancing on the ropes, where I saw such action as I never saw before, and mightily worth seeing. And here took acquaintance with a fellow that carried me to a tavern, whither come the music of this booth, and by Jacob Hall himself, with whom I had a mind to speak, to hear whether he had ever any mischief by falls in his time. He told me, yes, many, but never to the breaking of a limb. He seems a mighty strong man. So giving them a bottle or two of wine, I away with Payne, the waterman. He, seeing me at the play, did get a link to like me, and so like me to the beer, where Bland, my waterman, waited for me with gold and other things he kept for me, to the value of L40 and more, which I had about me, for fear of my pockets being cut. So by link light through the bridge, it being mighty dark, but still weather, and so home, where I find my draft of the Resolution, come, finished, from Chatham. But will cost me, one way or other, about L12 or L13, in the board, frame, and garnishing, which is a little too much, but I will not be beholden to the king's officers that do it. So to supper, and the boy to read to me, and so to bed. This day I met Mr. Moore in the New Exchange, and had much talk of my lord's concernments. This day also come out first the new 5 pieces in gold, coined by the Guinea Company, and I did get 2 pieces of Mr. Holder .970. 22nd. Up, and to the office, where sitting all the morning at noon, home to dinner, with my people, and so to the office again, where busy all the afternoon, and in the evening spent my time walking in the dark, in the garden, to favour my eyes. Which I find nothing but ease to help. In the garden there comes to me my Lady Penn and Mrs. Turner and Markham, and we sat and talked together, and I carried them home, and there eat a bit of something, and by comes Sir W. Penn, and eat with us, and mighty merry in appearance, at least, he being on all occasions glad to be at friendship with me, though we hate one another, and know it on both sides. They gone, Mrs. Turner and I to walk in the garden. So led her home, and I back to bed. This day Mr. Wren did give me, at the board, Commissioner Middleton's answer to the Duke of York's great letter, so that now I have all of them. 23rd. At my office busy all the morning. At noon comes Mr. Evelyn to me, about some business with the office, and there in discourse tells me of his loss, to the value of F500, which he hath met with, in a late attempt of making of bricks 971 upon an adventure with others. By which he presumed to have got a great deal of money, so that I see the most ingenious men may sometimes be mistaken. So to the change a little, and then home to dinner, and then by water to Whitehall, to attend the Commissioners of the Treasury with Alderman Bacule, about L10,000 he is to lend us for Tangier, and then up to a committee of the council. Where was the Duke of York, and they did give us, the officers of the navy, the proposals of the several bidders for the victualling of the navy, for us to give our answer to, which is the best. And whether it be better to victual by commission or contract, and to bring them our answer by Friday afternoon, which is a great deal of work. So thence back with Sir J. Minns home, and come after us Sir W. Penn and Lord Brouncker, and we fell to the business, and I late when they were gone to digest something of it, and so to supper and to bed. 24th, up betimes and Sir D. Gauden with me, and I told him all, being very desirous for the king's sake, as well as my own, that he may be kept in it, and after consulting him I to the office, where we met again and spent most of the morning about this business, and no other. And so at noon home to dinner, and then close with Mr. Gibson till night, drawing up our answer, which I did the most part by 7 at night, and so to Lord Brouncker and the rest at his lodgings to read it, and they approved of it. So back home to supper, and made my boy read to me a while, and then to bed. 25th, up, and Sir D. Gauden with me betimes to confer again about this business, and he gone I all the morning finishing our answer, which I did by noon, and so to dinner, and W. Batelier with me, who is lately come from Impington, beyond which I perceive he went not, whatever his pretence at first was, and so he tells me how well and merry all are there, and how nobly used by my cousin. He gone, after dinner I to work again, and Gibson having wrote our answer fair and got Brouncker and the rest to sign it, I by coach to Whitehall to the committee of the council, which met late, and Brouncker and J. Minns with me, and there the Duke of York present, but not W. Coventry, who I perceive do wholly avoid to have to do publicly in this business, being shy of appearing in any navy business, which I telling him the other day that I thought the king might suffer by it. He told me that the occasion is now so small that it cannot be fatal to the service, and for the present it is better for him not to appear, saying that it may fare the worse for his appearing in it as things are now governed. Where our answer was read and debated, and some hot words between the Duke of York and Sir T. Clifford, the first for and the latter against Gauden, but the whole put off to tomorrow's council, for till the king goes out of town the next week the council sits every day. So with the Duke of York and some others to his closet, and Alderman Bacule about a committee of Tangier, and there did agree upon a price for pieces of 8 at 4s. 6d. Present the Duke of York, Arlington, Berkeley, Sir J. Minns, and myself. They gone, the Duke of York did tell me how hot Clifford is for child, and for removing of old officers, he saying plainly tonight, that though D. Gauden was a man that had done the best service that he believed any man, or any 10 men, could have done, yet that it was for the king's interest not to let it lie too long in one hand, lest nobody should be able to serve him but one. But the Duke of York did openly tell him that he was not for removing of old servants that have done well, neither in this place, nor in any other place, which is very nobly said. It being 7 or 8 at night, I home with Bacule by coach, and so walked to D. Gauden's, but he not at home, and so back to my chamber, the boy to read to me, and so to supper and to bed. 26th. Could sleep but little last night, for my concernments in this business of the victualling for Sir D. Gauden, so up in the morning and he comes to me, and there I did tell him all, and give him my advice, and so he away, and I to the office, where we met and did a little business, and I left them and by water to attend the council. Which I did all the morning, but was not called in, but the council meets again in the afternoon on purpose about it. So I at noon to Westminster Hall and there stayed a little, and at the Swan also, thinking to have got Doll Lane thither, but L. did not understand my signs. And so I away and walked to Charing Cross, and there into the great new ordinary, by my Lord Mulgrave's, being led thither by Mr. Beale, one of Oliver's, and now of the King's Guards. And he sat with me while I had 2 grilled pigeons, very handsome and good meat, and there he and I talked of our old acquaintances, W. Clerk and others, he being a very civil man, and so walked to Westminster and there parted, and I to the Swan again, but did nothing, and so to Whitehall, and there attended the King and Council, who met and heard our answer. I present, and then withdrew, and they sent 2 hours at least afterwards about it, and at last rose, and to my great content, the Duke of York, at coming out, told me that it was carried for D. Godden at 6D. 8D, and 83/4D. But with great difficulty, I understand, both from him and others, so much that Sir Edward Walker told me that he prays to God he may never live to need to plead his merit, for D. Godden's sake. For that it hath stood him in no stead in this business at all, though both he and all the world that speaks of him as the most deserving man of any servant of the king's in the whole nation, and so I think he is, but it is done. And my heart is glad at it. So I took coach and away, and in Holborn overtook D. Godden's coach, and stopped and went home, and Gibson to come after, and to my house, where D. Godden did talk a little, and he do mightily acknowledge my kindness to him, and I know I have done the king and myself good service in it. So he gone, and myself in mighty great content in what is done, I to the office a little, and then home to supper, and the boy to read to me, and so to bed. This noon I went to my Lady Peterborough's house, and talked with her about the money due to her lord, and it gives me great trouble, her importunity and impertinency about it. This afternoon at court I met with Lord Hinchingbroke, newly come out of the country, who tells me that Creed's business with Mrs. Pickering will do, which I am neither troubled or glad at. 27th, Lord's Day. Up, and to my office to finish my journal for 5 days past, and so abroad and walked to Whitehall, calling in at Somerset House Chapel, and also at the Spanish ambassador's at York House, and there did hear a little mass, and so to Whitehall. And there the king being gone to chapel, I to walk all the morning in the park, where I met Mr. Wren. And he and I walked together in the Pall Mall, it being most summer weather that ever was seen, and here talking of several things, of the corruption of the court, and how unfit it is for ingenious men, and himself particularly, to live in it. Where a man cannot live but he must spend, and cannot get suitably, without breach of his honour, and did thereupon tell me of the basest thing of my Lord Berkeley, one of the basest things that ever was heard of a man. Which was this, how the Duke of York's commissioners do let his wine licenses at a bad rate, and being offered a better, they did persuade the Duke of York to give some satisfaction to the former to quit it, and let it to the latter. Which being done, my Lord Berkeley did make the bargain for the former to have L1500 a year to quit it. Whereof, since, it is come to light that they were to have but L800 and himself L700, which the Duke of York hath ever since for some years paid, though this second bargain hath been broken, and the Duke of York lost by it half of what the first was. He told me that there hath been a seeming accommodation between the Duke of York and the Duke of Buckingham and Lord Arlington, the two latter desiring it. But yet that there is not true agreement between them, but they do labour to bring in all new creatures into play, and the Duke of York do oppose it, as particularly in this of Sir D. Godden. Thence, he gone, I to the Queen's Chapel, and there heard some good singing, and so to Whitehall, and saw the King and Queen at dinner, and thence with Sir Stephen Fox to dinner, and the coffer with us. And their mighty kind usage, and good discourse. Thence spent all the afternoon walking in the park, and then in the evening at court, on the Queen's side, and there met Mr. Godolphin, who tells me that the news is true we heard yesterday, of my Lord Sandwich's being come to Mounts Bay, in Cornwall, and so I heard this afternoon at Mrs. Pierce's, whom I went to make a short visit to. This night, in the Queen's drawing-room, my Lord Brouncker told me the difference that is now between the 3 ambassadors here, the Venetian, French, and Spaniard. The third not being willing to make a visit to the first, because he would not receive him at the door. Who is willing to give him as much respect as he did to the French, who was used no otherwise, and who refuses now to take more of him, upon being desired thereto, in order to the making an accommodation in this matter, which is very pretty. So a boat staying for me all this evening, I home in the dark about 8 at night, and so over the ruins from the old Swan home with great trouble, and so to hear my boy read a little, and supper and to bed. This evening I found at home Pelling and Wallington and one Aldrich, and we supped and sung. 28th. Up betimes, and Nep's maid comes to me, to tell me that the Women's Day at the Playhouse is today, and that therefore I must be there, to increase their profit. I did give the pretty maid Betty that comes to me half a crown for coming, and had a baiser or 2 being mighty jolie. And so I about my business. By water to St. James's, and there had good opportunity of speaking with the Duke of York, who desires me again, talking on that matter, to prepare something for him to do for the better managing of our office, telling me that my Lord Keeper and he talking about it yesterday, my Lord Keeper did advise him to do so, it being better to come from him than otherwise, which I have promised to do. Thence to my Lord Burlington's houses the first time I ever was there, it being the house built by Sir John Denham, next to Clarendon House, and here I visited my Lord Hinchingbroke and his lady, Mr. Sidney Montague being come last night to town unexpectedly from Mounts Bay, where he left my Lord well, 8 days since, so as we may now hourly expect to hear of his arrival at Portsmouth. Sidney is mighty grown. And I am glad I am here to see him at his first coming, though it cost me dear, for here I come to be necessitated to supply them with L500 for my Lord. He sent him up with a declaration to his friends, of the necessity of his being presently supplied with L2000, but I do not think he will get one. However, I think it becomes my duty to my Lord to do something extraordinary in this, and the rather because I have been remiss in writing to him during this voyage, more than ever I did in my life, and more indeed than was fit for me. By and by comes Sir W. Godolphin to see Mr. Sidney, who, I perceive, is much dissatisfied that he should come to town last night, and not yet be with my Lord Arlington, who, and all the town, hear of his being come to town, and he did, it seems, take notice of it to Godolphin this morning, so that I perceive this remissness in affairs do continue in my Lord's management still, which I am sorry for. But, above all, to see in what a condition my Lord is for money, that I dare swear he do not know where to take up L500 of any man in England at this time, upon his word, but of myself, as I believe by the sequel hereof it will appear. Here I first saw and saluted my Lady Burlington, a very fine speaking lady, and a good woman, but old, and not handsome, but a brave woman in her parts. Here my Lady Hinchingbroke tells me that she hath bought most of the wedding clothes for Mrs. Dickering, so that the thing is gone through, and will soon be ended, which I wonder at, but let them do as they will. Here I also, standing by a candle that was brought for sealing of a letter, do set my periwig a fire, which made such an odd noise, nobody could tell what it was till they saw the flame, my back being to the candle. Thence to Westminster Hall and there walked a little, and to the Exchequer, and so home by water, and after eating a bit I to my vintner's, and there did only look upon Sue wife, which is mighty handsome. And so to my glove and ribbon shop, in Fenchurch Street, and did the like there. And there, stopping against the door of the shop, saw Mrs. Horsfall, now a late widow, in a coach. I to her, and shook her by the hand, and so she away. And I by coach towards the King's Playhouse, and meeting W. Howe took him with me, and there saw, the City Match, not acted these 30 years, and but a silly play, the King and Court there, the house, for the women's sake, mighty full. So I to Whitehall, and there all the evening on the Queen's side, and it being a most summer-like day, and a fine warm evening, the Italians come in a barge under the leads, before the Queen's drawing-room. And so the Queen and ladies went out, and heard them, for almost an hour, and it was indeed very good together, but yet there was but one voice that alone did appear considerable, and that was Senior Joanny. This done, by and by they went in. And here I saw Mr. Sidney Montague kiss the Queen's hand, who was mighty kind to him, and the ladies looked mightily on him, and the King come by and by, and did talk to him. So I away by coach with Alderman Bacule home, who is mighty kind to me, more than ordinary, in his expressions. But I do hear this day what troubles me, that Sir W. Coventry is quite out of play, the King seldom speaking to him. And that there is a design of making a Lord Treasurer, and that my Lord Arlington shall be the man, but I cannot believe it. But yet the Duke of Buckingham hath it in his mind, and those with him, to make a thorough alteration in things. And, among the rest, Coventry to be out. The Duke of York did this day tell me how hot the whole party was in the business of Gordon, and particularly, my Lord Anglesey tells me, the Duke of Buckingham, for child against Gordon. But the Duke of York did stand stoutly to it. So home to read and sup, and to bed. 29th, Tuesday, Michaelmas Day. Up, and to the office, where all the morning. October 1668. In this part of the diary no entry occurs for 13 days, though there are several pages left blank. During the interval Pepys went into the country, as he subsequently mentions his having been at Saxham, in Suffolk, during the King's visit to Lord Crofts, which took place at this time, see October 23, Host. He might also probably have gone to Impington to fetch his wife. The pages left blank were never filled up. B. October 11, Lord's Day. Up and to church, where I find Parson Mills come to town and preached, and the church full, most people being now come home to town, though the season of year is as good as summer in all respects. At noon dined at home with my wife, all alone, and busy all the afternoon in my closet, making up some papers with W. Hewer, and at night comes Mr. Turner and his wife, and there they tell me that Mr. Harper is dead at Deptford, and so now all his and my care is, how to secure his being storekeeper in his stead. And here they and their daughter, and a kinswoman that come along with them, did sup with me, and pretty merry, and then, they gone, and my wife to read to me, and to bed. 12th, up, and with Mr. Turner by water to Whitehall, there to think to inquire when the Duke of York will be in town, in order to Mr. Turner's going down to Audley Ends about his place, and here I met in St. James's Park with one that told us that the Duke of York would be in town tomorrow, and so Turner parted and went home, and I also did stop my intentions of going to the court, also this day, about securing Mr. Turner's place of petty purveyor to Mr. Hayter. So I to my Lord Brounker's, thinking to have gone and spoke to him about it, but he is gone out to town till night, and so, meeting a gentleman of my Lord Middleton's looking for me about the payment of the L1000 lately ordered to his lord, in advance of his pay, which shall arise upon his going governor to Tangier, I did go to his lord's lodgings, and there spoke the first time with him, and find him a shrewd man, but a drinking man, I think, as the world says. But a man that hath seen much of the world, and is a Scot. I offered him my service, though I can do him little, but he sends his man home with me, where I made him stay, till I had gone to Sir W. Penn, to bespeak him about Mr. Hayter, who, contrary to my fears, did appear very friendly, to my great content, for I was afraid of his appearing for his man Burrows. But he did not. But did declare to me afterwards his intentions to desire an excuse in his own business, to be eased of the business of the comptroller, his health not giving him power to stay always in town, but he must go into the country. I did say little to him but compliment, having no leisure to think of his business, or any man's but my own, and so away and home, where I find Sir H. Cholmondeley come to town, and is come hither to see me, and he is a man that I love mightily, as being, of a gentleman, the most industrious that ever I saw. He stayed with me a while talking, and telling me his obligations to my Lord Sandwich, which I was glad of. And that the Duke of Buckingham is now chief of all men in this kingdom, which I knew before, and that he do think the Parliament will hardly ever meet again, which is a great many men's thoughts, and I shall not be sorry for it. He being gone, I with my Lord Middleton's servant to Mr. Colville's, but he was not in town, and so he parted, and I home, and there to dinner, and Mr. Pelling with us, and thence my wife and Mercer, and W. Hewer and Deb. To the King's Playhouse, and I afterwards by water with them, and there we did hear the eunuch, who, it seems, is a Frenchman, but long bred in Italy, sing, which I seem to take as new to me, though I saw him on Saturday last. But said nothing of it. But such action and singing I could never have imagined to have heard, and do make good whatever Tom Hill used to tell me. Here we met with Mr. Batelier and his sister, and so they home with us in 2 coaches, and there at my house stayed and supped, and this night my bookseller Shrewsbury comes, and brings my books of martyrs, and I did pay him for them. And did this night make the young women before supper to open all the volumes for me. So to supper, and after supper to read a ridiculous nonsensical book set out by Will Penn, for the Quakers, but so full of nothing but nonsense, that I was ashamed to read in it. So they gone, we to bed. 972. 13th. Up, and to the office, and before the office did speak with my Lord Brounker, and there did get his ready assent to tea, haters having of Mr. Turner's place, and so Sir J. Minns's also, but when we come to sit down at the board, comes to us Mr. Wren this day to town, and tells me that James Southern do petition the Duke of York for the storekeeper's place of Deptford, which did trouble me much, and also the board, though, upon discourse, after he was gone, we did resolve to move hard for our clerks, and that places of preferment may go according to seniority and merit. So, the board up, I home with my people to dinner, and so to the office again, and there, after doing some business, I with Mr. Turner to the Duke of Albemarle's at night, and there did speak to him about his appearing to Mr. Wren a friend to Mr. Turner, which he did take kindly from me, and so away thence, well pleased with what we had now done, and so I with him home, stopping at my Lord Brounker's, and getting his hand to a letter I wrote to the Duke of York for tea. Hayter, and also at my Lord Middleton's, to give him an account of what I had done this day, with his man, at Alderman Backwell's, about the getting of his L1000 paid. 973 and here he did take occasion to discourse about the business of the Dutch war, which, he says, he was always an enemy to, and did discourse very well of it, I saying little, but pleased to hear him talk. And to see how some men may by age come to know much, and yet by their drinking and other pleasures render themselves not very considerable. I did this day find by discourse with somebody, that this nobleman was the great Major General Middleton. That was of the Scots army, in the beginning of the late war against the king. Thence home and to the office to finish my letters, and so home and did get my wife to read to me, and then Deb to comb my head. 14th. Up, and by water, stopping at Michelle's, and there saw Betty, but could have no discourse with her, but there drank. To Whitehall, and there walked to St. James's, where I find the court mighty full, it being the Duke or York's birthday. And he mighty fine, and all the music, one after another, to my great content. Here I met with Sir H. Cholmondeley, and he and I to walk, and to my Lord Berkeley's new house, there to see a new experiment of a cart, which, by having two little wheels fastened to the axle tree, is said to make it go with half the ease and more, than another cart, but we did not see the trial made. Thence I home, and after dinner to St. James's, and there met my brethren. But the Duke of York being gone out, and tonight being a play there, and a great festival, we would not stay, but went all of us to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the Faithful Shepherdess again, that we might hear the French eunuch sing, which we did, to our great content. Though I do admire his action as much as his singing, being both beyond all I ever saw or heard. Thence with W. Penn home, and there to get my people to read, and to supper, and so to bed. 15th. Up, and all the morning at the office, and at home at dinner, where, after dinner, my wife and I and Deb out by coach to the upholster's in Long Lane, Alderman Reeves, and then to Alderman Crow's, to see variety of hangings, and were mightily pleased therewith, and spent the whole afternoon thereupon. And at last I think we shall pitch upon the best suit of apostles, where 3 pieces for my room will come to almost L80, so home, and to my office, and then home to supper and to bed. This day at the board comes unexpected the warrants from the Duke of York for Mr. Turner and Hayter, for the places they desire, which contents me mightily. 16th. Up, and busy all the morning at the office, and before noon I took my wife by coach, and Deb, and shewed her Mr. Wren's hangings and bed, at St. James's, and Sir W. Coventry's in the Pall Mall, for our satisfaction in what we are going to buy. And so by Mr. Crow's, home, about his hangings, and do pitch upon buying his second suit of apostles the whole suit, which comes to L83, and this we think the best for us, having now the whole suit, to answer any other rooms or service. So home to dinner, and with Mr. Hayter by water to St. James's, there Mr. Hayter, to give Mr. Wren thanks for his kindness about his place that he hath lately granted him, of petty purveyor of petty emptions, upon the removal of Mr. Turner to be storekeeper at Deptford, on the death of Harper. And then we all up to the Duke of York, and there did our usual business, and so I with J. Minns home, and there finding my wife gone to my Aunt White's, to see her the first time after her coming to town, and indeed the first time, I think, these 2 years, we having been great strangers one to the other for a great while, I to them. And they're mighty kindly used, and had a barrel of oysters, and so to look up and down their house, they having hung a room since I was there, but with hangings not fit to be seen with mine, which I find all come home tonight. And here staying an hour or two we home, and there to supper and to bed. 17th, up, and to the office, where all the morning sitting, and at noon home to dinner, and to the office all the afternoon, and then late home, and there with much pleasure getting Mr. Gibbs, that writes well, to write the name upon my new draft of the resolution, and so set it up, and altered the situation of some of my pictures in my closet, to my extraordinary content, and at it with much pleasure till almost 12 at night. Mr. Moore and Seymour were with me this afternoon, who tell me that my Lord Sandwich was received mighty kindly by the King, and is in exceeding great esteem with him, and the rest about him. But I doubt it will be hard for him to please both the King and the Duke of York, which I shall be sorry for. Mr. Moore tells me the sad condition my lord is in his estate and debts. And the way he now lives in, so high, and so many vain servants about him, that he must be ruined, if he do not take up, which, by the grace of God, I will put him upon, when I come to see him. 18th, Lord's Day. Up, and with my boy Tom all the morning altering the places of my pictures with great pleasure, and at noon to dinner, and then comes Mr. Shales to see me, and I with him to recommend him to my Lord Brounker's service, which I did at Madam Williams's, and my lord receives him. Thence with Brounker to Lincoln's Inn, and Mr. Ball, to visit Dr. Wilkins, now newly Bishop of Chester, and he received us mighty kindly. And had most excellent discourse from him about his book of real character, and so I with Lord Brounker to Whitehall, and there saw the Queen and some ladies, and with Lord Brounker back, it again being a rainy evening. And so my lord forced to lend me his coach till I got a hackney, which I did, and so home and to supper, and got my wife to read to me, and so to bed. 19th, up, and to my office to set down my journal for some days past, and so to other business. At the office all the morning upon some business of Sir W. Warren's, and at noon home to dinner, and thence out by coach with my wife and Deb. And Mr. Harmon, the upholster, and carried them to take measure of Mr. Wren's bed at St. James's, I being resolved to have just such another made me, and then set him down in the Strand, and my wife and I to the Duke of York's playhouse. And there saw, the first time acted, the Queen of Aragon, an old Blackfriars play, but an admirable one, so good that I am astonished at it, and wonder where it hath lain asleep all this while, that I have never heard of it before. Here met W. Batelier and Mrs. Hunt, Deb's aunt, and saw her home, a very witty woman, and one that knows this play, and understands a play mighty well. Left her at home in Jewin Street, and we home, and to supper, and my wife to read to me, and so to bed. 20th, up, and to the office all the morning, and then home to dinner, having this day a new girl come to us in the room of Nell, who is lately, about 4 days since, gone away, being grown lazy and proud. This girl to stay only till we have a boy, which I intend to keep when I have a coach, which I am now about. At this time my wife and I mighty busy laying out money in dressing up our best chamber, and thinking of a coach and coachman and horses, and the more because of Creed's being now married to Mrs. Pickering. A thing I could never have expected, but it is done about 7 or 10 days since, as I hear out of the country. At noon home to dinner, and my wife and Harmon and girl abroad to buy things, and I walked out to several places to pay debts, and among other things to look out for a coach, and saw many. And did light on one for which I bid L50, which do please me mightily, and I believe I shall have it. So to my tailor's, and the New Exchange, and so by coach home, and there, having this day bought, the Queen of Aragon, play, I did get my wife and W. Batelier to read it over this night by 11 o'clock, and so to bed. 21st. Lay pretty long talking with content with my wife about our coach and things, and so to the office, where Sir D. Gauden was to do something in his accounts. At noon to dinner to Mr. Batelier's, his mother coming this day a housewarming to him, and several friends of his, to which he invited us. Here mighty merry, and his mother the same, I heretofore took her for a gentlewoman, and understanding. I rose from table before the rest, because under an obligation to go to my Lord Brounker's, where to meet several gentlemen of the Royal Society, to go and make a visit to the French ambassador Colbert, at Leicester House. He having endeavoured to make one or two to my Lord Brounker, as our president, but he was not within, but I come too late, they being gone before, but I follow to Leicester House. But they are gore in and up before me, and so I away to the New Exchange, and there stayed for my wife, and she come, we to Cow Lane, and there I shoot her the coach which I pitch on, and she is out of herself for joy almost. But the man not within, so did nothing more towards an agreement, but to Mr. Crow's about a bed, to have his advice, and so home, and there had my wife to read to me, and so to supper and to bed. Memorandum, that from Crow's, we went back to Charing Cross, and there left my people at their tailor's, while I to my Lord Sandwich's lodgings, who come to town the last night. And is come thither to lie, and met with him within, and among others my new cousin Creed, who looks mighty soberly. And he and I saluted one another with mighty gravity, till we come to a little more freedom of talk about it. But here I hear that Sir Gilbert Pickering is lately dead, about 3 days since, which makes some sorrow there, though not much, because of his being long expected to die, having been in a lethargy long. So waited on my lord to court, and there stayed and saw the ladies a while, and thence to my wife, and took them up, and so home, and to supper and bed. 22nd up, N.W. Batelier's Frenchman, a periwig maker, comes and brings me a new one, which I liked and paid him for, a mighty genteel fellow. So to the office, where sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and thence with wife and Deb. To Crow's, and there did see some more beds, and we shall, I think, pitch upon a Camlot one, when all is done. Then sent them home, and I to Arundel House, where the first time we have met since the vacation, and not much company, but hear much good discourse, and afterwards my lord and others and I to the Devil Tavern, and there eat and drank. And so late, with Mr. Caldwell, home by coach, and at home took him with me, and there found my uncle White and aunt, and Woolley and his wife, and there supped, and mighty merry. And anon they gone, and Mrs. Turner stayed, who was there also to talk of her husband's business. And the truth is, I was the less pleased to talk with her, for that she hath not yet owned, in any fit manner of thanks, my late and principal service to her husband about his place, which I alone ought to have the thanks for. If they know as much as I do. But let it go, if they do not own it, I shall have it in my hand to teach them to do it. So to bed. This day word come for all the principal officers to bring them, the commissioners of accounts, their patents, which I did in the afternoon, by leaving it at their office, but am troubled at what should be their design therein. 23rd. Up, and plasterers at work and painters about my house. Commissioner Middleton and I to St. James's, where with the rest of our company we attended on our usual business the Duke of York. Thence I to Whitehall, to my Lord Sandwich's, where I find my lord within, but busy, private, and so I stayed a little talking with the young gentleman, and so away with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, towards Tyburn, to see the people executed. But come too late, it being done. 2 men and a woman hanged, and so back again into my coachmaker's, and there did come a little nearer agreement for the coach, and so to Duck Lane, and there my bookseller's, and saw his maher. But L is so big-bellied that L is not worth seeing. So home, and there all alone to dinner, my wife and W. Hewer being gone to Deptford to see her mother, and so I to the office all the afternoon. In the afternoon comes my cousin, Sidney Pickering, to bring my wife and me his sister's favour for her wedding, which is kindly done, and he gone, I to business again, and in the evening home, made my wife read till supper time, and so to bed. This day Pierce do tell me, among other news, the late frolic and debauchery of Sir Charles Sidley and Buckhurst, running up and down all the night with their arses bare, through the streets. And at last fighting, and being beat by the watch and clapped up all night, and how the king takes their parts, and my Lord Chief Justice Keeling hath laid the constable by the heels to answer it next sessions, which is a horrid shame. How the king and these gentlemen did make the fiddlers of Thetford, this last progress, to sing them all the bawdy songs they could think of. How Sir W. Coventry was brought the other day to the Duchess of York by the Duke, to kiss her hand. Who did acknowledge his unhappiness to occasion her so much sorrow, declaring his intentions in it, and praying her pardon. Which she did give him upon his promise to make good his pretences of innocence to her family, by his faithfulness to his master, the Duke of York. That the Duke of Buckingham is now all in all, and will ruin Coventry, if he can, and that W. Coventry do now rest wholly upon the Duke of York for his standing, which is a great turn. He tells me that my Lady Castlemaine, however, is a mortal enemy to the Duke of Buckingham, which I understand not. But, it seems, she is disgusted with his greatness, and his ill usage of her. That the king was drunk at Saxham with Sidley, Buckhurst, and the night that my Lord Arlington come thither, and would not give him audience, or could not, which is true, for it was the night that I was there, and saw the king go up to his chamber, and was told that the king had been drinking. He tells me, too, that the Duke of York did the next day chide Bab. May for his occasioning the king's giving himself up to these gentlemen, to the neglecting of my Lord Arlington, to which he answered merrily, that, by God, there was no man in England that had heads to lose, durst do what they do, every day with the king, and asked the Duke of York's pardon, which is a sign of a mad world. God bless us out of it. 24th. This morning comes to me the coachmaker, and agreed with me for L53, and stand to the courtesy of what more I should give him upon the finishing of the coach. He is likely also to fit me with a coachman. There comes also to me Mr. Shotgrave, the operator of our Royal Society, to show me his method of making the tubes for the eyes, which are cloudily done, so that mine are better, but I have well informed myself in several things from him, and so am glad of speaking with him. So to the office, where all the morning, and then to dinner, and so all the afternoon late at the office, and so home, and my wife to read to me, and then with much content to bed. This day Lord Brouncker tells me that the making Sir J. Minns a Bear Commissioner is now in doing, which I am glad of, but he speaks of 2 new commissioners, which I do not believe. 25th, Lord's Day. Up, and discoursing with my wife about our house and many new things we are doing of, and so to church and there find Jack Fenn come, and his wife, a pretty black woman. I never saw her before, nor took notice of her now. So home and to dinner, and after dinner all the afternoon got my wife and boy to read to me, and at night W. Batelier comes and sups with us, and, after supper, to have my head combed by Deb. Which occasioned the greatest sorrow to me that ever I knew in this world, for my wife, coming up suddenly, did find me embracing the girl. I was at a wonderful loss upon it, and the girl also, and I endeavored to put it off, but my wife was struck mute and grew angry, and so her voice come to her, grew quite out of order, and I to say little, but to bed, and my wife said little also. But could not sleep all night, but about 2 in the morning waked me and cried, and fell to tell me as a great secret that she was a Roman Catholic and had received the Holy Sacrament, which troubled me, but I took no notice of it. But she went on from one thing to another till at last it appeared plainly her trouble was at what she saw, but yet I did not know how much she saw, and therefore said nothing to her. But after her much crying and reproaching me with inconstancy and preferring a sorry girl before her, I did give her no provocation, but did promise all fair usage to her and love, and forswore any hurt that I did with her. Till at last she seemed to be at ease again, and so toward morning a little sleep, and so I with some little repose and rest. 26th. Rose, and up and by water to Whitehall, but with my mind mightily troubled for the poor girl, whom I fear I have undone by this, my wife, telling me that she would turn her out of doors. However, I was obliged to attend the Duke of York, thinking to have had a meeting of Tangier today, but had not, but he did take me in Mr. Wren into his closet, and there did press me to prepare what I had to say upon the answers of my fellow officers to his great letter, which I promised to do against his coming to town again, the next week. And so to other discourse, finding plainly that he is in trouble, and apprehensions of the reformers, and would be found to do what he can towards reforming, himself. And so thence to my Lord Sandwich's, where, after long stay, he being in talk with others privately, I to him. And there he, taking physic and keeping his chamber, I had an hour's talk with him about the ill posture of things at this time, while the king gives countenance to Sir Charles Sidley and Lord Buckhurst, telling him their late story of running up and down the streets a little while since all night, and their being beaten and clapped up all night by the constable, who is since chid and imprisoned for his pains. He tells me that he thinks his matters do stand well with the king, and hopes to have dispatched to his mind, but I doubt it, and do see that he do fear it, too. He told me my Lady Carteret trouble about my writing of that letter of the Duke of York's lately to the office, which I did not own, but declared to be of no injury to G. Carteret, and that I would write a letter to him to satisfy him therein. But this I am in pain how to do, without doing myself wrong, and the end I had, of preparing a justification to myself hereafter, when the faults of the navy come to be found out. However, I will do it in the best manner I can. Thence by coach home and to dinner, finding my wife mightily discontented, and the girl sad, and no words from my wife to her. So after dinner they out with me about 2 or 3 things, and so home again, I all the evening busy, and my wife full of trouble in her looks, and anon to bed, where about midnight she wakes me, and there falls foul of me again, affirming that she saw me hug and kiss the girl. The latter I denied, and truly, the other I confessed and no more, and upon her pressing me did offer to give her under my hand that I would never see Mrs. Pierce more nor Nep, but did promise her particular demonstrations of my true love to her, owning some indiscretions in what I did, but that there was no harm in it. She at last upon these promises was quiet, and very kind we were, and so to sleep, and 27th. In the morning up, but my mind troubled for the poor girl, with whom I could not get opportunity to speak, but to the office, my mind mighty full of sorrow for her, to the office, where all the morning, and to dinner with my people, and to the office all the afternoon, and so at night home, and they're busy to get some things ready against tomorrow's meeting of Tangier, and that being done, and my clerks gone. My wife did towards bedtime begin to be in a mighty rage from some new matter that she had got in her head, and did most part of the night in bed rant at me in most high terms of threats of publishing my shame. And when I offered to rise would have rose too, and caused a candle to be light to burn by her all night in the chimney while she ranted, while the knowing myself to have given some grounds for it, did make it my business to appease her all I could possibly, and by good words and fair promises did make her very quiet, and so rested all night, and rose with perfect good peace. Being heartily afflicted for this folly of mine that did occasion it, but was forced to be silent about the girl, which I have no mind to part with, but much less that the poor girl should be undone by my folly. So up with mighty kindness from my wife and a thorough peace, and being up did by a note advise the girl what I had done and owned, which note I was in pain for till she told me she had burned it. This evening Mr. Spong come, and sat late with me, and first told me of the instrument called parallelogram 974 which I must have one of, shewing me his practice thereon, by a map of England. 28th. So by coach with Mr. Gibson to Chancery Lane, and there made oath before a master of Chancery to the Tangier account of fees, and so to Whitehall, where, by and by, a committee met, my Lord Sandwich there, but his report was not received, it being late. But only a little business done, about the supplying the place with victuals. But I did get, to my great content, my account allowed of fees, with great applause by my Lord Ashley and Sir W. Penn. Thence home, calling at 1 or 2 places. And thereabout our workmen, who are at work upon my wife's closet and other parts of my house, that we are all in dirt. So after dinner with Mr. Gibson all the afternoon in my closet, and at night to supper and to bed, my wife and I at good peace, but yet with some little grudgings of trouble in her and more in me about the poor girl. 29th. At the office all the morning, where Mr. Wren first tells us of the order from the King, came last night to the Duke of York, for signifying his pleasure to the Solicitor General for drawing up a commission for suspending of my Lord Anglesey, and putting in Sir Thomas Littleton and Sir Thomas Osborne, the former a creature of Arlington's, and the latter of the Duke of Buckingham's, during the suspension. The Duke of York was forced to obey, and did grant it, he being to go to Newmarket this day with the King, and so the King pressed for it. But Mr. Ren do own that the Duke of York is the most wounded in the world, for it is done and concluded without his privity, after his appearing for Lord Anglesey, and that it is plain that they do aim to bring the Admiralty into commission too, and lessen the Duke of York. This do put strange apprehensions into all our board, only I think I am the least troubled at it, for I care not at all for it, but my Lord Brouncker and Penn do seem to think much of it. So home to dinner, full of this news, and after dinner to the office, and so home all the afternoon to do business towards my drawing up an account for the Duke of York of the answers of this office to his late great letter, and late at it. And so to bed, with great peace from my wife and quiet, I bless God. 30th, up betimes, and Mr. Povey comes to even accounts with me, which we did, and then fell to other talk. He tells, in short, how the King is made a child of, by Buckingham and Arlington, to the lessening of the Duke of York, whom they cannot suffer to be great, for fear of my Lord Chancellor's return, which, therefore, they make the King violent against. That he believes it is impossible these two great men can hold together long, or, at least, that the ambition of the former is so great, that he will endeavour to master all, and bring into play as many as he can. That Anglesey will not lose his place easily, but will contend in law with whoever comes to execute it. That the Duke of York, in all things but in his codpiece, is led by the nose by his wife. That W. Coventry is now, by the Duke of York, made friends with the Duchess, and that he is often there, and waits on her. That he do believe that these present great men will break in time, and that W. Coventry will be a great man again. For he do labour to have nothing to do in matters of the state, and is so useful to the side that he is on, that he will stand, though at present he is quite out of play. That my Lady Castlemaine hates the Duke of Buckingham. That the Duke of York hath expressed himself very kind to my Lord Sandwich, which I am mighty glad of. That we are to expect more changes if these men stand. This done, he and I to talk of my coach, and I got him to go see it, where he finds most infinite fault with it, both as to being out of fashion and heavy, with so good reason that I am mightily glad of his having corrected me in it. And so I do resolve to have one of his build, and with his advice, both in coach and horses, he being the fittest man in the world for it, and so he carried me home, and said the same to my wife. So I to the office and he away, and at noon I home to dinner, and all the afternoon late with Gibson at my chamber about my present great business, only a little in the afternoon at the office about Sir D. Gauden's accounts, and so to bed and slept heartily, my wife and I at good peace, but my heart troubled and her mind not at ease, I perceive, she against and I for the girl, to whom I have not said anything these 3 days. But resolved to be mighty strange in appearance to her. This night W. Batelier come and took his leave of us, he setting out for France tomorrow. 31st, up, and at the office all the morning. At noon home to dinner with my people, and afternoon to the office again, and then to my chamber with Gibson to do more about my great answer for the Duke of York, and so at night after supper to bed well pleased with my advance thereon. This day my Lord Anglesey was at the office, and do seem to make nothing of this business of his suspension, resolving to bring it into the council, where he seems not to doubt to have right, he standing upon his defence and patent. And hath put in his caveats to the several offices, so, as soon as the King comes back again, which will be on Tuesday next, he will bring it into the council. So ends this month with some quiet to my mind, though not perfect, after the greatest falling out with my poor wife, and through my folly with the girl, that ever I had, and I have reason to be sorry and ashamed of it. And more to be troubled for the poor girl's sake, whom I fear I shall by this means prove the ruin of, though I shall think myself concerned both to love and be a friend to her. This day Roger Pepys and his son Talbot, newly come to town, come and dined with me, and mighty glad I am to see them. November 1668. November 1st, Lord's Day. Up, and with W. Hewer at my chamber all this morning, going further in my great business for the Duke of York, and so at noon to dinner, and then W. Hewer to write fair what he had writ, and my wife to read to me all the afternoon, till anon Mr. Gibson come, and he and I to perfect it to my full mind, and so to supper and to bed, my mind yet at disquiet that I cannot be informed how poor Deb. stands with her mistress, but I fear she will put her away, and the truth is, though it be much against my mind and to my trouble, yet I think that it will be fit that she should be gone, for my wife's peace and mine. For she cannot but be offended at the sight of her, my wife having conceived this jealousy of me with reason, and therefore for that, and other reasons of expense, it will be best for me to let her go, but I shall love and pity her. This noon Mr. Povey sent his coach for my wife and I to see, which we like mightily, and will endeavour to have him get us just such another. Second, up, and a cold morning, by water through bridge without a cloak, and there to Mr. Wren at his chamber at Whitehall, the first time of his coming thither this year, the Duchess coming thither tonight. And there he and I did read over my paper that I have with so much labour drawn up about the several answers of the officers of this office to the Duke of York's reflections. And did debate a little what advice to give the Duke of York when he comes to town upon it. Here come in Lord Anglesey, and I perceive he makes nothing of this order for his suspension, resolving to contend and to bring it to the council on Wednesday when the king is come to town tomorrow, and Mr. Wren do join with him mightily in it, and do look upon the Duke of York as concerned more in it than he. So to visit Creed at his chamber, but his wife not come thither yet, nor do he tell me where she is, though she be in town, at Stepney, at Atkins's. So to Mr. Povey's to talk about a coach, but there I find my Lord Sandwich, and Peterborough, and Hinchingbroke, Charles Harbord, and Sidney Montague. And there I was stopped, and dined mighty nobly at a good table, with one little dish at a time upon it, but mighty merry. I was glad to see it, but sorry, methought, to see my lord have so little reason to be merry, and yet glad, for his sake, to have him cheerful. After dinner up, and looked up and down the house, and so to the cellar. And thence I slipped away, without taking leave, and so to a few places about business, and among others to my booksellers in Duck Lane, and so home, where the house still full of dirt by painters and others, and will not be clean a good while. So to read and talk with my wife till by and by called to the office about Sir W. Warren's business, where we met a little, and then home to supper and to bed. This day I went, by Mr. Povey's direction, to a coachmaker near him, for a coach just like his, but it was sold this very morning. Third, up, and all the morning at the office. At noon to dinner, and then to the office, and there busy till 12 at night, without much pain to my eyes, but I did not use them to read or write, and so did hold out very well. So home, and there to supper, and I observed my wife to eye my eyes whether I did ever look upon Deb. Which I could not but do now and then, and to my grief did see the poor wretch look on me and see me look on her, and then let drop a tear or two, which do make my heart relent at this minute that I am writing this with great trouble of mind. For she is indeed my sacrifice, poor girl. And my wife did tell me in bed by the by of my looking on other people, and that the only way is to put things out of sight, and this I know she means by Deb. For she tells me that her aunt was here on Monday, and she did tell her of her desire of parting with Deb, but in such kind terms on both sides that my wife is mightily taken with her. I see it will be, and it is but necessary, and therefore, though it cannot but grieve me, yet I must bring my mind to give way to it. We had a great deal of do this day at the office about Clutterbuck 975 I declaring my dissent against the whole board's proceedings, and I believe I shall go near to shew W. Pen a very knave in it, whatever I find my Lord Brouncker. Fourth. Up, and by coach to Whitehall, and there I find the King and Duke of York come the last night, and everybody's mouth full of my Lord Anglesey's suspension being sealed, which it was, it seems, yesterday. So that he is prevented in his remedy at the council, and, it seems, the two new treasurers did kiss the king's hand this morning, brought in by my Lord Arlington. They walked up and down together the court this day, and several people joyed them. But I avoided it, that I might not be seen to look either way. This day also I hear that my Lord Ormond is to be declared in council no more Deputy Governor of Ireland, his commission being expired, and the king is prevailed with to take it out of his hands. Which people do mightily admire, saying that he is the greatest subject of any prince in Christendom, and hath more acres of land than any, and hath done more for his prince than ever any yet did. But all will not do. He must down, it seems, the Duke of Buckingham carrying all before him. But that troubles me most is, that they begin to talk that the Duke of York's regiment is ordered to be disbanded. And more, that undoubtedly his admiralty will follow, which do shake me mightily, and I fear will have ill consequences in the nation, for these councils are very mad. The Duke of York do, by all men's report, carry himself wonderful submissive to the king, in the most humble manner in the world, but yet, it seems, nothing must be spared that tends to, the keeping out of the Chancellor. And that is the reason of all this. The great discourse now is, that the Parliament shall be dissolved and another called, which shall give the king the dean and chapter lands, and that will put him out of debt. And it is said that Buckingham do only meet daily with wild men and other Commonwealth men, and that when he is with them, he makes the king believe that he is with his wenches. And something looks like the Parliament's being dissolved, by Harry Brounker's being now come back, and appears this day the first day at Whitehall, but hath not been yet with the king, but is secure that he shall be well received, I hear. God bless us, when such men as he shall be restored. But that pleases me most is, that several do tell me that Penn is to be removed, and others, that he hath resigned his place. And particularly Spragg tells me for certain that he hath resigned it, and is become a partner with Gauden in the victualling, in which I think he hath done a very cunning thing, but I am sure I am glad of it. And it will be well for the king to have him out of this office. Thence by coach, doing several errands, home and there to dinner, and then to the office, where all the afternoon till late at night, and so home. Deb hath been abroad today with her friends, poor girl, I believe toward the getting of a place. This day a boy is sent me out of the country from Impington by my cousin Roger Pepys Getting, whom I visited this morning at his chamber in the Strand and carried him to Westminster Hall, where I took a turn or two with him and Sir John Talbot, who talks mighty high for my Lord of Ormond, and I perceive this family of the Talbots hath been raised by my lord. When I come home tonight I find Deb not come home, and do doubt whether she be not quite gone or no, but my wife is silent to me in it, and I to her, but fell to other discourse. And indeed am well satisfied that my house will never be at peace between my wife and I unless I let her go, though it grieves me to the heart. My wife and I spent much time this evening talking of our being put out of the office, and my going to live at Deptford at her brother's, till I can clear my accounts, and rid my hands of the town, which will take me a year or more. And I do think it will be best for me to do so, in order to our living cheap, and out of sight. 5th, up, and will it come home in the morning, and, God forgive me. I could not conceal my content thereat by smiling, and my wife observed it, but I said nothing, nor she, but away to the office. Presently up by water to Whitehall, and there all of us to wait on the Duke of York, which we did, having little to do, and then I up and down the house, till by and by the Duke of York, who had bid me stay, did come to his closet again. And there did call in me and Mr. Wren, and there my paper, that I have lately taken pains to draw up, was read, and the Duke of York pleased therewith. And we did all along conclude upon answers to my mind for the board, and that, if put in execution, will do the king's business. But I do now more and more perceive the Duke of York's trouble, and that he do lie under great weight of mind from the Duke of Buckingham's carrying things against him. And particularly when I advised that he would use his interest that a seaman might come into the room of W. Penn, who is now declared to be gone from us to that of the victualling, and did shew how the office would now be left without one seaman in it, but the surveyor and the controller, who is so old as to be able to do nothing. He told me plainly that I knew his mind well enough as to seamen, but that it must be as others will. And Wren did tell it me as a secret, that when the Duke of York did first tell the king about Sir W. Penn's leaving of the place, and that when the Duke of York did move the king that either Captain Cox or Sir J. Smith might succeed him, the king did tell him that that was a matter fit to be considered of, and would not agree to either presently, and so the Duke of York could not prevail for either, nor knows who it shall be. The Duke of York did tell me himself, that if he had not carried it privately when first he mentioned Penn's leaving his place to the king, it had not been done. For the Duke of Buckingham and those of his party do cry out upon it. As a strange thing to trust such a thing into the hands of one that stands accused in Parliament, and that they have so far prevailed upon the king that he would not have him named in council, but only take his name to the board. But I think he said that only D. Gauden's name shall go in the patent, at least, at the time when Sir Richard Browne asked the king the names of D. Gauden's security, the king told him it was not yet necessary for him to declare them. And by, when the Duke of York and we had done, and Wren brought into the closet Captain Cox and James Temple about business of the Guinea Company, and talking something of the Duke of Buckingham's concernment therein. And says the Duke of York, I will give the devil his due, as they say the Duke of Buckingham hath paid in his money to the company, or something of that kind, wherein he would do right to him. The Duke of York told me how these people do begin to cast dirt upon the business that passed the council lately, touching supernumeraries, as passed by virtue of his authority there. There being not liberty for any man to withstand what the Duke of York advises there. Which, he told me, they bring only as an argument to insinuate the putting of the Admiralty into commission, which by all men's discourse is now designed, and I perceive the same by him. This being done, and going from him, I up and down the house to hear news, and there everybody's mouth full of changes. And, among others, the Duke of York's regiment of guards, that was raised during the late war at sea, is to be disbanded, and also, that this day the king do intend to declare that the Duke of Ormond is no more deputy of Ireland, but that he will put it into commission. This day our new treasurers did kiss the king's hand, who complimented them, as they say, very highly, that he had for a long time been abused in his treasurer, and that he was now safe in their hands. I saw them walk up and down the court together all this morning, the first time I ever saw Osborne, who is a comely gentleman. This day I was told that my Lord Anglesey did deliver a petition on Wednesday in council to the king, laying open, that whereas he had heard that his Majesty had made such a disposal of his place, which he had formerly granted him for life upon a valuable consideration, and that, without anything laid to his charge, and during a Parliament sessions, he prayed that his Majesty would be pleased to let his case be heard before the council and the judges of the land, who were his proper counsel in all matters of right, to which, I am told, the king, after my lord's being withdrawn, concluded upon his giving him an answer some few days hence. And so he was called in, and told so, and so it ended. Having heard all this I took coach and to Mr. Pepys, where I hear he is gone to the Swedes resident in Covent Garden, where he is to dine. I went thither, but he is not come yet, so I to Whitehall to look for him, and up and down walking there I met with Sir Robert Holmes, who asking news I told him of Sir W. Penn's going from us, who catched at it so as that my heart misgives me that he will have a mind to it, which made me heartily sorry for my words, but he invited me and would have me go to dine with him at the treasurer's, Sir Thomas Clifford, where I did go and eat some oysters. Which while we were at, in comes my Lord Keeper and much company, and so I thought it best to withdraw. And so away, and to the Swedes' agents, and there met Mr. Povey, where the agent would have me stay and dine, there being only them, and Joseph Williamson, and Sir Thomas Clayton, but what he is I know not. Here much extraordinary noble discourse of foreign princes, and particularly the greatness of the King of France, and of his being fallen into the right way of making the kingdom great, which, none, of his ancestors ever did before. I was mightily pleased with this company and their discourse, so as to have been seldom so much in all my life, and so after dinner up into his upper room, and there did see a piece of perspective, but much inferior to Mr. Povey's. Thence with Mr. Povey spent all the afternoon going up and down among the coachmakers in Cow Lane, and did see several, and at last did pitch upon a little chariot, whose body was framed, but not covered, at the widow's, that made Mr. Lowther's fine coach. And we are mightily pleased with it, it being light, and will be very genteel and sober, to be covered with leather, and yet will hold 4. Being much satisfied with this, I carried him to Whitehall. And so by coach home, where give my wife a good account of my day's work, and so to the office, and there late, and so to bed. 6th. Up, and presently my wife up with me, which she professedly now do every day to dress me, that I may not see Willett, and do I me, whether I cast my eye upon her, or no. And do keep me from going into the room where she is among the upholsters at work in our blue chamber. So abroad to Whitehall by water, and so on for all this day as I have by mistake set down in the 5th day after this mark. 976. In the room of which I should have said that I was at the office all the morning, and so to dinner, my wife with me, but so as I durst not look upon the girl, though, God knows. Notwithstanding all my protestations I could not keep my mind from desiring it. After dinner to the office again, and there did some business, and then by coach to see Roger Pepys at his lodgings, next door to Arundel House, a barber's. And there I did see a book, which my Lord Sandwich hath promised one to me of, a description of the Escurial in Spain, which I have a great desire to have, though I took it for a finer book when he promised it me. With him to see my cousin Turner and there sat and talked, they being newly come out of the country, and here pretty merry, and with to shew her a coach at Mr. Povey's man's, she being in want of one, and so back again with her, and then home by coach, with my mind troubled and finding no content, my wife being still troubled, nor can be at peace while the girl is there. Which I am troubled at on the other side. We passed the evening together, and then to bed and slept ill, she being troubled and troubling me in the night with talk and complaints upon the old business. This is the day's work of the 5th, though it stands under the 6th, my mind being now so troubled that it is no wonder that I fall into this mistake more than ever I did in my life before. 7th. Up, and at the office all the morning, and so to it again after dinner, and there busy late, choosing to employ myself rather than go home to trouble with my wife, whom, however, I am forced to comply with. And indeed I do pity her as having cause enough for her grief. So to bed, and there slept ill because of my wife. This afternoon I did go out toward Sir D. Gaudens, thinking to have bespoke a place for my coach and horses, when I have them, at the victualling office. But find the way so bad and long that I returned, and looked up and down for places elsewhere, in an inn, which I hope to get with more convenience than there. 8th, Lord's Day. Up, and at my chamber all the morning, setting papers to rights, with my boy, and so to dinner at noon. The girl with us, but my wife troubled thereat to see her, and do tell me so, which troubles me, for I love the girl. At my chamber again to work all the afternoon till night, when Pelling comes, who wonders to find my wife so dull and melancholy, but God knows she hath too much cause. However, as pleasant as we can, we supped together, and so made the boy read to me, the poor girl not appearing at supper, but hid herself in her chamber. So that I could wish in that respect that she was out of the house, for our peace is broke to all of us while she is here, and so to bed, where my wife mighty unquiet all night, so as my bed is become burdensome to me. 9th. Up, and I did by a little note which I flung to Deb. Advise her that I did continue to deny that ever I kissed her, and so she might govern herself. The truth is that I did adventure upon God's pardoning me this lie, knowing how heavy a thing it would be for me to the ruin of the poor girl. And next knowing that if my wife should know all it were impossible ever for her to be at peace with me again, and so our whole lives would be uncomfortable. The girl read, and as I bid her returned me the note, flinging it to me in passing by. And so I abroad by coach, to Whitehall, and there to the Duke of York to wait on him, who told me that Sir W. Penn had been with him this morning, to ask whether it would be fit for him to sit at the office now, because of his resolution to be gone, and to become concerned in the victualling. The Duke of York answered, yes, till his contract was signed. Thence I to Lord Sandwich's, and there to see him. But was made to stay so long, as his best friends are, and when I come to him so little pleasure, his head being full of his own business, I think, that I have no pleasure, to go to him. Thence to Whitehall with him, to the Committee of Tangier. A day appointed for him to give an account of Tangier, and what he did, and found there, which, though he had admirable matter for it, and his doings there were good, and would have afforded a noble account. Yet he did it with a mind so low and mean, and delivered in so poor a manner, that it appeared nothing at all, nor any body seemed to value it. Whereas, he might have shown himself to have merited extraordinary thanks, and been held to have done a very great service, whereas now, all that cost the king hath been at for his journey through Spain thither, seems to be almost lost. After we were up, Creed and I walked together, and did talk a good while of the weak report my lord made, and were troubled for it. I fearing that either his mind and judgment are depressed, or that he do it out of his great neglect, and so my fear that he do all the rest of his affairs accordingly. So I stayed about the court a little while, and then to look for a dinner, and had it at Hercules Pillars, very late, all alone, costing me 10d. And so to the excise office, thinking to meet Sir Stephen Fox and the cofferer, but the former was gone, and the latter I met going out, but nothing done, and so I to my bookseller's, and also to Crow's, and there saw a piece of my bed. And I find it will please us mightily. So home, and there find my wife troubled, and I sat with her talking, and so to bed, and there very unquiet all night. 10th. Up, and my wife still every day as ill as she is all night, will rise to see me outdoors, telling me plainly that she dares not let me see the girl, and so I out to the office, where all the morning, and so home to dinner. Where I found my wife mightily troubled again, more than ever, and she tells me that it is from her examining the girl and getting a confession now from her of all. Which do mightily trouble me, as not being able to foresee the consequences of it, as to our future peace together. So my wife would not go down to dinner, but I would dine in her chamber with her, and there after mollifying her as much as I could we were pretty quiet and eat, and by comes Mr. Hollier, and dines there by himself after we had dined, and he being gone, we to talk again, and she to be troubled, reproaching me with my unkindness and perjury, I having denied my ever kissing her. As also with all her old kindnesses to me, and my ill using of her from the beginning, and the many temptations she hath refused out of faithfulness to me, whereof several she was particular in, and especially from my Lord Sandwich. By the solicitation of Captain Ferrers, and then afterward the courtship of my Lord Hinchingbroke, even to the trouble of his lady. All which I did acknowledge and was troubled for, and wept, and at last pretty good friends again, and so I to my office, and there late, and so home to supper with her, and so to bed. Where after half an hour's slumber she wakes me and cries out that she should never sleep more, and so kept raving till past midnight, that made me cry and weep heartily all the while for her, and troubled for what she reproached me with as before. And at last with new vows, and particularly that I would myself bid the girl be gone, and shew my dislike to her, which I will endeavour to perform, but with much trouble, and so this appeasing her, we to sleep as well as we could till morning. 11th. Up, and my wife with me as before, and so to the office, where, by a special desire, the new treasurers come, and there did shew their patent. And the great seal for the suspension of my Lord Anglesey, and here did sit and discourse of the business of the office, and brought Mr. Hutchinson with them, who, I hear, is to be their paymaster, in the room of Mr. Waith. For it seems they do turn out every servant that belongs to the present treasurer, and so for Fen, do bring in Mr. Littleton, Sir Thomas's brother, and oust all the rest. But Mr. Hutchinson do already see that his work now will be another kind of thing than before, as to the trouble of it. They gone, and, indeed, they appear, both of them, very intelligent men, I home to dinner, and there with my people dined, and so to my wife, who would not dine with me, that she might not have the girl come in sight. And there sat and talked a while with her and pretty quiet, I giving no occasion of offence, and so to the office, and then by coach to my cousin Roger Pepys, who did, at my last being with him this day night, move me as to the supplying him with L500 this term, and L500 the next, for 2 years, upon a mortgage, he having that sum to pay, a debt left him by his father, which I did agree to, trusting to his honesty and ability. And am resolved to do it for him, that I may not have all I have lie in the king's hands. Having promised him this I returned home again, where to the office, and there having done, I home and to supper and to bed, where, after lying a little while, my wife starts up, and with expressions of affright and madness, as one frantic, would rise, and I would not let her, but burst out in tears myself, and so continued almost half the night, the moon shining so that it was light. And after much sorrow and reproaches and little ravings, though I am apt to think they were counterfeit from her, and my promise again to discharge the girl myself, all was quiet again, and so to sleep. 12th, up, and she with me as heretofore, and so I to the office, where all the morning, and at noon to dinner, and Mr. Waith, who, being at my office about business, I took him with me to talk and understand his matters, who is in mighty trouble from the Committee of Accounts about his contracting with this office for sailcloth. But no hurt can be laid at his door in it, but upon us for doing it, if any, though we did it by the Duke of York's approval, and by him I understand that the new treasurers do intend to bring in all new instruments, and so having dined we parted. And I to my wife and to sit with her a little, and then called her and Willett to my chamber, and there did, with tears in my eyes, which I could not help, discharge her and advise her to be gone as soon as she could, and never to see me, or let me see her more while she was in the house, which she took with tears too, but I believe understands me to be her friend, and I am apt to believe by what my wife hath of late told me is a cunning girl, if not a slut. Thence, parting kindly with my wife, I away by coach to my cousin Roger, according as by mistake, which the trouble of my mind for some days has occasioned, in this and another case a day or two before, is set down in yesterday's notes. And so back again, and with Mr. Gibson laid at my chamber making an end of my draft of a letter for the Duke of York, in answer to the answers of this office, which I have now done to my mind, so as, if the Duke likes it, will, I think, put an end to a great deal of the faults of this office, as well as my trouble for them. So to bed, and did lie now a little better than formerly, but with little, and yet with some trouble. 13th, up, and with Sir W. Penn by coach to Whitehall, where to the Duke of York, and there did our usual business. And thence I to the Commissioners of the Treasury, where I stayed, and heard an excellent case argued between my Lord Gerard and the town of Newcastle, about a piece of ground which that lord hath got a grant of, under the Exchequer seal, which they were endeavouring to get of the king under the Great Seal. I liked mightily the counsel for the town, Shaftow, their recorder, and Mr. Offley. But I was troubled, and so were the lords, to hear my lord fly out against their great pretence of merit from the king, for their sufferings and loyalty, telling them that they might thank him for that repute which they have for their loyalty, for that it was he that forced them to be so, against their wills, when he was there, and, moreover, did offer a paper to the lords to read from the town, sent in 1648. But the lords would not read it, but I believe it was something about bringing the king to trial, or some such thing, in that year. Thence I to the 3 Tons Tavern, by Charing Cross, and there dined with W. Penn, Sir J. Minns, and Commissioner Middleton, and as merry as my mind could be, that hath so much trouble upon it at home. And thence to Whitehall, and there stayed in Mr. Wren's chamber with him, reading over my draft of a letter, which Mr. Gibson then attended me with, and there he did like all, but doubted whether it would be necessary for the Duke to write in so sharp a style to the office, as I had drawn it in. Which I yield to him, to consider the present posture of the times and the Duke of York and whether it were not better to err on that hand than the other. He told me that he did not think it was necessary for the Duke of York to do so, and that it would not suit so well with his nature nor greatness. Which last, perhaps, is true, but then do too truly shew the effects of having princes in places, where order and discipline should be. I left it to him to do as the Duke of York pleases. And so fell to other talk, and with great freedom, of public things. And he told me, upon my several inquiries to that purpose, that he did believe it was not yet resolved whether the Parliament should ever meet more or no. The 3 great rulers of things now standing thus, the Duke of Buckingham is absolutely against their meeting, as moved thereto by his people that he advises with, the people of the late times, who do never expect to have anything done by this Parliament for their religion, and who do propose that, by the sale of the church lands, they shall be able to put the king out of debt. My Lord Keeper is utterly against putting away this and choosing another Parliament, lest they prove worse than this, and will make all the king's friends, and the king himself, in a desperate condition. My Lord Arlington know not which is best for him, being to seek whether this or the next will use him worst. He tells me that he believes that it is intended to call this Parliament, and try them with a sum of money. And, if they do not like it, then to send them going, and call another, who will, at the ruin of the church perhaps, please the king with what he will for a time. And he tells me, therefore, that he do believe that this policy will be endeavored by the church and their friends, to seem to promise the king money, when it shall be propounded, but make the king and these great men buy it dear, before they have it. He tells me that he is really persuaded that the design of the Duke of Buckingham is, by bringing the state into such a condition as, if the king do die without issue, it shall, upon his death, break into pieces again. And so put by the Duke of York, who they have disobliged, they know, to that degree, as to despair of his pardon. He tells me that there is no way to rule the king but by briskness, which the Duke of Buckingham hath above all men. And that the Duke of York having it not, his best way is what he practices, that is to say, a good temper, which will support him till the Duke of Buckingham and Lord Arlington fall out, which cannot be long first. The former knowing that the latter did, in the time of the Chancellor, endeavour with the Chancellor to hang him at that time, when he was proclaimed against. And here, by the by, he told me that the Duke of Buckingham did, by his friends, treat with my Lord Chancellor, by the mediation of Matt Wren and Matt Clifford, to fall in with my Lord Chancellor. Which, he tells me, he did advise my Lord Chancellor to accept of, as that with his own interest and the Duke of York's, would undoubtedly have assured all to him and his family. But that my Lord Chancellor was a man not to be advised, thinking himself too high to be counselled, and so all is come to nothing. For by that means the Duke of Buckingham became desperate, and was forced to fall in with Arlington, to his, the Chancellor's, ruin. Thence I home, and there to talk, with great pleasure all the evening, with my wife, who tells me that Deb has been abroad today, and is come home and says she has got a place to go to, so as she will be gone tomorrow morning. This troubled me, and the truth is, I have a good mind to have the maidenhead of this girl, which I should not doubt to have if J.E. could get time para con her. But she will be gone and I not know whither. Before we went to bed my wife told me she would not have me to see her or give her wages, and so I did give my wife L10 for her year and half a quarter's wages, which she went into her chamber and paid her, and so to bed, and there. Blessed be God. We did sleep well and with peace, which I had not done in now almost 20 nights together. This afternoon I went to my coachmaker and Crow's, and there saw things go on to my great content. This morning, at the Treasury Chamber, I did meet Jack Fenn, and there he did shew me my Lord Anglesy's petition and the King's answer, the former good and stout, as I before did hear it, but the latter short and weak, saying that he was not, by what the King had done, hindered from taking the benefit of his laws, and that the reason he had to suspect his mismanagement of his money in Ireland, did make him think it unfit to trust him with his treasury in England, till he was satisfied in the former. 14th, up, and had a mighty mind to have seen or given her a little money, to which purpose I wrapped up 40s in paper, thinking to have given her a little money, but my wife rose presently, and would not let me be out of her sight, and went down before me into the kitchen, and come up and told me that she was in the kitchen, and therefore would have me go round the other way. Which she repeating and I vexed at it, answered her a little angrily, upon which she instantly flew out into a rage, calling me dog and rogue, and that I had a rotten heart. All which, knowing that I deserved it, I bore with, and word being brought presently up that she was gone away by coach with her things, my wife was friends, and so all quiet, and I to the office, with my heart sad. And find that I cannot forget the girl, and vexed I know not where to look for her. And more troubled to see how my wife is by this means likely for ever to have her hand over me, that I shall for ever be a slave to her, that is to say, only in matters of pleasure, but in other things she will make it her business, I know, to please me and to keep me right to her, which I will labour to be indeed, for she deserves it of me, though it will be I fear a little time before I shall be able to wear Deb out of my mind. At the office all the morning, and Mary at noon, at dinner, and after dinner to the office, where all the afternoon, doing much business, late. My mind being free of all troubles, I thank God, but only for my thoughts of this girl, which hang after her. And so at night home to supper, and then did sleep with great content with my wife. I must here remember that I have lain with my mater as a husband more times since this falling out than in I believe 12 months before. And with more pleasure to her than I think in all the time of our marriage before. 15th, Lord's Day. Up, and after long lying with pleasure talking with my wife, and then up to look up and down our house, which will when our upholster hath done be mighty fine, and so to my chamber, and there did do several things among my papers. And so to the office to write down my journal for 6 or 7 days, my mind having been so troubled as never to get the time to do it before, as may appear a little by the mistakes I have made in this book within these few days. At noon comes Mr. Shepley to dine with me and W. Howe, and there dined and pretty merry, and so after dinner W. Howe to tell me what hath happened between him and the commissioners of late, who are hot again, more than ever, about my Lord Sandwich's business of prizes, which I am troubled for, and the more because of the great security and neglect with which I think, my Lord do look upon this matter, that may yet, for aught I know, undo him. They gone, and Balty being come from the Downs, not very well, is come this day to see us, I to talk with him, and with some pleasure, hoping that he will make a good man. I in the evening to my office again, to make an end of my journal, and so home to my chamber with W. Hewer to settle some papers, and so to supper and to bed, with my mind pretty quiet, and less troubled about Deb. Then I was, though yet I am troubled, I must confess, and would be glad to find her out, though I fear it would be my ruin. This evening there come to sit with us Mr. Pelling, who wondered to see my wife and I so doompish, but yet it went off only as my wife's not being well, and, poor wretch, she hath no cause to be well, God knows. 16th. Up, and by water to Whitehall, and there at the Robe Chamber at a committee for Tangier, where some of us, my Lord Sandwich, Sir W. Coventry, and myself, with another or two, met to debate the business of the mole, and there drew up reasons for the King's taking of it into his own hands, and managing of it upon accounts with Sir H. Cholmondeley. This being done I away to Holborn, about Whetstone's Park, where I never was in my life before, where I understand by my wife's discourse that Deb is gone, which do trouble me mightily that the poor girl should be in a desperate condition forced to go thereabouts, and there not hearing of any such man as Alban, with whom my wife said she now was, I to the Strand. And there by sending Drumbleby's boy, my flageolet maker, to Eagle Court, where my wife also by discourse lately let fall that he did lately live, I find that this Dr. Alban is a kind of poor broken fellow that dare not shew his head nor be known where he is gone, but to Lincoln's Inn Fields I went to Mr. Povey's, but missed him, and so hearing only that this Alban is gone to Fleet Street, I did only call at Martin's, my booksellers, and there bought Cassandra, and some other French books for my wife's closet, and so home. Having eat nothing but 2 pennyworths of oysters, opened for me by a woman in the Strand, while the boy went to and again to inform me about this man, and therefore home and to dinner, and so all the afternoon at the office, and there late busy. And so home to supper, and pretty pleasant with my wife to bed, rested pretty well. 17th. Up, and to the office all the morning, where the new treasurers come, their second time, and before they sat down, did discourse with the board, and particularly my Lord Brouncker, about their place, which they challenge as having been heretofore due, and given to their predecessor. Which, at last, my Lord did own hath been given him only out of courtesy to his quality, and that he did not take it as a right at the board, so they, for the present, sat down, and did give him the place, but, I think, with an intent to have the Duke of York's directions about it. My wife and maids busy now, to make clean the house above stairs, the upholsters having done there, in her closet and the blue room, and they are mighty pretty. At my office all the afternoon and at night busy, and so home to my wife, and pretty pleasant, and at mighty ease in my mind, being in hopes to find Deb, and without trouble or the knowledge of my wife. So to supper at night and to bed. 18th. Lay long in bed talking with my wife, she being unwilling to have me go abroad, saying and declaring herself jealous of my going out for fear of my going to Deb. Which I do deny, for which God forgive me, for I was no sooner out about noon but I did go by coach directly to Somerset House, and there inquired among the porters there for Dr. Alban, and the first I spoke with told me he knew him, and that he was newly gone into Lincoln's Inn Fields, but whither he could not tell me, but that one of his fellows not then in the way did carry a chest of drawers thither with him. And that when he comes he would ask him. This put me into some hopes, and I to Whitehall, and thence to Mr. Pepys, but he at dinner, and therefore I away and walked up and down the Strand between the two turnstiles, hoping to see her out of a window, and then employed a porter, one Osburton, to find out this doctor's lodgings thereabouts. Who by appointment comes to me to Hercules Pillars, where I dined alone, but tells me that he cannot find out any such, but will inquire further. Thence back to Whitehall to the Treasury a while, and thence to the Strand, and towards night did meet with the porter that carried the chest of drawers with this doctor, but he would not tell me where he lived, being his good master, he told me. But if I would have a message to him he would deliver it. At last I told him my business was not with him, but a little gentlewoman, one Mrs. Willett, that is with him, and sent him to see how she did from her friend in London, and no other token. He goes while I walk in Somerset House, walk there in the court, at last he comes back and tells me she is well, and that I may see her if I will, but no more. So I could not be commanded by my reason, but I must go this very night, and so by coach, it being now dark, I to her, close by my tailor's, and she come into the coach to me, and did baser her. I did nevertheless give her the best counsel I could, to have a care of her honour, and to fear God, and suffer no man para avoir to do con her as have done, which she promised. Did give her 20s. And directions para laisse sealed in paper at any time the name of the place of her being at Harrington's, my bookseller in the Change, by which I might go para her, and so bid her good night with much content to my mind. And resolution to look after her no more till I heard from her. And so home, and there told my wife a fair tale, God knows, how I spent the whole day, with which the poor wretch was satisfied, or at least seemed so, and so to supper and to bed. She having been mighty busy all day in getting of her house in order against tomorrow to hang up our new hangings and furnishing our best chamber. 19th. Up, and at the office all the morning, with my heart full of joy to think in what a safe condition all my matters now stand between my wife and Deb, and me, and at noon running upstairs to see the upholsterers, who are at work upon hanging my best room, and setting up my new bed, I find my wife sitting sad in the dining room. Which inquiring into the reason of, she begun to call me all the false, rotten-hearted rogues in the world, letting me understand that I was with Deb. Yesterday, which, thinking it impossible for her ever to understand, I did a while deny, but at last did, for the ease of my mind and hers, and for ever to discharge my heart of this wicked business, I did confess all. And above stairs in our bed chamber there I did endure the sorrow of her threats and vows and curses all the afternoon, and, what was worse, she swore by all that was good that she would slit the nose of this girl, and be gone herself this very night from me, and did there demand 3 or 400 of me to buy my peace, that she might be gone without making any noise, or else protested that she would make all the world know of it. So with most perfect confusion of face and heart, and sorrow and shame, in the greatest agony in the world I did pass this afternoon, fearing that it will never have an end, but at last I did call for W. Hewer, who I was forced to make privy now to all, and the poor fellow did cry like a child, and, obtained what I could not, that she would be pacified upon condition that I would give it under my hand never to see or speak with Deb, while I live. As I did before with Pierce and Knepp, and which I did also, God knows, promise for Deb. 2. But I have the confidence to deny it to the perjury of myself. So, before it was late, there was, beyond my hopes as well as desert, a durable peace. And so to supper, and pretty kind words, and to bed, and there did hazer con isle to her content, and so with some rest spent the night in bed, being most absolutely resolved, if ever I can master this bout, never to give her occasion while I live of more trouble of this or any other kind, there being no curse in the world so great as this of the differences between myself and her, and therefore I do, by the grace of God, promise never to offend her more, and did this night begin to pray to God upon my knees alone in my chamber, which God knows I cannot yet do heartily. But I hope God will give me the grace more and more every day to fear him, and to be true to my poor wife. This night the upholsters did finish the hanging of my best chamber, but my sorrow and trouble is so great about this business, that it puts me out of all joy in looking upon it or minding how it was. 20th. This morning up, with mighty kind words between my poor wife and I, and so to Whitehall by water, Hewer with me, who is to go with me everywhere, until my wife be in condition to go out along with me herself. For she do plainly declare that she dares not trust me out alone, and therefore made it a piece of our league that I should always take somebody with me, or her herself, which I am mighty willing to, being, by the grace of God, resolved never to do her wrong more. We landed at the Temple, and there I bid him call at my cousin Roger Pepys's lodgings, and I stayed in the street for him, and so took water again at the Strand stairs. And so to Whitehall, in my way I telling him plainly and truly my resolutions, if I can get over this evil, never to give new occasion for it. He is, I think, so honest and true a servant to us both, and one that loves us, that I was not much troubled at his being privy to all this, but rejoiced in my heart that I had him to assist in the making us friends, which he did truly and heartily. And with good success, for I did get him to go to Deb, to tell her that I had told my wife all of my being with her the other night, that so if my wife should send she might not make the business worse by denying it. While I was at Whitehall with the Duke of York, doing our ordinary business with him, here being also the first time the new treasurers, Hewer did go to her and come back again, and so I took him into St. James's Park, and there he did tell me he had been with her, and found what I said about my manner of being with her true, and had given her advice as I desired. I did there enter into more talk about my wife and myself, and he did give me great assurance of several particular cases to which my wife had from time to time made him privy of her loyalty and truth to me after many and great temptations. And I believe them truly. I did also discourse the unfitness of my leaving of my employment now in many respects to go into the country, as my wife desires, but that I would labor to fit myself for it, which he thoroughly understands, and do agree with me in it. And so, hoping to get over this trouble, we about our business to Westminster Hall to meet Roger Pepys, which I did, and did their discourse of the business of lending him L500 to answer some occasions of his, which I believe to be safe enough. And so took leave of him and away by coach home, calling on my coachmaker by the way, where I like my little coach mightily. But when I come home, hoping for a further degree of peace and quiet, I find my wife upon her bed in a horrible rage afresh, calling me all the bitter names, and, rising, did fall to revile me in the bitterest manner in the world. And could not refrain to strike me and pull my hair, which I resolved to bear with, and had good reason to bear it. So I by silence and weeping did prevail with her a little to be quiet, and she would not eat her dinner without me, but yet by and by into a raging fit she fell again, worse than before, that she would slit the girl's nose, and at last Hewer come in and come up, who did allay her fury, I flinging myself, in a sad desperate condition, upon the bed in the blue room, and there lay while they spoke together, and at last it come to this, that if I would call Deb under my hand and write to her that I hated her, and would never see her more, she would believe me and trust in me, which I did agree to, only as to the name of whore I would have excused, and therefore wrote to her sparing that word. Which my wife thereupon tore it, and would not be satisfied till, Hewer winking upon me, I did write so with the name of a whore as that I did fear she might too probably have been prevailed upon to have been a whore by her carriage to me, and therefore as such I did resolve never to see her more. This pleased my wife, and she gives it Hewer to carry to her with a sharp message from her. So from that minute my wife begun to be kind to me, and we to kiss and be friends, and so continued all the evening, and fell to talk of other matters, with great comfort, and after supper to bed. This evening comes Mr. Billop to me, to read over Mr. Wren's alterations of my draft of a letter for the Duke of York to sign, to the board, which I like mighty well, they being not considerable, only in mollifying some hard terms, which I had thought fit to put in. From this to other discourse, and do find that the Duke of York and his master, Mr. Wren, do look upon this service of mine as a very seasonable service to the Duke of York, as that which he will have to shew to his enemies in his own justification, of his care of the king's business. And I am sure I am heartily glad of it, both for the king's sake and the Duke of York's, and my own also, for, if I continue, my work, by this means, will be the less, and my share in the blame also. He being gone, I to my wife again, and so spent the evening with very great joy, and the night also with good sleep and rest, my wife only troubled in her rest, but less than usual, for which the God of heaven be praised. I did this night promise to my wife never to go to bed without calling upon God upon my knees by prayer, and I begun this night, and hope I shall never forget to do the like all my life. For I do find that it is much the best for my soul and body to live pleasing to God and my poor wife, and will ease me of much care as well as much expense. 21st, up, with great joy to my wife and me, and to the office, where W. Hewer did most honestly bring me back the part of my letter to Deb. Wherein I called her whore, assuring me that he did not shew at her, and that he did only give her to understand that wherein I did declare my desire never to see her, and did give her the best Christian counsel he could. Which was mighty well done of him. But by the grace of God, though I love the poor girl and wish her well, as having gone too far toward the undoing her, yet I will never inquire after or think of her more, my peace being certainly to do right to my wife. At the office all the morning, and after dinner abroad with W. Hewer to my Lord Ashley's, where my Lord Berkeley and Sir Thomas Ingram met upon Mr. Povy's account, where I was in great pain about that part of his account wherein I am concerned, above L. 150, I think. And Creed hath declared himself dissatisfied with it, so far as to desire to cut his examinator out of the paper, as the only condition in which he would be silent in it. This Povy had the wit to yield to. And so when it come to be inquired into, I did avouch the truth of the account as to that particular, of my own knowledge, and so it went over as a thing good and just, as, indeed, in the bottom of it, it is. Though in strictness, perhaps, it would not so well be understood. This committee rising, with my mind much satisfied herein, away by coach home, setting Creed into Southampton Buildings, and so home. And there ended my letters, and then home to my wife, where I find my house clean now, from top to bottom, so as I have not seen it many a day, and to the full satisfaction of my mind, that I am now at peace, as to my poor wife. As to the dirtiness of my house, and as to seeing an end, in a great measure, to my present great disbursements upon my house, and coach and horses. 22nd, Lord's Day. My wife and I lay long, with mighty content, and so rose, and she spent the whole day making herself clean, after 4 or 5 weeks being in continued dirt. And I knocking up nails, and making little settlements in my house, till noon, and then eat a bit of meat in the kitchen, I all alone. And so to the office, to set down my journal, for some days leaving it imperfect, the matter being mighty grievous to me, and my mind, from the nature of it, and so in, to solace myself with my wife, whom I got to read to me, and so W. Hewer and the boy, and so, after supper, to bed. This day my boy's livery is come home, the first I ever had, of green, lined with red, and it likes me well enough. 23rd, up, and called upon by W. Howe, who went, with W. Hewer with me, by water, to the Temple. His business was to have my advice about a place he is going to buy, the clerk of the patent's place, which I understand not, and so could say little to him, but fell to other talk, and setting him in at the Temple, we to Whitehall. And there I to visit Lord Sandwich, who is now so reserved, or moped rather, I think, with his own business, that he bids welcome to no man, I think, to his satisfaction. However, I bear with it, being willing to give him as little trouble as I can, and to receive as little from him, wishing only that I had my money in my purse, that I have lent him, but, however, I shew no discontent at all. So to Whitehall, where a committee of tenure expected, but none met. I met with Mr. Povy, who I discoursed with about public business, who tells me that this discourse which I told him of the Duke of Monmouth being made Prince of Wales, hath nothing in it. though he thinks there are all the endeavours used in the world to overthrow the Duke of York. He would not have me doubt of my safety in the navy, which I am doubtful of from the reports of a general removal. But he will endeavour to inform me, what he can gather from my Lord Arlington. That he do think that the Duke of Buckingham hath a mind rather to overthrow all the kingdom, and bring in a commonwealth, wherein he may think to be general of their army, or to make himself king, which, he believes, he may be led to by some advice he hath had with conjurers, which he do affect. Thence with W. Hewer, who goes up and down with me like a jailer, but yet with great love and to my great good liking, it being my desire above all things to please my wife therein. I took up my wife and boy at unthanks, and from there to Hercules Pillars, and there dined, and thence to our upholsters, about some things more to buy, and so to see our coach, and so to the looking-glass man's, by the New Exchange. And so to buy a picture for our blue chamber chimney, and so home. And there I made my boy to read to me most of the night, to get through the life of the Archbishop of Canterbury. At supper comes Mary Batelier, and with us all the evening, prettily talking, and very innocent company she is. And she gone, we with much content to bed, and to sleep, with mighty rest all night. 24th, up, and at the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, where Mr. Gentleman, the cook, and an old woman, his third or fourth wife, come and dined with us, to inquire about a ticket of his son's, that is dead, and after dinner, I with Mr. Hosier to my closet, to discourse of the business of balancing storekeepers' accounts, which he hath taken great pains in reducing to a method, to my great satisfaction. And I shall be glad both for the king's sake and his, that the thing may be put in practice, and will do my part to promote it. That done, he gone, I to the office, where busy till night. And then with comfort to sit with my wife, and get her to read to me, and so to supper, and to bed, with my mind at mighty ease. 25th, up, and by coach with W. Hewer to see W. Coventry. But he gone out, I to Whitehall, and there waited on Lord Sandwich, which I have little encouragement to do, because of the difficulty of seeing him, and the little he hath to say to me when I do see him, or to any body else. But his own idle people about him, Sir Charles Harbord, and thence walked with him to Whitehall, where to the Duke of York, and there the Duke, and Wren, and I, by appointment in his closet, to read over our letter to the office, which he heard, and signed it, and it is to my mind, Mr. Wren having made it somewhat sweeter to the board, and yet with all the advice fully, that I did draw it up with. He, the Duke, said little more to us now, his head being full of other business. But I do see that he do continue to put a value upon my advice, and so Mr. Wren and I to his chamber, and there talked, and he seems to hope that these people, the Duke of Buckingham and Arlington, will run themselves off of their legs. They being forced to be always putting the king upon one idle thing or other, against the easiness of his nature, which he will never be able to bear, nor they to keep him to, and so will lose themselves. And, for instance of their little progress, he tells me that my Lord of Ormond is like yet to carry it, and to continue in his command in Ireland, at least, they cannot get the better of him yet. But he tells me that the keeper is wrought upon, as they say, to give his opinion for the dissolving of the Parliament, which, he thinks, will undo him in the eyes of the people. He do not seem to own the hearing or fearing of anything to be done in the Admiralty, to the lessening of the Duke of York, though he hears how the town talks full of it. Thence I by coach home, and there find my cousin Roger come to dine with me, and to seal his mortgage for the L500 I lend him, but he and I first walk to the Change, there to look for my Uncle White, and get him to dinner with us. So home, buying a barrel of oysters at my old oyster woman's, in Gracious Street, but over the way to where she kept her shop before. So home, and there merry at dinner. And the money not being ready, I carried Roger Pepys to Holborn Conduit, and there left him going to Stradwick's, whom we avoided to see, because of our long absence, and my wife and I to the Duke of York's house, to see the Duchess of Malfi. A sorry play, and sat with little pleasure, for fear of my wife seeing me look about, and so I was uneasy all the while, though I desire and resolve never to give her trouble of that kind more. So home, and there busy at the office a while, and then home, where my wife to read to me, and so to supper, and to bed. This evening, to my great content, I got Sir Richard Ford to give me leave to set my coach in his yard. 26th. Up, and at the office all the morning, where I was to have delivered the Duke of York's letter of advice to the board, in answer to our several answers to his great letter. But Lord Brouncker not being there, and doubtful to deliver it before the new treasurers, I forbore it to next sitting. So home at noon to dinner, where I find Mr. Pierce and his wife, but I was forced to shew very little pleasure in her being there because of my vow to my wife, and therefore was glad of a very bad occasion for my being really troubled, which is, at W. Hewer's losing of a tally of L1000, which I sent him this day to receive of the Commissioners of Excise. So that though I hope at the worst I shall be able to get another, yet I made use of this to get away as soon as I had dined, and therefore out with him to the Excise office to make a stop of its payment. And so away to the coachmaker's and several other places, and so away home, and there to my business at the office, and thence home, and there my wife to read to me, and W. Hewer to set some matters of accounts right at my chamber, to bed. 27th, up, and with W. Hewer to see W. Coventry again, but missed him again, by coming too late, the man of all the world that I am resolved to preserve an interest in. Thence to Whitehall, and there at our usual waiting on the Duke of York. And that being done, I away to the Exchequer, to give a stop, and take some advice about my lost tally, wherein I shall have some remedy, with trouble, and so home, and there find Mr. Povey, by appointment, to dine with me. Where a pretty good dinner, but for want of thought in my wife it was but slovenly dressed up, however, much pleasant discourse with him, and some serious. And he tells me that he would, by all means, have me get to be a Parliament man the next Parliament, which he believes there will be one, which I do resolve of. By and by comes my cousin Roger, and dines with us. And, after dinner, did seal his mortgage, wherein I do wholly rely on his honesty, not having so much as read over what he hath given me for it, nor minded it, but do trust to his integrity therein. They all gone, I to the office and there a while, and then home to ease my eyes and make my wife read to me. 28th, up, and all the morning at the office, where, while I was sitting, one comes and tells me that my coach is come. So I was forced to go out, and to Sir Richard Ford's, where I spoke to him, and he is very willing to have it brought in, and stand there. And so I ordered it, to my great content, it being mighty pretty, only the horses do not please me, and, therefore, resolved to have better. At noon home to dinner, and so to the office again all the afternoon, and did a great deal of business, and so home to supper and to bed, with my mind at pretty good ease, having this day presented to the board the Duke of York's letter, which, I perceive, troubled Sir W. Penn, he declaring himself meant in that part, that concerned excuse by sickness, but I do not care, but am mightily glad that it is done, and now I shall begin to be at pretty good ease in the office. This morning, to my great content, W. Hewer tells me that a porter is come, who found my tally in Holborn, and brings it him, for which he gives him 20s. 29th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed with pleasure with my wife, with whom I have now a great deal of content, and my mind is in other things also mightily more at ease, and I do mind my business better than ever and am more at peace. And trust in God I shall ever be so, though I cannot yet get my mind off from thinking now and then of Deb. But I do ever since my promise a while since to my wife pray to God by myself in my chamber every night, and will endeavour to get my wife to do the like with me ere long. But am in much fear of what she lately fright me with about her being a Catholic. And I dare not, therefore, move her to go to church, for fear she should deny me, but this morning, of her own accord, she spoke of going to church the next Sunday, which pleases me mightily. This morning my coachman's clothes come home. And I like the livery mightily, and so I all the morning at my chamber, and dined with my wife, and got her to read to me in the afternoon, till Sir W. Warren, by appointment, comes to me, who spent 2 hours, or 3, with me, about his accounts of Gothenburg, which are so confounded, that I doubt they will hardly ever pass without my doing something, which he desires of me, and which, partly from fear, and partly from unwillingness to wrong the king, and partly from its being of no profit to me, I am backward to give way to, though the poor man do indeed deserve to be rid of this trouble, that he hath lain so long under. From the negligence of this board. We afterwards fell to other talk, and he tells me, as soon as he saw my coach yesterday, he wished that the owner might not contract envy by it. But I told him it was now manifestly for my profit to keep a coach, and that, after employments like mine for 8 years, it were hard if I could not be justly thought to be able to do that. 977. He gone, my wife and I to supper. And so she to read, and made an end of the life of Archbishop Laud, which is worth reading, as informing a man plainly in the posture of the church. And how the things of it were managed with the same self-interest and design that every other thing is, and have succeeded accordingly. So to bed. 30th, up betimes, and with W. Hewer, who is my guard, to Whitehall, to a committee of Tangier, where the business of Mr. Lanyon 978 took up all the morning, and where, poor man, he did manage his business with so much folly, and ill fortune to boot, that the board, before his coming in, inclining, of their own accord, to lay his cause aside, and leave it to the law, but he pressed that we would hear it. And it ended to the making him appear a very knave, as well as it did to me a fool also, which I was sorry for. Thence by water, Mr. Povey, Creed, and I, to Arundel House, and there I did see them choosing their council, it being St. Andrew's Day, and I had his cross 979 set on my hat, as the rest had, and cost me 2s. And so leaving them I away by coach home to dinner, and my wife, after dinner, went the first time abroad to take the maidenhead of her coach, calling on Roger Pepys, and visiting Mrs. Creed, and my cousin Turner, while I at home all the afternoon and evening, very busy in doing much work, to my great content. Home at night, and there comes Mrs. Turner and Betty to see us, and supped with us, and I shewed them a cold civility for fear of troubling my wife, and after supper, they being gone, we to bed. Thus ended this month, with very good content, that hath been the most sad to my heart and the most expenseful to my purse on things of pleasure, having furnished my wife's closet and the best chamber, and a coach and horses, that ever I yet knew in the world, and do put me into the greatest condition of outward state that ever I was in, or hoped ever to be, or desired, and this at a time when we do daily expect great changes in this office, and by all reports we must, all of us, turn out. But my eyes are come to that condition that I am not able to work, and therefore that, and my wife's desire, make me have no manner of trouble in my thoughts about it. So God do his will in it.